Welcome. So in our today's session, we are going to learn about what is Power BI, why do we need this Power BI, what are all the different components are there in Power BI, and we will start with the Power BI desktop tool, and we will see all this one by one. So Power BI, as we have seen, it's a data visualization tool. For the data visualization, we are using this Power BI, right? So for the business intelligence, whenever the business they want to track their business, we are going with this Power BI tool. And if you look at the Power BI, so this is the agenda for today. What is Power BI and why do we need this Power BI? Where it will be used? What are the different components of Power BI? So that's what we are going to see. So what is Power BI? So Power BI is a business analytics service from Microsoft. So Microsoft, they have started Power BI in the year of 2011. It's a 10 years before. So that is the latest version. So we have, after that, they have implemented a lot of different versions. Before Power BI, so we have MSBI, Microsoft Business Intelligence. So they have combined all the Excel sheet functionalities, the advanced Excel sheet functionalities, and MSBI and SSRS. So SQL Server reporting service. So all these tools capabilities they have combined, and they have started with a new tool called Power BI. Okay, so it provides the interactive data visualizations for the business, and it has the capability of having the AI concepts, and they are also the Power BI, the Microsoft also they are increasing. They started increasing the AI capabilities in the newer version. So in our last version also, they have increased 2 or 3 different types of chart in the existing chart. So that's what they are, each and every version they are implementing new concept, and it is connect and visualize the data, any data using from Microsoft Power BI. So if you look at here, so why do we need this Power BI? So Power BI, it's a business intelligence tool. As we have seen already, it's a business intelligence tool. It handles a wide variety of data sources with massive data volume. So that's one thing. So I have already shown you that how it will connect, right? The different data sources, all the variety of data sources it can connect. So this is what the data sources will go for. And so data visualization for the data science and machine learning projects. So it is used to do data visualization for the data science as well as machine learning project also. So nowadays, all the data science and machine learning projects, we are using this Power BI. And advanced business analytics. So we can use for a lot of business analytics. So business development team, marketing team, reporting team. So all kind of reporting. So we are using this Power BI. And so how we have the Alexa or Siri with integrated with IoT devices, right? The same way we have in Microsoft, we have the Power BI, we have the Cortana integration. So it will do all the API integrations, and it will be used for the business analytics. So that's what the Power BI are used. And if you look at here, there are a lot of other features also from the Power BI. So we have something like Power Platform. So from the Power Platform, we have one platform from Microsoft called Power Platform. So from the Power Platform only, we have the Power BI. So they have combined with the Power Query Editor. To transform all the data, and then we have the Power Pivot. So all these different components are there. We will see one by one. Okay, and it's very cost effective. So very cost effective than other BI tools. So if you look at the price wise, right? So the Tableau, it's very costly, and it can interact with Tableau can interact with huge volume of data. So those who are already using this Microsoft, they'll go for this the Power BI products. Cost effective, it's less than 10 times less than the other BI tools. Okay, and it has API, okay, application protocol interface. So for the cloud integrations, so all the cloud integration, we can use this Power BI. Like it can integrate with Azure and all the data sources, like all the big data source, all the cloud data sources. The Power BI can interact and very user friendly, and we can create interactive dashboard. So we can create a lot of interactive dashboard. So it is not only the static dashboard, it's a dynamic dashboard. It will be more interactive. And these are all the different reasons why the companies are moving towards on the Power BI. One is cost effective. Other one is you can, those who are already have Microsoft product, they will go for Power BI. And those who are already using that Excel sheet, right? Excel sheet for their applications, it's a cost effective, they will go for the Power BI. So it's an industry leader as well as easier to connect with the different data. So powerful and performance with performance wise, it can handle so huge volume of data also. And custom and open source visuals. So open source means Power BI desktop is open source. We can use it for free. But whenever we are going for Power BI service or Power BI Pro, desktop Pro, it's a cost, but less cost only. So it has all the familiar features with Microsoft Excel. Those who are working on the Microsoft Excel concepts, they can use Power BI with easily. No need to spend a lot of time for the learning. And security wise and governance wise, it has all the security perspective and real-time information. So all the informations, whatever we are seeing, so that's a interactive real-time information that it's nothing but, so whenever the data is getting changed in the source system, in Power BI also, the data will automatically get changed in the real time. So it will automatically get reflect. And also we can have the inline, so in-memory computation. So we can have in-memory computation over here. Whatever the data it is available in the source system, we can extract and store it in the Power BI service so that it will be used as an extract data source for the Power BI applications. So different data modeling and the large data set you can have in one single dashboard. So that's what the companies have moving towards on the Power BI. And we do have different components in Power BI. So Power Query, Power Pivot, so Power View, Power Map, and Power QA. So Power Query is nothing but it's a data connection tool. Okay, so Power Query, by using this Power Query, we have even Power Query editor we have. By using that, it's a data connection tool. So to transform or combine and enhance our data from several sources. So whenever we are opening that edit data, right, it will go to the Power Query editor. Then Power Pivot, we have, this is the data modeling tool for creating the data models. And also it is an in-memory analytics. So all this data will be stored in Power BI server itself. Power View, yeah, that's what the view we have. It's a visualization tool that generates interactive charts, graphs, maps, and other visuals. Okay, we have the Power Map. Okay, it's another 3D visuals which has all the map capabilities. Like whenever we have the data for the different regions or different countries, it will have the Power Map. Okay, so Power QA. So we have the question and answers, the chart. So it's a layman perspective. If you are giving the data, input data to the Power BI, so it will give you the resultant as a chart. Okay, so that's what the components in Power BI. So different components are there. So this is the architecture of Power BI. If you look at here, the left-hand side, we have the heterogeneous data sources. Okay, so we have the different, sorry, here is a spelling mistake. So heterogeneous data sources, we have all the data, different data sources, like we have so all kind of data sources like RDBMS and cloud data sources. And also we have that different flat file sources. So flat file in the sense like we have the Excel sheet, CSV, text file, the Parquet file, and we have the XML file. So all kind of data sources, it can extract the data from here. And even the cloud data sources, all the cloud data sources, it can extract and transform. We are loading into a data warehouse or data lake, right? And then even from the data lake, we will take or data warehouse we will create, or you can directly go into the data sources. You can connect to the Power BI, and then we can take the data. So we will create a different data visualization, and it will be given to the business users. So this is what the data warehouse and ETL plus business intelligence architecture. So we do have. If you look at here, there are different heterogeneous sources. We can connect directly to the Power BI, but normally we will not connect directly. We will connect to the data. We will do the ETL process, and we will load the data into a EDW or EDL data warehouse or data lake environment. So from this environment, we will extract the data for the visualization. Okay, this is what we'll go for the Power BI architecture. So different kind of reports we will create. Then business users will analyze the different kind of dashboards. Then they will come up with some solutions, some decisions they will take. So this is what the Power BI architecture we have. Okay. So these are all very basic component only. And if you look at the Power BI product family, so these are all the Power BI products. We have the Power BI desktop. So that's what we are going to work on, the desktop environment. As the developer, we are going to work on Power BI desktop and Power BI service. We have Power BI service. So it's on-premises cloud services. We can extract the dashboard, whatever we have developed by using Power BI desktop, and publish into the Power BI service. It's like a server. And we do have one component called the Power BI mobile. See, the mobile applications, so Android or iOS, we can install it, Power BI mobile, and whatever, so you can have the access for the Microsoft, whatever the Power BI dashboard we are generating, it will be available on the mobile. So on the fly, you can able to access your reports. And Power BI report server, we have, it's like the premium and pro version of Power BI. So that will be available in Power BI report server. So we will see that report server, Power BI service, and Power BI mobile after some time in detail. And we do have, if I have the Power BI desktop, we cannot collaborate with different Power BI reports in the real-time environment. So we need to upgrade with Power BI Pro. And even for the Power BI report server, we need to go for the Power BI Premium. And mostly we'll have the SQL Server Enterprise Edition for the databases, all this for the Power BI. So these are all the different products we have. So I have explained here what is the Power BI desktop. So what is that online Power BI services, right? So Power BI service is nothing but online software as a service. Okay, that's what we will use. And Power BI mobile apps for Windows, iOS, and Android devices. Power BI report server is to allow you to publish Power BI reports to an on-premises report server after creating them in Power BI desktop. So this is what the Power BI report server will be used. The server, we will be deploying it. Okay, so now we will connect with Power BI desktop. We'll see what is the Power BI desktop. So Power BI desktop only is the developer's tool. So as a developer, we'll be having the Power BI desktop, and then we will be connecting with the different data sources. We can have joins, and we can create a data model, and we can do all the transformation in the data, and we can create a reports. So we do have different views. 3 views are available in Power BI desktop. The first one is data model. So we will create a data model, okay, relationship between the tables, and we will bring the data, and we will collaborate with all the data here. Then once the data model has been created, all the data will be available here in the data module. So there we can do the transformation of the data. If you want to apply some transformation, you want to add some columns, you want to create some calculated columns, you want to create some measures, you want to create some new tables, and you want to combine with existing tables. So that we can do in the data. Then you can go for the view report. So we can create all kind of reports. So we'll be having different pages. There we will create the reports. Okay. Then Power BI service, as I told, it's a cloud version of Power BI. This is the Power BI Online. Okay, the Power BI Online, it's a software as a service. Ability to control how you can share your work with others. So that's what it is. Sharing your whatever the dashboard we have created, sharing with other the business users by using the Power BI service. Okay. And we have something called, so this is the Power BI analytics using, as I have mentioned, this is the Power BI. By using the Power BI, we can create different kind of reports. So if you look at here, this is the stacked bar. So this is the bar chart. This is also bar chart, pie chart, and gauge chart, and different chart cards. We have different. This is the map. Okay, map view we have seen, right? So by using the map view, we can depict the data in the map also. Easily we can understand how the countries are performing all this. Okay, so if you look at, this is the different Power BI dashboard, right? We can create one single dashboard. We can have many chart in one single dashboard. Okay. In Power BI, we have AI capabilities. So we have so automatically it will find the patterns of data, and then it will give you the some kind of reports. So in Tableau also we have AI capabilities. And if you heard about this ClickSense, right? So ClickSense, they have implemented a lot of AI concept. So even in Power BI and Tableau, we have to create some chart. In ClickSense and all, once we have developed our data modeling, ClickSense automatically give you like so 5 to 6 chart by default. Whenever we are connecting the data, if you're going for the views, it will automatically give you the same kind of data AI concept they are bringing in. They are working on the Power BI working on, and we have something like a QA, right? The QA visuals we have. This is one of the very recently they have implemented this QA, and by using this NLP, that natural language processing, they are bringing this QA visuals. So whenever you are having some questions about the data, if you have a layman questions, then if you type the questions here, so Power BI will give you the reports, the chart very nicely. So within a fraction of seconds, it will give you that the reports, different kind of reports. You want pie chart, you want bar chart, so all kind of chart, it will give it to you. So this is what you have, the question and answer visuals. Then key influencers, this is one of the other chart we have types of they have implemented AI concept here. So it will give you this, it will helps the users to identify so which factors influence certain metrics. It will give you that metrics. Okay, you can see here. So it will give you all type of metrics here. So which one is influencing and why it is what is this kind of chart? It will give you here so that you can understand. So what is this? So what influences revenue to increase? Then it will give you this. Okay. So revenue to increase this particular country, and then this country is influencing here. Okay, that it will give you the data so that you can understand easily. Then we have the decomposition tree visuals. This is the new visuals they have implemented in the newer version. So whenever we have the data model, so hierarchy data model, we have the hierarchy in Tableau. Whenever we give the data in the hierarchy, this decomposition tree automatically finds the hierarchy and it will create so this kind of view. Okay, this kind of decomposition tree visuals. Okay, and you can go for the new AI capabilities in Power BI. So Azure, so we have the Azure cognitive services and the key driver analysis and machine learning algorithms. Everything you can go with Power BI. Okay, so this is all about the Power BI introduction.
Today's session is all about installation of Power BI desktop software. Let me tell you something here. For today's session, what I'm going to show you, I'm just going to show you how to download and how to install the Power BI desktop software. I told you initially that Power BI desktop it's a free software. It's a free software. Power BI desktop is a free software, right? So in order to install the Power BI desktop, there are some prerequisite. There are some prerequisite here, right? So these are the operating system: Windows 10, Windows 12, Windows 12 again, Windows 8, Windows 8.1. So this is a minimum requirement, and everyone will be having this kind of configuration. So no need to worry in order to install this Power BI desktop. Anyone can install this Power BI desktop. At least everyone would be having laptop and or something like desktop, which would be having this configuration operating system, right? So what I'll do is I'll go to the browser. How I'll download it? I'll just simply tell you how to download it. So here I'll mention Power BI desktop download, right? Power BI desktop software download, right? So this is a website which it opens here. This is the first website. I'll just click on here. I'll just go here into this website, right? So as soon as I go to this website here, you get some configuration here. See here, the configuration is clearly mentioned, system requirements, right? These are the system requirements mentioned here, supported operating system. So these are the operating system it is mentioned here, right? And it requires Internet Explorer. Every laptop would be having this Internet Explorer here, right? And there are two options here. Power BI desktop is available for 32-bit, 64-bit, right? So we need to have this kind of configuration in order to install the Power BI desktop. Almost everyone would be having this, right? In order to install this Power BI desktop, what we need to do? Now, I need to understand whether my PC is 64-bit or 32-bit. Where I can understand this? Where I can understand this, right? There is some option here, info option would be there, right? Many options would be there here where you can understand the things. Now here, if you go to the personalize, here if you go to personalize, there would be some option, this kind of option would be there, right? So here in the system, you can see that here about, right? We are having this about. Into this about, you can see here, it is 64-bit operating system, right? 64-bit. So my laptop is 64-bit. My laptop is 64-bit. So likewise, you can see, you can check this, right? So here, only two options are there, either 64-bit or 32-bit, right? So I can directly go here. There is a download button here. I'll click on that. It will ask me whether I should go on with 64-bit or this one. So I'll go on with this. I'll click on this, right? I'll just press on this download button. As soon as I press on this, it will start installing this. It is installing that. It is installing this setup file into my laptop, right? See here, it's a simple task. It's a free software here. See here, it is mentioned. I've mentioned here 64-bit and 32-bit options are there. Here, these are the requirements, right? So minimum requirement in order to install the Power BI desktop, the RAM should be 4 GB or greater. 4 GB, everyone will be having it. The least configuration is 4 GB RAM. So prerequisite, this is a minimum one, 4 GB or greater. Hard disk 160 GB and processor i3 minimum. You should have i3 minimum in order to install this Power BI desktop, right? These are the hardware requisite, right? So here I have mentioned the requirements, system requirements in order to download this Power BI desktop, right? We are just the agenda for today's session is what? How to download and install the Power BI desktop software. I'm just explaining you how to install it. So we'll see here. Okay, it has downloaded. Let me check here. We'll go to downloads, right? It has downloaded already. I'll go to the downloads now. Let's go to the downloads. Here, this is my setup, Power BI desktop. This is an application file. I'll just click on this. I'll just double click on this and the installation process will start. Right? It is asking me which language I should select. I should select here English language clearly. I should press next. It will ask me, do you want to allow this app to make the changes to a device? I'll press yes. Again, it will ask me one more time. So here the setup is there. Right? It is installing, preparing to install, right? Preparing to install. Now I need to press next here, right? I need to press next. I need to accept the terms and conditions, right? I'll check this, then I'll press next. it is just asking me where I want to download it, right? In the C drive. It's a normal, by default, it will take this path, right? I'll press next here. If I want to create a desktop software here, desktop shortcut, I should check in like that. I want a desktop shortcut here. So I have clicked in here. So I'll press and install here. Now it will install. It will take some time here to install, right? See here, it's getting installed. It's a pretty much simpler process to install this Power BI desktop software, and they are not charging from us anything in order to install this Power BI desktop software. And believe me, yesterday I mentioned that the Power BI developer will spend around 80 to 90% of the time he will spend on Power BI desktop only. So being a Power BI developer, you will be spending 80 to 90% of the time in Power BI desktop only, right? And the remaining time we will be spending on Power BI service, right? Remaining 10% time we will spend on Power BI service, right? Because we here in Power BI service, the task is only to share the reports with the clients, right? I'm using Power BI service in order to only to share the reports to the clients, right? Power BI service. Now here, installation, it is going on. 99% of the companies will always prefer Power BI service because of its easiness. Because here the initial costing is not much. Here everything is automated. Here we'll get it in cloud, everything. Here the process is very much easier. That's why 99% of the people will prefer Power BI service only. 1% will prefer this Power BI report server. I'll explain this whenever we start, whenever we'll be in depth into this, we'll just explain this. So this is just a process in the Power BI desktop. Power Query is there. It's an ETL software. Power Pivot, it's a database where we store the tables. In Power View, we create the reports and visuals, right? Here, it is just on the verge of finishing. We'll just finish this. It's a pretty much easier process to download and install this. So simply I have to write here what Power BI desktop download in the Google, right? It will open like this. I just close this. So if you remember, yesterday I've explained you that here in the Power BI desktop, we will be spending 80 to 90% of the time. Power Query is what? Power Query is a ETL software in the Power BI. It's a ETL software in the Power BI. In Power Pivot is what? Power Pivot is a database which is used to create an OLAP model. So here ETL activities is done in the Power Query. In the Power View, what we do? We create reports and visuals, right? So I hope it would be finished. It is taking more time. So generally here, anyone from the non-technical background also, they would be able to do it. They would be able to install it. And why I am telling is so, because here you don't need to learn any kind of coding to deal with Power BI desktop. Power BI desktop is coding free. We don't have to learn any coding for this. With a drag and drop, simply by drag and drop, we can do the reports and visuals. We can create the reports and visuals here. That much easier it is. That much easier it is, right? I have explained you yesterday with respect to this. Here, generally, what will happen? Who will hire the Power BI software? Who will be using this Power BI software? I have clearly mentioned yesterday. Those who have missed, I'm just telling you. For example, any company, if they are running some business, right? And if they are generating some business data in the sense, the transactional data, daily transactions in the Amazon, daily transactions would be there. Like this person has purchased this person has sold it. So this is business data. It will be stored. This business data would be stored in some data sources. Data sources will be what? Data sources will be Excel, SQL Server, or Oracle. It depends on any company. It depends on any company what exactly where they want to store the data, right? And those company, they want to analyze the business data. Business data is stored where? In data sources. They want to analyze the business data. For analysis of the business data, we require what? Power BI. and Power BI software itself automatically it won't run. There we require Power BI developer to run this Power BI software, right? So what is the end goal? End goal is to analyze the business data. Why they want to analyze the business data? In order to make some decisions, right? Important decisions with respect to their business, right? So this is what the Power BI journey is. Let me just click on this. It is taking more time as usual. So as soon as we're done with this, simply we can go and start the Power BI desktop, and we can use the Power BI desktop, right? In this Power BI desktop, what are the important topics? What are the important things? The most important thing is Power Query. It's a ETL software in the Power BI desktop. The next important thing is Power Pivot. Power Pivot, here we do the data modeling activities. Data modeling in the sense, we just create the relationships between the tables here in the Power Pivot. Some people would have heard about DAX calculation also. Some DAX command are there, right? So we will be using DAX here into this Power Pivot, right? Where we make the reports and visuals, where we create the reports and visuals in the Power View. So these three are the important parts of the Power BI desktop. In the Power BI desktop, whatever we are installing right now, right? This Power BI desktop software, it consists of all three: Power Query, Power Pivot, and Power View, right? So generally, it won't take this much long, but it is taking this much long today. So my laptop is 64-bit. That's why I'm installing this 64-bit here today. And one more thing to tell you here, guys. In the next session, like I have some recording. I have some recorded session for the SQL Server. Now SQL Server, I will be telling you into that recorded session, you will get the recording for the SQL Server. Into that recorded session, I'll tell you how to install the SSMS software. There is a SSMS software, right? This is SSMS software. SQL Server Management Studio. SQL Server Management Studio. Also, SQL is also there. SQL is also there. SQL also you need to install. So these two, how to install, how to download it, I have just mentioned in that recording. In that recording, you will see how the database would be there, how we can use this SQL Server for the data sources. Why we want to learn this SQL Server? What is the need to learn the SQL Server with respect to Power BI? Right? Okay, you are telling me that coding is not there in Power BI. Then why we should learn SQL Server? Because sometimes sometimes if you see here, major companies would be storing their data in the database called as SQL Server. They will be utilizing the business data to be stored in SQL Server. So in order to connect to this SQL Server, we need to know some kind of basics of this SQL Server, right? For that reason, like I will be there would be one recorded session. Into that, I'll explain you why we should how to install and how to download and how to install this SQL Server SSMS. It's taking too long. Why this much? It should not take. Should get rid of this first. Please be on mute, guys. Let me close this. Because of this, it might be. Let's close this. We have seen this. Because in the background, it would be going on, and because of that, it might take some time. Right, I'll close this. taking too long. Let's cancel this. Right? Let me just cancel this. It's taking too long here. Right? We'll just cancel this here. It's got stuck, I guess, somewhere. Let me just go to control panel and let me just, yeah, we'll go to uninstall a program. Here, Power BI is there. It's getting installed here. Let me just uninstall it. I don't think so it will agree for that. Let me remove that. Yeah, completed, right? So what I'll do is, I'll just click on this. We'll start one more time the installation process so that it should not take that much long. We'll go to downloads. I'll just click on this. Right, I've created this. I'll press on next here. Right, remove Microsoft Desktop from your computer. I just want to remove it. Yeah, we'll start one more time. Sometimes it will take more time, right? So let me just go here. Let me just click on this again, the setup file. I just click on next here. I'll just get rid of this, right? Let me.
Pranil, try to end it from task manager.
Yeah, that also we can do.
From task manager. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I'll just install it one more time. Generally, it won't happen, but sometimes. Let's remove this first. Yeah, finish this. Let's start. Okay. Let me go to control panel. It might be here somewhere. Can we see that? Okay, what we can do is I'll just click on this. I'll just go here and I'll repair this time. Let's go on with repair. Here it is telling me that it has got installed. Let's see. Let me just open here Power BI. Yeah, Power BI desktop. So this is how the icon would be looking like this. This is the one. Yeah, this is how it opens for the first time. Whenever you open the Power BI desktop, it looks like this. Yeah. So guys, this is how whenever we open, it asks us for the blank report. So we need to always click on this blank report, right? Power BI desktop. This is a Power BI desktop user interface here, right? This is how it looks exactly, right? This is how it looks. So whenever we open, you can find some views here, right? On the left hand side. By default, it will take this report view at the start. By default, it will show the report view. Report view means this report view here, right? So this is Power BI desktop user interface. There are three views: report view is there, table view is there, and model view is there, right? This is model view. This is model view. This is table view here, and this is report view. By default, whenever we open the Power BI desktop, it will open like this. Let me just close it. Again, I'll open it, right? I'll click on this. This is a Power BI desktop shortcut icon. Now here, what is the task is, today we have seen the installation. Like, it has taken much time, that is another thing, but we have shown you this how the Power BI desktop is. So Power BI desktop is what? It's a development software in Power BI. So whatever I was talking about with respect to reports, with respect to creation of reports and visuals, so we develop the reports and visuals in the Power BI desktop software only. So we can call it as development software, right? So Power BI desktop is used to prepare the data, model the data, and visualize the data. Prepare the simple definition it is: prepare the data, model the data, and visualize the data, right? Prepare the data. Where we prepare the data? We prepare the data in the software called as Power Query. We prepare the data in the software called as Power Query, right? We model the data where? In the Power Pivot. In the Power Pivot, we model the data. Where we visualize the data? Where we create the visuals? We create the visuals in the Power View, right? So that these three combinations, the definition is a combination of these three: Power Query, Power Pivot, and Power View. Now, today, the agenda is overview of Power Query software. I am just going to tell you how to open the Power Query software within the Power BI desktop. Now, we are here, right? So this is how first time whenever I open the Power BI desktop, I need to click on blank report. As soon as I click on blank report, by default, this report view, it will open. By default, this report view, it is open. Now this is only a single screen. If you see here, this is just a single screen here, right? I can see here single screen. Only one screen it is there. Now what will happen here? Now, if I want to open the Power Query editor, if I want to open the Power Query software, how I will be opening the Power Query software is, I will have to go to Home tab. This is Home tab, Insert tab, Modeling tab, View tab, Optimize tab, right? These are the tabs. If I want to open the Power Query software, I will be going to the Home view, Home tab, we'll go to the Transform Data. There is an option called as Transform Data. See here, Transform Data. What it says, use the Power Query editor to connect, prepare, and transform the data. So here ETL activities we'll do. We need to open what? Power Query. So this is how we can open the Power Query. Let me just click on this transform data. As soon as I click on this, a new screen would be opened here. Then the screen name is called as Power Query Editor. Now you can see here two screens are there, right? See here. This is what? This is the Power Query desktop screen, right? Now, the another screen is what? Power Query Editor screen. Now, this is a Power Query. This is what Power Query software is. Here we do what? Here we do ETL activities. Here we do the ETL activities. Here we do the transformation activities, right? Now I am just giving you an example. Let's imagine that we have got what? We have got some project, right? I already told you Power Query. Power Query is an ETL software. We know this, right? Power Query can connect and extract the data almost from any kind of data sources, transform the data as per the reporting needs, and loads the data into Power Pivot. We know this. I pretty much explained you a number of times this from yesterday, that it will be extracting the data from the data sources, right? It will be transforming the data as per the reporting needs, whatever the needs or requirements that will be coming from the clients. And the end goal is we need to load that data, the transformed data, into what? Power Pivot, right? Now let's imagine we are just handling a project. into that project, the data sources are what? Data sources are Excel and SQL Server, right? There are two data sources for our project. The data sources will be Excel and SQL Server, right? These are the two data sources. Now, if I want to go and connect to the data sources, how I can connect to the data sources is I am in Power Query editor right now. This is what? This is Power Query software. This is Power Query software, right? Now here, if I want to extract the table, there is an option called as new source. I should click on this expand button. Here we will find number of connectors. Here we will find number of data sources to which we can connect. So what we have got, what is the data source we have got? Excel. How to connect to the Excel is, we'll go here. We'll go to this Power Query editor. I'll click on this new source. In the file menu, I have got new source. I'll click on this. There is an Excel workbook, right? Now I'll open this. I'll click on this. As soon as I click on this, it will ask me where that Excel sheet is stored. Where that Excel sheet is stored. In my laptop, where that Excel sheet is stored, it is just asking me. I'll go to that, right? I have stored some Excel sheet here, right? This time, I'll take the sample superstore. Now, if you open the sample superstore, let me just show it to what we have got in sample superstore, right? I am just going where that sample store is there, sample superstore, in the D drive, in the BA, in the complete Power BI, in this practice materials, it is there in the introduction file, right? Here, this is sample superstore. This is a sample superstore, right? Let me just open it. Let me just show you to what we have got in the Excel file. So here we have got three sheets. We have got an order sheet, order table here, right? We have got a returns table. We have got a people's table, right? This is what the data we have got here. This is what the data we have got. This is how the data is look like. How many rows are there? 994 rows are there here into this Excel, right? Let me just close this. This is only I'm opening here in the desktop. In the Power Query, I'll just select here. As soon as I select here, as soon as I press on open, it will just ask me which sheet you need to open, right? So it will show me orders table, people table, returns table, right? It is just showing me here. So here I can see the preview, how the table looks like. If I want to see the orders table, how it looks like, I just click here and it will show me the preview. So this is how these are the rows and column it will be having like this, right? We are just what we are doing right now. We are extracting the data. We are extracting the data from where? From the data sources. Who will be giving me this information? The data sources information. Client will be giving me this information. What are the data sources? See here. This data sources, the project, for that project, what are the data sources? These are the data sources given by whom? By the clients. Because they know where they are storing the data, right? So they will be telling me the data sources. So as per their information, I am just using it, right? I'll select this, whatsoever sheet I want, I'll just select it. I'll just press on OK. As soon as I press on OK, these three tables would be coming here. These three tables would be coming here. So here in the queries, we can see those three tables here. Whatsoever we have connected, that tables would be visible here, right? So I told you how to open the Power BI, how to open the Power Query software. We need to go to Home tab, transform data we need to click, then we'll see this UI interface, right? And here we do what? ETL activities we do. Now here, the second screen which is opened here, this is what? This is Power Query software. Here, we don't have to do any transformation with the help of what? Coding. We don't have to use any coding here. Any coding we don't have to use. Only there are some options called as graphical user interface options. These are GUI options. Right? We can perform the ETL activity. See here, I have clearly mentioned no need to write code for doing the ETL activities. We can perform the ETL activities using what? Using GUI options. GUI means what? Graphical user interface. Now here, if you click here, this new source, what it is? It is graphical user interface. This enter data, what it is? It's a graphical user interface. Simply, I can click here and I can get the work done. Simply, I need to click anywhere and I need to get the work done. Now let's observe this data first. We have got the data, right? We have extracted. So the extract part is done now. Extract part is done for the Excel. For the Excel specifically, we have done. What is the another? What is another source is SQL Server. We need to bring in some tables from the SQL Server only. From Excel we bought it, right? Now we'll check for the SQL Server. How to extract the data from the SQL Server. I'll click on this. Here we are in the Power Query, right? I'll click on this new source again. I'll click on where? SQL Server. SQL Server. Right? I can click on SQL Server. Now let's imagine if we want to, if the data is stored in Oracle, can we find the Oracle here? No. Where we need to click? We need to click on more. As soon as I click on more, I'll get a list of data sources. These are the data sources which I can use. List of data sources it is, right? If I want to search on Oracle, is it there? Oracle? See here, Oracle database. Here I need to write SQL Server. SQL Server. Right here, if I want to, if the data source is text or CSV, I'll mention a text or CSV. It will just give me. Right. If I want SAP HANA, right, I can click here SAP. As soon as I click in, it will show me this cube symbol here, SAP HANA. So there are number of data sources are there from which we can extract the tables, right? So now this time, what is the second one is? Second one is SQL Server, where the data source is there, SQL Server. Now SQL Server. So what I'll do is, I'll just come out of this. Again, I'll go new source, SQL Server, it is there. I just click on the SQL Server. So whenever we need to extract the tables from the SQL Server database, we require what? We require server details, we require database details, right? What database it is, we require the name of the database, right? We need to require that name of the database here. So here, so server details, database, what I require in order to connect to the database, this server details, who will be giving the server details to me? Client will be providing this server details, because client is storing their business data here in the SQL Server database. They know what is the server details, what are the database, where the database, which database I need to connect to. So this information my client has given to me, right? So I have this information here. This is my server information. I'll just copy paste this. Here I'll go. Here I'll just copy paste that server details, right? As soon as I click on the server details, it is a mandatory requirement, right? But here it is optional, database it is optional, right? So I'll not enter anything in this database now. We have got this server. Who will be giving the server details? Client would be giving me this server details, right? I'll press on OK now. As soon as I press on OK, in that server, in that particular server, how many databases are there? It will show me a list of databases, right? So this is a server, right? Into this server details I have put. Into this server, how many databases are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So in one server, there can be number of databases, right? This. In one server, there can be number of databases, and in each database, there can be number of tables, right? For example, I need what? I need to take. I need to use product database this time. Into this product database, I need to check what are the tables. So these are the tables for that. Again, I'm telling, for this server, there are multiple databases. For each database, there will be multiple tables. So in this server, Pranil PS server PBI, in this server, there are databases. So this is database. Product database is a database. Into this database, how many tables are there? 4 tables are there. From this 4 tables, I'll take 3 tables. I'll take customer data table, right? Customer data table. I'll take products data table. I'll take what? Sales data table. These tables, who is giving me? Clients are giving me, right? I'll just press OK here. I'll just press OK. As soon as I press OK, those 3 tables would come here, right? So I got these 3 tables from the SQL Server. I got these 3 tables from where? From Excel. So we have got overall 6 tables. Tables are nothing but what? They are called as queries. In Power Query, tables are called as queries. In Power Query, tables are called as queries, right? So here, let me tell you something. Here, it is orders table, right? This is orders table. If you see this orders table is looking fine. If you see this orders table is having a heading and a rows, header and a rows, right? If you go to people table, can you find the header here? No. Here it is clearly mentioned column 1, column 2. What should be the header here? These are what? These are the names. Anna, Chuck, Kelly, these are the name. But this first row is what? This can be column header, right? Person is a column header. Region is a column header. So it's not in proper format. It's not in proper format. How I can do it? How I can convert this? See here, returns table. This is also same. The header should be what? Header should be returned and order ID should be header here, right? But the header is in first row. So it's incorrect. In orders table, it's correct in orders table, right? But in customers data table, if you see it here also it is correct. Customer key, it's a header. We need to check this minutely. Right? Here also it is fine. Here also it's fine. So where we have issues in the people table. Now what we can do is, right? We have extracted a table. Now we need to do what? We need to transform this table. We have extracted the tables from the data sources. We need to transform this table. Now I told you that in Power Query, we don't need to learn any kind of coding. But how this exactly is happening? We have got the GUI options, graphical user interface, right? This graphical user interface, what it is? See here. I'll go to this Power Query. If I want to do this transformation, what I should do is I'll click on this people table, right? This people table. I'll go to the transform tab, right? Here we have got an option called as what? Use first row as headers. So first row is what here? First row is what? It should be header, right? We have identified that it should be header. So I went to transform tab. See, firstly, what I've done, I clicked on this table, right? Here. Firstly, I'll click on this table. I click onto this table. I went to transform tab. In the transform tab, there is an option, graphical user interface option, GUI option. What it is? Use first row as headers. Now here, see here, use first row as headers, right? But here, I just wanted to tell you something here. On the right hand side, if you see here, applied steps. Here the applied steps are how many right now? 3. The applied steps for this people table is how many? 3. Now, as soon as I click on this first option, the step is increased here. The step has increased here. It added a step. Right? What exactly this is doing is, right? Behind this, if I click on this GUI option, behind this is Microsoft is writing one code for us. We don't have to write any code. Microsoft itself is writing a code for us. Behind every GUI option, whatever I click on here, the Microsoft will go and write one code behind this. What is that code called as? That code is called as M language or mashup language. That code we call it as M language code. It's M language. Don't worry on this. We don't have to learn this M language or mashup language, right? Because Microsoft itself is writing a code. Behind every GUI option, Microsoft already written the code. When we use that GUI option, code will execute and will provide the results. What exactly it is happened here? If you minutely observe here, these 2 steps are added here, and we got this as headers, right? Here, let me tell you one more again thing here. If I go to returns table, again the same scenario. We want to use this first row as headers. Right? We want to use this first row as headers. So what I should do, I should select this. Here initially, how many steps are there? 3 steps are there, right? I'll select this returns table. I'll go to transform tab, use first row as headers. I'll click on this. As soon as I click on this, step has been added. Now, what exactly it is doing? I told you, if I click on any GUI option, Microsoft is writing a code for us. Here, if I click, this is a code which is writing for us. This is a code. This is a code it is writing. For every step, it will write one code here. For every step, if you check, it will write one code. This is what? This is mashup language. This is a formula bar where it is writing the code for us. Right? Here. So whatsoever transformation we do, here the step would be added for the transformation. We can check what was the previous step, what transformation we have done, we can check it from here, right? So we promoted the headers. It has changed the data type also. Here, we promoted the headers. So promoted headers is a step. It has got. Earlier, it was what? It was like this. It was earlier the headers was not in a proper format in the earlier step. After this step, we clicked on that and we made it into proper format. So now if I check here, so every transformation, this is what? This is M language, mashup language here. See here, mashup language it is. Now we can see here the tables are here. Tables are in good shape now, right? Every table is in good shape. People table, returns table, it's in good shape now, right? Now there is a requirement. There is a requirement. Let me tell you that requirement. So if you have observed, extracting the table, it will just take few seconds. Only within few seconds, I bought these 6 tables from the data source, right? Within few seconds, I bought this from the data source. It will not take the time. What is the part it will take the time is transformation will take the time. Extraction is done. Now we will do what? Transformation. Now what transformation is will do? I'll just simply tell you what transformation is there. See, as per the client has come up with the requirement now. Now in the customer's data table, this is customer's data table, right? I'll select this customer data table. In the customer's data table, there is a requirement that we want the customer name in single column. There is a requirement in this customer data table that the client wants to see the names in single column. In single column, client wants to see the name. But here in this customer data table, it is in how many columns it is there? First name it is differently, middle name it is different in different column, last name it is in different column. But client wants the customer name to be in a single column, right? Not in 3 columns, right? So what I need to do, I need to transform this. I need to transform this 3 column into one column where a new column would be added, and into that new column, the name for the first customer would be John V. Yang. It should be in 1 column rather than in 3rd column. But in the data sources, it is in 3 columns, right? So I need to convert it, right? How to do that? See, without the transformation, you are not allowed, or it is not recommended to load the tables without doing transformation, because without the transform tables, we can't create the visuals. For creating the visuals, we need to align to the requirements of the reports and visuals. With respect to reports and visuals, we do the transformation, right? So in the report and visual, client wants to see the name of the customers in a single column, not in the 3 columns. So what I'll do is, right? What is the next step is, I'll first select this first name column. I'll just select this. I'll press Control key. I'll just select middle name. I'll just press Control key and I'll select this last name. So we have selected these 3 columns, right? We have selected these 3 columns. Now in the add column here at the top, in the add column, if I go to add column, there is an option called as what? Merge columns. Merge columns. I'll go to this merge columns and I'll click on this merge columns. As soon as I click on this merge columns, what it is asking is, what should be the separator? See here, if I transform these 3 columns into one column, with what separator I should separate these 3 columns? Here what I want, I just want a space. I'll just select a space here, right? I just select the space here because I just want the space between John and V. Between V and Yang, I want space, right? If I want dash, I can take dash. If I want colon, I can take colon, right? There are many things here. But I want what? I want space here. I'll just select space here. And what should be the name of the new column which would be added now? What would be the name of that? So let me just give it as name as customer full name, right? Customer full name. I'll give it as name as customer full name. So I have given this name, customer full name, right? I'll press OK. I have given the separator. What separator is required? I need a space, right? And what should be the new column name? Customer full name. I'll press OK. As soon as I press OK, currently how many steps are there here? 2 steps are there for the customer data. Now, if I do this, one more step would be added. Let me just press on OK here. As soon as I press on OK, it has added 1 step here, right? And it has given me the output as customer full name John V. Yang. So those 3 columns are already there. Here also those 3 columns are there. Here 3 columns are there. John V. Yang. We want this into a single column. We have converted into a single column, right? So requirement is fulfilled now, and a new step is added. So what code the Microsoft is writing is here. I can see here. Customer full name. Here text.combine, table.add.column. So this is M code, M language code, or mashup language it is called as. It is just Microsoft is writing us. Only we just have to click. We just have to click. We don't have to write this, right? So it is done. So this requirement is fulfilled now. Now there is another requirement from the client, right? The another requirement for the client is, so with the single click, I just want to tell you, with the single click, we have done the transformation. We have got this new column, right? It's pretty much clear and simple. By using what? By using GUI option, that is graphical user interface option, right? Now there is a requirement in the products table, in the products data table, right? The product name is there. The product name is there, right? There is a column called as English product name. Let me just go on that English product name. I'll search. How I'll search? This English product name. Now this English product name here, it is client wants this English product name column into what? Into uppercase. All the rows showing the values, showing the English product name, they should be in uppercase. That is a requirement from the client, right? Currently what it is? Currently it is in proper case. This we call it as proper case, where the first alphabet is capital and the other alphabet are in lower case. We call it as what? Proper case. This is proper case, but we want it to be converted into uppercase, right? We need to identify the GUI option which will help us. So I'll just click on this, right? I'll go to what? I'll go to transform here. I'll go to transform. There is an option called as format here. Format. I'll click on that. What it is? Uppercase. So as soon as I click on that, a new step would be added here on the right hand side. Currently only 2 steps are there in the applied steps. A new step would be added here. I'll just press on uppercase here, right? I'll press on uppercase. As soon as I press on uppercase, it will be converted into uppercase. In the same column we got the results, right? It converted into uppercase. It converted in the uppercase here, right? So how we are able to do it is with the help of what? GUI options. With a single click, I can transform the tables like this, right? Now what I'll do is, now we have done the transformation. See, in the real time, see, this is just a demo. I'm just showing you how to transform, how to do the ETL activity. In the real time, this transformation would not be sufficient. There would be more transformation to do, right? So this is how, but gist of the story is, I'm just telling you, I'm just demonstrating you how to transform. So we have done with the transformation now. We are done with the transformation now. Right? We have transformed this table. Now, what is the last step? ETL. L stands for what? Load. If I want to load this table into Power Pivot, what I'll do is, I'll click on what? Close and apply. There is an option here at the top, close and apply. As soon as I click on this close and apply, these 6 tables would be loaded where? In the Power Pivot. In the Power Pivot. And if this tables, if the memory for this table is 10 GB in the Power Pivot, how much memory I'll get it? I'll get it 1 GB. This 10 GB would be converted into 1 GB in the Power Pivot. That's the beauty of this Power Pivot. It compresses the data, right? So for loading this data, we have extracted, we have done the transformation. Now we need to do what? Loading. So for loading, what I'll do is, I'll just press on close and apply. As soon as I press on close and apply, these tables would be loaded here. See here, it is loading. This table would be visible here onto this in the data. So we are done with the Power Query activity. We have seen the ETL activities in the Power Query. We have seen that. It is just loading. Let's see how it loads. It is loading. Okay, it has got loaded the data. Now we will see the tables here, right? We have seen all the tables which we bought there. We can see it here, right? Here we can expand this. We can see the rows. We can see the column names. These are what? These are table names, right? I can just increase this. Customer data table, orders data table, people table, products data table. Into this table, what are the columns we have got? We can directly see from here, right? We are in what? We are in report view right now. If we want to see the detailed row, I'll go to where? I'll go to table view here, and we can see those tables here, right? I'll click on this. Here, the customer data table we can see. Here, see here, the transform tables we can see. First name, middle name, last name was there, right? So we have just created a new column here. Customer full name, right? The transformation is visible here in the customer data table, right? In the products data table, we have converted into uppercase English product name. This is English product name. It is what? It is converted here in the upper product name. So in the table view, we'll see all the detailing of the how many rows we have got, how many tables we have got. We can see here. We can select the tables from here, right? Here. products data table, people table, orders table, right? Customers data table. We can see the detailing now. Right now, the next step is what? ETL we have done. We have done with the Power Query here. Let me just open this Power Query, Power BI architecture here. We have done here. We have done with this Power Query. We have done the ETL. We have extracted the table from the data sources. We have transformed the table. Now we have loaded where? In the Power Pivot. Now in the Power Pivot, what we need to do? We need to, in the Power Pivot, in the data model, in the model view, if we go, we'll see the tables here. We'll see the tables here. See here, tables are visible, right? See here, whatever 6 tables are there, it is visible here. The 6 table. See, some of them are having relationship. See this arrow. This is one table. This is another table. Between these two tables, what is this? This is a relationship. This is a relationship between these 2 tables, right? See here, tables. These are the tables. Here we got the relationship, right? Here we don't got the relationship yet. How to get the relationship with one click? How to get the relationship here? Here the arrows are not there, right? Here arrows are not there. So means no relationship is there. Here arrows are there, means relationship is there. What I can do in this text is, I'll go to this manage relationships here. I'll click on manage relationship. There is an option called as auto detect. As soon as I click on auto detect, it will detect the relationship for me, this Power BI. Right? It has detected one new relationship. I'll close on this. Right? It will mention here that relationship. Right? I'll close this. Now here the relationship is formed. Yes, the relationships is formed here, right? See here, it has got the relationship now. Automatically it has got. So this is how we give the relationship between the tables in the Power Pivot. In the Power Pivot, what? It's a storage device. It's a database, this Power Pivot. We are in the Power Pivot right now. In the Power Pivot, what we do? We do the modeling activity, data modeling. So giving relationship, giving the tables a relationship, we call it as what? Power Pivot. Here we are, right? Power Pivot. In the model view, we give the relationship like this. So here today we have seen the Power Query overview of Power Query. Tomorrow, in the tomorrow session, I'll cover this overview of Power Pivot software. I'll explain you what do you mean by Power Pivot software, what exactly the Power Pivot software is, what we are able to do it here, how we are going to do it. That I am going to explain in the tomorrow's session. So today's session is all about the Power View. In earlier classes, we have seen. So in earlier classes, we have seen the architecture for Power BI. In that, we have seen the data sources. We have seen how we are going to, like, this is open now. So this is a Power BI architecture. We have seen here what are the OLTPs, data sources, what were the data sources, how to do ETL activities in Power Query. Power Query is responsible for doing ETL. Power Query is a software in Power BI desktop which deals with ETL activities. ETL stands for extract, transform, load. Then these tables would be loaded into Power Pivot, where we are going to generate the data set. Data set would be a combination of tables and relationships. And then we are on top of this Power Pivot data, we are going to make visuals here, and those visuals and reports would be published to the Power BI service. And end of the day, it would be shared with the clients. So this process exactly we have seen till now, but now from today onwards, we are going to focus on individual modules. So for example, there are like 4 modules into this. Power View is one module, Power Pivot is another module, Power Query is another module, and Power BI service is another module. So we have got 4 modules here. So with these 4 modules, we are going to start each module. Today we are going to start with Power View. So extensively, I will be talking about Power View. We will be having only one notepad. Into that we will be, and it would continue around 12 to 13 classes. We are going to focus on Power View. We are going to study everything in detail regarding Power View. And it is not mandatory that there should be a sequence in learning this kind of modules. So we can take Power View, Power Pivot, Power Query, Power Service anytime. So let's start with Power View first. So today, let me close this off. Today, what we are going to study is, we are going to see introduction to Power View. Then the other topic would be, we'll see Power BI, desktop, UI, user interface. After that, we'll see visual interactions. Then we'll see types of visual interactions we have got. Then setting the setting filter action between all the visuals in a report page. So these are the topics we are going to cover today. These are the topics we are going to cover today, guys. Let's start with the introduction. So Power View, I already explained you before also. Power View is used to create visuals, guys, by taking dataset as source. It's a simple definition for Power View. Power View is used to create visuals. We are going to create visuals here. Then we are going to create reports. And how we are going to do it by taking the dataset as a source. So here dataset would come from the Power Pivot. If you have seen carefully the videos earlier, whatever I have told. So we are generating in Power Pivot, we are generating the dataset with the help of data modeling and enhancement of data model. We are generating the dataset there, and that dataset then we are using as a data source for the Power View to create visuals and reports, guys. So visuals, earlier also I have mentioned visuals. They are the graphical representation of data, guys. Visuals are the graphical representation of data. So let's start with Power BI, guys. Let me click on this. This is a shortcut for Power BI desktop. We are going to start from here. Let's click on this blank report, guys. If you carefully observe the things, guys, see, we have got so this is what the thing is. Let's first take the data source, because they are just telling us to get data here. How we'll get the data here, guys? Go to get data, go to Excel, because the data source would be Excel now. So we are going to take any Excel file. We'll take sample superstore, guys. So in this, 3 tables are there: orders table, people table, returns table. As returns and people table are not in good shape, let's take only orders table this time, guys. So now we are going to, as the table is in proper shape, we are just going to load it, guys. Let's load it directly. We have loaded the orders table. We'll load one more table, guys. Employee DPT. So from this, we are going to load EMP table, DPT table, and manager table. We'll load these 3 tables, guys. So till it loads, let me give you some clarity on some of the thing. So Power BI user interface. Let's talk about the user interface, guys. See, Power BI desktop user interface. It is divided into 5 parts, guys. First is fields pane. It's a fields pane. Second one, it's a visualization pane. Third one is filters pane. Fourth one is multiple views, guys. Multiple views. Fifth one is report canvas, guys. Sixth one is filters pane, visualization pane. Oh, I've left something here, guys. So after filters pane, it's a ribbon. It is called as ribbon. Ribbon would be there. So this is 5, this is 6. Now we have got 7th one. 7th one is a pages section, guys. Pages section. So when I'm talking about Power BI desktop user interface, these are the parts into this: fields pane, visualization pane, filters pane, ribbon, multiple views, report canvas, pages section. So let's go here. Let me explain you this, guys, properly. So I've got something. Zoom it. Not this, guys. Okay, it might be here. So, guys, see this one I'm drawing here is this one. This one is a fields pane, guys. This one is a fields pane. Second one is a visualization pane. This is a visualization pane here. After that, filters pane, guys. This is a filters pane. After that, this particular thing, it is called as ribbon. This is called as ribbon. This UI part is called as ribbon. Here we get multiple views, guys. And after that, here we get report canvas. We get report canvas. And these are like pages section, guys. Here we have got pages section. So if you carefully observe here, guys, if you carefully observe here, we have got 5 sections and I have divided those 5 sections here. So this is a fields pane. This is a fields pane. Now let me start with it. Let's start here, fields pane. So fields pane will contains list of tables which we loaded into Power Pivot. It's a proper definition for that, self-explanatory. So this is a definition for that. So whatever data, whatever list of tables which we are going to load into Power Pivot from the ETL, from the Power Query, those column names, those tables would be visible in fields pane. So here I have taken like 3 tables. I've taken around 4 tables here. So these I have loaded. This is a pure data because there was no use of, like, there was no need of transformation. So we have loaded directly from the Power Pivot here. So if you carefully observe, if in the DPT table, if I want to expand this expand button is there. If I click on this, it will expand and it will let me know the columns. What are the columns available here, guys? So what are the columns available here for this particular visual? If I want to know, I need to expand this expand button, everything, like here also. This is an employee table. These are the corresponding columns for this. Here also the same. And if we don't need it, we can again switch off this expand thing. So this is the expand button whenever we need some kind of information. So whenever we expand any table, we'll see the columns in it. We use the columns to build the visuals. So for example, let's take an example of, for example, if I want to show the quantity sold, guys. So simply what I'll just take the card visual here. I'll take here card visual. I'll simply write the quantity thing here. I'll simply write the quantity. I'll click on this. Then it would be directly get selected here. Okay. This is another way. If I click on here, it would get selected here simply. Again, now here in this pane, it would be visible here. Now, if I again remove from here, if I drop this again, here again we can show. So both the things are okay. But sometimes we get this dropping process easy. So we are taking this dropping here. So let me just do some formatting here, guys. Let me do it. The category label, we'll just make it 25. And we'll just make this category label as 15. Yeah. So we'll make this bold a little bit. So this is a visual here. Let me get some kind of border to this. In the effects, if we go to visual border, we'll just select it on. We'll just select the color for that. We'll just select the gray color for that. I'll increase some width for this so that it should look good. So this is my visual, guys. Okay. This is the visual which I want. So if you carefully observe, guys, in the fields pane, now I'll show you something here. Now we'll get rid from this. Okay, let's go here. Now if you see here carefully, the departmental table D, E, M, O, they are in sequential orders, guys. They're in alphabetical orders. If you see it properly, these are assigned, the table names are assigned into a alphabetical manner. Why it is assigned like that? In order to we can select it anytime. Like any column, any table, we would be able to select it. For that purpose, it is in sequential order. And if we go to inside the table also, it is following the same sequence, alphabetical sequence. It is following A to Z. Top would be A and the last would be Z. Anytime, like if you see any table here, you will see the same sequence, alphabetical sequence. So this is for the ease of the usage. It has been provided like that. Okay. But on the other hand, if you see in this table view, you won't find it like that. You won't find it. You won't find it. Little bit sometimes. See, this M is here, J is here, H is there. See, they are not following the same sequence here in the table view. Only in the fields pane, you would be able to see it in the sequential manner. The table name also, the column names also, guys. Need to note these things. Okay. And whenever there is a search functionality at the top, whenever we want to find some kind of column, for example, if I want to find the sales column, I can directly write it from here. I can directly click it, or I can directly drop it to the visual. This is another feature in the fields pane. We can experience the things. So this was field panes, guys. We are having the search functionality. Now, this is a fields pane. Now, the most important pane here is a visualization pane. This is a visualization pane, guys, here. Here, whatever pane you can find it here, this is visualization pane. So let's go to this visualization pane. To present the data, what is the definition of this? Is to present the data in graphical format. In a graphical format, we will have visuals in visualization pane. See, our data is available with us. But we need to present that data in a graphical format so that it should be understandable to the clients. So if you see here properly, altogether the visuals are around like 250. It is not visible here, guys, now, but there are like, if one thinks of using all the visuals, it would be around 250 visuals, guys. 250 visuals. In this 250 visuals, these whatever visuals which you can see from here, these are around 30 visuals. These are called as default visuals, guys. These are called as default visuals. So whatever you can see the visuals here, these are the default visuals. And for example, if the clients are not satisfied, see 99%, 90%, the clients would be satisfied by using these visuals only. Whatever clients would be having queries, we would be able to solve with this thing only. But like 2%, 3% or 5%, if the clients are there, if they are not satisfied these visuals, there is a provision to use custom visuals, guys. Here there is an option called the 3 dots, get more visuals. So if we click on this get more visuals, we are having a platform here where we can select whatever visuals we would like to use. So including that default visuals, whatever visible here, these are the default visuals. Including this custom visuals, we have got 250 visuals around. So whatever visuals, we can able to select it. We can select it. See, and Microsoft maximum are there, like offered by Microsoft Corporation only. So these are Microsoft only which is offering this. So simply if we click on this, for example, if we click on this, if I want to use this visual, we can directly add like this here. There is an add option here, and this visual would be seen here. This visual would be added here. See, guys, import successful. The visual was successfully imported to this report. So this visual, this is a custom visual. See, wherever the clients are not happy with this, we are going to use the custom visuals. Altogether, 250 visuals are there into this. These are the default visuals, guys. Okay, these are the default visuals. And the one which I have shown and added here is a custom visuals. We have got a huge variety of custom visuals, guys. Now let's see the filter section, guys. This was a visualization pane we have seen. Okay. Now I'll see, and whatever leftover part is, that is not a part of UI, we are going to consider it in the coming classes. So now this is a filters pane. Now one would be thinking, like, why this filters pane is there? This is called as a filters pane. Now, for example, if I show, let's see this sum of quantity, which is visible here, this 38K, guys, this 38K is for all the regions, guys, right? See, we have got around, how many regions are there? let's see the regions. Where we'll find the regions, guys? Regions. So yeah, so this is a region, guys, here. If you see the regions, if I go here, this is the regions from the orders table. From the orders table, I am just seeing the region. If I click on this, how many regions we have got, guys? 4 regions we have got. We have got central, we have got east, we have got south, we have got west. So these are the 4 regions, guys, we have got. Now, whatever data it is showing, the quantity, sum of quantity, it is for 4 regions, guys. It is for 4 regions. Now, if some of the client comes to me, if there is a requirement that he wants to only see the central region data, he wants to only see the central region quantity, sum of quantity, then what will be my approach is, I would be simply taking the regions column. I would be simply taking this region column, which is in orders table. I'll just drag it here. Okay. And this is an option here called filters on this visual. So here, if I click on this central, we are having the regions here, and these are the some of the rows which are available for this. So if I want to show the central amount, central region quantity, sum of quantity, I'll simply select on this central. See, guys, now here it has been reduced because we are just showing it the central region sum of quantity. Now, how we can be assured that this is central region only? Let's click on this filter, guys. See, this is a filter symbol here. Region is central. Now from here we come to know that what filter is applied here is region is central filter is applied. From this, if we hover here, we'll got to know region is central. Now if the clients come to me, okay, central column it is okay. Now you show me central and east region. So simply I'll just select east here. I'll simply go here. Now it has changed. Now again see. Now the region is central or east. This region is central or east. So central and east region, sum of quantity it is showing. So likewise, we are able to show here. So whenever such kind of condition is there, we are going to show. We are going to show the filters here. We are going to show the columns which needs to be filtered here. So for this purpose, we are using the filters pane. This is a filters pane. Okay. Simply like another example, if I want to show region wise sales, simply drag region into this, simply drag sales into this. If I drag sales into this, this is a table visual. This is a table visual. Let's zoom in a little bit. This we are having a zoom in option here. So here there is a zoom in option. If we zoom in here, if for this filter also, here if I want to see the central data, I'll simply go here, I'll simply click on central. So it will show only central. If I want to show east, it will show. If I want to show south, it will show south. Likewise, the filters can be applied. So for that purpose, the filters pane is there. So for this purpose, we have got filters pane. Let's delete this, guys. We don't need this actually. Remove. Yeah. So we are here. So this was a filters pane. Now in the top, if you see it properly, this is a ribbon. This is a ribbon. This is called as a ribbon. This particular section, it is called as ribbon. This is a ribbon section, guys. Here in this ribbon, multiple GUI options would be there. There are multiple GUI options, guys. So ribbon will contain multiple tabs. Each tab will contain GUI option. GUI means graphical user interface. This is one GUI option, guys. This is another GUI option. Get data is a GUI option. Excel workbook is a GUI option. Enter data is a GUI option. See, these are all the GUI options. You have got many tabs here. Into that tabs, you have got GUI options, which is used for developing reports and visuals, guys. Which is used for developing reports and visuals. So multiple tabs are there. Home tab. See, we have got, see, these are called as tabs, guys. Home tab, insert tab, modeling tab, view tab, optimize tab, help tab. These are the types. Now, if I show you something, see, now only 5 tabs are there. Home, insert, modeling, view, optimize, help. Okay, these we are not considering that much. But when we select any visual, guys, another two more tabs have been added. That is called as format and data drill tabs. Okay, if I get rid of this again selection, they will be vanished. They would not be visible here. Again, if I click on this, you would see some more format, data drill. You have got this. Under this also you have got GUI options. Under this also we have got GUI options. We are going to see it one by one. No worries on this. So these are the GUI options which we have got, which is necessary for us to develop something, reports and visuals, guys. So by end of the course, you will get the idea of this GUI option in detail. So because we will be using it constantly for the development purpose, you would got to know all this GUI options in detail. Now, this was a report. This was a ribbon, guys. This was called as ribbon. Now, the other part is a multiple views, guys. Multiple views. So here, if you hover here, you have got 3 views, guys. Leave this. This is not a view. This is I'll just focus on this afterwards. But now here we have got 3 views. First one is a report view. Second one is a table view, and third one is a model view. Model view, we know it very well. What we have done in model view yesterday or day before yesterday in the class. We have just given the table relationships. Here we'll see the relationships between the tables. Data modeling part we have to do here in this model view. In this table view, we are going to see the tables in details. What are the columns they have got? What rows they have got? What is the number of rows they are having? Like this, we will see this. And this is a report view where we are going to create the visuals. And the place, this white place here, it is called as reporting canvas. It is called as report canvas. This white space where we are going to develop the visuals, it will be called as report canvas. So see, what is a purpose? We are just more focusing on this naming nomenclature and these things is whenever in the interview, interviewers ask you, whenever you answer some answers, whenever you answer the questions, whatever he asks, you should be technically sound enough. While talking, you should mention, if he asks you where you will find the gate data, you would be able to answer it. In the ribbon we'll find the gate data. In the ribbon we'll find the gate data. Where you will find the visualizations, we will find the visuals in the visualizations pane. So this technical terms plays an important role, guys. So whenever I will tell you, like, okay, go to fields pane, go to employee table. So you would understand that this is a fields pane, and here in the orders table, I am just navigating you to go there. If I am telling you go to multiple views, in that you select table view. So you should be able to select here the table view. If I am telling you report canvas, where it is report canvas, on the report canvas, if this visual is there, that visual you select. So these technical terms, whenever you talk, whenever you answer some questions for the interviews, you would be able to use this kind of technical terms. It is very much mandatory to use this to have a positive impact on the interviewer, guys. So whenever you know this UI things, it would be easier for you to develop the things. So this technical terminology, you need to use it whenever the interviewers would ask you on this, or while conversation also, you need to use this. Now this was so we have seen now this multiple views. We have seen these 3 multiple views. We have seen the report canvas here. The last part is the pages section. There is a pages section here. Pages section is used to, so simply I'll write. So we have just seen this. We'll go to this pages section. So pages section will be, pages section is used, it's used to add, delete, or rename, duplicate, hide, and delete the pages, guys. Delete the pages. So this kind of, in the pages section, you might be seeing that this pages section is little bit less. But if you hover on this, if you click on this, you are having many functions here. You can able to add a new page here. Okay, you can add a new page here. On this, if you click, you can able to duplicate it. See, it would be duplicated like this. You are able to duplicate it. Now, if I go, you are able to rename it. You can rename this to 4 page or something like that. You can rename it like this. And if you see, you can able to delete it. See, this duplicate page would be deleting. It is asking me to, but I'll not. So delete is there, hide is there. Now this hide functionality, I'll just explain to you in this coming classes. So, and one more thing, we can able to move this anywhere. See, like this kind of provision it is offering to us. We are able to move it anywhere, wherever we want to take this out. So this was a pages section. So altogether, we have seen the 7 sections, guys, for the UI, for the Power BI desktop UI. We have seen the 7 sections now. See, this one is a fields pane. This one is a visual pane. This one is a ribbon, guys. This one is a filters pane. This one is a filters pane. This one is multiple views. This is a report canvas. This is what? This is pages section. So these many 7 sections we have got. Now, the next topic for today's thing is visual interactions, guys. So visual interactions, I'll simply, for visual interactions, we'll need to make some kind of visuals, guys, in order to demonstrate you. So let's make those first visuals, guys. The category label, if you go to 13, yeah, that would be fine. If I go and take it black, yeah, that's fine. So this is a report section. This is a card visual which would be showing sum of quantity. We'll take another card visual, guys. We'll take another card visual which we can show total sales. So let's search here sales, guys. See this sales. I'm simply dragging the sales here. I'll simply do the format painting here like this. So the format painting is done here, guys. I'll simply reshape it a little bit in order to look good. Okay, this is my second visual, guys. Okay, let's make it a little bit here. Let's make it aligned to this. Okay. Now the third one is third visual, whatever we'll take it as a profit, total profit we are going to check. Let's search here, profit. We'll drag this profit into this, though the profit is dragged. In order to save time, we'll just format paint here so that it would be visible here. So this is profit. Okay, it's visible here clearly now, guys. So we have got 3 visuals. Let's make another visual to show category wise sales. How we'll show the category wise sales? Let's select the pie chart here, guys. Pie chart, if we show here, we want to show the category wise sales. So let's select category from here. Let's drop it here. Let's take sales. Let's take also drop it here into this. So we'll get this pie chart here, guys, which will be showing you the sum of sales category. Okay, let's format this. Okay, let's format this into this format. We need to show just will of this legend. We'll make this data value category data value. We'll make it. Okay, I think the font is more for here. So simply we'll take it 12, 13. Okay, we'll make it bold. Oh, we'll take it around 10. We'll make it bold so that it should be visible to us properly. Okay, so this is a visual. This shows sales by category wise sales. Okay, we'll take another visual called as donut chart. We'll make some visual into this. We'll show here region wise profit, guys. Region wise sales will show here. So we'll simply drag here. We'll search for region. We'll simply drag the region here, guys. Oh, sorry. So we'll simply drag it region here. We'll simply drag sales also. Simply drag sales here. Okay. So we have got this. Let's do the format painting here. Okay. So this is what the visual we have got now. So we are here, guys. Another visual, if I want to show the subcategory wise sales, guys, if I want to show the subcategory wise sales, let me reshape it a little bit. Yeah. So, okay, we'll show now the subcategory wise sales with the help of this tree map. Okay. So here we'll drag subcategory. subcategory will drop, and we'll drag the sales, guys. So let's drag this sales. Okay, we have got this. Oh, sorry, we have got this. Okay, this is something like this. We have got this here. Let's keep it here a little bit. No, yeah, that's fine. Now, guys, see, one question is there. We have made this. Okay, I'm going to explain you the visual interaction here. That is also fine. But if I ask you a single question, see, this all data is for all the regions, guys. We have got 4 regions. We have got 4 regions. We have got South, West, East, Central. So this data is for all the regions. Now, for example, client comes to me. Okay, I want this all the visuals for the central region. I want to check. So simply I'll go to this. I'll simply do one by one here. I'll go to this visual. I'll simply put here. I'll make it here central only. I'll select only central here. Here also I'll do the same. Here I'll drag something. Here region I drag again. Okay. Here I'll show another central for this. Here I'll show another central by dragging this region. Likewise. So these are for the central region. This also, what I'll do is I'll just drag into this, the central one. I'll simply drag the region column here. Now this is showing me for central. So likewise, if they ask me, firstly they'll ask me for central region, then they'll ask me for east region, then they'll ask me for west region. So simply these many visuals I need to actually develop. I will be developing these many visuals, like these many pages it would add on. For east region, another page, for that south region, another page. Likewise, no. So what we can do it here is simply there is no necessity to do this like this. Simply we'll just get rid of these visuals. Okay. We haven't selected anything here. For this visual also, we'll get rid of this. Okay. Now, if you see here, we have got here one visual where the region is being shown. Where the region is being shown. This is the region. This is the visual where the region is being shown. Now, if I want to see the south data, if I want to south, simply I'll click on this south. Okay, leave south because south is having not the good data. I will see central. Okay. See, guys, central. See the central. Now, if I'm clicking onto this data points, all the visuals are showing the changes in that. If you carefully observe, these are been highlighted. These are been highlighted. It has been filtered. These are been filtered. These values are filtered. Now, if I click on south region, see, we don't have any south region cells here, specifically the cells. That's why I think some filter is applied here or what. Oh, yeah. Some filter is applied here. That's why it's not showing. Yeah. So if I go to south, see, I'm getting the same value here. I'm getting the same value here. See, for the south. If I want to west, so someone can directly check the region-wise sales, region-wise information by just clicking on the data point here. See, if I click on this east, this all data is of east. Oh, 1 minute. Let me start the data labels for that in order to see the values. See, the values are not visible earlier. So now if I click on south, see the south related things, it is showing me, it is highlighting the things. Here also it is highlighting the things. Here also it is filtering the things. Okay. So in this way, I can simply, if I want two regions to be visible, I'll simply click on this central first, and then I'll click on this. Then I'll press Control, and then I'll click on south. So if you see here, see central and south region data has been filtered. Here also what? See here, filter option is there here. I can able to see central and region filter is applied. Central and region filter is applied. See both the things. So if I want to select the west also into this, see now, we are getting now 3 regions data: central region, south region, west region, guys. Simply I'll hover onto this filter symbol here, so that I'll got to know what filters has been applied. So this is called as visual interaction. Whenever we click on any of the data point in any of the visuals, the other visuals will act and will give their, whether it is filtering, whether it is highlighting, or whatever it is, it will be giving that whenever we click on that. So when we select a data point in one visual, all other visuals in the report page will filter the data because of the visual interactions. Whenever we select a data point in one visual, guys, all the other visuals in the report page will filter the data because of visual interactions. So these are because of visual interactions. Now, okay, we have seen. Now, if I want to select the central region, I'll select the central region and I'll press Control key and I'll press this technology. So now, what is selected, guys? We'll see. See now, technology is selected and central is selected because I've pressed the Control key and see this kind of regions we are able to see into this filter. So this data belongs to central region and technology category. So if I want to get rid of this, I'll simply go here. I'll click on this. Simply we'll be here. Now, if I want to see only the subcategories for technology, I'll simply click on this technology and only the subcategories. See, everything is grayed off here. Only the values which are been visible. Phones comes under technology. See, machines comes under technology. Accessories comes under technology. Copiers comes under technology because the value has been visible here. For others, if you observe it carefully, it is 0.00k, 0.00k. Why this is because of highlighting. So I'll just show you why it is happening. So only the technology related subcategories are visible here onto this chart. Now if I go to office supplies, if I click on office supplies, only office supplies related subcategories would be visible here. Only office related subcategories would be visible here. See, office supplies filter has been applied. So only binders, appliances, and many are there where we have got values, where we have got these data labels on. That data belongs to this office supplies. Likewise for furniture also, guys. Furniture, bookcases, tables, these are visible here. Others are grayed off. See, 00 values there, 00 values there, 00 values there. So this is called as visual interaction, guys. This is the process of visual interactions. Now we have got around like 3 types of visual interaction. We have got for visuals will support. They are having like 3 types of visual interaction. What are those visual interaction is? Visual interaction. So we have got visual interaction 3 types. First one is highlight action, guys. Highlight action. Second one is highlight action. Second one is filter action. Third one is none action. So I'll just simply explain on this. We have got these many visual interaction, guys. 3 types of visual interactions. Now we'll see one by one what it is actually. See now, I'll simply explain you on this. For example, if I click on technology, guys, now tell me what is highlighting and what is filtering. See, this color is grayed off. Here. We are not able to see the values here. So here, what option has been selected? This is highlighting. Guys. Here also highlighting is there. But if you see onto these 3 visuals, it is filtering, guys. Just try to understand the difference between this highlighting and filtering, guys. See the highlighting and filtering. So there is a requirement. Let's see that requirement first, guys. So highlight action is something like that. If we click on any data point, corresponding thing will be highlighted, guys. If we click on any data points, the corresponding thing, for example, if I am just clicking on any of the data points here, the corresponding thing will be highlighted, guys. The corresponding thing would be highlighted and other remaining portion will be grayed out. If you see it properly here, 0.00, this is grayed out. Only the numbers, the data label which is visible here for the technology thing filter, that is called as highlighting. Some of the visuals will be highlighted and some of the visuals will be get filtered. So I told you, like this is highlighted, and some of the other thing is filtered, guys. So some of the visuals, there is a category which will support highlighting, which will support filtering. So in our case, the card visuals here, this will only support filtering, guys. Rest of the other charts, this will support highlighting, This all three would be supporting highlighting. This will be supporting only filtering. So only filtering would be there. Here we won't find any kind of grade or anything like it is grayed or it is not visible. So here just try to understand the difference between the filtering and the highlighting. So I'll come out of this. For example, if I select furniture region, only this would be highlighted. Only these things are highlighted where the data labels are visible. All the things are grayed out. So this is a highlighting. Here also, this portion is highlighted, guys. For this furniture, this portion is highlighted and this portion is having these many values, guys, here. So this is highlighted. This is also highlighted. So what I mean to say here is there is a proper protocol here. First priority is the highlighting action, guys. Whenever I click on any of the data point, it is a usual tendency that the first priority would be given to the highlighting and the second priority would be given to the filter action. Second priority would always show. So whatever visual, for example, in this case, the highlighting is not applicable. So the first priority they will leave, they'll choose the second priority and it will get filtered, guys. But on the other hand, these three visuals are having the tendency to get highlighted. So they will highlight. And the second one would be, the second priority will be the filtering, guys. Now let's move on to some technical requirement, guys. For example, client wants to change the default visual interaction. This is just a default visual interaction. Okay, the protocol is already decided. This is a default interaction. Whatever we are seeing, clicking on this will filter this, will highlight this, these things. These are all the default visual interactions. Now, if the client wants to change that, for example, what is this requirement is the card visual should not change. Like if I highlight here also, it should not change. Otherwise, see now, if I'm clicking on this, it is changing, guys. If I'm clicking on here, it is changing, guys. It is filtering the values, but it should not filter. That is the first requirement. And if I select in this, here only filtering should be applicable. Here only filtering should be applicable, guys. Okay. So I'll just simply tell you what is the requirement for this card visuals. It should not change. Okay. Whatever I select, it should not change. Okay. For this, here highlighting should not be there. Here only filtering should be there. No. Now, if we are going to disturb this default visual interaction, how we can able to do that is we have to go to format, guys. Simply see. If I click on this, see on the basis of this, see what is that? Whenever I do changes here on the basis of this, here the changes should not be visible. Here the only filtering should be applicable. Here only filtering should be visible. Okay, that is the thing. So I need to select this first visual because it is the changes are based on this. I need to go to format. I'll go to edit interactions, guys. Now, if you look here carefully, we are in the edit interactions, guys. Okay, we are in the edit interactions. This is the edit interactions. So whatever we have selected here, whatever visual, I think some wrong clicking is done. Wait, because we need to see the edit interaction for this also. For this, it is not visible. So let's go here. Sorry. Let's go to format. Okay. Just wait. Okay, just select this. We'll just select this. Wait, guys. Oh, yeah. Now, if I select this, okay, I don't want the edit interactions to happen. Okay, now we'll get rid of this. We'll go to this. We'll go to format. We'll go to edit interactions. Yes. Now, guys, if you have seen, you can see some of this are there. Like this is called as filter. This symbol is called as filter. This symbol is called as none. Okay. This symbol is called as filter. This symbol is called as highlight. This symbol is called as none. Okay. It is repeated for this visual also. If you see guys here, this is filter. This is highlight. This is none. only this visual is not having these three features. Why? Because we want the visual interactions to work on the basis of the clicking into these visuals. That's why we have selected this, and then we went to format, and then we went to edit interactions. So what is the first requirement is, for this we don't want any kind of actions to happen. See here, for this kind of visual, only two types of actions are applicable. First action is filter action, second action is none action. Filter action, none action. Because this kind of visual only support, it will not support the highlight. It will only support the filter, and it will only support the none. So for this visual, that is a part. But these visuals, they can support the filter, they can support the highlight, they can support the none. So what is the requirement is, when we click on to this particular visual, there should be no change here. So what we can make it, we'll simply go and select none here. We'll simply go and select none here, because we don't want anything to happen to this. And for this kind of visual, we want the filtering to happen. We want the filtering to happen. So this is what? This is filter. This is what? This is highlight. So highlight we don't want. We want to filter. So simply we'll click on this filter, guys. Okay. And here, if you want something, okay, this is also another visual. If you want here the filter option, we'll just, where is this? Yeah, we'll just highlight this, guys. Okay. So now understand the things. Now I simply go to edit interaction. I'll come out of this. Okay. Now we don't have any editing. We don't have any visuals here, or we don't have any those symbols here for the visual interaction. Now we'll simply click on technology, guys. Now, if I clicked on technology, I've clicked on the technology. What are the changes which are visible to you? See, earlier when I used to click on this technology, I used to get more boxes here, guys. But those boxes would be having, those sections would be having, those subcategories would be having 00 category value, 00 data label here, 00 category value here, 00 category value here. But when I have filtered this, I am getting only the sections which are related to this technology. Only those subcategories I am able to see here, which are related to this technology, guys. So that is the difference between filter and highlight. Okay. Now simply, and here the another changes, the first requirement from the clients is, this value should not change wherever I click. See, wherever I click, these values are not getting changed. We are getting changes only here and only here. And here we are getting the highlighting, guys. See, highlighting is there. This grayed out part is there. Combination of grayed out part and this part is highlighting, guys. So we have selected here, while selecting the edit interactions, we have selected here highlighting, we have selected here filtering, we have selected here none. Now let me show you something again. If we go to format again, if we click on edit interaction, now what I'll do is, we have selected here filter, guys. Okay. Now I'll go on highlight here. I'll go on highlight here. Let's get rid of this first. Okay. I'll go here, highlight. Okay. I'll go here, highlight, and we don't have any other options here, guys. And if you want to filter this, we can also do that. Okay, but we'll not do that. We simply want that it should not be changed, guys. Okay. Now I'll simply come out of this edit interaction. Now I'll simply click on technology. Now you can see the changes, right? Earlier, when I have selected filter here, it used to show me only these phones, only accessories, only the required columns which are having the values, which are having the sales values into that. But now if I have clicked highlight, here all the other, the grayed part is also showing, which are having 00 value in that. They are also being shown. Now this is what the edit interactions thing is, where we have to format this, where as per the client requirement, when we don't want the other visuals to get changed, or if we want to change the default interactions to any other interactions, custom interactions, we are going to use these edit interactions, guys. So we have seen the changes now. We'll simply keep it to filter, guys. Okay. We'll keep it to filter now. Okay. And we'll just go to edit interaction and we'll see the things. Oh, we haven't kept it for filter, I guess. Let me see. Okay. Highlight. No, we want it to get filtered. Okay. Let's come out of this. Let's see now. Technology, it's getting filtered. Office supplies, it is getting filtered. Furniture, it is going filtered. These are unchanged because we have just selected it none. So whenever Our definitions would be, I would write the definitions into this notepad, and I'll just share it to you. So while talking about visual interaction, we have got three types here: highlight action, filter action, none action. So we have seen what the highlight will show, what the none will show, and what the filter will show. We have seen this, guys. So today we have covered in this class, we have seen the introduction to Power View. We have seen the Power BI desktop user interface. We have seen the visual interactions. In this user interface, we have seen the 7 sections, guys: fields pane, visualization pane, filters pane, ribbon, multiple views, report canvas, pages section we have seen in this. Then we have seen the visual interactions, like how the central region, as per the central region, how other visuals are going to change. That is called as visual interactions, guys, which I have demonstrated. After that, I have demonstrated the 3 types of visual interactions, where we can see the highlight action, how it behaves, filter action, how it behaves, none action, how it behaves. We have seen setting filters between all the visuals in the report page. This also we have seen. So these are the things we have covered today. So next tomorrow, tomorrow we don't have. On Monday, we'll see the class 2 for this Power View module. We'll see some good topics into Power View. We'll go in more depth. We'll see these visualizations maybe. So here I stop taking class 2 for Power View. We have finished the Power View first class. We have actually started a module, Power View. In that we have before this class, like in the first class, I have given you the introduction to Power View. I have also explained Power BI desktop user interface. We have seen visual interactions. We have seen types of visual interactions. So, like while talking about Power BI desktop user interface, we have seen the fields pane on the right. Near to fields pane, we have seen the visualization pane, where around 250 visuals we can use. So from that, the visuals which are available in the Power BI desktop, those are called as default visuals. If the client is not satisfied with that, we can also use custom visuals. We can get more visuals. Near to that, we have seen the filters pane. Above that, there is a ribbon where home and all the GUI options are available. So those GUI options we have to use, get data, transformation, those things. Then we have multiple views. We have seen the multiple views. Let's start with the Power BI desktop. I'm opening this. This is a desktop shortcut. So we have seen the multiple views. The first view is a report view, which is used for creating the visuals. The second view is a data view. It's an earlier name. So let's give it as table view. Table view, because its name has been changed. Table view, where we used to do the transformation, where we used to get, for if new information is to be used for making the reports and visuals, we'll be using DAX in the table view. Model view, where we see the modeling, data modeling, where we do the relationship between 2 or more tables. And then finally, we have got report canvas. So we have opened this Power BI desktop now. After that, there is a pages section at the bottom. So we have seen all these UI options there, user interface. Around 7 types we have seen last time. Then we have also seen the visual interaction. What do you mean by visual interactions? Then we have seen the types of visual interactions, like highlight, filtering, none. So these are the types of visual interactions we have seen. I've also explained how each would be working. Now today's class is all about filters in the Power View. Filters in the Power View. Let me define this first. Like filters are used to show subset of data from complete data. So this is a simple definition. Filters are used to show the subset of the data from the complete data. So wherever a complete data is there, from amongst that complete data, if we want to show the subset of the data, some specific data related to the complete data, we will be using the filters. So in detail, when data set contains complete data and when we need to show subset of data in the visuals reports, we will use filters in Power View. This is a simple definition of the filters. Let's see what we have got in the Power View. So let's take it here. So this is Power BI Desktop. Here we have to load some tables. In order to start with this, let's load some tables. Let's take it Excel as a data source. Let's see sample superstore first. Let's load some more tables. Let's take EMP, DEPT. Let's take some specific tables, DEPT, EMP, manager. Let's load this. So we have got the tables now. Let's see the modeling part. Let's see how many relationships are already been created. So I think maximum things are created. Orders, we don't have any dependency onto this. So let's not make the relationship because we don't want that. We don't have the relationship. We don't have any dependency of the making the visuals or reports on these two tables. So it's okay if we don't do the relationship part also. So finally, let's explore the filters in Power BI. See, this is a ribbon. I've already explained. This is a fields pane. This is a visualizations pane. Here we have got the pages section. Here we have got the multiple views, report view, table view, model view. This is reporting canvas. So the filters which I'm talking about is this filters pane. Here we are having number of options. We are having number of options here. So first of all, let's make something out of it. So initially we'll check this. Let's take sales table here. Let's make some visual border to that. So this is sum of sales. We'll make some more. Let's make it. So simply I'm doing copy paste by using Control C, Control V. So if I take this here, I want quantity to be sold. So simply I'll replace this sales with the quantity. Simply I'll replace this sales with the quantity. So we'll get a quantity here. Simply this sales which I have copied from here, Control C, Control V. I will be taking now profit here. So let's replace it with the profit. Where we have got profit. So profit if we replace, so we have got profit by sales. So this three visuals are ready. Let's make one more visual, that is pie chart. This is a pie chart, guys. From here I have taken pie chart. In the pie chart, we'll show around like category wise sales. So simply we'll see for category. We'll put category here. We'll simply drop sales also here. So this is pie chart. We'll simply modify this. We'll stop the legend. In the data labels, we'll just take category and data value. And we'll just, okay, that's fine. So title is good. Title we'll take in between, make it block a little bit. Visual data labels. In the values, we'll just increase the size a little bit. We'll take it to 12. So this is like in the, we'll give a visual border here, guys. So simply I've given visual border here. I've given width around, okay, width is fine. So this is category wise cells. I'll take one more, that is region wise. Let's make it region wise. Simply I've copy pasted it this here. Then simply we can in order, like we want the donut chart. So simply, because the cursor is here, we have already selected here. Let's take donut chart here, guys. I've taken donut chart, but we don't want the sales by category by sales. We want like region by sales. So region by sale instead of category, we'll just simply will replace it with region. So we have got the region by sales. Everything looks similar here. Okay, this is fine. Then the last one is we'll take subcategory by sales. We'll take this tree map. Into that, we'll make subcategory by sales. So subcategory, we'll simply drop it. Subcategory. And we'll just drag sales also. So subcategory by sales, it is ready here. So we have got this many visuals. Let's enable the data labels into this so that we could see the values of this. Okay. These are the options. So finally, we have made the visuals in order to play around with this. So simply, let's imagine that if I want to apply, we are having, let's see first, let's first see the columns into this orders table. When I'm talking about region, this is a data. Okay. This is data, row ID, order date, ship mode, customer name, segment, country. If we go directly to the region, we'll see here, we have got around like 4 region data, central data, east data, south data, west data. So see, we are having like 9,994 rows here in this orders table. See, you can see here. And we have got like 4 distinct values for the regions. So we have got 4 region values here. Okay. So simply, like this is a sales value. Currently, this sales value, when nothing is selected, like when no filters are selected. See, I have selected here. I have selected here this proper visual. If nothing is selected here, no filter has been selected here. So it is showing for all the regions. So this value is for all 4 regions: west, east, central, south. This quantity is also for all the 4 regions. This sum of profit is all for all the 4 regions. Let's imagine like there is a requirement from the client that the client only wants to see the central data. He wants to only see the central data. So simply what we'll do, if he wants to see the central region sales data, so simply he'll click here. In the filters, we'll simply drag region because we are looking for central region. So whenever I drag in so it is like this. Earlier it is like this. Simply when I drag the column, it looks like this. When I click on this expand button, see there is an expand or collapse filter card. If I expand on this, we will be seeing the 4 regions which are available. The 4 regions which are available. So these are the 4 regions which are available. Now these 4 regions in front of central region, you can see like 2323. In front of east, it is 2848. In front of south, it is 1620. So what these are, guys? These are the rows. These are the rows. We have seen in the table view that we have got around 994 rows. So simply it is giving us an idea that central region, these many number of rows. So these are the number of rows, guys. So if I want to apply, if I want to see the central region sales, simply I'll click on this and we'll apply the filter. So we have got the central region filter here. Let's see. Yeah, we have got the region is central. So we have got this. So this is for the region. Now the same thing, for example, we have applied to this. Okay, if in this sum of sales by region, if I want to see the west region, guys, simply I'll click this, I'll click on this, I'll go here, I'll simply see for region column. Because region column is already available here, because region column has been used here. That's why the region column is available here. And sum of sales is already available here. So for creating this visual, we are already using region and sales. So I don't need to drop again. I don't need to drag again this region column here. I can simply go here. I can simply check. Okay, I'll show East data here. So if I simply click on this, so this is East data, East, only East. I have applied for a filter called East here. So this is how we apply the filters. I have applied the filters. Now let me tell you one thing. When I clicked on this card visual, this card visual is only using the sales column as this card visual. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. See, earlier it was like this. Only sales column was there because we are using only sales column. So when I want to apply the region filter here, when I want to see the data for central region sales data, so I need to drag the column because the column is not available there. So simply I'll see the central, I'll click on here central, and we can see the data here. So what's the difference between this and this is here the region column is already there because, sorry, the region column is already there in this and it is available here. That's why I don't need to drag again the region. I have simply applied the filter. So this is what the filter has been applied, and this proper filter, the name is called as filters on this visual. Filters on this visual. Okay, filters on this visual. So whenever a filter has been applied on any single visual, this is a 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 single visual. Whenever there is a need to apply any single filter on any single visual, any filter on any single visual, then that would be, we would be using filters on this visual. Okay, let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this and let's get, sorry guys, let's get rid of this as well because we have applied the filters here. Okay, so this is filters on this visual. So when we are talking about filters, we are having around, there are types of filters in Power View. See, this is an important topic, guys. Whenever in an interview, always they used to ask types of filters. Types of filters they used to more focus on. So this is an important topic. So we have got around four types of filters. One is, sorry guys. So the first one is filters on this visual. Filters on this visual. Second one is filters on this page. Third one is filter on all pages. Filters on all pages. And the fourth one is drill through filters. Drill through filters. Drill through filters. So we have got around four types of visuals here. Let's see. Like I was talking about the filters here. So we have seen the first type of filters on this visual. We are having another type is filters on this page. We are having filter on all pages. Okay. And there is one more filter. If you scroll it a little bit, this is called as drill through filters. It is also a type of filter. So this is also a type of filter, drill through filters. Okay. Now, earlier, now these are the names. Earlier, there was a name for this as visual level filters. Earlier, there was a name for this as filters, visual level filters. So any question can come. What do you mean by visual level filters or filters on this visual? Second one, what was the earlier name is page level filters. Page level filters. Page level filters. For the third one, that is filters on all pages, it is called as report level filters. Report level filters. So these were the names which were there earlier for this visual. Currently, these names are being used, whatever I have written. And the drill through filters is having the same name as they used to have earlier. Okay, so these are the filters. So let's take this first one. I have already explained to you guys what do you mean by filters on this visual. So whenever we need to filter the data only in one visual, we will use filters on this visual. Filters on this visual. It's a simple definition, guys. Self-explanatory, or it's called as visual level filters. Visual level filters. Okay. So let's see, guys. For example, let's see the difference here for the visual level filters. So For example, if I want to apply here filters, here, if I want to see the east central region sales, if I want to see on this visual, so I need to drag the region column here. Simply I need to drag, I need to use it, I need to apply central, okay, and this I need to do. So this is how filters needs to be applied. Now whenever the filter is to be removed from this, whenever a filter is to be removed from this, so what I can do is how to remove the filters, guys. Simply there are two options here. There are two options. Either I can remove the filter directly from here, or I can clear the filter from here. See, guys, if we are not using this column, this region column, we are not using in this visual. So whenever we need to remove the filters from this, we'll always delete this filter. We'll always remove the filter from here. We'll always remove the filter from here because the region column is we are not using. But whenever there is a condition like this where the region column is being used here and we are applying some filter onto this, like if I'm selecting central, so it is showing around like central region data. Now, if the client don't want these filters, if they want it to remove, then here can we, like what is suggestible here? Here we don't have the option to remove filters, guys. That's the difference. Here we don't have the options to remove filter. Here only we are having the clear filter option because this region column we can't remove because it has been used here. So there is a difference. Here we have clear filter, guys. So with this clear filter, if I click on that, if I click on clear filter, it will be directly clear. But here, if we see, we are having the option as, if we take the region column again on this visual, so if I apply there, so here we are getting two options, remove filter and clear filter. So it is always preferred to remove the filter from here if we want to remove the filter like this. That's the difference between this. Now you guys have seen here, whenever I have taken the region value or anything, if I want to again apply a region level filter here, if I am applying the region level filter in the filter type, there are number of options, guys. There are number of options, guys. See the options. These are the subtypes, guys. These are called as subtypes. Basic filtering is a subtype. Advanced filtering is a subtype. Basic filtering is a subtype. Top end filtering is a subtype. So these are the subtypes. This subtypes purely are based on the columns which we are using. If we are using the text column, because the region is a text column, if you see in this, like if I click on this region, see region is a text data type. Region is a text data type. So for the region text data type, we are having three options: advanced filtering, basic filtering, top end filtering. So these subtypes are purely dependent on the data type, whatever data type we are choosing here, guys. Whatever data type. Now, if I take any other data type also, let's see by trying another data type here. Let's see the number data type also. For example, like this is a number data type. See sales. If we go to the sales column here onto this, if we see it is a decimal number, it is a number data type, guys. It is a number data type. So we are having more options here. Then for disable, we'll see the number data type, any number data type we'll see, maybe profit. So guys, see, this is another number data type, profit. Here we'll see the same options. So it depends for the number data type and the text data type. These subtypes will be same. So let's see what are the subtypes we have got here is. So there are filter subtypes. These filters are having filter subtypes. There are 5 filter subtypes, guys. Filter subtypes. 5 filter subtypes are there. The first one is basic filtering. Second one is advanced filtering. Third one is top end filtering. So this one is the third option we have got. So these are the third. Fourth option we have got is relative date filtering. These are not related to this proper data type, relative filtering. Relative date filtering. And we have got like Fifth option, relative time filtering. Simply we'll copy paste here. Relative time filtering. So we have got this types of 5 subtypes. So based on data type, what I mean to say here is based on data type, whatever the data type of the column, data type of column, filter subtypes will change. Filter subtypes will change. So these option changes. So basically what I mean to say here is for the text and number data type, for the text and number data type columns, we are having 3 options. We are having these 3 options. So when the column which we are using in the filter section, when the column which we are using in the filters pane, if that column is of text data type or it is of number data type, then we will be getting these 3 options as filter subtypes. And whenever we go for date data type columns, so we'll be getting around 5 options, guys, here. Let me show you that. We have seen for the text and the number data type what options we are getting. So if I want to select date here, guys, so we will be having 5 options, guys, here. See, for the date, this is order date is a date data type. So when I'm using such kind of column here, we are having advanced filtering, we are having basic filtering, we are having related date, relative time, top n. So these are the 5 filter subtypes we will get as per the column data types. So this was regarding the filter subtypes. We'll see in detail in the coming classes this thing. Now the another type of filter is, so see whenever, guys, one more difference I need to show here is whenever I didn't click it anywhere, if I see in the filters pane, it is not visible for us where is filters on this visual. We can't see filters on this visual. Whenever we click something like this here, whenever we click something, then we'll get to see this filters on this visual options. Otherwise, this filters on this visual option is not available clearly. So what filters we need, what visuals we need to apply filters, that we need to first select, and then it will be visible, this filters on this visual. That's the difference, guys. Now the second type of visual is filters on this page. Now let's see, like if the client is here, now client is asking for a central level data. He wants to see the central region data, guys. If he wants to see the central region data, let's go to another page. Okay. Now let's see, Control A I have simply pressed here, guys. I'll be directly copy pasting this visuals here onto the page 2. I'll paste here simply. I have pasted. So in the page 1 also, the filters have been applied. In the page 2 also, the filters have been applied. So let's imagine like we are having around 2 or 4 or 5 pages here, or having different data. And for those 5 pages, if I want to apply a single filter, if I want to apply a region filter, like if those 5 pages should only show me the central region data, then what I need to do in this kind of condition, I need to go on with the filters on this page visual, filters on this page. So this proper visual, it would be working on this proper, only this page number 2 only. For this page number 2, if I want to apply this filter, central region filter, then simply what I need to do is I need to simply go here. I need to drag this here, and we need to select the central region. Now you can see all the details have been changed. Only central region data it is visible here. See, if you want to see, you can see from here, region is central. If you want to see, region is central. Let's see this central region. Let's see this central region. Central region. So this filter, this proper filter will be applied for this entire page, guys. Entire page. We can also select central and east. So central and east, both filters have been applied here. Currently, we are using only basic filtering. I'll be explaining you the other filter option also in the coming class. Now, if you see, I have applied two filters here. You will see two regions, central and east. Let's see here, central or east. Let's see here, central or east. Let's see any one out of it, central or east. So we have applied the central or east filters for the entire page. So whenever such kind of condition where the client is asking to apply the filters for, and we need to show the central region data only in any page, we will be using this filters on this page visual. Let's get rid of this. Now, this particular filter is only applied to this page. If I again go and if I again apply here this filter, central region filter, if I apply, so is this filter applicable to this guys? This page? No. This filter is only applicable to these guys. Only this page too, because the option is filters on this page. Filters on this page. So likewise, we will be applying the filters. The name for this is page level filter also. It's called as page level filter also. Now, whatever I have explained, we have another way of doing that same thing, guys. Like this is the central level filter. Central region, if I want to show only central region visuals here, what I can do it, what is the difficult way of doing is, simply go to individual visuals, apply filters on this visual. See, we can do that also. See, rather than get rid of this, let's get rid of this first. See, I'm just clearing this filter from here. This is a clear filter. Now everything is showing like all regions data here. Now, if I want to see only the central region visuals onto this, there are two ways, guys. The first way is simply going to this and applying filters on this visual. Simply going to this and applying region level filter here. Filters on this central region. I applied their central region. Again, I'll go to this. Again, I'll apply central region filter. Likewise, I need to go everywhere in each visual and I need to apply the central region filter, guys. This is the way of doing getting the client's requirements fulfilled. See, again, I'll again apply central region here. So I have applied here. So individually, I can go to this also. I can go to this also. I can go to this also. And I can apply filters on this visual and I can simply apply the region filter there. But this way is quite tedious, guys. And this is not recommended. This is not recommended to do that. When we are having the pages visual, when we are having the filters on this pages visual, then it is not recommended to go on directly with this. So two ways. This is the one way which I have explained, and the other way is filters on this page. So filters on this page. Now let's see, guys, report level filters or filters on all the pages. Filters on all the pages. Now, one more thing I forgot here is, so for this, if I apply region-wise filter, region equals to central. Okay. If I apply on this page. Now, if I again create another visual here, okay, I have applied the filters now. If I am creating another visual here, let's take card visual here. If I again take another visual here, so let's see. Let me pull in subcategory here. Okay, I'll simply do the count of that. Okay, so this is another visual which gives us the count of subcategory. Now as this filter is applied to this entire page, whatever visuals we'll add on that visuals also, it is automatically taking the filters as central region. Taking the filter, it is just taking the filters as central region is central. That's what I want to say. If I again increase some more visuals onto page, automatically as this visual is applied here on this page, whatever visuals would be there, it is applicable to those as well. That's what I mean to say here, guys. So we have seen the report level, sorry, page level filter. This is a page level filter. Secondly, let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this first, guys. Okay, this is again showing for all regions. This is again showing for all regions. So it is now showing for all regions. So now let's imagine there is a condition like client is coming. Okay, all the pages here, it should have east level region data only. it should show only east level region only. So simply what I'll go is, because we have got two pages here, we have got this option filter on all pages. Simply what I'll do is I'll go here, I'll simply apply the filter here, filters on all pages. Here I'll select only east data. I'll apply here east region only, because client wants to see only east. Now if I go here also, see the values are same, sum of sales is same, sum of quantity is same. Here also it is same, because I have applied here filters on all the pages, or report level filters, we can call it as report level filter. So it will work in that way. Even if I again create another page here, if I again create some visual here, or any page, if I again create something here, if I apply here something, see guys, sorry, yeah. If I take sales data here, if I see here sales, so why this sales is coming 678.78? Because if we see here, region is east. That filter has been applied. Whatever, how many pages you will develop here, on those all pages, that particular visuals would be applicable. For this visual also it is applicable. So we have seen this report level filters. Report level filter is, report level means filters on all the pages. So we have seen this guy now. Now let me tell you something about drill through. Let's make some modifications here, guys. Let's like copy this and simply copy this to some another page here. Okay. So now there is a requirement, guys. There is a requirement. What requirement we are having is, or before requirement, I would like to tell you something. For example, there is a condition where 20 visuals needs to be created, where 20 visuals needs to be created. So if you imagine like 20 visuals, we can't create 20 visuals onto the single page. So we need to create the visuals in number of pages, guys. Okay. So we will be creating some number of pages. If those visuals are related to each other, and we don't have space here, if something is there which is related to the other thing, like for example, 10 visuals I need to create. The 10 visuals, 5 visuals I'll create here, and another 5 related visuals I'll create to another page. So because of this space issue, we are not able to create 10 visuals here. We will be creating another 5 on the other page, guys. So in that condition, this is first condition which I have told you. Okay. Let me get rid of this filter first. Okay. So this is another condition which I told you guys here. This is a condition. I'll simply make it bigger, guys. Make this bigger because the space is not there and it is not visible to you properly. So we have made this bigger, guys. Now let's imagine we are having a category. We are having a pie chart here, which is showing the category visuals. It is showing the category by sales. Okay. Now, if we want to see, if the client wants to see this technology, okay, these are the categories: technology, office supplies, and furniture. If the clients wants to see the subcategories of this technology filter, or subcategories of this furniture, or subcategories of this office supply, what is another way is, simply what I'll do is, I've created here this. We have taken another page. I have made this tree map visual. This tree map visual is a subcategory. It is showing the subcategory. It is showing the subcategory, guys, here. Now, simply what I'll do is, there is an option called as drill through. There is an option called as drill through here. Okay? Drill through. Drill through is, if all the related visuals are in one page, we can filter the data using visual interactions. Okay? If this visual would be in first page, if this visual would be here, okay, if this visual would be here, then we would have used the visual interactions for getting the clarity on the subcategory or anything. If I have clicked it here, it would have shown me this subcategory of that. But sometimes sometimes we will have related visuals in multiple pages. We'll have this kind of scenario where the related visual, this visual is related to this visual. These two visuals are interrelated to each other and they are on the multiple pages. So in that option, in that scenario, we will be using drill through filters. Drill through filters are used to pass filter condition from one page to another, guys. So if I want to pass the filter conditions from this page to this page, I will be using drill through, guys. Whenever I want to pass the condition from this page to this page, I'm just giving you an example. So at that time, we will be using drill through filters. Now we'll see how. Now, what is my requirement is, if I click on this technology, I should see only the subcategories related to technology into this visual, guys. Again, I'm repeating, there is a requirement from the client that if we select any category from this page should show the subcategory of that categories. And in raw word is, it should pass on the filters from this technology. It should pass on these filters from this page to this page. That is my requirement. So how to fulfill that? We'll simply select this. We'll go on with the drill through. I'll simply select this visual. Now here there is an option called drill through. Into this drill through, what exactly, on what basis we are just filtering the data? On the basis of category, guys. On the basis of category. If you see clearly here, there is a category. This is technologies category, furniture is category, office supplies category. So category column will simply drag onto this drill through. Category column, where is that? Category column. We'll simply go here, we'll drag, scroll down here and simply will drag this category column here. So now we have dragged this category column. Now if you see here, if we simply go here, if we right click on here, you will see this drill through option. And it is navigating me to page 3. So if I click on this, it will show me only the technology related subcategories, guys. So what it is exactly doing is, it is passing on the filter condition from one page, from the page number 1 to page number 3. Or whenever the related visuals are there, and if the related visual is available on the other page, and if you want to pass on the filter from one page to another, we will be using drill through. Okay. Now, if you see here, for this region, if I click on this, right, I'm not able to see any drill through option here, guys. I'm not able to see the drill through option. Can anyone tell me why? Why the drill through option is not coming here? Why the drill through option is only coming on
Because
this
only
particular
category is added in drill through.
Exactly. So here the category is added. Now let's do one example here. In this visual, see, there is a back button here. There is a back button at the top. This, when we hover onto this, it shows us central control plus click. So we have to control click, then it will navigate to the original page. That's what the drill through is. That's what the client will do. But here the clients are not able to see this. They don't have to press the control key here, because we are in the developer mode. We are in the development mode and it is edit only mode, guys. Okay, so we are having this control. We need to press control. But whenever we see this visual in the Power BI service, this button, they don't have to, they only have to click onto this. They don't have to press control key here. Okay, so we have to press the control key. Now let's see here. If we go on to this, now if I simply clear out this filter, what I'll do is, in order to region to work for this, I'll again drop here region. I've dropped here region again. Now we'll see. Let's go to this first page. Now if we click on this region, we are getting the drill through option because we have added region there. Now if we again select the page, so this here, it is showing the data for the region is west, because I have clicked onto that region there and I have clicked through the drill through. So it is passing on the filter condition onto this visual. So simply we don't want that here. So I'll just remove this filter region here. So you understood, right? So drill through option is like this. Now, this was an option. This was an example for showing you drill through. So if you see clearly, we are having another two options: cross report and keep all filters. Cross report and keep all filters. We'll see cross report within the minutes, but let's see first keep all filters. Let's imagine we are here onto this particular visual. Okay. Now, if we apply some filter condition here, if there is a filter condition, let's say,
Shantitya.
sorry. Yeah. If we apply some filter condition, let's apply region equals to south onto this. Let's apply region equals to south. So we have having filters applied to this. Region is south. Okay. And by default, this keep all filters would be always on, guys. By default, this keep all filters would always be on. So onto this visual, I have applied a visual. I have applied the filter region is south. Now, if I again go to this, if I drill through here, it would be navigating to page 3. So it has navigated me to page 3. But here, you would see here, technically we should see only one filter to be applied. But sometimes there is a requirement from the client that whatever condition, whatever filter is applied to the earlier visual, that should also be passed on to this one. So in this time, keep all filters plays an important role. Whatever filter was applied to this, there I have applied the region is south. So that filter would also be copied out with this. That's why keep all filters. Now, you have seen, right? Keep on filters. Now, if I switch on this, if I switch off this, keep all filters. If I again go here, see, we are here, we are having this region filter applied, south. We have selected south region here. Okay. Now let's do the drill through again. And we have switched off that keep all filters now. So let's move again here. Now, if you check here, we have got only the technology filter because keep all filter is switched off. We have deactivated that keep all filters. That's why that's the difference here. So keep all filters, we understood now. Now the other one is, the last one is cross report, guys. Cross report. So here, I'll just explain you what do you mean the cross report is. We have seen the drill through filters where one page where the filter is been applied onto the first page and it is been passed on to the page 3. Where the filter is been applied to the first page and it has been passed to the page 3. So in this cross report filter, simply the filter will be applied to one report. Okay. The filter will be applied to one report and it will be passed on to the other report. I am repeating it again. Here for drill through, we are using how we are passing on the filter between two pages. Between two pages, we are just passing on the filter condition. But in the cross report, we are passing on the filters between two reports and the output would be only visible in Power BI service, guys. The output would be only visible in Power BI service, not here. So we'll be seeing the output. We can check that in the Power BI service only. Let's do one thing. Let's just close this off. Sorry guys, wait. Okay, so we are here. We have made this visual. So simply what we are going to do is, for the cross report filters, we'll simply make two reports. Okay, we'll publish them. We'll simply publish them. And then we'll see whether that cross report has been working or not. So this is my first report, for example. I'll just delete this. Delete this. This page is not required here. So simply we'll delete this. Okay. This is page 2. Let's keep it as page 2 name. Okay. This is page 2. And so this is the visual here. This is the first report, guys. In this first report, so whenever we want to use that cross report, what we'll be doing is, we'll be switching it off. That cross report should be on whenever we are doing. That cross report should be on. And this drill through is there. That is fine. If we are using the drill through, that is fine. Okay. But only the thing is, the cross report should be on. So this is the first report. Let's save it as report 1. We'll save it as report 1. Report 1. Drill through. Okay. We'll simply report 1 drill through. We'll publish this. There is a workspace called PVS PBI practice. That is a workspace. Here I'm going to publish this. Okay. We have successfully published that. Let's close this off, guys. Okay. We'll not close this off. We'll just, okay. We'll take another file here, another Power BI file to make the report 2. Okay. So this is the one. we'll simply take that, take the data set. We don't have any files here. So we'll simply take that Excel sheet here into this file. We'll go to Excel workbook. We'll simply take orders table this time from the superstore. So what I mean to say here, guys, for in this cross report, whatever filter condition is there, that would be passed on from report 1 to report 2. It is been passing on between two reports, but the drill through will be passing on between two pages, guys. That's the difference between this. We are taking the sample superstore. In that, we'll simply take orders table. We'll simply take orders table. We'll load this. Okay, we have got this orders table. We'll simply make only one visual for just demonstrating that. Let's take this map visual. Okay, we'll show some state-wise sales into this. This is a map visual. Okay, we'll show the state-wise sales here. So simply we'll add on this state column here. This is a state column. We'll again drag the sales column also. We'll again drag this sales column also here. Sorry, guys. Yeah. So we are here. So I'll simply add on sales column also here. Oh, sales column. Where is that? Yeah. So we have added the sales column here. It looks like this. See, guys, this is a state-wise sales. So what I mean to say here is this is state-wise sales. This is a second report, guys. Okay. I'll just simply prepare the thing. So I'll just explain you first. So this is a first report. This is a first report. In this first report, what is the requirement is, if I click on this region column, it should navigate me. If it should navigate me, whatever region I select, that should be navigated to this second report. So if I select their east region, it should show me only the east region related states. That's what the necessity. That's what the requirement from the client, guys. So what I'll do is simply I'll go here. I'll go to the drill through because we are just referring to cross report. I'll just make it on here, cross report, and I'll drag and drop this region column here. Okay. I've dragged this region column here. Okay. This is a region column. Now what I'll do is I'll simply drag this region column. We don't want this. Here we don't want this, so I'm just deleting this arrow. We don't want that back arrow here because only one page is there. Now what I'll do is I have actually published this to the Power BI service report 1. Let's save this report 2 as well, and let's just publish this also to Power BI service. So this is a report 2, cross report. So I'll simply save onto this desktop. So it will be saved. Yeah, guys, this is saved now. Let's publish it to the same workspace. This is a workspace where we need to publish it. We'll simply publish this also. So earlier we have published report 1. Now we are publishing the report 2 to the same workspace in order to show you the cross report thing. Okay, success. We have already published the report. Now let's go to the Power BI service. How to go to Power BI services? Sorry, guys. Let's go here, app.powerbi.com. App.powerbi.com is a URL for the Power BI service. What's this? Okay. Why it is coming like this? Okay. So we are here. App.powerbi.com. My login is already there, guys. So simply we can open the workspace here. Simply we'll open the workspace here. See, this is the workspace. This is the workspace where I published it. We'll see how it looks here. So what was the name we have given to that is report 1 drill through. So this is a report 1 drill through, and this is the report 2. So let's open this report 1 drill through, guys. See, guys, we have opened this report 1 drill through. So I'll simply show you how it actually works. I'll firstly show you the drill through. See, if I click onto this drill through will be, see, if I'm a client, if I want to drill through, if I want to see the subcategory for this, I'll simply go on there. I'll drill through. It will navigate me to the page 2. And we have got a arrow here. Now it is not asking me to press control button because it is in the read-only mode now. In service, it is a read-only mode. So simply I'll click on this, I'll come here. So we have seen the drill through option. Now we have to see in the cross report option. So now earlier region was not having drill through filters. Now what we have done is, what was the necessity is, if I simply go to this east column, if I click here, it should show me a drill through option here and it should navigate me to the other page. But guys, something is wrong. Let's see. 1 minute. There is a setting actually in this. See, we'll go to simply this 3 dots. We'll go to settings. If we see here, where is that? Yeah, see, there is an option called cross report drill through. For both the reports, it should be on, guys. It should be on. Then only we would be able to see the cross report drill through. Whenever we on this, we need to save this. So for report 1, I have done it. For report 2 also, let's do it. Go to settings and go to this cross report drill through. I'll simply click on this. Let's say save. Now, if I go to this report 1 drill, when I go to this report 1 drill, what is the necessities? I need to click on this east and it should show me a drill through. See guys, it is showing me a drill through to report 2, to report 2. See, to report 2. It is showing me drill through to the report 2. Now, why there are two reports is there is already another report. There is already another report which is already saved. That's why it is showing 2 reports here. So this is first report 1. It is just navigating me to the report 2. So I'll simply click on this. This is a sales by state. Now here only East data is available, guys. It has navigated me here only to East region, guys. So means, and we don't want here any back button. We can simply go on with this and we'll be back to the region. See here, guys, here also drill through report 2. We have got two reports published into this. That's why it's showing 2 names. Let's get rid of this. So this is that report 2 which we have published. See, let's go to Workspace, Power BI Workspace. See guys, we are having two reports. Report 2, there is a space here, but the one which we have published right now is this one, 9 o'clock. This one was done in the earlier previous batch, I guess. So this is like, see there. That's why the 2 options are coming there. So the thing is, the purpose is solved. Whatever the cross report thing I need to explain, I have explained, guys. Cross report thing. So this was cross report. So the things is, we for taking advantage of this cross report, we need to enable the settings in the Power BI service, guys. We need to enable the settings in the Power BI service. So we have to enable that in order to see the things. Okay. Okay, guys, let's stop it here. We'll again continue in tomorrow's class. Are there any questions for today's class, guys?
Yes,
Pranil,
this
I
is
have a
Sriram.
yeah.
Yeah, Kathu, yes.
Yeah, actually, you showed about the cross report filters, right? So for that
Yes.
option also, do we need to keep on filters like mandatory, or we can off that also?
See, that filter has nothing to do with keep all filters actually. It has no
Okay.
connection with that. Keep all filters would be always default. It would be on only.
Okay, but we can
So
off it, or like we can turn it off
we can off it off. We can off it.
for
But
cross reports.
yeah, for cross reports, see, keep all filters. If the client is telling that he don't want the other filters to be transferred to this page, then we can switch off that keep all filters.
Okay. Okay, it depends on the requirement you're saying.
It depends on the requirement. Exactly. It depends on the client requirement. If you don't want that other page details, other page filters to be applied onto this page also, then we can off it.
Okay.
But default, it would be on only, always.
Likewise, the filters you're showing by clicking on the data, are there ways we can create tabs or buttons to navigate to the next page?
Yes. Definitely. We'll come on that. In the
Sure.
coming modules, we'll be seeing that also.
Okay. Thank you, Pranil.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hey, Pranil, good morning, Subbu.
Yeah. Good morning, Subbu. Yeah.
Okay. Question. See, you are the, let's say, West region manager, and I am the East region manager. When
Yeah.
both of us are logging in our system, I should be
Mhm.
seeing East data and you should be seeing West data.
Okay.
Okay. Ever. Right. So I know the filters. I can give you one page. I mean, my designer can give me one page, and I click on
Mhm.
East. I will see everything, even if with all the report level pass on or cross level report
Mhm.
filter and all
Mhm.
those things.
Correct.
But is it possible for me every time when I log in, I should see only East, and every time when you log in, you should see West, and both of us should be able to see others later. But by
Oh.
default, it should be only East.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
it's like user to filter mapping.
Yeah. Subbu, for the answer for your question is we are having row level security. There is a
Okay.
concept called row level security in Power BI. In the
Mhm.
coming days, I'll be taking that topic also. In that, this is specifically for East region, for East managers only, they would be able to see their data only. So that is a row level security we are being applied there. We are
Yeah,
using some
I
very
understand. I understand that. That is, you're saying East level manager will see only East level. I'm saying
yes,
East level manager should, by default, see only East level, but he should be able to see his peers.
we can do the provision also. That provision is
Okay.
also possible.
Okay, we'll see that later. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Bye.
Yeah.
Colonel, I have a question. So
Yeah.
when you are opening the cross through report, right?
Yes.
So is there any link or mapping available to open the right report? Because it shows two different reports, right? We need to
Yeah,
identify the
see,
right report.
in that condition, what I can do is see what went wrong is this renaming was wrong. This report 2, if you can see this name report 2, if one would be deleted from here. See, we are having 4 reports here, different reports. This has been
Okay.
created by 2 o'clock. Okay. See, this has
Okay.
been created today only at 2 o'clock. This has been created now. So if one of them would be out from here, only this would be here, then it would be possible for you to see only one only.
Okay, if you have multiple reports, by default, it will show the other reports as well when you are.
No, that is not a problem. Actually, the data, whatever we are taking it for, that is same. The data set is same for that. We have taken only orders table for that. So all these 4 tables, these are 4 reports we have made using the orders data source only. The orders table only we are taking. I mean to say this orders table.
Okay.
This is common everywhere. So that's why we are using that same. This report is also same. I might have used this for demonstrating to other people. But the same thing is there. That's why it is coming to. If one of the report would not be here, it would show only one report out of it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, Pranil, Vishwa here.
Yeah, Vishwa, yeah.
Shall we get like a Power BI service credentials, like we can log in and then we can publish it for that?
Yes. I'll come to that point. So after this module, we are going to start with Power BI service. But before that, what I'll do is, see, simply I'll be very frank with you on this. See, this credential, whatever we are making, Power BI service, we individual can't make it out with the help of Gmail or Rediff Mail or any other mail ID services. We can't use that to make this actually. So there is a particular, so you need to have some company email ID for this to make the login for this Power BI service. So what I've done is, there is one platform in Microsoft, Microsoft business account, what is that? Sorry. Microsoft 365, we can just make one email ID there like this. I have made the email ID and I've been using it for demonstrating this. So likewise, I'll show you one video how to create that mail ID, and you will be creating that mail ID, and you can also log into the Power BI service like that on your own. I'll be showing you that video how to create this email ID. Okay, this domain name, everything we have to create.
We
I'll show you that
can
video.
create like our own like workspace,
Yes.
correct? Like
Yeah, your own you can create, and your own this Power BI service would be there.
Okay, got it.
It would be a trial version like this also. See, this is a trial version. 31 days are left. Likewise.
Okay, got it.
Okay, we'll demonstrate that in the coming days.
Okay, like after a trial version, we need to again
Yes, we need to again do that. See, otherwise you need to pay some amount for that, because it is around like $14 you need to pay for that. for month.
Okay. Month
That
for
is a
rentals.
fees.
Okay, got it.
Yes. Yeah.
Pranil, I just want to add one point here. So we can create official email from the mail.com also. So
Yeah.
that email also we can use here.
No. I don't think so. That email ID would be possible. Mail.com.
Yeah, mail.com, but it is not opening in India. But out of India, yeah, we can use any domain. So that email ID is you can use.
Okay, that, see, you need to try that. I haven't tried that, to be very frank with you. I haven't tried that. You can try that. See, simply what you need to do is, if you are having the email ID with a different domain, you can simply go to apps.powerbi.com like this, apps.powerbi.com, and you can simply log in and you can sign up for that. And let's see whether it is working or not. That you can do. You can try on your own. But the one which I have tried is this one. I am having I have created this by using some email ID. Here, this domain name also I have created on the Microsoft, and I've been using it for demonstrating purpose.
Yeah. Okay, let me check with my domain. So yeah.
Sure. Okay, guys. I think the questions are, you're satisfied with the questions, answers, sorry. So let's end the session here only. Thank you. So let's start with the class 3 for the Power View module. We have already started Power View module. Let me give you a quick recap of what we have taken yesterday. So basically, yesterday I have explained the 4 types of filters. We have seen visual level filters, we have seen page level filters, we have seen report level filters. After that, we have seen drill through filters. So filters on this visual is basically focuses on a particular visual. Like if any one visual, we need to apply the filters on that. We'll be using filters on that visual. Filters on this page means if 5 visuals are there on the particular page, and if we want those 5 visuals to be filtered with a particular filter options like region equals to east or region equals to south, we will be directly, rather than choosing individual filters on that particular page and giving it filter on this visual options, we will be directly going with filters on this page options. Now the third one is, if let's imagine there are like 5 or 6 pages in the report. If we want all those 4 pages or 5 pages needs to get filtered with a particular condition, then we'll go directly with filters on all pages. Talking about the drill through filters, it is also one of the filters where we would be navigating from one page, the filter condition would be navigating from one page to another page, and the filters and the visual gets filtered. That is a drill through filters. Again, with these types of filters, we are having some filter subtypes into that. So these are the 5 filter subtypes. These 5 filter subtypes would be changing. Someone would be having 3, someone would be having a 5. It would be based on the text, number, data type. So if text data type is there, these are the options which we would be getting in the filter subtypes. For number data type also, these are the options we'll get there. For the date data type, we can get 5 options, that is filter subtypes. And we have also seen the drill through filters. In the drill through filters, we have seen keep all filters also, and we have seen finally the cross report filter. So yesterday, for the cross report, let me start. Yesterday, what was the issue was, I already told you yesterday that we were having some duplicate reports. We have made some reports into that. We didn't change the name of that, and like 2 reports were published into that. So let's see. Now I have deleted that visual from that workspace. So now if you see, we are having report 1, drill through, and report 2, cross report. We are having only 2. We don't have any other report 2 option here. Okay. So simply what we'll do is, I'll open this. See, here we have applied the region. What was the requirement from the client is, when we go from here like this, it should show drill through option and it should navigate us to the report 2 page. Report 2. So now only one option is coming, guys. Only one option is coming. Page 1, report 2. If I click onto this, it will directly take us to the report 2 and it will filter that particular location because we have clicked on east or west, whatever it is, like it would only filter that thing. And here I told you yesterday that the back button is not required because here it is only one page. So simply we can use this and we can come to this point again from where we have started. So this was cross report. So we have seen that everything. So today also I will be continuing the filters in Power View. We have many options in this. So I will be continuing again filters in Power View. Today we will be focusing on applying the filter on number, text and data type columns. So I have already told you that based on the, let me copy paste this. So based on data type of columns, we will have different subtypes and different advanced filtering options. So yesterday we have seen around like 5, but today we will be more focusing on this 3. We'll be focusing on this 3. So let's start. Let's go to Power BI desktop. Let's click on this. For demonstrating these filters, we have an exercise sheet here. So we'll be solving this from this sheet. So let's start with the blank report. Before we start, let's get some tables into this Power BI. A quick recap. This is ribbon, fields pane, visualization pane, filters pane, report canvas, pages section, multiple views. Okay. So let's get some data from Excel. Let's select sample superstore. Let's select orders table here. Let's load it. Okay. So we have taken orders table. Let's see another table. Let's take another table from the Excel. Let's take EMP, DPT this time. Let's take DPT, EMP, and manager. So these are the tables we have taken from the Excel data source. So before we proceed, let's take a visual here. Table visual we'll take. In this table visual, we'll simply drag employee name. Employee name will drag. We'll drag department number. Getting too long today. Don't know what's the issue. Yeah, we'll take department number. So this is a visual, guys, here. If you see carefully here. So now let's open this sheet. In this, the first task is, see, we are just into applying filters on the number, data types, columns. This is a header for this particular exercise. Let's see, there is a requirement. Let's create a visual to show employee name and department number, where department number is equals to 10. So we have to show, we are having 2 columns here, employee name, department number. Here we are having multiple department numbers 20, 30, 10. So what is the requirement is it should only show those rows which will have department number equals to 10. So simply what we are going to do is we are going to this filter spin into this filter spin. If we expand, for example, we have to apply where onto department number, the filter needs to be applied. So here is the expand button. We'll just click on this. We'll just click on this. We're having some options here. We're having some options. So let's see basic filtering first. So the thing is, whenever these rows would be less here, whenever, let's see, the first preference would be always given to basic filtering. If with the basic filtering we are able to filter, that is well and good. If we are not able to do, then only we would be switching to the advanced filtering options and then to top N. That is a hierarchy we should follow actually. So here, let's take basic filtering first. So what was the requirement? That it should show only the department number having 10. So here we can see department number having like 3 rows are there. Here for 25 rows are there. For 36 rows are there. For 51 rows. So simply I'll click on this. I'll simply click on this. So now we can see this is the thing which we have achieved. If you see properly here, with department number 10, we need to do. With department number 10. So this is one thing we have done here. This is one option. This is one filter things. So we can get the same results. Let's see. We can get the same results by, I have simply copy pasted that visual here. We have just removed the filter from here. So simply this is the one we have achieved. But if you want to do this, we can also do it with the help of advanced filtering options. But what I said, that the first preference would be always given to basic filtering, then only we'll go with advanced filtering. So let's see advanced filtering, what we have got here. So advanced filtering, we have got many options here. We'll see options here. These are filtering options, guys. These are filtering options. What we have got here is less than or equal to, is greater than or equal to, is not, is blank, is not blank. So these are the filtering options, and these filtering options are purely varies as per number, text and data types. As per the number and text data types, it would vary. It would not be this much constant. It would not be this many in number. It actually depends on the data type, whether it is a number or it is a text data type. So what we have to do here is we need to filter this for the department number equals to 10. So simply I'll click on 10 here, because see what it says is department number is 10. Then we'll apply the filters. See, the same results we are able to achieve, guys. Same results we are able to achieve with the advanced filtering also. So this also works. So let's get rid of this filter. So when we are talking about the basic filtering is pretty much straightforward here. When the rows are less, when the data is less, when the filtering data is less, and we are able to select it, we'll go with the basic filtering. If the data is more, we are not able to select it here manually, then we should go on for advanced filtering options. But the first preference should be given to basic filtering. Let's try another one. Let me show you the other one, what we have got here. So what is the other requirement is employee name, show employee name, salary, department number, where salary equals to 3000. So employee name, salary, department number. We have got employee name here. We have got department number here. So simply we'll go to salary. We'll drag salary here. We have got salary here. We have dragged it. So we have got salary here. So simply what I want to show is, simply I need to show the employee name, salary, department number, where salary equals to 3K. So where I would be applying the filters here is, I would be simply going to this salary column here. I would expand on this. I would click on this expand button here. And we see here, we are having many options here. we are having many options here. So from this, see, we want 3K. So simply I'll just use this is. I'll write here 3K, sorry. I'll simply go here. So we have got filtered. We have filtered this for this particular condition, guys. We have filtered this. So this is how the filtering works. Now there is an option where we need to show employee name, salary, department number, where salary is not equals to 3K, not equals to 3K. So are we having any options? See, not equals to 3K means, are we having any option here? We are not getting that option. Basic filtering. In basic filtering, we are not able to do it. In the basic filtering, we are not able to do it. So the only option is left is this one. Is not. Is not. So simply this time we will be using is not, because it is, we have to show is not equals to 3K. Is not. So simply I'll apply the filter. We'll get all those rows where salary is not equal to 3K. So this is how the filter needs to be applied. Simply we'll clear the filter. We can clear the filter from here. We have cleared the filter now. What is the other condition here is, the other condition says that the salary is less than 3K, less than 3K. So salary is less than 3K. So again, we'll go to this. We are having number of formatting options. Is less than 3K, is less than or equals to 3K. Is less than or equals to, so 3K, equals to is not there. So it is less than 3K. So simply we can use this less than option here, is less than 3K. We have to apply filter here. We'll apply the filter. So we'll be getting the salaries for those employees less than 3K. The salary is less than 3K into this. So this is how it works. So basically what I mean to say here is, whenever I apply any filter condition here, any filter condition, what exactly it does actually, this 3K is less than 3K, it would go row by row, guys. For example, here 15 or 13 rows are there. It would go to first row. It will check here whether it is less than 3K. Okay, it is less than 3K. Okay, we'll keep this. It will go to second row. Again, it will go to third row. It would go to fourth row. Likewise, it will filter the proper table, this table visual, and the rows it will filter row by row. And then we'll get this results and output from this. So this is we have done. Now simply we'll see what is another task. Now there is an option, salary is less than or equals to 3K, less than or equals to. So less than or equals to, we are having an option here. Less than or equals to, less than or equal to, we are having option. So simply we'll go here, we'll write 3K, we'll apply. So I think this Power BI file is also gone, like EMP DPT manager. So we were seeing the filtering options. So EMP DPT, this table I need to take it gone. Yeah. So we were here. We have solved some of the cases here. Till this point we were there. So we'll resume from here again. We have tried to recover the file, but due to some issue, I was not able to do that. So let's continue with the new file itself. Let's continue with this. Okay, we are here. So we'll just take this table visual. We'll take this table visual. We'll take simply the 3 columns, which were like employee name, e-name we'll take department number, take department number. So department number is another column we need to use. We'll take a department number here. Let's make it a little bit zoom. Okay, let's close this one of the option here. Okay, so we are here. So there is a requirement. there was a requirement. I hope everyone can see it clearly now. Yeah. So there was a requirement that it should only show the employee name, salary, and department number that is less than 3,000. That is less than 3,000. So less than 3,000 we have seen. Now the other one is salary should be greater than or equals to 3,000. Salary should be greater than or equals to 3,000. So simply salary column I'll take sal column. Simply salary column I'll take. So we have got it here. So let's see now. If we go to this salary column, we have taken the salary column. Simply we'll apply the filter here. Is less than or equals to is greater than or equals to 3K. Greater than or equals to 3K. Salary is greater than or equals to 3K. So simply we'll write here 3K and we'll apply the filter for that. So now we'll see in the results, we can see the 3K and the values more than that in the salary. So this is how we can filter the condition here. Now let's see the another condition. Let's go to clear filter now. We have again back to our position here. Now we have got, now we were having only one condition right now. Let's see another condition. Now create a visual to show employee name, salary, commission, and department number where commission is blank. Where commission is blank. So commission I need to pull in, guys, commission. I'll simply go here. I'll simply put commission in. We have got here commission now. Now here in the commission, we can see many of the rows are blank here. Many of the rows are blank. Only few of them which are filled. So what is the condition here is, it should show only where the commission is blank. Where the commission is blank. So simply I'll go to this commission filter. I'll simply go here. Is blank. Is blank. Commission is blank. Now if I apply the filter, I can see, I can get the condition, the requirement is fulfilled. That is commission which are blank. That only rows it is able to filter here, guys. So we are having these many formatting options which we are making use of that. After that, the condition is not blank. Where commission is not blank. Where commission is not blank. So let's clear this off. Now we should only see 1, 2, 3, 4. Only see 4 rows, I guess. So condition is not blank. Where the commission is not blank, we'll simply apply this filter. Now we can see, like we are able to see 4 rows because the condition was the commission column should not be blank. So we are having the filtering options here. We have made use, you have used that formatting filtering options here. And we got the results. Let's clear this off. It's a simple exercise, guys. Anyone can do it. You can do it after this class. So create a visual to show employee name, department number, where department number equals to 10 or department number equals to 20. So we are having, till now we were having only one condition, guys. Now we have started with 2 conditions. So tell me, only show only those visuals whose employee name and department number belongs to either 10 or department number 20. Okay, this is a condition, guys. So simply we'll go, we have to apply filter on department number now. So let's go here, department number, because we have to filter on the basis of department number. We'll go to this advanced filtering. Advanced filtering, we are having an option here. We are having an option. So department number equals to 10. Department number is 10. And we have got, again we'll take is department number equals to 20. Now guys, if you see properly here, we are having 2 conditions here. We need to check whether department 10 or department 20. And we are having 2 options here, and or. And or. They are that operators. We are having 2 operators. So which one shall I take and why? Why I should take and or why I should take or? In which condition I should take and in which condition I should take or?
If the both conditions will be true, then we can take and. If anyone is true, like we can take R.
Okay, so in this condition, what I should take?
We can take R because of only one department, one employee, correct?
Simply, I'll simply tell you one thing. Okay, you're correct, whatever you said, that is okay. But simply, if someone is more confused, if you're not known like which condition we should satisfy, so simply we can try this AND first. So if we take AND, we'll take, see, results have gone. Means this AND is not a correct option. Okay. Secondly, if we take OR, we are getting the options. We are getting the department numbers. We are getting the department number as 20 and 10. 20 and 10. Only 20 and 10 is selected. Now how and why we have taken OR? I'll simply explain you guys. Just listen to me. See, whenever these two kind of conditions would be there, whenever a condition 1 and condition 2 would be there, whenever this kind of condition would be there would be only two options, AND or OR. AND or OR. These are the logical functions. Okay. OR is a logical function. So simply we'll see for OR, then I'll explain for AND. So simply check. Firstly, if the condition 1 is true and the condition 2 is true, then definitely we are going to take true. We are going to take true. That is for OR condition. If any of the condition between these two conditions is true, then it will always come true. Any of the condition, either the first condition or the second condition would be true. Any of these two conditions would be true. Any one out of these two conditions is true, then we'll definitely take it as true. See, true will be always coming true. But any one condition, this condition is true, so we are taking it true. In this third row, this condition is true. The condition 2 is true. Any one condition is coming true, then we'll definitely take it as true. And if both the condition are false, then it will be definitely coming as false. So whenever any condition, if any condition out of two conditions would be true, we would be going with OR. The output would be true. In those circumstances, let's check it. First of all, here, let's check it. See, when we simply go here, see, there was a confusion whether I should take AND or OR, Let's imagine that, let's remove this filter condition first. Let's remove this filter condition. We'll simply write here. So what it is going to do, it is going to, see, I'll simply write the condition here, 10. This is the first condition, and another condition is 20. So whenever, see, this would go, I already told you that it would check for the filtering row by row. So definitely this condition would go. Condition 1 and condition 2 would go. Condition 1, 10. Okay, department number equals to 10. It is matching with that? No, false. Second, it is matching with that? Okay, true. So if any one is true, it will take it as true. So it will take this particular row. Likewise, this condition would be always checking row by row. See, in the second condition, if I go for the second row, this condition goes first. Department number equals to 10. It will compare it with this 30. No, it's a false. So it will not take. Secondly, it is false. So false. So this would be omitted. This particular row would be omitted. It would not come. Likewise, it would go row by row. Row by row, it will does. So this is condition 1. This is condition 2. So on the basis of that, we'll get what to do. So you understood, like with OR, how it is going to match with that condition and how we are going to get the results. Now we'll see the AND condition. Then we'll got to know the difference between AND and OR and which one we should take at what condition we'll come to know. Now, likewise, second, let's take this AND logical function first. We are having two conditions, likely condition 1, condition 2, and the result. So here, if any one condition from that would be false, then the result would be false. Any one condition, like this true and false. Any one condition would be false, then it would be false. Both are false, then definitely it would be false. True. So this is AND logical function. This is OR logical function. We'll take another example for taking this. For currently, now what is here? We are taking OR. See, why it was not giving result for AND is, if we check for AND, guys, see, if I check for AND here, see 10 will compare with 20. What is the result? False. Okay. Then 20 will compare with 20. It is true. So any one out of it would be any false, any one false. Then what it would be the result? It would be false. It would omit this. Likewise, it is going to continue. Likewise, it is going to check for each row. So in that condition, if we take AND, none of the rows would be visible here, because that is incorrect. If we take OR, then only like department number 20, 10, 20, 10, those would be coming. So this is what the example we have seen. This was for the two conditions we have seen, where we are here. We have seen this. Now we'll see this condition properly. Create a visual to show employee name, salary, and department number. Employee name, salary, department number. We'll remove commission from this. There is no need for commission here. Simply why we should commission. Okay. Simply we'll remove the commission. Okay. Employee name. So what is the condition says? Department number, salary, where salary is between 3,000 and 5,000. 3,000 and 5,000. So salary between 3,000 and 5,000 means 3,000 should also come and 5,000 should also come. 3,000 should also come and 5,000 should also come, means it was salary is greater than 3,000, greater than or equals to 3,000, and salary is less than or equals to 5,000. Let's do it. Salary is greater than 3,000. Salary is greater than 3,000. And we'll take salary is greater. Salary is less than 5,000, less than 5,000, less than or equals to 5,000, less than or equals to 5,000. So greater than or equals to 5,000. So this is the condition. Now which condition should it, like it would lie in, like AND or OR?
And
May I know why?
Because it should satisfy both the conditions.
Exactly. Exactly. It should satisfy both the conditions. Are you sure? Okay, let's see. Let's apply AND. We have applied for AND. Let's see for OR. Are we getting anything? Are we getting the desired results? No. We are not getting the desired results here.
But I'm able to get the desired result in mine.
Something is wrong here. Let me
Somewhere
check.
filter, somewhere filters.
Wait, guys, wait. We are just applying the department number here. That is correct. That is incorrect, actually. So specifically, what was the question here is, what is the question? We are just checking. We are just applying the filter on the basis of salary, guys. We are applying the filter on the basis of salary. So salary is greater than 3K salary. So we should not apply here the filter. We would be going here. Salary is greater than equals to 3K. Salary is less than or equals to 5K. Okay, we'll apply. Which condition? AND or OR? Let's do it for AND first. Now we are getting these 3 columns, these 3 rows, guys, which is pretty much correct. Okay. Now we'll apply for OR. Let's see. We are getting this many. Now what is actually the issue here is, first of all, it will go. Let's come out from this. First of all, it will just go. Let's clear this filter first. First, this condition is greater than or equals to 3K. Here we'll take is less than or equals to 5K. This is a condition. Firstly, this condition would go here. It would check for the salary. 3K. 3K. It is greater than 3K. False. It is false. It is less than 5K. True. So whenever false and true, which one would it consider, guys? Whenever it will check for false and true. So within false, if one false is there, what would be the outcome of that?
False.
R will come. R will come.
And yes, see any one condition out of this would be false, then it would give you false. For the AND. For the AND. If any one condition would be there, it would give you false. So again, this would go 3K. It would go to the second row. It would go again. It would compare. Then this condition is false. Here we'll get false. Is greater than 3K? No, false. Then this condition would go again there. 5K is less than or equals to 5K? Yes, true. Then true or false? False would come. So definitely this the filtering would be done, and we'll get end of the day. We'll get the results with AND. We'll get the results with AND. That to 3K we are getting, 5K we are getting. The values which are more than 3K and less than 5K we are able to get. So this is what the AND condition and OR condition. So whenever two conditions are there, you have to evaluate that. Whenever we want, as per that, we need to use OR and AND logical functions. So simply now the other option left into this is, let's clear this, guys. Show top two departments based on sum of salary. Show top two departments based on sum of salary. We have got the departments. Okay, we have got the department number we have got. We have to show on the basis of salary, top two on the basis of salary. So whenever on the basis of salary, we need to check. So let's check here. If we go to, we are showing the department, guys. We are showing the departments. Let's go to this. We have got another option, top N. We have got another option, top N, top 2, top 5, top 10, like that. So here we'll select top N. We'll simply add on the what basis we are on what basis we need to select top 2 on the basis of salary, guys, on the basis of salary. So by the value salary we would take here. We'll take salary here. We'll simply apply the results. Top 2. Something has gone wrong. Top 2. We need to show only top 2. Top 2 departments. Okay. On the basis of salary. Let's clear this filter first. Okay. Let's clear. Let's do the sorting first. First we'll sort with the help of sum of salary. We'll sort it. 10K. Okay. 10K, 50K, 5K, 30K. We have sorted it according to increasing and decreasing order. We have sorted the salary column now. So we have to apply the filters. We have to show two departments based on sum of salary. Two departments based on sum of salary. We'll select top 2. We'll take the salary.
Yeah, I think it's correct only, right? Like a 50 and 20 are the top 2 departments.
No, that is okay. But I was expecting like.
I think we can correct
have to max of salary like that.
Is there any group by? So group by department number.
No, not like that. Not like that. Let's see. We'll again see. Top 2 means only top 2 it should show. Top 2 by sum of salaries. Technically, if we see, it is correct, 20 and 50. but we should get only 2 rows there. That's what I'm expecting here. Top 2 departments based on the salary. So let's take department
I
first.
think then we have to use a salary only, right? Top 2 salary type, not the department.
No, wait. Okay, we'll not waste on this time. We'll just see that afterwards. Let's see another one till. So the other filter is text filter, text column, applying filters on the text column, guys. So create a card visual to show sum of sales where region equals to central. We'll simply get rid of this. We'll get rid of this table visual here. We'll take a card visual here. What is the requirement is card visual to show sum of sales where region equals to central. So here we need to show sum of sales. Simply we'll show sales. Sales we have put here. Sum of sales. This is sum of sales. But we have to show this for the region, for the central region. Which one is this? Why it's not getting off? Some issue. Okay. Wait. Okay. Yeah. So we have to show the central region. So text filter will apply here. So we'll select this. We'll go with this. It's taking too long today. I don't know what's the issue.
Do we need to add a region in the filter?
Yeah. Wait. Yes, wait. There is some issue in this file today. That's why we are facing lots of issue there. So central region, we can do in this way also. Okay. This is the way we can do. Here, if I go to advanced filtering, we can also write it as region equals to central. So simply in both the ways we can able to achieve this. With the help of advanced filtering, we can write here like this central region, and otherwise in the basic filtering we are able to show simply clicking this central region. So this is what the first one. Create a card visual to show sum of sales where state equals to New York or Texas. New York or Texas. So simply country, I guess, right? State, sorry. So we'll just get rid of this. We'll go to state column. We'll simply pull in the state here. So see here, guys, we are having number of options. So these many states are there here. If you carefully observe, in order to achieve these results, in order to achieve New York and Texas, it is very much time consuming. We have to search that. We have to search it within these many. I think if we see in the state column, how many states are there, we are able to see state columns. Yeah. So if you see here, how much is the distinct count? 49 states we have got, guys. We have got around 49 states here. And it is very much difficult in order to fulfill the requirements. See, we can easily do it. We can do it with the help of search options also, but that is tedious. So simply, let's go on with the advanced filtering one. Simply we'll write here is simply we'll write is New York or Texas. New York. Texas is Texas. We'll apply. So we have got this. See, guys, state we have selected New York or Texas. So in this way, we can filter this text visual. So this was around like 2. New York or Texas. The third one is where we have got 3. Where we have got 3. Like we have to select New York or Texas or state equals to Washington. So the issue here is, if we see it carefully, if we see this carefully, we are having, for example, this. If I want to check, let's get rid of this. We want the 3 states to be considered here, guys. So if we take these 3 states here, advanced filtering is there. Advanced filtering options I'm trying. We can able to achieve with the basic filtering also by simply searching those 3 from here and simply taking it. We can search here New York. See, like that, it would come. This would come. But that is a tedious thing which needs to be applied. Secondly, if we go with the advanced filtering, we have got only 2 options. We have got only 2 things. The basic thing, the disadvantage of this advanced filtering is it will give only 2 options to try. It will give only 2 options to try New York. It will give, like, New York is one of the one, which another is Texas. We'll take another option, another filtering option, Texas. See, only 2 options are there. We are not able to select any other options here. So for this kind of situations, we are having a workaround. We are having a workaround, guys. So simply we'll try that workaround. We'll go to this. We'll simply take this 3 conditions and simply we'll do the advanced filtering. Now you have got 3 options, guys. Can you able to see it? Now 3 options. This is a kind of workaround you can do, guys. Workaround, New York. How we can do that workaround? Again, I'll tell you. See, because we are having only 2 conditions to check, only 2 conditions, but we have in the requirement, we have got 3. We have to show New York, we have to show Texas, we have to show Washington, guys. So simply we'll go to advanced filtering. Okay, no, simply firstly we'll go to basic filtering, guys. We'll select, we want 3, right? So we'll simply do this. We'll simply click on this 3 and then we'll change this basic filtering to advanced filtering. Now we can see like 3 conditions we are able to do. Now we'll see New York. So yes. New York. Second one is Texas. Third one is Washington. So let's apply the filter. We've got these many filters, guys. New York, Texas, and Washington. This is a workaround, guys. Whenever there is a requirement, whenever there is a tight requirement like this, we need to do this workaround. So this was a workaround. We have seen many of them. So likewise, we are having the options for New York, create a card visual to show sum of sales, where state is not equals to New York. There is an option for doing that. Now we'll see this customer name wise sales, where customer name starts with S. Customer name. So simply we'll take table visual. We'll take table visual. We'll take customer name. Customer name will take, and we'll take sales. We'll take sales here. So here, what is the requirement? Oh, no. Don't summarize. So we are having a big list here. So simply I just want to filter. I'll just filter this where the customer name starts with S. So with the basic filtering, we are not able to do it because we have got a big list here. Many rows are there. Simply we'll go to advanced filtering. We'll just starts with S. We'll simply write this thing. Advanced filtering starts with S. We'll apply. See guys, now we are able to only see the sales of those amount whose customer name starts with S. These are all starting with S. So this is a kind of filter we have applied. Starts with Allen. So simply if S is there, we can also start with Allen. So Allen is a word. What it says, show the customer name by sales where customer name starts with Allen. Customer name starts with Allen. So simply instead of S, I'll put Allen here. I'll simply apply. We have got the people Allen. So likewise, this kind of filtering conditions would be here. The customer by name wise sales starting with R, S, and T. Now, guys, here 3 conditions are there. Now, can anyone tell me how we are going to satisfy this 3 condition, guys?
First, we can go basic condition and then we can apply same like advanced.
Correct. Because we don't have that option in the advanced filtering for doing more than 2 comparisons. So simply we'll go to basic filtering, then we'll click on any 3 rows out of that, any randomly, then simply we'll change it to advanced filtering. Then it will provide us 3 options to go ahead. So likewise it is, we have another one where contains, if the customer name contains Alan, so anywhere, for example, we can also change it to contains. We are having this option contains. So contains means anywhere if Alan is there, it will take that condition anywhere. Whether it would be between, see, and Alan is the second, it is not starting with that. So contains means anywhere in the name, whether it would be in the start, whether it would be in the end. So like this contains and those things will work. We are having blank option. Blank we have already seen, guys. Now let's try this one. Let's try something on this. Because top 5 customer names based on sales. Top 5 customer names based on sales. Customer name based on sales. Let's get rid of this. We are here. Okay, we don't have any other options. So top 5 customer names we need to try. Let's see here by top N, top 5 by sales. Something scenarios. Top 5 sales, top 5 customer name.
I think we can apply distinct, it will work.
No, wait. Distinct count also fine. Some option I'm actually missing here. Not able to do it. It should actually show the top 5 customer names based on the sales. Customer names based on the sales. Let's try it with
Could you please
First we can give sales. First
Yeah,
we can
yeah.
mention sales and then we can give like
next sales and
customer names. We'll try. Customer names. We'll do sales. Based on the 5 we want. Short terms. Based on sales. Based on sales. It should be disconnected. Yeah. See, guys. Actually, there is some glitch. Some technical glitch was there in that. So that's why we are just getting that issue in that. So sometimes when you are trying you are trying most of the times and we are not getting the results. So simply take one new page or remove these filters, get rid of all the filters and then you try. Then you'll be able to achieve it. Some kind of technical glitch would be there in this. So now we are able to show the top 5 customer names based on the sales. We'll simply make it in the sending wise. Yeah. So top 5 customer names based on sales.
Could you also show that the previous one, that we were not able to do?
Yeah, sure. We'll do that. Where is that? Top two departments based on sum of salary. Top 2 departments based on sum of salaries. So we're having department number and sales here, right? No, this is salary. Basically here. Wait. Are we having a relationship here within department and sales? Let me check.
We don't have.
Yeah, something is wrong. Wait. Yeah, for the sales, we are not having any. So firstly, we need to build a relationship. Oh, what is a column which is there? Department number. Are we having department number here? We are not having department number. Sales top to department sale. Okay, what we'll do is we'll show the salary because salary is there. We'll show that salary top to department name where salary is there. So department number will take salaries of those. Okay, we'll take this. Hope no, like let's do it. Okay, we have just sorted it on this order. So we have to show top two departments. We'll show top two departments based on the salary, guys. Based on the salary. We have got top two departments based on the salary. So we are able to achieve the things. We are in this sheet. You can try this sheet out. I'll be giving you this sheet today. You'll get this sheet. And in the next class, we are again starting with the filtering only. We are just continuing with the filtering. But this time we are just filtering the data on the basis of date data type. We'll be checking some of the example based on date data type, guys. Yeah, we have already started with Power View, and today we are going to cover we are on the class 4 today. We have already covered class 3. 3 classes we have covered. In the earlier that yesterday we have continued to the filters in Power View. We have seen that applying the filter on number and text and data type columns yesterday. So basically we have seen yesterday applying the filters on number and text. We have also seen these are the filtering options. Some of the filtering options are there in that. So today, basically, we are going to focus on filtering the data on date data type columns. So we will be having these many options into that. Now let's see how we are going to proceed with that. I'll just open here Power BI Desktop. It will ask us for a blank report. We'll just select this blank report. Now we'll be taking let's take some tables in order to make some visuals. We'll take from Excel. I'll take simple superstore Excel. From this, we'll select orders table. Yeah, we'll select this. As the table is in good shape, we'll take this. We'll load the data. It is directly loading into Power Pivot now. Yeah, it is loaded now. Now, firstly, we'll check the data, what data we have got. In the visualizations pane, whatever table we have taken, orders table we have taken, we can see the column names from here. We'll go to now table view in order to see the data. Only single table is there. Today we are going to majorly focus on the date data type columns. So basically we have got order date. We have got this is a date data type column. If I select here, see the data type is date, guys. Order date, data type is date. If I again select ship date, it is also a date data type. So we have got around 2 types of dates here, order date, ship date. Yeah, we have got only those 2. So if we check carefully, the orders date, let's filter it out. Let's get to know how much years we are having, how many years data we are having. We are here in the 3rd January 2014. Let's see the extreme one. Rather than doing it, let's see the ascending. Let's see. We have got 3rd of January 2014. From 3rd of January 2014 till we have got 30th of December. We have got 30th of December from 2014. Clear sort. Then we are going to take it in descending way. Yeah. So we have got till 30th of December, guys, here. If you check here, we have got till 30th of December 2017. So overall, we have got around 4 years of data. We have got 4 years of data, guys, here. So we have got 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017. 4 years of data we have got here. So let's start something. Let's take first a card visual. Let's take first card visual. This is a card visual. I've just clicked on this. We'll we'll just take the sales column here. I'll simply drag the sales column here. Okay, this is sales column. Simply give some kind of border to it so that it should look good. Yeah, the border will make around like this. Okay, so sorry guys. Okay, so 2013. So now the requirement is, now there is a client requirement that we have to show only 2015 year sales, guys. We have to show only 2015 year sales. Now what? Now like this sales is visible 2.3 million. 2.3 million is for how many years, guys? It is for 4 years. It is for all the years which are mentioned in the order date. So it is for 4 years. So what is the requirement is here? The requirement is I need to show only the 2015 year sales. Only the 2015 year sales. Now, what would be the way for that? For doing that is I need to filter. We got to know that we need to filter that. We need to filter it. So basically what I'll do here is I'll simply drag the order date column. I'll simply drag the order date column. This is order date column. I'll simply drag it here. Okay. I've selected this visual already. Now, if we see here, see, this is a basic filtering option. I already told you that for the data type columns, we are having these many filtering options. So for this filtering options, the first one is a basic filtering. In this basic filtering, we are seeing the daily data, guys. 3rd January, 4th January, 5th January, 7th January, 8th January is not there, 9th January, like that. So if we have to select the 2015 year data, I need to go and I need to select each date from here, and then I need to select. So I think that would not be a feasible option for us to do. So basic filtering, we can't go with basic filtering. Now what I told yesterday is when we are not able to do any kind of filtering with the basic filtering, we should approach to advanced filtering. We should always approach to advanced filtering. So these are in the basic filtering, what I can see is these are the distinct values which are shown here. These are all the distinct values which are shown. How I got it? Simply I drag this order date column here. Simply this is an expand button. I'll just expand it. I'll just open it. We'll get to know this filter type. Filter type is a basic filtering. And we got to know that basic filtering is not working on this. It's not feasible to go on with the basic filtering. So simply what I'll do is I'll try with the advanced filtering option. Now in the advanced filtering option, if I see here carefully, we are having some different filtering options here. We have got is, we have got is not, we have got is after, we have got is on or after, is before, is on or before, is blank, is not blank. So basically what I mean to say here is, so basically if I want to get the 2015 year data, the order date should be greater than or equals to 1st of Jan 2015. And on the other hand, the order date should be less than or equals to 31st of December 2015. So within these 2 dates only, I'll get the 2015 data. Sorry guys, 15 it is. So within these 2 dates only, I'm going to get this data. Within these 2 dates. So I need to apply the logic in a way that I should be able to select those 2 dates here. So first of all, we'll simply take is on or after. We are having this is on or after filter here. So simply I'll check on this. We'll simply click on date. See, we are having 2 options. Either we can select this date, or either we can select here we can select, or we can directly write here as it is asking for DDMM by format. So simply we'll write here 01/2015 is on or after. Sorry guys. So this is one. Again, this other condition is on or before. So other option is 31st 2015. So what would be the condition between these guys? Whenever 2 condition is coming, we have to select any one condition out of it. So simply because we want both the dates to be available here, we want both the dates, we need to consider. That's why we are just selecting it. And Simply we'll apply filter. Simply we'll click on apply filter, guys. Now we are seeing here. Now if we see here, this is the data. This is the data for what? See, the filter is applied, is on or after 1st of January 2015 and is on or before 31st of December 2015. So between this year, this is the sales amount, guys. Now if I want to check this technically, okay, I don't trust this, like something might have gone wrong. Let's check this again. Simply I'll take another visual here. Oh, sorry guys. Simply I'll take another card visual here. I'll take another sales data here. So this is again showing me 4 years data, guys. This is again showing me 4 years data. And I'm claiming that this is showing around 2015 years of data. This is showing around 2015 data. So now simply if I want to check it, how I can do it? I'll simply go here. There is an order date. There is an order hierarchy. I'll simply teach you this, and like we are covering this in the coming lectures, guys. So do not worry on that. Simply I'll do one thing. I'll simply go here. We'll apply here year filter, guys. We'll apply here year filter. We'll simply go to basic filtering. In the basic filtering, years would come because I have dragged here year column. So in this year column, if I click on this, see guys, this is a 15 data. For 2015, this is the data. So it is being matched. The data is correct. So we can validate in this way. This way we can validate it. But I'm going to cover those things in the coming lecture. So simply avoid for time being. So we have fulfilled the first requirement like this. So we have shown here the filtering options, the different filtering option, how it works. Now simply there is a new requirement like to show. Now client has asked me to show sum of sales where sales is. So the new requirement here is create a card visual. Create a card visual. A card visual to show sum of sales where sales is greater than or equal to 1st Jan 2017. But before that I have left something here. See guys, we have applied the filter here. This time what I have done is I have simply wrote that date here directly. But if we want to achieve the same date, how we can do it? Simply this is 1st of January 2015. So simply I'll click on here. We'll go here 2015, 1st of January. Simply I'll select like this. So from here we can select like this. It is selected. That's why it's showing like that. Otherwise, likewise we can go to this years like that. It works. This arrow, down arrow. This is up arrow where I need to reduce the years. So simply I'll go to 15. I'll go to January. I'll simply select this. So it will come in this way. So in this way we are going to use it. So currently I need 2015 December, 31st December I need. Simply I'll go here. I'll go to December. I'll go to 31st. So it is there. So in this way it works. So what is the requirement now is, so simply the requirement is we need to create a card visual to show the sum of sales where the sales is greater than or equals to 1st of January. So simply what I need to do is here after 1st of January 2017, what is the sales amount that we need to calculate here. We need to calculate here the sales amount after 1st of, like we need to consider 1st of January in that also, but after 1st of January 2017 till the December, because we are having the till December, the 2017 data is there with us. We have got 4 years data, right from 2014 to 2017. So 1st of December should also come. So 1st of January, the date would also come. After that, till the end, whatever the end last date of sales is, we need to show that value in the card visual. So how we are going to do that? So simply I'll just remove this filter first. I'll just clear this filter off. Okay. Let's get rid of this. We are here now originally. So we need a sales of amount that too after 1st of January 2017. So simply I'll go here. we'll simply go on. Sorry, not here, guys. We'll simply take order date here. Order date will take directly from here. So order date I can take. So see, for 1st of January, we might be having, see, we might be having number of different distinct values. So it is not feasible to go on with the basic filtering. It is time consuming, guys. So rather than I can go to advanced filtering, I can make use of these options, is on or after, is on or after. If I select this in is on or after, and if I select the date here, that is what date I need to select is 1st of January 2017. 1st of January 2017. 2017 if I take. See guys, after this date should also come, but we need to show in the way. So simply we'll apply the filter here. We'll see this. We have got the changes here, and if we see in the filter is on or after 1st of January, whatever the sales amount would be there till the last date of the dates of the 2017 year, it is showing me the value. So in this way, we can apply the filters to this to fulfill the requirements. So let's see another requirement here, guys. There is another requirement. We need to show sales only on one date. So if I want to show any sales, like any date they have mentioned, if the client has mentioned any date, simply how I can show the sales amount. If the client has provided that to show me a date of around like 16th August 2017. So on this date, only for this particular date, what would be the sales amount? If I want to show that, then simply what I'll do is I'll simply go to advanced filtering. We are having is option here. I'll simply go here. We'll simply click here 16th August 2017. So this is a date where I need to check what is the sales amount is. So I'll just apply the filter here. So this is the sales amount here is, guys. Now, if I want to check this, simply I can go here here I can, first of all, let me clear out all the filters. Ascending will do it. So what would be the date? 16th of December. Date filters equals to, we'll simply calculate the 16th of August. So simply I'll write here 16th August 2017. If I apply this filter here, we are getting this two dates here, 16th of August 2017. If we go to the sales column, we'll got to know the sales amount. What is the sales amount? 67.136, 13.428. So if we sum this, we are going to get around like 80.56. So this validation is correct. This filtration is correct. So this is a requirement. This also we have fulfilled. So simply we are having many options here, guys. If we see here after is, we have got is not. So if we want to skip this particular date, if we want to skip any other date, see, if we want to skip any other date, like let's take around 18. If I want to skip this date, and if I want to show the total sales, whatever it is, total sales is around 2.3 million. Out of this particular date would be skipped because it is not option is there. So this particular date was skipped and we have got this much as a result. So this, with the help of is not, this particular date would be skipped. So the same way is after. So if I want to got to know the dates, if I want to get to know the sales is after this date, is after this date means I will be getting the sales from 19th of August till date. So simply we'll apply, we'll see is after 18th of August. So from 19 I will be getting the till date, I will be getting this sales amount. So whatever the data is, I think till December 2017 the data is. So from 18th of August till December 2017, this sales value is there. So is after we have seen, is on or after. So simply if I click on is on or after, simply what it will do is it will include this particular date, and after that date it would show us the data is on or after this particular date. So is on or after 18th of August 2017. These are the sales value which it shows. So these are like self-explanatory options here. Is before. If I want to check with is before. So simply with the is before, what will happen is it will take the data from 17th till 17th. Till 17th, it will get us the data. We'll check. Sorry, guys. Is before 18th of August. So till 17th, it would give us the sales value. Same way like is on or before. That is also here is on or before means this date also it will consider, and before dates. Like 18th is, it will consider 18th here. Then it would give us the value. I think 18th is not having any sales. That's why it is like that. So these options are self-explanatory, guys. Here we were in the advanced filtering options. These are the self-explanatory. So is blank. So now the two things are left, is blank and is not blank. So blank, sometimes there would be a requirement. There is an order date with blanks. So client simply ask for the sales information on that blank order date. We don't have any blank orders right now. So blank will be shown on the top. So basically, if there are some blanks into this, in the basic filtering, it would show on the top if the blanks are there. If the blanks are there into this particular date column, it would show on the top in the basic filtering. But we haven't got any blanks. So whenever sometimes client will ask for the sales amount on the blank dates. So in that way, we can use this option, is blank, is not blank. Now there is another requirement. We'll check for another requirement now. Simply, there is a requirement. Let me get rid of this. We'll just remove this. So if I want to show order date by sales, guys, if I want to show order date by sales, so whenever date column is there, our first approach would be, whenever time and date related things we want to show, we will be always approaching towards line chart. We'll just simply take this line chart here. And what we have to show here is order date by sales. So simply we'll drag in the order date here. We'll simply drag in sales. We have dragged the two things right here. So it is just showing us 2014, 15, 16, 17 data we have got. So it is just showing us the value here. I'll simply click on the data labels so that we could show some, it should show some value. Okay. Now it is visible to you. Hope it is visible to you clearly. Yeah. So we have got this table around. Now, if you see here, I was requiring only date, right? Because there is a requirement. There is a requirement from the client that we should show here the dates. Order date by sales we need to show. Order date by sales. That is a requirement from the client. But we can see here it is showing in years, 2014, 2015, but we need order date by sales. We need order date here and we need sales amount here on the y-axis. So what exactly I need to do is, if you see here properly, it has taken the hierarchy. How I can tell it that it is a hierarchy is because at the top year is there. After that quarter is there. After that month is there. Whenever the interrelated columns are like this, it is called as hierarchy, guys. We are going to take in the next lecture this hierarchy. But simply, whenever we drop in this, and this hierarchy has been created by Power BI. It is created by Power BI directly. Whenever the date column would be there, it will create the hierarchy. I'll also explain you why it creates the hierarchy, what is the use of that, how we are going to use that hierarchy. That is another thing. So simply in tomorrow's lecture, we are going to consider that. But simply, we don't want this hierarchy to be here. We simply want the order date to be here. We simply want it to display order dates. So what I can do here to show the order date, guys. So order date means simply here, I'll just click on this expand button here. Here we are having two options, order date, date hierarchy. So now it is tick marked on the date hierarchy, means it has considered date hierarchy here. That's why it's showing date hierarchy. So simply we'll shift to order date, guys. Now here it is shifted to order date. Now if we see here carefully, we are seeing the dates. But these dates are not properly visible to us. These dates are not properly visible to us. If I want to display sales for each day, if I want to see now here, years are been visible here. Years are visible, and if I hover, I am getting to see those dates. So if I want to display the sales for each day, I need to simply change it. I'll go on this formatting options. I'll go to this x-axis, because on the x-axis it is there. So I'll simply convert this continuous to categorical. I have simply converted it from continuous to categorical. Okay. Now we have converted it. Now we can see, we are able to see the dates. Now if you see here, for each date it is showing, but for some of the dates the values are not there. For example, for the 8th January entry is not there. 8th January is missing here. Likewise, many days are like 12th January is missing here. So for this, it is showing like this. If we hover, we are getting the dates. On 19th of January, what is the sales amount? 378.59. On 14th of January, what is the sales amount? 61.96. So this is how it shows. Now, what is the requirement here is, it should show us the so client is interested basically here. Client is interested in top 5 dates where we have more sales. So client is interested here in showing in getting that is a requirement, that this visual properly it should show top 5 dates where we have more sales. So how we can do is, simply we'll click on this, we'll go here, we'll simply in the order date is already there. We'll go to this top n thing, because they are asking for top 5 they are asking. So simply we'll include here. We'll just drag this sales column here, because we need top 5 dates where the sales is more. Top 5 dates. Okay. Top 5 dates where the sales is more. We'll simply apply the filter here. So now you can see here is, we can see those dates. Let me just sort this out with the help of sum of sales. Yeah. So if you see here carefully, it is showing the top 5 dates. It is from 2014, it is from 2017, 16, 2014. It is showing the dates like this. And it is showing like descending order. I have sorted it. Sorry, ascending order. I have sorted it. This is another value for this particular date. We have got this much amount of sum of sales. We have got this much amount. Then it is in increasing. I have sorted it into increasing thing. So this is what we were expecting from this visual. So this is how the filters actually works on the date columns. Now, if simply okay, we have done with this. We'll simply delete this. There is another requirement from the client. We'll start with that. So simply, if I want to, I'll just simply get this sales column here. It is showing me 2.30 million sales for all the 4 years. So what is the requirement here is, it should show the last 5-day sale from the system date. For example, today is a system date. What is the today's system date? So what exactly client is requiring is, client wants the last 5 days sales from my system date. So from my system date, if I go last 5 days, I need to count 11, 10, 9, 8, 7. So these are the 5 dates it would take. Last 5 dates I want to show. Last 5 days sales I want to show. So simply I'll go here. I'll simply take here So now we can see in the orders, I'll just drop in that column here. Where is order dates? Yeah, order date is here. We're just dropping that column here. So we have got this. If we go to advanced filtering, sorry, no advanced filtering, we are going to start with relative date here. Relative date here. See, two options which we didn't use till date is relative date we haven't used, relative time we haven't used. We have taken examples from advanced filtering, basic filtering, top and also we have taken. So let's start with relative date. So here, if I want to show last 5 days sales from the system date, so is in the last is the option, and how many days I need to show is how many days? 5 days I need to put. So here 5 days I have put. I'll simply apply the filter here. It is coming blank because guys, we don't have the data. We have data till 2017 only, but we can see here like how the filter has been applied, on what dates the filter has been applied. I told you like the 5 days, last 5 days I need to take from the system date. So today is 11th of December. It will be taking 7th of December. Till 7th of December, it is going to show you the sales amount. Why it has taken today's date also means we are having an option here, includes today. Includes today means today day it would consider and it would count on the basis of that last 5 days. On the basis of today's day, it would count the last 5 days. And in the filter, even if the value is not there, even if we don't have the data, but simply we can check in the filter, it has shown us the date of 7th of December. So these are the last 5 days sales it will display. Now let me do one thing. Let me just clear this off. Include today means we are not including today's date now. I have unchecked this particular checkbox. Now I'll apply the apply filter here. Now you will see there is a difference. Now it has taken yesterday's date and it has considered that date as the system date, and then it has calculated the last 5 days from that. So in this way, we can filter the last 5 days sales as per the requirement. We can fulfill the requirement from the clients. So this was another requirement from the client. Now, see, there is like I have shown you that there is an option here in order date, relative date is there. But same, we can also do it with the basic filtering thing. With the basic filtering also, we are able to do it. The basic filtering, what I can do is, I can simply go to those dates, last 5 dates, and I can simply click on those dates here. Okay, I can click on those dates here, and it will show me the data. Okay, it will show me the last 5 data, but that approach would be static approach. Tomorrow when this data would be refreshed, tomorrow when the data would be increased, tomorrow when this data would be updated, our approach, whenever we develop something, our approach should be always dynamic, guys. It should not be static. So if I apply the relative filter here, if I apply the relative date filter, it is simply taking the last 5 days. So this approach is dynamic. Whatsoever the data would be, it will take any date, any 5 days, it will take that too from the today's system date. In the future date, whenever that date would be there, it would take the last 5 days out of it. So this approach is a dynamic approach. Our approach should be always dynamic, rather like while development process. It should not be static. It should adjust to the circumstances. So we have seen this. What is the new requirement now is, now if I give around like, now if I give as now on this, if I go and there is a requirement like not here, order date. Okay, order date I'll put here. Okay, order date, I'll go to relative date here. Now in last, let me check like if we can, in last 3,000 days, if I want to check the data, in last 3,000 days, if I want to check the data, what is the data for that is, we can check from here, 3,000 days. See, that is an option. If there is a requirement that client wants to see the sales before 3K days. Before 3000 days, what was a sales? Till this 3000 days, if you want to check, I'll simply apply here filter. Now it can show us the data. Now simply we'll check in the filter. See, these are the dates. So from 2024, from today's date, it has taken us to the 3000 days back. So it would be around like 2016, and our data is till 2017. That's why it is showing us the data here. So this is another requirement here is, so these are the options where we can see. So we are having like last 30 days, we are having days here, we are having weeks here, we are having calendar weeks here, we are having months, we are having calendar months, years, calendar years, guys. So these many options are there. As per the requirement, we can use these options here. So the new things which you can see here is, you can see calendar weeks is a new thing for you. You can see the calendar months would be new thing. You can also see calendar years would be new thing for you. So simply, I want to simply tell you one thing. Whenever I'm talking about calendar week means it will start at Sunday. It will start on Sunday. Calendar weeks. It will start on Sunday. It will start on Sunday, and it will start on Sunday and it would be till Saturday. It will start at Sunday and it would end at, for example, it would start from here, it would end here. This is a calendar week, guys. This is a calendar week. So whenever there is an approach, there is a requirement related to that calendar week, you can able to do that. We are having calendar month also, guys, here. We are having calendar month also here. So simply let me take calendar month. Okay. Let me take some. We'll take 1 month, guys. We'll take 1 month, 1 calendar month. In last 1 calendar month, I need to see the sales. I'll simply apply. As we are not having the data, no matter. Okay. But we can check here. So whenever I'm talking about calendar month, what exactly it has taken is, it has taken the last month, the whole month from 1 to 30, it will always take. So whenever I will be talking about calendar months, it would always take from 1 to 30. The approach would be like that. But whenever I take a normal month here, it would take from yesterday's date, guys. It would take from yesterday's date. It would take from like, see, we have from today's date, it would take 1 month. From today's date, it would take, it haven't take like, it didn't took the 1 to 30 things, 1 to 30 days, it haven't taken it. It has only considered today's date. From today's date, it has considered months. So that is the difference between the months and the calendar months. In the calendar months, it would always consider from 1 to 30, and in the months, it would take from date to date. 1 month it would take. That is the difference here. So simply for months also, for calendar years also, it is the same. If I take like, if I want to show some data of sales related to in the last 1 calendar year, so simply I'll apply the filter here. I'll simply check the filter here. It has taken from 1 to 30. 1st of January to 31st of December it has taken. 1st of January to 31st of December. Because we have claimed for calendar year, 1 last calendar year. So it is showing like that. Now, on the other hand, if we show here years, guys, if I again apply the filter, with the year, it would take from today's year, from till date, today's system date, it would take. See, guys, it has taken from today's date till last 1 year. That's the difference between years and calendar years. So these are the options. Now it is pretty much straightforward, self-explanatory for you to take, and you can make utilization of that as per the requirement, guys. Now there is a requirement. Okay, if there is a requirement, guys, if there is a requirement that whenever a client opens the report, he should get display of the today's date sales data. If he wants to display it, how he can make utilization of that is, for example, if I'm a client, if I'm opening this, I should get only today's date sales here. How I can do it is, there is an option is in this. If I select this, is in this day, and if I apply the filter, it is blank because the value is not there, the data is not there, but it is showing like today's date it would take. For today's date only, it would filter the data and it would show us the sales data. That is a requirement. There is another requirement. If I am in September month, if I am in December month, it should show me the November data. So 1 month data. So simply this first option we can use is in this last. We can use that option easily. So this second option we have seen. In the case of current year also we can see, for example, if there is a requirement, if I open the report, it should only show me the current year data. So in the current year data, how it will show us the current year data is, let me get rid of this first, current year data. So current year means is in this, I'll take current year, I'll take here year, I'll simply apply, I'll see. For this year, it is giving me the sales value, right? From 1st of January 2024 to 31st of December 2024. For this year, if someone wants to see, then he can apply this kind of filter, guys, here. Now the only one option here is left is in the next. This option is basically left. This is related to relative date. Now, when there are some targets related data, guys, there are some target related data. If you are a salesperson, the targets would be given to you if there are some target related data. So tomorrow, what is the target for you? Coming 1 year, what will be the target for you? Coming 1 year, what would be the target? When they assign the target, there will be some kind of future dates. There would be some kind of future dates in the order date. Okay. There would be some kind of future dates in this order date column, but currently we don't have that future dates. At that time, we will be using this is in this next. So I'll tell you one requirement related to this is every time when I open this report, like client is asking, every time whenever I open this report, what will be the target for next 5 days? What will be the target for next 5 days? That is my requirement here, guys. So there will be a column, target sales value, and target date column would also be there in the data. At that time, what I will do is I will simply go to the target date option, guys, and I'll simply select is in the next. Is in the next. I'll select here 5 days because 5 days data I need to show. Simply I'll show it like this. I'll apply. See, guys, it is showing me, even if the data is not there, it is showing me the future dates. The filter has been applied to future 5 dates. So whenever I'm talking about some target, some future related dates, the is in the next would be useful. So likewise, so we have seen the relative date function here, relative date here. We have seen number of options here. Now, if we check for relative time, guys, relative time is also similar to this. Relative time is also having the same 3 options here. But the difference is whenever we are having any kind of requirements like what are the last 2 hours data? What are the last 2 hours data? What is the last 30 minutes data? If the client is asking me for such kind of requirements, at that time I would be using the relative time filter options here. Relative time filter options I will be using at that time. So basically what will happen is in the data, when I can use this time option is relative time, when I can use it. Let me get rid of this clear all filters. Okay. So basically this order date is there. In this order date column itself, the time would be mentioned. In this order date column itself, the time would be mentioned. So the date time options would be there. So if you see here, we are having number of options here where the date and time both would be there. But currently we don't have right now that date code. So whenever the time option is there, then only we can use this. Whenever we can use this relative time, otherwise we can't use this. It is useless. If the time is not included in the order date, we can't use that. So whenever such kind of requirement related to time is there, like last 2 hours, last 30 minutes data, last 2 hours data, at that time we can make utilization of this order date, relative time option, guys. So now we have seen this. We have seen many options on this. So what I'll do is, if you see here properly, guys, if you see here properly, or if you have listened to me properly, what I told is that day what I said is filters. Why we are applying the filters? In order to show the subset of the data, we will be applying the filters. Now let's imagine there are two reports. Let's imagine here first. Okay, let's go to this. Where are we? Wait, guys. So why we use the filter is in order to hide the information, hide the data, hide some of the data to the clients. We will be using the filters in the Power View, guys. So simply, let's see, there are some data sources. After that, data set is there. Sorry, data set. Okay, we are having data set. Data set is there, which is an OLAP model, and we are having multiple reports. So initially what we do is whenever the requirement comes from the client, we use the data sources to make the data set. So data set is prepared with the help of data sources, and this data set OLAP model would be helpful, would be a source for developing the multiple reports, guys. So multiple reports can be made on the data set. We'll study in detail in the Power Service, guys, in the coming module. But let's listen to me here. So from the data sources would be the source for the data set, for preparing the data set. Data set would be a source for preparing multiple reports, and multiple reports can be made out of one data set, guys. Okay. So there is a requirement that that we need to make some reports. For example, one report will make for central, guys. Will make for central, which will be seen by central managers. Another report we will make for east region. Will show east region data only, will filter as per east region only, and it would be shown to east managers only. So in this kind of scenario, filters actually plays an important role for creating the same reports. As I told here, multiple reports we are going to make by using the same data set. So these reports are made on the basis of this one data set only. So one data set, we will be using this data set for making number of reports, multiple reports like this, as per the region, as per the segment. So here what I mean to say here is, so in order to separate out, in order to give, or in order to hide some of the data to the clients, I will be hiding from central managers the other region things. I would be hiding from him. From the east managers, I will be only showing to them east region sales only. So this is how I will be using it. For doing this, in order to hide some data from the clients, we will be using filters. Now let me tell you something. Like we have left here some options, guys. If you carefully see here, see, this is option here. If I hover here, there is an eye kind of structure here. Show or hide the filter pane. Show or hide the filter pane. So it is talking about that filter panes. It needs to be shown or it needs to be hidden, like that. The meaning is. The another option is simply, let me take one visual, then only it would be visible, I guess. So I'll simply go get this sales here. I'll simply get this sales. I'll get another visual here. I'll take another visual as quantity here. But where is the quantity? I'll simply replace it here. So it is showing me quantity, and simply I'll be showing. Okay, let me show this. And this would be sales. This would be region. Okay, it is showing me this visual here. Okay. These are the visuals here. So likewise, if there is a requirement that these are the visuals, and here only the sales, only the central data, only the central region data should be showing, I need to show. But currently it is showing for all the regions data. If I simply want to show the central region data here, if I want to filter this particular page with the help of central region only, so what would be my approach here is, I'll simply go here filters on this page, because these three visuals are there on this page. I'll simply go here. I'll simply drop this. I'll simply drag this region column here. I'll simply apply the central region filter here. I'll simply apply the central region filter here. Now one thing, if you can see here is, I'll just simply expand it. We are having some option here. We have seen this option. This is show or hide the filter pane. Another option here is in the filter. If we see, there is an option called as hide filter. There is an option called as hide filter. There is another option called as lock filter. So these three options we have left and we need to see, guys. Now, let me tell you one thing. Being a developer, you should always hide this filter pane from the clients. Clients are not supposed to see this filters pane. Client are only supposed to see whatever the requirements they have quoted for and whatever the requirements we have just fulfilling through this visuals. They should only see this kind of visuals. This filters 99% you are not allowed, or it is not recommended for being a developer to show this filter. So it is always recommended to show this filter. But the thing is, whenever I go, like, let's see, I'll just save this first. We'll just save this first. I'll show you something. We'll save this as filter hide. I'll simply give it as a name as hide filter. I'll simply give it as a name hide filter. I'll simply save this because I just want to publish it. I have saved it. Now the name is hide filter. I'll simply publish it. I'll publish it to Workspace. Simply what I'm into show here is, I have simply selected the Workspace. Now it is going to publish in the Workspace. Now what I'm into show here is, if I didn't do anything, if I simply saved here, if I published here, by default, this filters would be open and it would be visible to the clients. It would be visible to the clients, guys. Now let's see. Let me go to app.powerbi.com. Let's go to the Workspace where we have published previous PBI practice. Now, what was the name? Hide filter was a name. Okay, we have clicked on this hide filter. Now, these are the visuals which were made, right? Now you can see these filters here. Now you would be being a client, if you are seeing this data and you got to know that this filter is open here, and you can know that this filter is visible and what kind of filter has been applied. You can also filter all other data. You can also able to filter it here, guys. That is the thing. Now filter is visible by default because I didn't do anything to the filters. But now what I'll do is I'll simply go and hide this. Okay. Now what I'll do is I'll just save this report. I'll again publish it. I'll publish it to PBI practice. Okay, it will replace because I'm just replacing the data set. So report is the only one. Report is same here. It is telling like that, and data set is same. So I'll just replace it. Okay, succeeded. Now we'll see. We'll go. I'll just switch off this. I'll again go into this Workspace. Rather than doing refresh, I always prefer to go directly to the hide filter. Now, being a client, can you see the filter here, guys? No, the filter is been hidden from the clients. This is what is expected from a developer. 99%, the filter should not be visible. Now, there are some cases, or there are some situations where actually client wants to see the filters. Now, simply I'll apply one more filter here, guys. I'll simply apply one category filter here is category filter. I'll simply apply the category as technology here for this page. So I have applied two filters. So if he wants to see the filters, he wants to see only one of the filter. Or if we want to show only one of the filter from here, so we are having two different options here. I can simply hide this filter from here. Okay. For this, I'll not do anything. I'll simply publish it. Yes. Let me check what will happen. See, we have hidden that. We have hidden this region wala filter. Okay, replace. Okay, succeeded. We'll go to that. We'll again close this off. We'll again go it directly. No, hide filters will go. Now you can see one of the filter was hidden from that. Region filter was hidden, which is not visible here, guys. Only the category filter is visible. So it gives us a provision to hide any filters from this. Now we have seen two options. This option we have already seen. This option we have seen. The only option is left is lock. The only option which is left is lock, guys. Lock filter. Now there is a requirement from the client that, or there is a necessity in this particular report that I need to show them the filters, but I will not allow them to actually change the filters. I don't want them to change the filters. Okay, they can see these filters, but I don't want them to change the filters, or they should not touch to this technology filter or any one out of it. They should not touch this. So basically what I'll do is I'll just lock this filter. Okay, I'll simply keep this lock open and we'll see what will be the outcome for this. I'll simply publish it. I'll save it. I'll go to this PBS Power BI practice. I'll publish it. Okay, I'll replace. Okay, we got it. We'll go to apps. I will simply see here. We'll again go to the workspace. This is a workspace here. PBS PBI practice. What is that? Hide filter is the name for that. So guys, you can see here, I have locked this filter. There is a lock. So here, for this particular visual, the client would not able to touch this. He would not able to edit this. He would not able to make any kind of changes to this region filter. He can only make the changes to the category filter. So here there was a requirement that I just want to show him what filters I have applied, but I don't want him to touch the region filter, and I don't want him to change the regions and see what are the sales values for that. That was a requirement here. So simply we can simply log the filters as per the necessity from the client. So these were the options which were left. So simply just one suggestion I just want to give you is, client should not be able to filter the data on their own. Client anyhow should not be able to filter the data on their own. Like if there is a requirement, then that case is okay, but there would not be any kind of requirement such. In few cases, 99%, I would not recommend developers to show the filters to the clients. Filters are only for developers, guys. Filters are only for developers. So here I stop the class for today. Start with today's session. Till now, we have finished. Let me open this Power BI architecture. So till now, we have finished some introductory classes for regarding the total architecture we have covered. Then we have primarily focused on the Power View module. We have covered all the contents related to Power View module. And now from today onwards, we are going to start with Power BI service. So today I will be discussing on, this is class 1. This is the agenda for today's class. So today I will be focusing on introduction to the Power BI service. We'll see at a high level on-premise. What do you mean by on-premise? What do you mean by cloud? Regarding licensing types, what are the licensing types in Power BI service? How one should log on to the Power BI service? What will be the project flow in a Power BI? Like starting right from the start of the project to the end of the project. What are the steps? How the project flow would go? And then what Power BI service topics we are going to consider in the future classes that we are going to see into this. So this all will be covered in today's lecture, guys. So before I start in with this Power BI service, let me just give you a quick glimpse of like what we have discussed in the introductory session when we had a demo session. Like we have primarily focused on this Power BI architecture. So in this Power BI architecture, on the left-hand side, if you see, we have got OLTPs. OLTP stands for Online Transactional Processing. So I'm just talking about the data sources. So basically, whenever a business is started, whenever a business is there, let's imagine there is a business, there is an ABC company. That this company is this company is like Flipkart. It deals into those things, e-commerce things. So it will be doing the business. While doing the business, it will generate some kind of business data. That business data would be generated. That business data, whatever generated, this business data would be the transactions in the business. That transactional data, it would be stored in some kind of data sources, So these data sources, the business data, which is generated from the business, it will be stored into some kind of data sources. Those data sources, it can be Excel files, it can be SQL Server, it can be Oracle. It depends purely on the business guys, like what data sources they want to choose. So majorly they will be focusing on SQL Server and Excel files. It may be SAP HANA also. Many data sources are there. So here OLTPs are there. These are the data sources where the business will be storing the business data. So now this OLTP stands for Online Transactional Processing. Now, whenever a business is started, the business is started. Now there is a need for a business. There is always a need to get some insights, how good the business is doing, how bad the business is doing, what are the insights from that business. So for that, we need to have the business people need to get some kind of idea, like which of their product or which of their services is doing good, which of their services is doing bad. So for that purpose, they just initiate a Power BI project, because Power BI is a software where all the analysis would be done, where all this data, whatever the business data which is generated, that would be converted into some kind of actionable information through reports and visuals. So with the help of reports and visuals, this data this business data would be converted into some kind of actionable information, so that this business people can take some kind of actions onto top of those, onto getting some insights from these visuals. They would get some kind of idea. So Power BI basically is it majorly focuses on Power Query. We have got Power Query, Power Pivot, Power View. I have already explained this. So here, whatever data is required in order to generate these reports and visuals, only that data we need to move from Power Query to Power Pivot. Only that data we need to move from Power Query to Power Pivot. So here we need to filter the data. Here we need to do the ETL activities. ETL activities is extract, transform, load. We will be extracting some kind of files from here. We will be doing some kind of transformation onto this data, and I will be loading that data. I will be loading that data only which would be required in order to create these reports and visuals. So this I will be loading into Power Pivot. So finally in the Power Pivot, we will be getting the tables. We would be getting all the tables. We will be getting relationships for those tables, and those tables are only stores that information which is required for creating the reports and visuals. So in the Power Pivot, that is called as OLAP dataset, that is Online Analytical Processing. So here, if some new information is asked by the clients, we will be generating the new information here with the help of some DAX language. Otherwise, we'll be using the existing information. But 99% of the time, there would be some kind of new information which is required. So that new information we will be getting by enhancing the data model. We'll be getting with the help of DAX language here in this Power Pivot. So that DAX language would be extensively covered into Power Pivot. Some of the transformation or ETL activities that would be extensively covered into Power Query. And from this Power Pivot, on the basis of this data, we will be generating some kind of reports in the Power View. In the Power View, we will be generating that reports. Those reports would be responsible for getting the actionable information for the clients. So here, Power BI desktop don't have the capability to share the reports with the clients. It don't have the capability to share the reports with the clients. So how we will be publishing, how we would be saving, and how we would be publishing those data, those reports and visuals with the help of Power BI service. Now, in order to share these reports and visuals with the clients, we are having two ways. First one is Power BI service. See here, both the ways we can publish the data with the help of Power BI service. We can publish the data with the help of Power BI report server. Also, we can publish the data. And by publishing here, from here, we'll get an advantage. We'll get a feature to share those information, those visuals with the clients. So here, sharing is there. From this Power BI service, we'll be sharing the reports, whatever reports we have developed from this data set. And from here also, so it depends. So, but in the demo, what I have mentioned is 99%, around 99%, the business people, the company, the corporate people, they would be using this Power BI service only because it's a cloud one. And this is an on-premise one. This is a cloud one. That's the difference between this. And from here, we'll be sharing these reports with the clients. So this was just a journey of a report from the desktop to the service. So let's start with firstly with the definition of the Power BI service. Power BI service is a Azure cloud-based server. Which is used to share the reports with the clients. There is a symbol here, cloud. It's a cloud-based server, Azure cloud-based server. Which is used to share the reports with the clients. So the primary purpose is to share the reports with the clients, and it is a cloud-based server. It is an Azure cloud-based server. We have got two products. One is Power BI Desktop, another is Power BI Service. In Power BI Desktop, we just only develop the reports. In the Power BI Desktop, we just develop the reports. In the Power BI Desktop, we just develop the reports. Let me just open this Power BI Desktop here. So in the Power BI server, in the Power BI service, we are just using the Power BI service for sharing the reports with the clients. But on the other hand, this Power BI Desktop would be used for developing the reports. So whenever I'm talking about sharing the report with the clients, we have got two ways here. I've already discussed in this architecture. We have got two ways. One is Power BI service and another is Power BI report server. So Power BI service, it's a cloud-based server. And talking about the Power BI report server, it's an on-premise server. So what is happening now is whenever we are, so I have already told you that 99% of the people uses the Power BI report. They'll be using the Power BI service they will be using this Power BI service for sharing the reports. Why less number of people will prefer this Power BI report server is, and why more number of people will prefer this Power BI service? Let's understand this, guys. Tomorrow. So basically, whenever I'm talking about the Power BI report server software, let's talk deeply on this Power BI report server. Before that, let me give you some kind of idea on, like, tomorrow when you go for an interview, whenever you'll go for a Power BI interview, you will be asked how you used to share the reports to the clients. That question would be definitely asked to you, that how you have shared the reports, how you used to share the reports with the clients. If you keep around like 3 years of experience, roughly, you will keep around 3 projects in the CV. In the project, like 3 projects you will mention in the CV, if you are roughly keeping around 3 years of experience. So how you will answer this question is, report is developed in the Power BI Desktop. Report would be developed in the Power BI Desktop. Okay. Report would be developed in the Power BI Desktop. And you used to save it and then you used to publish it to the Power BI service. You used to publish it, you used to save that report in the Power BI Desktop and you used to publish it to the Power BI service. Because majority of the companies will be using the Power BI service only. So this would be the perfect answer for the question. So let's talk about the on-premise server. So what is the difference between on-premise server and cloud-based server? So on-premise servers, whenever I'm talking about this is an on-premise server, this is a cloud-based server. So on-premise server, whenever you want to go with the on-premise server is first what you need to do. For example, you are a company. What you need to do is you need to go to Microsoft and you need to buy the software called as Power BI report server. Firstly, being a company, you need to purchase some kind of, you need to approach to Microsoft and you need to buy the software called as Power BI report server. Let's say my company developed some report on the Power BI desktop. My company is planning to share the report using the on-premise server, like Power BI report server. I have developed the reports. Now I want to share it with the help of this Power BI report server. Let's imagine in this way. For buying the software, we need to pay money to the Microsoft. Initially, when we buy the software, we need to pay money to this Microsoft. Second thing is, you need to do this is, you need to buy one server. One server you need to buy. In order to install this software, you need to have one computer. In companies. To install this server, we need to have some computers. Computers in the sense with huge RAM and with hard disk, and with huge RAM, we need to get some computers and we need to utilize this computer for downloading this software, for installing this software called as Power BI report server. So let's take like for this Power BI desktop, for installing this Power BI desktop, Microsoft is charging anything from us or not? No, it is not charging. It is just a free software for us. Both Power BI service and Power BI report server are paid. So both of them are paid. These are licensed software. So talking about these two softwares, this Power BI service and Power BI report server, these both are the licensed software. In the Power BI desktop, we don't have to pay anything. So development we can do on the basis of this Power BI desktop. But whenever it comes with the sharing those reports with the clients, we need to use any one out of it. So we are just understanding here what's the difference and which one is more preferable from these two options, like Power BI service is most preferable or Power BI report server is more preferable. So firstly, see, these two softwares are licensed software. They are not free software, first of all. Secondly, when we go with the Power BI report server software, we need to buy the server. Server means a huge RAM and hard disk in a computer, and it would be expensive. You need to spend a lot of money for this. You need to have some kind of infrastructure also. You bought one server, okay. To keep that server, you need some server rooms. You need some server rooms in order to install this server into the computers. You need to have an infrastructure for that. Not only server rooms, you need to have some networks for this. So you need to set up infrastructure for this. You are required to spend a lot of money onto this, onto infrastructure you will be paying, onto the servers you will be paying, onto the computers with huge RAM and a huge hard disk you would be paying. So you bought one software, okay? You bought one software. You only have to install that software in the server. You need to install the software in the server. You need to monitor the server by 24/7. You need to hire the admins for those. You need to hire some admins. So monthly salary should be paid to those admins. Admins, like those admins would be expensive. You need to pay salary for those admins because you need to keep some admins in order to have a monitoring service onto this servers. So here, what is the disadvantage is a lot of initial cost you will have to pay. You will have to pay a lot of operational cost. So here, a lot of operational cost. Here, a lot of initial cost would be there. One admin can't monitor this whole system. One admin can't monitor server 24/7. You need to hire a couple of admins for this. So server rooms rent would be there for this. Server room rent would be there for this. Because of this, in order to save money, lot of companies are moving towards the cloud-based software, cloud-based server. Lot of companies are moving towards the cloud-based server. Now, for this Power BI service, we don't have to have any kind of infrastructure. We don't need any kind of servers with huge RAM or huge hard disk. We don't have those things. We don't have to install a server here. We don't have to have an infrastructure for this. We don't have to hire admins for this. We don't have to pay salary for those admins. So initial costing and the operational cost would be minimum for this. So for that, that's the only purpose. That's the only reason why many of the people, many of the companies are looking towards the cloud-based server. So for on-premise, so let's say my company is using this Power BI report server. For on-premise server, everything should be taken care by our company only. For the first time, when I buy this Power BI report server, they give a version. For example, if I initially purchase this, these people will give me first. They'll give me the version 1. So our admin team would be there. They would be installing that. They install that version 1 in our server, and later on, the Microsoft team released the version 2, because Microsoft team will be always releasing some kind of versions. Initially, the version 1 we have installed it, and our admins have installed those versions in the server. After that, version 2 releases. They added new feature to this software, so they released version 2. Now, who need to install this version 2 is our company itself need to take care of it. No one, Microsoft will not take care of that version. That another version 2, our company will be only installing that. Our admins needs to install that version 2 for this Power BI report server. Like this, everything like backups, restores, upgrading the servers, these all need to be taken care by our admins, our own company. So finally, what is the logic is, finally everyone is moving towards this cloud. That's why this cloud is more preferred. Now, if you see, there are many. We have seen Power BI report server software. We need to buy servers. Computer with huge RAM and hard disk. We need to set up infrastructure. We need to hire admins. A lot of initial cost and operational cost would be there. But when people will be preferring this Power BI service, it's a cloud-based server. So there are some kind of cloud service providers in the market, guys. There are some kind of renowned cloud service providers in the market. So these are like AWS is one of the cloud-based cloud service providers. It is from Amazon. Azure is something like which is provided by Microsoft. There is also called a GCD, which is from Google. So these are all these cloud service providers will provide the servers and softwares on the rate. So in a simple language, what will happen is this cloud service providers, this will just provide the servers and softwares on the rental, guys. They will just provide this on the rental basis. So what Microsoft is doing is, it is just installing the software in some of the Microsoft servers. Both Power BI service and server together, they will provide on the rental basis. You just have to pay that and you have to use it. Pay as you go option would be there from the Microsoft for this Power BI service option. So how much you are using, you can pay for that only. That is the option provided by the Microsoft here. In this case, no need to buy the software and server, no need to set up the infrastructure for the server, no need to hire the admins to take care of those servers. Monitoring and upgradations will be taken care by the cloud-based service providers only. If you want to use the Power BI service, if anyone wants to use this Power BI service, per user you need to pay only $14 per month. So only $14 per month you need to pay. If anyone wants to use this Power BI service, he just have to pay this $14 per month. It is, let's say there are some. So this is just a costing, and which is very much minimal as compared to the infrastructure, as compared to the staff members, as compared to the hiring the admins and maintaining the servers, maintaining the monitoring services and all those things. As compared to that, this service is very much less. This is a minimal costing which is provided by the Microsoft. So if you want to use the Power BI service, per user you need to pay $14 per month. Per user cost this is. So let's say there are some 5 developers. Let's imagine there are some 5 developers. Who are developing the report, and that reports needs to be shared with 95 clients. So there are like 95 clients, and there are some 5 developers, 5 Power BI developers that would be using this, that would be using the Power BI service. So 95 clients would be there to whom we need to share the reports. Just for an example, we are just considering this. So we need to buy license for 100 people. So 95 people, 95 is for clients, 5 is for the developers. So 95 plus 5, around 100 license we need to purchase around. So we need to buy licenses for 100 people. So you need to just pay 100 into 14, like $1,400 per month you will be paying. Sorry guys, instead of like 95, let's take at 100 clients, because I have written here 100 clients. So 100 clients, with 100 clients, if we are sharing those reports, and we are around like 5 developers from the company, so company has to bear this costing of around like 105, 100 clients plus 5, 105 people, 105 license they need to purchase. So for one license, it would be $14. So 105 into 14, $1,470 per month. This needs to be beared. This needs to be paired. We are just talking about the licensing types now. We are just talking about the licensing types. So licensing types is, the first licensing types is a pro license. Pro license. We have got around 3 types of licensing here. So the first licensing type is a pro license. So pro license, for every individual, we need to purchase it for around like $14 per user per month. So if we want to share this with 100 clients, so we need to bear this kind of costing for this. And believe me guys, this is just less. It is just, even if we take this 14,000, even if we take this 1,400, is not just sufficient to pay the salary for one employee. It is very much affordable for the company to maintain this and to purchase this pro license. So what will be happening is, so we were talking about the pro license here. We are talking about the pro license. So developers, to publish the report, one thing I would like to tell you here is, for this, particularly for the pro license, one thing I would like to tell you here is, developers, to publish the report to the Power BI service, they need the access to the Power BI service. See, we have developed, in this Power BI service, okay, we have opened this Power BI software now. In this Power BI software, I have developed something, I have saved it, but if my initial login is not there, if my login is not there here, I can't share this particular report to the clients. I can't share this with the clients. So in order to do that, I need to have at least a minimum license, that is Power BI license I need to have for this. So even with the clients to whom I would be sharing those reports, even they should have the access to the Power BI service. So both, even the developer and the clients, both of them should have the access to the Power BI license. So in the Power BI service, if you buy the pro license, we can publish each data set with how much size, guys? How much size data set we can publish? Data set, I mean to say here, see, data set earlier, the name for the data set, the name for the data set today is semantic model. Semantic model is the next name for the data set. Earlier, we used to use the name as data set. So whenever I will be talking about any kind of data set, I am just mentioning that as semantic model. I'm just mentioning as semantic model. So I have just, so here I'll just mention it. I'll just replace this data set with the semantic model. So whenever I'll be talking about the data set, I will be talking about the semantic model. The new name for the data set is semantic model. So the data sources are there. So some data sources are there. On the top of those data sources, we will be making the semantic model. We'll be making this semantic model in the Power Pivot. And this semantic model, see guys, whenever, I'll just show you something before going ahead. Just let me open this. Let me open app.powerbi.com. Just want to show you this Power BI service. So whenever I make any kind of report, I develop any kind of report, we have got some. So whenever I develop any kind of report, And whenever I save it here, and if I publish it from here, there is an option here, publish. Whenever I publish from here, we will be getting two files. We'll be getting two files exactly of the same name. For example, case study result is the name of the developed report. So whenever I publish that report in this Power BI service, I'll be getting two files. One would be of report and another would be a semantic model. One would be a report and another would be a semantic model. Semantic model is nothing but the data set. So we will be getting, whenever we publish anything to Power BI service, we'll get two files out of it. One is report file, another is semantic model file. Of the same name it would be like this. So whenever the data sources would be there, out of that data sources, whenever we publish, we have got this semantic model. This semantic model, with the help of this semantic model, we can create multiple reports. We can create multiple reports on the basis of this semantic model. So semantic model in the sense data set. Earlier name was data set. Now the name is semantic model. So whenever, if I'm using in the Power BI service, if you buy pro license, pro license is something like that. This costing would be applicable for the pro license. And pro license is a least license which is provided by the Microsoft, which is provided by the Power BI. So we can publish each data set, which how much size? Maximum of 1 GB. Maximum of 1 GB size it would be. For the pro license, what is the maximum semantic model size is 1 GB. 1 GB. 1 GB is the maximum data set size or semantic model size we can publish. So semantic size of 1 GB means how much data you can load from the source. So how much data from the data source you can load is around 10 GB. Around 10 GB, if we are loading around 10 GB of the data in the data source, we will be getting it converted to the 1 GB. We'll be getting that converted into 1 GB. So data set size is 1 GB means how much data you can load from the source is 10 GB. So in the source, if I'm talking about this, in the sources, we are allowed to take around 10 GB of data. 10 GB of data is more, guys. It is more than sufficient for many of the reports. For many of the reports, it is more than sufficient. So around 10 GB of the data we will be taking here. And with the help of this Power Pivot software, we will be getting it converted to the 1 GB data. This 10 GB data would be converted into 1 GB of data set. And here we will be publishing this data set to the Power BI service. So how much is the capacity? How much is the maximum semantic model size is 1 GB. 1 GB around we can use it. So whenever you load 10 GB of data from the source to the Power Pivot, it will compress the data till 1/10 of the source data. Till 1/10 of the source data, it will compress it. It will compress it around 1/10 of the source data. Then it will come to 1 GB. So 10 GB would be converted into 1 GB, and this 1 GB will be getting as a maximum data set size. So this is one of the, for the pro license, for this kind of costing, we are allowed for only a maximum this semantic model size of 1 GB data. 1 GB data. It is allowed for this. So for taking this 1 GB, how much is the data source size is 10 GB. 10 GB we can use as a data source here. So what I mean to say here is, so maximum data set is, so who will be using this? Okay, before that, let's imagine. Okay, let me tell you something here. So whenever, let's try to understand here, guys, clearly. So whenever I take any kind of source files from here, from these data sources, I pull those data sources, I extract those files in the Power Query. In the Power Query, if I require some kind of transformations, I'll do that, those kind of transformations required to create these reports and visual, and then I load this data into Power Pivot. So while loading this data into Power Pivot, initially the size was here is 10 GB. Initially the size was here is 10 GB. So this 10 GB size, it would be loaded into this Power Pivot around 1 GB of size. This Power Pivot, what this Power Pivot will do is, it will compress. It is having that feature, it is having that intelligence to compress this data sources of 10 GB into 1 GB. Around 1/10 of data source, it will compress the files. Here we'll get that thing. Okay. Now onto onto this Power Pivot, whatever 1 GB data we are getting, we are making some visuals out of it. From these visuals, we'll make these visuals here. We'll create the reports here. Now, what we'll do with these reports is, this report, see here, Power Pivot is responsible for creating the dataset. Dataset is nothing but the semantic model. This Power Pivot will create a dataset here. This dataset will be used for this dataset. This dataset would be used for this dataset means what, guys? This dataset would be a combination of tables and the data model. And the data model. Data model is nothing but the relationship between the tables. So those tables and the data model, it will constitute as data set, and this data set will be using for creating the reports in the Power View. So these reports and visuals would be created on top of this data set. So whenever these reports and visuals I would be publishing, I would be publishing to the Power BI service, we'll get two files here. One file would be a report file, another file would be a semantic model or data set file. So we have got two files here. So, okay, we have got these two files. Let me show this here. Two files we have got. Okay. This is a report. Case study result is a report. Okay. This is a case study. It is a report. This report, okay, initially it was refreshed. It was refreshed on what date? Refreshed, I'll tell you. What do you mean by refresh? I'll just tell you. Just bear with me here. I'll just show you. This data set is there. This report file is there. We have published this case study result from the desktop. We have got two files in the Power BI service. Now, if after some time, if there are some changes in the data sources, if some new data is added to this data sources, this new data needs to be communicated, needs to be transferred from this data source to this data set, and from this data set to this report, and from this report to the Power BI service. So what I mean to say here is, whenever after 1 month, after 2 months, whenever some changes would be there, some additions would be there in the data sources, that should be reflected here. That those changes should be reflected here in the report. If the report is showing till date information, if the report is showing 1 month prior the information, it should show me the recent information in the report. Recent information means whatever changes would be happening in the data sources, that should be visible into this report. And in order to get those changes in this report, in order to get the updated information from the data source here, to get this information here there is an option here called as refresh or schedule refresh. If I refresh it, whenever I refresh it, this is manual refresh, this is schedule refresh. This is manual refresh, this is schedule refresh. Refresh now is a manual refresh, and this is a schedule refresh. So this refresh, what this refresh will do is, whenever I go on with the refresh, from here, if I go on with the refresh, it will just go to the data sources. It will bring in the updated information, the updated tables into this data set first, and this data set. See, we will be always refreshing the data set, not the report. We'll be refreshing the report, but in another context. But primarily, the data set would be having all this information from the data sources. So we will be refreshing this data set. From here, if we go on with the refresh, manual refresh, it will go to the data sources. It will bring in the updated information in the data set, and with the data set, it will be shown onto the reports. So this is what as refresh. This is what refresh actually does. So refresh, this option refresh, see, this refresh option is only in the data set, in the semantic model. This refresh option would be there. So here, if I refresh, this data set would be getting the information from the data sources, and that data sources, those information would be transferred directly to this report, and we'll be getting the updated, up-to-date information in the report. So this is a manual refresh. So there is a schedule refresh also. This schedule refresh is something like that. We schedule it. Okay, in a week, 2 times this refresh should happen. In a month, this refresh should happen. So this is what the schedule refresh is. So why I am just focusing on to the schedule refresh, I am going to focus more on this. We are having extensively session for this refresh and schedule refresh in the Power BI service. But I am just giving you an idea, because there is a feature called as schedule refresh. Schedule refresh semantic model. So this only 8 times a day it would be allowed for the pro license. For the pro license, only 8 times a day it is allowed to schedule the refresh. So that is a So these are the rules and regulations just got for this pro license. Some restrictions are there for the pro license as per this amount, because pro license is only paying $14 per user per month. So they can have a maximum data set. They can have a maximum semantic model size of 1 GB. Okay. And the other thing is schedule refresh. They can only do 8 times a day. So only 8 times a day they would be able to refresh the semantic model. So 8 times a day they would be able to do. So that's what the restrictions provided for the pro license. So who will, there is a question, who will go on with the pro license? Who will go on with this pro license? Who will use pro licenses? The companies having less data, less users. The companies having less data and less users. These are the less users. 105 means these are the less development. So 105 including the developers and clients, these are the less users. So whenever less data would be there, whenever less users would be there, we would be going on with the pro license. See guys, I am just explaining you the licensing types. No Power BI developer will be involved in the licenses, but I am just trying to make you understand what type of licenses are there. We don't have to do anything with the licenses. These licenses will be taken care by the top level management people, top level management in your company. They will take care of these licensing things. Or admin team or architecture team in the company, they would be more focused on this licensing things. But being a Power BI developer, you should know how many types of licensing types, and with respect to interview also, you should know what do you mean by this pro license? What do you mean by how are the licensing types? This kind of questions would be definitely asked in the interview, guys. So we have seen for less data and for less users, we'll be using this pro license. Now let's focus on to another licensing type. I have already told you there are 3 licensing types. Second license is called as premium license. The earlier license was what? Pro license. First license was pro license. Second license is premium license. So premium license. So here minimum Microsoft, what amount they would expect from you is minimum $5,000 per month. They would be expect from you. They would be expecting minimum $5,000 per month from you. So here the maximum semantic model size is around 10 GB. So I am not talking that with the single data set only you would be achieving this 10 GB. I am not talking on that, because I already told you that on one data set, on each data set or on each semantic model, we can create multiple reports. So here, what is the maximum semantic model size is 10 GB. Earlier, what was the maximum size was 1 GB. 1 GB for pro and 10 GB for premium license. So here it can have many semantic models. I'm not just talking about one data set. You can have many data sets. You can have many reports. So here, what is the schedule refresh semantic model restriction is, we have got 48 times a day. For this costing, for this premium license, we have got 48 times a day for the schedule refresh. Earlier it was, for pro license, it was 8 times a day. So let's imagine here, for this premium license, here 50 developers are there and 450 clients are there. I'm just giving you an example for the premium license. For this here, for premium license, let's imagine we have got around 50. We have got around 50 developers are there and 450 clients are there to whom I need to share the reports. It's a pretty much big company. So total, how many license I would be requiring? 50 developers, 50 and 450 clients. 450 plus 50, 500 license I wanted. So total 500 people need to have a license in this kind of case. So if you buy a pro license, for 500, it will be more. Now, if you take pro license for individually, for 500 people, if you take pro license, so pro license is around like $14. So $14 into 500, that would be more. So instead Microsoft has given us this kind of capability. They have offered us this kind of price. At this price point, they can give us the license. So if you buy the pro license here, it would be more. So based on the So based on the company's relationship, see, companies are not only using the Power BI or only Power BI service or Power BI desktop. They would be also using some kind of other Microsoft products. So based on the relationship of the company, based on the company's relationship with the Microsoft can give them 500 license also, they can give 600 license also, they can give 700 license also. It purely depends on what costing, guys, on only the costing of $5,000. So it purely depends on the relationship with the company, what internal relationship they are having, like company and Microsoft people, because the company would be taking many products of the Microsoft. So they can provide 500 license also, they can provide 600 license also, they can provide 700 license also on the same costing. So whenever more data would be there and more users would be there, what is the preferred option is? Premium license is the most preferred options. Premium license is the most preferred option, guys. So this was the second licensing type. The other licensing type is premium per user. Premium per user. You can also call this as PPU. Premium per user license. Premium per user license. Here, what is the costing is? It is a costing of around $24 per user per month. $24 per user per month. Here, what would be there? More data and less users would be there. Here, more data. See, the data set would be more. The data set would be same as premium, 10 GB. And scheduled refresh is also same, 48 times a day, 48 times a day. But here you can purchase this for an individual user. For individual user, if you want to go, if here less users and more data is there, if here if here only 25 users or 100 users are there, if you want to take that, so this is the most preferable one for them. $24 per month. So less users and more data is there at that time, we'll be using this premium per user license. Premium per user license. Rest of the things are same as premium license. There is only like this is meant for users, individual users can purchase this. So let's take a scenario here is like for 100 users and 10 GB data, which one is the most preferable license? For 100 users and 10 GB data, which one is the most preferred, guys? 100 users and 10 GB. Pro license would be the most preferred one. Pro license would be the most preferred one. For 100 users and 50 GB data, for 100 users and 50 GB data, which license would be most preferred? Premium per users. Premium per users. And if we have got only 500 users, premium would be the best option. So these are the things we can see. So these are the licensing types, 3 types of licensing types we have seen. So let me tell you something here. So whenever you join in any kind of company, being a Power BI developer, you have been hired, okay? So whenever you join in the company as a Power BI developer, clients will just provide you a username and a password to access the Power BI service. It is the client's responsibility to give you this username and password to access the Power BI service. So you have joined in any company as a Power BI developer. Initially, they'll just give you the username and password. The username would be, this is just an example I'm just giving, pranil.savalaki@dell.com. So Dell is a company. So company email ID they'll give. With the help of that, you will be able to log on to the Power BI service. You will be able to log on to Power BI service. So this company people would be giving you, clients would be giving you this username and password. The password can be Windows password. It depends. It depends on the scenario. So how you will be logging on to the Power BI services? What is a URL for that is? So what is a URL to access the Power BI services? So any cloud-based server can be accessed with the help of web browser, guys. This is a web browser. Simply what I'll do is, what is the URL for that is app.powerbi.com. In order to go to Power BI service, I'll just make use of this URL, guys, here. This is a URL. This is a URL. So this is a URL here. So let me just give you a simple thing here. Let me just tell you some important things in the Power BI service. Currently, we are in the Power BI service. See, this is my login ID here. This is my email ID, which I have provided here. Okay. Now here, the major thing is workspace. Workspace. You can see here workspaces. If I go to this workspaces, you will see some of the workspaces which are created by me. There is a workspace which is already there, which is called as my workspace. My workspace will be there already in this, and these are the workspaces which I will be creating. So with the help of this, see here, I can create the workspace. So let me see, we are going to cover each and everything in more depth in the coming classes. But let me tell you something. Let me just focus on some of the things on the project flow. See, we have seen what we have seen till now. Introduction to Power BI service we have seen on-premise service, on-premise, we have seen cloud, we have seen licensing types, we have seen log on to Power BI service, how we can log on, what is the URL for that, we have seen this. Now we are going to talk on the project flow in Power BI. So project flow, let me tell you a simple thing. Let me explain you something. Guys, listen to me. Project flow in Power BI. So let's imagine there is an ABC company. This company is having some kind of business. They are running some kind of business. That business is creating some kind of business data. In order to analyze this business data, a Power project would be invented. A Power project will start. So when a Power project will start, whenever a business people needs to analyze the business data, then only a Power BI project will start. So in the Power BI project, in this business data will be stored in the data source called a SQL server. Let's imagine that we are just this business people, this ABC company is storing the business data in the SQL server. And this ABC company, they have initiated a Power BI project here. So they have initiated a Power BI project where the data source will be SQL server. So for this Power BI project, there is a requirement from the client that we need to develop 20 reports. We need to develop 4 dashboards, and the duration would be around 6 months. So as there are more number of reports here, so generally people see, it's not a rule that only a team should work on this Power BI project. It's not such kind of rule. Even an individual contributor can also be there. Even a single person can also handle the Power BI project alone, end to end, from the data sources to the delivery of the project to the clients. But if the project is pretty much critical, if it is having more amount of data, if it is having 20 reports, if 4 dashboards are there and 6 months are there, so what will happen is there would be two guys, two Power BI developer. One would be, like, let's see, this Pranil would be one guy who is having 8 years of experience. 8 years not into Power BI, 4 years into some other tool, and 4 years into some Power BI. So they would be having this kind of email ID. They would be having this kind of mail ID. There is another guy with Shri. Shri would be having 4 years of data. He is having around 2 years of Power BI data, Power BI experience, and here 4 years of experience the Pranil is having. So these two would be handling the project. These two would be contributing towards these 20 reports. They will be developing these 20 reports, 4 dashboards, and they have to deliver it within 6 months. So when we start in any Power BI project, whenever we start with any Power BI project, we need to firstly create a workspace for it. Now let me tell you, what do you mean by workspace? So workspace is similar, just a folder. It is just a folder in the Power BI service where we'll keep the complete project related content. So if we have developed these 20 reports and 4 dashboards, where we are going to keep it? We are keeping it in the folder. That folder is a workspace. So whenever we will start a project, whenever we start any kind of project, we need to create a workspace. Now, how to create a workspace? I'm just showing you. See here, we are here in the Power BI service right now. In the workspaces, if we go, there is an option here, new workspace. There is an option here at the bottom, new workspace. If I click on that, we'll just open this new workspace. So what I'll give it a good name here, because we are starting a project. So whatever the title of the project, you can give any name. I can give 8 p.m. It is already there, I guess. Project 8 p.m. we'll write around December month. I'll take January month here because I'll take January because December month is already there. So here we can give it as a name, and we can also give some kind of description of this, like what are the information related to project. We can write it here. We can write the information of the project, just 2 or 3 lines we can write it just to give some idea. And this project name, this workspace name, it should be nearer to the project name so that it should have. So here we can apply, and this kind of workspace would be created here. It will be creating a workspace here. We'll extensively see in the coming lectures how to create this workspace and all. I'm just giving you some kind of idea. So this is how it looks. This is how it looks. Whenever I go to this workspaces, I'll see this kind of workspaces. A new workspace is added. Now here currently nothing is there. Currently nothing is there here. Nothing is there. But if we check other workspaces, there are many things. There are many things. Projects are there. Semantic models are there. Like this it looks. So what I mean to say here is, so whenever we start a project, we'll just create this workspace, and we'll initiate the work, and we'll keep this as a folder. We'll use this as a folder in the Power BI service, and we'll make utilization of this workspace. So in a project, let me just explain you quickly. Like in a project, first we need to create a semantic model using the data sources. Okay. So semantic model in the sense data set. So we'll be creating some kind of model in a project. Whenever a project will be starting, we will be creating a semantic model using the data sources. Semantic model in the sense, whenever I publish anything to the Power BI service, I'll get a semantic model file. So that is semantic model I'm talking about here. Using that semantic model as a source, we need to create this 20 reports. So 20 reports is, see how the semantic model would be created. Semantic model would be created by taking the data sources. On the basis of this data sources, we will be creating a semantic model. Semantic model is created with the help of data sources. So using the semantic model as a source, we need to create these 20 reports. And on the like using the reports as source, using these reports as a source, we will be creating these 4 dashboards. These 4 dashboards would be developed on the basis of these 20 reports. And then you need to share these reports and dashboards with the clients. This is what at a high level, this is just a, we'll just practically discuss this in the coming lectures, but I'm just giving you a glimpse like what we are going to do whenever we start a project and how we are going to deliver it to the clients. So these are the steps at a high level, guys. So whenever you join a company, whenever a project would be initiated, at the start, what is the first step is, the company people or the clients would be giving you some kind of KT sessions called as knowledge transfer sessions. So whenever you join in any kind of IT company, whenever a project is assigned to you, whenever the project is assigned to you, they'll give you some kind of KT sessions. It is called as KT sessions, K for knowledge, T for transfer. Knowledge transfer sessions. It would be for three days. The KT can be 3 days. It can be for 1 week, or it can be for 10 days. The duration can vary as per the project. As per the complexity of the project, the duration of this KT session can vary. So here, what is the main purpose we need to do is, being a developer, we should first understand about the client, like who the client is, from where the client is located. Then we will be focusing on the client business. What kind of business the client is handling, what is the business he is focusing on, what are the products in that business, what are the turnover, what are the profits, many things would be there. And then they would be giving you some kind of, they would be showing you some kind of, giving you some kind of idea on the business data. What is the business data the client would be having? So understand about your client business data. So in this KT session, these all things would be carried out. Then after that, we need to make, see, they need to make a way towards that, where the business data has been stored, in what data source it is storing. What is that data source? Whether it is a SQL server, whether it is Excel, or whether it is any other thing. They need to give us idea on this data sources. They need to give us idea on this business data. They need to give idea on the business. They need to also give idea on the clients. We need to understand these things before we initiate any kind of project. So how it is going to work is data sources. From the data sources, whatever data sources, let's take here the business data is stored. This data source, let's imagine that this is a SQL server. From this data source, on the basis of this data source, we'll create the semantic model. Now, when the semantic model is created, on this semantic model, we can create multiple reports. On the basis of this semantic model, we'll be creating the 20 reports, multiple reports we can create on the basis of this semantic model. On these reports, we can create the dashboards. On the basis of these reports, we can create the dashboards. And finally, we are going to share those reports and dashboards with the clients. So this is how the journey of a project, right from the data source to the clients, this is how we deal with that. Talking about the content, what we are going to cover in the coming Power BI service sessions. So we will be having around 1 week or more than that, we'll be having sessions on this Power BI service. So what I will be more focusing on, how to log on to Power BI service. Secondly, what is the difference between the my workspace and project workspace? See, guys, it is called as whenever I click on this Power BI service, whenever I click on this workspace, we have got two things here. This is my workspace and this is called as project workspace. This is called as project workspace. So whenever I talk about project workspace, so this is the one which I have created that are called as project workspaces. So for whenever we initiate a project, we'll be creating a project workspace first. My workspace and project workspace. What is the difference between my workspace and project workspace? That I will be clarifying in the coming sessions. How to create a semantic model? I told you here, we'll be creating a semantic model on the basis of data sources. So how to create the semantic model and how to add that semantic model to the project workspace? How I would be adding this? How I would be adding this semantic model here from the Power BI desktop to this Power BI service, how this semantic model is added here, how this semantic model was initially created, how we can create it, that we are going to study into this in the coming sessions. Then how to create the multiple reports by multiple users. If multiple users are there, how to create that too on the basis of same data set. Sorry guys, here I should not call it as semantic. I should not call it as data set. It should be semantic model because the name is changed. So how I can create the multiple reports, that too on the same semantic model, how I can create it, how I can create the dashboards by using these reports. What do you mean by refresh? What do you mean by schedule refresh? Schedule refresh, the data set. Data set is nothing but the semantic model. Let me just replace it. This is a semantic model here. I'll just replace it. Okay. How to refresh it? For refreshing, we need a data gateway. That is another software which we need to install. We need to install this software. In order to refresh, we can't go on with refresh without this particular software. So how to download it, how to configure it, how to configure schedule refresh, that we are going to study in depth into this coming sessions. Now, after that, when we create all these reports and dashboards, how to share the content the reports and dashboards with the end users of the clients, that I'm going to demonstrate. What are the ways? We are having direct sharing mode. We are having apps. With the help of apps, we are going to share those reports and dashboard with the clients. That I am going to take in the coming lesson, in the coming lectures. I am going to more focus on team collaboration. How a team would be contributing to an individual project, how they would be using the workspace, how they will be creating the workspace, how they would be adding the members in the workspace, how those members can be assigned the roles. There are different roles in this. There are different roles. If you see in the Power BI service, if you see for this, for example, this is one of the project here. If I see here, if I go to this, sorry guys, not here. Let me go to this. Yeah. So, okay, I don't want this. So here, if we go to the workspace, let me go to this workspace. For this we have managed permissions. For this, how the permissions would be given, what kind of permissions would be there, how we can provide access to the people, that all would be taken into considerations. That all I would be demonstrating you in the coming lectures. manage access. Here we are having different roles here, guys. If I want to add someone, they are having different roles here. If you can see this, we are having admin role, we are having member role, we are having contributor role, we are having viewer role. So this kind of roles, what each role does, what is the responsibility of each role, that I'm going to consider here. Then we are going to focus on row level security. We are also going to see the code deployment. Also, we are going to focus on incremental refresh. So in the coming lectures, I'll be more focusing on this. In the tomorrow's lecture, in the tomorrow's class, not tomorrow, guys, on Monday, we'll be focusing on the difference between my project, my workspace versus the project workspace, and many other things we are going to focus on. These things we are going to consider in the coming session. We have started with Power BI service, our second module, and we have done with class 1, and we have, like, I have already given you some introduction. We have seen the licensing in that. We have seen what is the difference between Power BI service, Power BI report server, on-premise server, cloud-based server. We have seen the difference. We have seen the cloud service providers. What's the difference? 3 types of licensing we have seen. So these are the things. I have also discussed the project flow, and all those things. KT sessions, we have seen these things. So today we are going to majorly focusing on 3 of this. Like the first one is my workspace and project workspace. Like these are the 2 workspaces which are available in Power BI service. What's the difference between this? Secondly, we will be seeing today how to create the semantic model. Semantic model is nothing but a data set, and how to create the data set, how to create that semantic model, and how to add that semantic model to the project workspace. There are 2 ways. We are going to majorly focus on that. And also we'll be seeing like how to create multiple reports by multiple users using the same semantic model. So the already created semantic model, if only one semantic model is created, on top of that we'll be creating multiple reports. This process we are going to focus on today. So let me just log into Power BI service. So what is an URL for that? app.powerbi.com. So I'll simply visit here. So this is how it looks whenever it opens. I've already logged in here. My login ID is already here. I'm already logged in here. So here on the left hand side, you will see workspaces and my workspace. Like these 2 things we are going to see. If you click on this workspaces, you will see my workspace, and you will see this is nothing but the project workspace. Okay, this is nothing but the project workspace. Project workspace in the sense here, like for example, right now 3 workspaces are there. One workspace is this project 8 p.m. December 2024, project 8 p.m. January 2025, and then previous PBI practice. These are the 3 workspaces in this. But overall, this is called as, so where these 3 workspaces are there, it is called as project workspace. So these 3 are sitting in the project workspace, and we have got my workspace, and these are project workspace. So let's see the difference between that. So I'm in the workspaces folder. We can see my workspace, and this is project workspace. Workspaces are also called as project workspaces, or it is also called as app workspaces. These are the 3 names: project workspaces, or workspaces, or we can also call it as app workspaces. So when any developer logged in, when he go to the workspaces folder, he can see my workspaces and project workspaces and my workspace. My workspace is for personal. This is personal. For example, I have logged in, so it is personal for me. But on the other hand, this project workspace, and we never use this my workspace for project purpose. We never use this my workspace for project purpose. Project workspaces, these are the project workspaces. We can also call it as workspaces. We can use this for project purpose. So this section is purely used for project purposes, team collaboration purpose. Here we are adding the team members into this workspaces or project workspaces. We'll be adding the team members. We'll be collaborating with the team members here, We'll be sharing with them what reports we are creating, that we can collaborate with the team members here. But this my workspace is a personal one. It is personal to my login because I have logged in here, so it is personal to me only. It would not be visible to other. But here, whatever contents are there into this project workspaces, that workspaces are visible for the members who are added into this workspaces. But here there is no option of adding the things. So I'll just simply show you here. Let me open the project architecture in order to give you some insights out of it. So project, we are here. Yeah, complete Power BI. We are here, if not here. Project practice workspace introduction. Yeah. So yeah, this one. So I've just opened this Power BI architecture. You are well known on this, like what it is. So basically, we are creating some reports out of this data sources. We are then doing the ETL activities in Power Query. Then we are loading it the same into Power Pivot, and then we are developing the reports and visuals here. And finally, we are publishing it here to the Power BI service. And where these workspaces are available in Power BI service, the workspaces are available. So we have got two workspaces here: My Workspace and Workspaces. So it is never recommended to publish report from my workspace to clients. So here it will not happen anytime that I would be publishing something into my workspace and I would be sharing the reports with the clients from my workspace. It is not recommended. For the project purpose, for the sharing purpose, we will be only using this project workspace here. We'll be only using this project workspace here. So my workspace, then what is the use of my workspaces? My workspace is used to store the reports for future reference. If I have got many Power BI files and have developed many reports, if I want to store it for the future references, I can store it for myself, for my own thing. So whenever we create workspaces, project workspaces, so whenever I create any workspaces, we'll add all the team members working on the report or project. So let's say like two members, I've already discussed yesterday that two members are working on any kind of project. For example, Pranil is working and Siri is working. So if Pranil is an admin, if he creates the workspace, so he has to add Shri into that workspace. Then only Shri would be able to see the workspace. For example, if I create, see, this is new workspace. If I want to create a new workspace, let's create that new workspace here. If we create some new workspace, I'll start a new project like project. I can give it today's name 8 p.m. something. 8 p.m. I'll give it as February because I've already used. So it is telling me that this name is available. This name is available means I can take this name. So here, this is how I create any workspace. Here I would be entering some kind of description regarding this workspace. So I'll just create it. Within some time it will be created. So this name workspace, it is available here in the workspaces folder if you see. Yeah. So if I again go to this, a new workspace is added here. If you see here. Now, if I want to add someone into this workspaces, I have got this manage access thing here. Currently, I am the admin. That's why my name is here. I can add the people from here. I can add many email IDs here. I can enter the email ID and simply I need to decide what role I need to give. Then I can add here. So likewise, if two members are working in that project, and if this project is if this workspace we are utilizing this particular project, so we have to add the team members in this way here. But if you go to my workspace, you don't find any option here of access or anything because we can't add anyone into my workspace. It is just for my personal use. That's the only difference between my workspace and the workspaces. So whomsoever is logged in, if I am logged in, I will be only able to see the content in the my workspace. If I leave the company wherever I am working, no one can see my content in the my workspace because it is only for me. But if someone is added to the workspace, if two developers are added to any of the workspaces here, if anyone leave, other other member can able to see all the contents within this. All the contents can be seen by other members, and he can able to add someone or he can able to delete someone from here, from this project workspace. So that's the difference between the project workspace. So every user will have my workspace. So I just mentioned that for team collaboration, we'll be using this project workspaces. So in the coming lectures, in the coming sessions, we are having one team collaboration session where I will be more detailed. I would be talking on that in more detailed way. I will be explaining those team collaboration, how it is done and how the members are added, how the roles are need to be given to the members. We'll see that. We are having an individual lecture for that. So we'll see that. Now we have seen what's the difference. Basically, what the agenda for today's session was. We have seen my workspace versus project workspace. We have seen that. Now the second thing is creating semantic model and add semantic model to the project workspace. So let's go on with this. Creating dataset and add that dataset to the project workspace. So what I mean to say here is, when we start any kind of project, like this, so clients or company will provide us some kind of data sources. So these data sources, what is the first step after this is, we have to create the data sources, dataset in this. We have to create the dataset with the data sources. On the basis of this data sources, we have to create the dataset. Dataset has been created in the Power Pivot. In the Power Pivot, we have done the ETL activities and we have filtered the content, whatever content required for creating the reports and visuals, we have filtered here. And the only information which is used for creating the reports and visuals, that would be loaded in the Power Pivot with the help of this ETL activities here. And here we are creating a data set here. Here we are creating the data set. Once you create this data set, in order to create multiple reports. So finally, what is my goal? In the earlier session, let me tell you something. In the earlier session, I have told you that we have to create 20 reports. We have to create 20 reports by using the same semantic model. That is a kind of requirement. I have already explained with you in the earlier session that the final goal is we need to create 20 reports and 4 dashboards. That is the final goal. And we are like 2 developers who will be creating these 20 reports. So in order to, once you create the data set, in order to create these multiple reports on the same data set, you need to move that data set to the project workspace. We need to move that data set to the project workspace. So we have moved that data set to the project workspace. For example, we have moved it to the project workspace here. Then we can use this semantic model. See, then we can use this semantic model and we can create multiple reports on the basis of this, on top of this data set or semantic model. So creating a semantic model and adding semantic model to the workspace. So semantic model, a data set or semantic model will be developed in the Power BI desktop. So where this data set would be developed? In the Power BI desktop. Which are the two things which are important for this is Power Query and Power Pivot plays an important role in creation of semantic model or data set. Now we have already discussed that we have got 2 developers. So who will be responsible for creating this semantic model is a person who has good knowledge with the Power Query and Power Pivot need to create a semantic model. User 1, for example, user 1, we have got 2 users, user 1 and user 2, who would, out of that 2 user, only one, if any, like 5 members are there in the team, then also only one particular person will create this semantic model who is having good knowledge of Power Query and Power Pivot. He would be doing that. We have got 5 steps. It's a 5 steps process. We'll just see this 5 steps processes firstly, and we are going to follow this process and I'm going to demonstrate you how this process actually occurs now today. So basically what is there? First process is connect to the data source and extract the data. That is the first process here. So let's go to Power BI. Let's do it. Let's start with this. What is the first process is connect to the data source and extract the data. So for example, what I'm going to do is now, I'm just going to create a data set on the Power BI desktop. Now, how that data set needs to be created and how it is to be used in the Power BI service, let's see. So I'm just taking here blank report. So what is the first step here is connect to the data source and extract the data. So my data source now would be, let's take a data source of around like SQL Server. For me, the data source is SQL Server now. So let me get in that server details. So I'll just put in server details here because we are connecting to the SQL Server. You just put in the server details. These are the server details. Database is optional, so I'm not putting anything here. So let's press on OK here. We'll see the number of databases which are available in this server. Now, this is a server. It is having 6 databases. Let's take this retail AB database here. Let's take this retail AB. Out of this retail AB database, I'll take address column table. I'll take customers table. I'll take products. I'll take regions. We'll take sales data. We'll take segment and ship mode. We'll take ship mode. So these are like out of 9, I need some 7 tables for my reporting purpose. So basically what I am going to demonstrate now is what is a process, what is a 5-step process when we are dealing with right from creating the data set from the scratch. Creating the data set from the scratch, what is the process for that? So we are just creating a semantic model. So for that purpose, I just took this tables in the Power BI desktop. So we have done the extraction thing. Okay, we have done it. See, we could have done it with the transform data also. But I have done directly because I know these tables are ready to use because they don't have any kind of transformation. But whenever you deal with the live data, you have many transformations to be done in the Power Query. But currently we don't have. These are the clean tables because this demo is not extensively for ETL activities. It is just for showing you the process, how it goes, how the data set is created. See, so these tables are formatted in all the aspects. So now the other step is, what is the other step here? Transform the data. So transformation is not required in our case. So we are not transforming it. So what is that other thing? Load the data into Power Pivot. We are already loaded the data into Power Pivot. So 3 steps we have already done. Now what is the process is we have to check for the relationship. So 99% of the time we'll go to this model view here. We'll see whether all the relationships are done properly. See, 99% of the time these relationships are done properly. We need to only see that the relationship is formed within the similar columns, the related columns, ship model ID. We have seen here. We have to check in this way, product ID. Like this, we have to check address ID. So we will be having an address ID here. So address ID. Like we have to check all the relationships are properly done or not. So properly done. The relationships are ready. We are good to go ahead. So we have checked the establishing the relationships between this table. So data modeling is done. Now, if require, what we'll do is sometimes like some new information would be requiring in the reports or visuals. So we need to go to table view and we need to create some new information. Like for example, let's take an example. We have got the relationship now. So what is the other step here is create a new information with DAX language. Creating a new information, enhancing the data model also. We can tell it as enhancing the data model. So now for one of the report, okay, we are creating the reports here. We are creating 20 reports. Out of that report, in one of the report, I just want to show region-wise sales. I want to show region-wise sales. I want to show region-wise sales. For that, region and sales data table is required. So region-wise sales, it is available. Region is available here. We don't have any. See, region is available. Sales ID is also available. Sales is also available with us. So we don't have to worry this. But the second one is percentage-wise sales. If I want to show percentage-wise sales, we don't have that. We don't have here percentage-wise sales, anything. That kind of information is not available in any of the tables here, percentage-wise sales. So what we'll do is, this is a new information which needs to be derived using the DAX language, So roughly I'll show you at a high level. We are just focusing on how to create it. Okay, there would be an extensive class sessions for the DAX. We are not going to, I'm not here to actually show you the DAX thing, but I am just showing you how the process actually is there. So how to calculate percentage sales is, so in order to create percentage sales, we need to go to table view. We need to go to table view. This is table view here. We have to select a table. We have to select the sales table. We'll select the sales table here, where we are having all the columns. Sales table will select. We'll click on a new measure here. We'll click on new measure. We are just creating a measure here. Let me give it as a name as percentage sales. Percentage sales. I'll give it as a name, percentage sales. Percentage sales, I've given the name. So let me write the DAX command for that. Sum. Currently, you just have to see it, because I'm going to show it in the coming lectures. Sales data, sum of sales by calculate sum of sales. Sum of sales. See sales. Sum of sales. Regions. Yeah. So we have done it. We have created a measure here. This is just the calculation just for getting the percentage sales. If I want the percentage sales, I want this calculation. So I'm just using it, percentage sales. The motive behind this is just to show you how the process actually is there. So we have created a measure here. So once you are done with preparing a data set, this is the data set is prepared here. So we have done with this new thing here. We have created the new information, whatever we want. So I can create, I'm good to go with the reporting thing. I can create the visuals, I can create the reports now. But my end goal is, what is my end goal is, I just want to create 20 reports out of a single data set. So if I don't create visual also here, that is not a problem now. Now let's move this data set to this is just a data set now. This is just a data set because I have not created any report. This is just a data set. So what we'll do is, we'll save this now. We'll save this because the data is ready. I'll save this and I'll just give it as a name, retail AB data set 8 p.m. I'll just give it as a name, December. This is a name I have given. Okay, I've just saved it. I'll just publish it to the Power BI service now. I'll just publish it to the Power BI service. Let's go publish. So there is a workspace called as project 8 p.m. December 2024. Here I am publishing it. So let me publish this. So generally, whatever we develop in Power BI Desktop, so okay, it has succeeded. So generally, whatever we develop in the Power BI Desktop, we are going to call it as report. We are going to call it as report. Whatever we create in the Power BI service, Power BI Desktop, we are going to call it as report. So Power BI Desktop report has been created on the Power BI Desktop. This report is a combination of Power Query code, Power Pivot code, and Power View code. But when Power View code will be available, when the visuals are available, then only Power View code would be available. Otherwise, we would be only having Power Query code and Power Pivot code. Now, if you see this, we have published it. Now, if you see this, when we publish this report from Power BI Desktop to Power BI Service, it will be splitted into two parts. One is semantic model or dataset. Another name for dataset is semantic model. One is semantic model or dataset, and another is report. So report will be having Power View code. But the semantic model would be a combination of Power Query code and Power Pivot code, because we have done some transformation in the Power Query code. They've extracted transform load in the Power Query, and in the Power Pivot, we give some data modeling things. We give the relationships. That's why we can call it as a combination of Power Query code and Power Pivot code. So semantic model. So it will be splitted into two things. Let's see. Let's go to Power BI. Let's go to the workspace. So this is the workspace where we have published it. So now if you see it clearly here. Let's see this clearly. We have published a retail AB dataset 8 p.m. We don't have any kind of reports. We didn't create any kind of visuals here. We have directly published it to the workspace project 8 p.m. December 2024. This is a report. I already told you that it would be splitted into two halves. The name would be same. Retail AB dataset. But this is a report file. Type is report. This is a semantic model. Semantic model and report. If I open this report, nothing is there. If I open this report, nothing is there. As we are not using, as I didn't create any kind of visuals onto that, we can simply go and delete this. We'll create this report and we'll delete this from here. I'll just delete this report. Now we have got only semantic model here. Retail AB dataset semantic model. So it is a dataset which we are having here right now. I have deleted the report out of it. So what is the end goal? What we have to do here is we just have to create. So what is the, see, we have created a data set. See the topic. We are creating the data set, creating the semantic model and add the semantic model to the project workspace. We have done that. And semantic model will be developed in the Power. Sorry, where am I, guys? Yeah, here. Creating semantic model and add semantic model to the project workspace. We have done that. Okay, this is one way. Whatever I have shown you, this is one way how to transfer, how to publish this dataset to this workspace. But there is another way also. There are actually two ways of adding the semantic model to the project workspace. We have seen this. One way is like opening it in the Power BI desktop and directly publishing it to this workspace. Other ways, you can also upload it. This is a workspace. You can upload from here. This is upload option we have got. Upload, browse. We have to show like where the dataset is there. So in my desktop, this is the dataset which we have created. We can directly open it. It is just telling me to replace it. So we have already got this dataset. That's why it is telling me to replace. Firstly, what we'll do it? We'll just delete this. Okay. We have seen one way of showing the retail AB dataset. Now this workspace is totally empty. I'm just demonstrating you the second way how to get the semantic model in the Power BI service. We can upload it from here. So where is it is on desktop. This is the dataset. Okay. I just open it. It is just uploading it in the Power BI service. Now earlier you have seen that only two things was there. When we actually publish it from the desktop to the Power BI service, there were only two things, semantic model and the report. But now if we are doing it with the upload option, we can see the three things here. We see three things here. One is report, same name is there, same name. This is report, this is semantic model, and we have also got the dashboard. See, if you see the dashboard has nothing. We don't got anything here. We didn't have anything here in this dashboard. If you go to report is also not having anything. So we don't have anything here. So it is better to delete this. It is better to delete this report. I'll just delete this report. We'll delete this dashboard also because it's of no use to us. So we have got only semantic model now. Semantic model. So I have shown you how the two ways of bringing the dataset to the Power BI service. I have shown you those two ways. Now, what is the end goal? What is the end goal is, see, we have published it. We have shown the two ways here, how to upload it, how to browse it. We have shown it. Now, how to create the multiple reports out of we have to create 20 reports by multiple users using the same semantic model. Same semantic model will be making some multiple reports out of it, like 20 reports we'll be making. So let's imagine we are having a project. On that project, two users are there. User 1 is there, user 2 is there. Okay, we have distributed. User 1 will create 10 reports, user 2 will create 10 reports. Okay, reports will be developed in the Power BI desktop. Reports would be developed in the Power BI desktop only. So what I'm going to do here is, so let's imagine that I am a user one. So what the user one will do, he'll just open this Power BI desktop. I'll just close this first. I don't want this actually now. I'll just close this. I'll just save it. Okay, I've closed that now. Let's take another Power BI file, fresh Power BI file. I'll show you. So user one and user two are going to contribute in the project. So let's imagine I am a user one. How I will be making the reports by using the same dataset which is already there in the Power BI service. Let's see in that way. So user one, let's imagine I am the user one. I have logged in here with the user one details, user one credentials I've logged in. So user one details have logged in. So how to get the data set, how to connect the data set to this file? This is a newly open file, fresh file I have taken. So how you can connect to the data set is, so let's see, I have to connect to this retail AB dataset. This retail AB dataset I have to connect now. This is a semantic model which we have got in this project workspace. So we are in the Power BI desktop right now. I'll go here, go to get data. We have got here option called as Power BI semantic models. Power BI semantic models. I'll simply click on this. It will just open. As per my login. My login is of user one. So if user one is there in the Power BI service, if he is having the access, all those things, so it will be opened here. The data set would be opened here. So this is what the data set which is there. So I'll just connect to this data set here. See, we are having 3 modes here before connecting it. But now whenever we connect with that, now if you see here, we have got only 2 views here. Only 2 views here. Report view is there and model view is there. Report view is there, model view is there. Which view is not there? Table view is not there. Table view is not there. And if you see on the right hand side bottom, it is clearly mentioned connected live to the Power BI semantic model. Which Power BI semantic model? This is a name of a Power BI semantic model which resides in which workspace? Project 8 PM December 2024 workspace. This is a name of the data set. This is the workspace where it resides. So whenever we connect with any kind of data set, it will show in this way. So we can see this table structure here. We can see here. So this is how we don't have table view here. We only have 2 views here. So what is my end goal now? I'm just creating, being a user one, I should create some kind of visuals here. Being a user one, I will be creating some kind of visuals. So let's take some visuals here. Let's take the visuals here. I just want the customers count here, count of customers. So customer ID, I'll take customer ID. So I'll just drop in here. We'll take a count of that. Yeah, so we have got a count. We have got count here. Let me just rename it to count of customers. Count of customers. I'll just rename it here. Yeah. Count of customers. Get rid of this. So we are, let me get in some border for this. I'll just prepare the border for this. So this is the first card visual. Let me make some couple of visuals here so that I could be able to show that. Let me make it some couple of visuals here. So second visual, first one is count of customers I want to show. I just want to show the count of orders also in the second one. So let me pull in the order ID column here, order ID. So order ID, I'll pull it here. Order ID. Let me give it as a count distinct. Count distinct. So we have done it. Thirdly, we want quantity. So let's pull in quantity here in the third card visual. I just want to show quantity here. So I'm just pulling it quantity. So quantity is there. Now let's pull in sales. So sales one, I'm pulling it. Sales. I just want to show the card visual for sales. So I'm just putting it sales here. Sales we are showing. Now I'll show profit here. I'll show profit here. The last one which we are going to show is profit. Let me pull in profit. So profit. This is the one. And the call out value, I'll just decrease it to 28. 32 would be fine, I guess. Yeah. So we have got these values here. We have now the second one, the another visual which I am going to show is pie chart. I'll show customer sales, category wise sales. I'll show here pie chart. I'll show some pie chart here. Category wise sales. I'll show category into this category. Let me put in category. Sales will put. I'll put sales also here. So sales also I'll put. Let me just get rid of this legend here. In the data labels, let me just show you the category data value. Let me just make it a little bit bold. In the value section, if we go, we can increase it. We'll just increase it to 10, make it bold. Yeah, so we got it here. Talking about the, let me just keep the title in the middle. Let me just highlight it a little bit. Yeah. So this is a, I'll just give, I'll give the border also from here. Let me give it a border. Okay, we have given a border here. Okay, this is done. So this is how it shows. Now the other visual is donut chart. I'm going to show sales by region. I'll show donut chart. I'll show here. Sales by region. I'll show in the donut chart. So donut chart I'll take instead of category. I'll just mention here region. Let me show region here. I'm just creating some kind of visuals in order to demonstrate you something. So sales by region we have shown. Same formatting is used. Let me just make it bigger a little bit. This also I'll just make it here. Here. Some alignment things we would be taking care of. With some alignment things here. I'll just align it where we are format. We'll align it vertically, distribute vertically. So vertically it would align. So here, just make it bigger a little bit. Now the third one is we'll show subcategory wise sales. We'll show subcategory wise sales. Let me just show in with that subcategory. Subcategory wise sales. Sales needs to be shown now. Yeah, sales. I'm just showing it sales. So we are here. Let me just make it properly. So just format painter. I'll just show. We'll just show the data labels here in order to show. Yeah. So this is how it is created now. I'll just in the view tab. I'll just make it fit to page so that it should be. Yeah. This is how the visual is there. I made this visual here. We can also make it bigger a little bit. We can make it bigger like this. I can show like this. This also you can make it a little bit bigger because the space is there. We should utilize the space properly. Okay, we are here. So we have got this. So being a user one, I have done something. I have created something. Okay, I am a user one. User one, user two are there which are contributing to this project. We have made this. Now let me just save it. Let me just save it because we need to publish this. See, with the help of dataset, I have made it. With the help of dataset, I have made it. I'll just save it. It will just ask me a name. Sales report will give us a name. Sales report. Report one. User one. This is by user one. I'm just going to save it. Then we are going to publish it. So I'll just publish it again. I'll just publish it to project 8 PM December 2024. Just publishing it. Now what you will see whenever you publish something, you will get two files, right? One would be semantic model, another one would be report. But now we are using this semantic model in the desktop. So what we are going to see it here, we'll just I'm just close this. I'll just refresh it. Okay. So we have got, see, generally we used to have semantic model and report whenever we save something, but now we have got only one file of report. This is report what we have generated, what we have developed on the desktop. This is how the report looks. Okay. So report is ready, but we don't have any semantic model of the same name because we are using the semantic model for creating of this. So it will not give it another semantic model file because this semantic model file is already there. Dataset is already there. We are using this dataset from the Power BI service. So only one report would be here. Now what I'll do is, okay, let's modify this again. And what we can do is, I am a user one. I'll be creating some kind of reports. So this report one I have created. This is based on sales, everything. What I am doing is, report one will again create some couple of visuals. So we'll keep this visual same, but we'll just keep it, we'll just make it here profit. Instead of sales, we'll just drag profit here. Instead of sales, I've just drag profit here. So everything would be profit. So I'll just put profit here. Okay. Just to show some other visuals, some different visual if I want to show. This is how the profit. So this profit, I am a user one, same user one. Earlier, I have created some couple of visuals. Now I am creating another couple of visuals. Let me just save as this. Let me just save this as, I'll just change the name. I'll just change the name to profit. To profit report. Sales report earlier I have given. Profit report, we'll save. Profit report. Report 1. Report 2 by user 1. So I'll just save it. Then I'll publish it to the project 8 p.m. Here it would ask for replacing because the semantic model would be same. Oh, no, it has done. So let's see. We have got another report here. So we have got two reports. We have got profit report here. We have got profit report. We have got sales report by the user one. Sales report is also there by the user one. So what is there? Two reports we have got. I've got two reports here, two reports, which is created by user one itself. User one has created sales report. User one has created profit report. Now it's a turn for user two to create some reports. So what I'll do is, I'll just get rid of this. I've just closed that. Now let's imagine that now I'll just create, I am a user two now. User two is just creating another report. But for user two to create it, user two should have the access to this workspace. User two should be here in this workspace. I should add user two here, but I'm not able to do that because currently we are not able to do that. I'm just showing you, like, let's imagine I am a user two now. User one has already contributed to the project. Now user two would be creating something, and by using, and the user two is already added into this workspace. Like that, you should imagine that user 2 is already added into this workspace, and user 2 would be creating, he will be contributing by using the same data set. By using the same data set, he is contributing to the project, but he will be giving some another visuals. So I am a user 2 now. Let's imagine like that I am a user 2. Now, how to again connect to the data set? With the same data set, we need to create multiple reports. So we will be using the same data set. So Power BI semantic get data, we should go to Power BI semantic models. We'll get a list of here. We'll get this. So retail AB dataset I need to use. I'll connect to that. I'm a user 2 now. User 1 has already created 2 reports, which has already been published. Now I am a user 2. So user 2, I have got this. I have connected to the dataset, live connected. Okay. I've connected live. So whenever we connect with the data set, it would be shown as live connection here at the bottom, at the bottom right hand side. It would show as live connection. So here, let me make some couple of visuals here. Now I'm a user 2. I need to again do some work. So let's add some logo here. I just want to add the logo here. That is a requirement. So view, in the insert will go. In the insert, in the image, let me take some logo. So We have got logo. I'll take this logo for time being. I'll just take this logo for time being. Okay, we have taken the logo. Now I want some kind of text box which will give it as a name, title to the report. I just want the title to the report. So this is how it is shown. So I'll just, if I want a title to the report, if I want to write something, if I want to rename this, I'll go to the insert, I'll go to text box. So I will get the text box here. We'll go to text box here. Let me give it as a name, a proper name for this. So let me give it as a name. For time being, let's take another thing here. So I'll just increase the font of that because we want it. So now I'll give it as a name. We'll give product analysis here, product analysis. So this is a name which I have given. We can also increase the font size of that. We will make it to 3642 like this. I'll make it a little bit bold. So I'm just giving it as a name, product analysis. So we have given the name. We can reduce the name, product analysis. This is how it shows. Product analysis name we have given. Let me give it as a nice color here. We have got a color option here. Let me give it as a color here, proper color like this. Yeah. So we have given a color option here. We have given it as a name. Let me make some couple of visual here. We'll take a column chart just to show the ship mode by sales. We'll take a column chart. I just want to show ship mode and sales, ship mode by sales. So ship mode, I'll drag ship mode here. I'll drag sales. We'll drag here ship mode and sales. So this is how it looks. Ship mode and sales. This is how. I'll just give it I'll just on this data labels here. I'll on this data labels. I'll get it as a value. I'll make it 10 and let me block it. Yeah. And in the general, I'll just make it as bold, central align the title. Okay. We didn't give yet the visual border. Let me give it as a visual border here. So we have given this visual border here now. Now the other one is I need to show a segment-wise sales. So segment-wise sales will show with the help of bar chart. So let me take in bar chart here. Segment-wise sales. Let me show segment-wise. Sorry guys. Segment-wise sales. Segment-wise sales. So segment-wise sales. I'll just copy paste from here. Copy paste format. Yeah. So this is done. Shipment wise sales. Now the last one is product wise sales. Let me show some product wise sales here. I'll take a bar chart for this. I'll take a bar chart. I'll show product wise sales. Product wise sales. So we have to take product name here. Product name, I'll take product name. So product name and the sales for that, product name by sales. I'll take the sales here. So it is how it looks. Let me just copy it till this point. Yeah. Let me just format painter this. Yeah. So we are good to go now in the view. If we see that effective page. Yeah. This is how it looks. This is now being a user too. I have made this. I have made this report. Let me just save it. Let me just save it. I'll just save this file. I am a user too now. I'll give it as a name as product analysis report. Analysis report. Analysis report. I'll just save this file and we'll just publish it now. I'll just publish it where project 8 p.m. December 2024 workspace will publish it. So now, if we see this product analysis report, it will also give us a report, same file. Only one file it will show us report. Only one semantic model would be there. Now we have got product analysis is done by user 2. Profit report is done by user 1. Sales report is done by user 1. So user 1 has contributed, user 2 has contributed. They have made this report with the help of a single data set, a single semantic model, that is retail AB dataset 8 p.m. December. Retail AB dataset 6 p.m. December. They have created with the help of this. Now, if I want to show a lineage view here, let's show this lineage view. We'll get some idea out of it. Now, in the lineage view, see, there is an option called as list view and lineage view here at the top right. List view and lineage view. List view is something like that, which we see. If I want to see some micro details of that, like what is a data set, which data set it's been used by which report, so they can show it us to here. So here, if I see these two reports, three reports, this one is user 1, this one is user 1, this one is user 2. So these three reports are made up with the help of this semantic model. And this semantic model is based on the SQL Server. Here, every details is there. If I want to see, like on which data set we have made this report, what is the data set used, what is the data source we have used, we can go to this lineage view here. Lineage view here. So we have made it. So finally, what was the motive? What was the ultimate goal for today's session was just wanted to demonstrate to you the process, how we could be creating the semantic model and how we can be adding that semantic model to the project workspace. The two ways we have seen. After that, we have seen the multiple reports by multiple users using the same semantic model. Using the same semantic model, how multiple reports would be created. Now, okay, let's imagine we have done with the 20 reports. We have done with this 20 reports now. 20 reports, multiple reports we have created. Now there is a part that we need to create the dashboards on top of these reports. On top of these reports, we will be creating the dashboards. We'll be creating these dashboards. So as I already told you that the reports or visuals would be created on the Power BI desktop and dashboard would always be created in the Power BI service. I am again repeating it. Dashboard we have to create in the Power BI service. We have to create dashboard in the Power BI service. Dashboard can't be created on the Power BI desktop. Only Power BI desktop is used to create the reports and visuals. So dashboards we need to create. So we'll just see the dashboards. Let me just open this some file in order to demonstrate, because the time is still there. 5 minutes are still there. So let me just, we have got Power BI service. Yes. Yeah. So Power BI. So we have seen, we have already here. Now, tomorrow, in tomorrow's lecture, in tomorrow's session, I will be focusing on creating the dashboards. We'll be using those dashboards. We'll be creating the dashboards on the top of these reports. So it's a process, something like that. The reports are created on the basis of semantic model. The reports are, again, I'm repeating, reports are created on top of the data set. On top of the data set, reports are created. On top of the reports, dashboard is created. On top of the dataset or semantic model, reports are created in the Power BI desktop. On top of these reports and visuals in the Power BI service, dashboards are created. So we'll be seeing that. So tomorrow we'll see how to create. Tomorrow we'll see how to create the dashboards. We'll see how to create the dashboard. What are dashboards? We'll see when to create the dashboards. We'll see how to add tiles, visuals to the dashboard. We'll see all those options in tomorrow's session. So tomorrow, like just it was a preparatory session today. We have prepared for creating the dashboard. Now we have got in the Power BI service, we have got 3 reports. We have got 3 reports. Let me just show you this semantic model here. Semantic model here. So this user one contribution is finished. User 2 has already contributed, so they have done with the report part. Now they have to create the dashboard on top of these reports, and then we'll see something else onto this. Now let me tell you something. For example, I'm just giving you an example. We can see some kind of lineage view here. I'll just demonstrate you something with the help of this lineage view. We have got these 3 reports. This is report 1, report 2, and product analysis report. We have got these 3 reports. Now, these reports are on the basis of the data which is available in the SQL server. On the basis of data which is available in the SQL server. So till date, what is the data available in the SQL server that these reports would be showing to us? That data we can see. But let's imagine that if some new data is coming to this SQL server, what will happen? It will show us this data in this reports? No, it will not show the reports to this server, to this reports. If some new data has come to the SQL server, that data needs to be reflected in the data set first. Then from that data set, it would be transferred to this reports. Then only we can able to see the data in this reports. So if something coming new to this data source, we need to get that report, we need to get that data into this data set, and from this data set, it will be showing us in the reports. So what I mean to say here is, what I'm trying to tell you here is, we need to, whenever we come to know that every week, for example, every week some new data is coming on Saturday, that data is coming to the SQL server. So on Saturday, there should be some kind of mechanism that I should be able to refresh this semantic model. There is a term called as refresh. Whenever I refresh this data set, what will happen is, whenever I refresh this data set would be going to the data sources. It will be taking a new data. It will bringing the new data into this data set. And from that data set, that new data and the old data, it would be shown onto this report. So that process is called as refresh. We have got 2 types of refresh. Whenever we schedule that refresh, like if we schedule that to a particular date, for example, on Saturday, the data source will be getting some new files. So on Saturday, after getting the new files, I can schedule that refresh here. That for every week Saturday on this time, this data set should get refreshed, and it should bring in the updated information from this data source, and it should show into this reports. That's what the refresh criteria is. And for getting this refresh, what we want for getting this refresh, for doing the refresh or schedule refresh, we need to install one software called as Data Gateway. Data Gateway is a software which is required to install in order to configure the refresh or schedule refresh the data set. This should not be data set, it should be semantic model. I'll just click in here. Oh, this is another file. Okay. So there is a software called as Data Gateway, which is used for refreshing or schedule refreshing the semantic model and bringing us the updated information in the report. So we will be seeing in this coming sessions, we will be seeing all this. So today we are just focusing on this. We have done this part. We have created some couple of reports. We have created by multiple users they have created. Tomorrow we will be seeing this. And in the coming sessions, we will be also seeing the refresh schedule refresh. Then we'll be also seeing how to share the reports and dashboards to the users, end users, clients. What are the types of sharing? In what types we can share the reports and dashboard to the clients, direct sharing apps. Then we'll look into team collaboration in the coming section, how the team will be collaborated, how to add the members to the workspace, how to assign them the roles. Then we'll see row level security. We'll also see some deployment pipelines, and also we'll see increment refresh. So till this point, all things would be covered into the Power BI service module. So we'll see this in the coming sessions. Let's start with today's session. In yesterday's session, what we have done is we have seen the difference between my workspace and project workspace. We have seen creating the semantic model and adding that semantic model to the project workspace. We have seen 2 ways how to create a semantic model on the Power BI desktop, and how we can add that semantic model to the project workspace. We have seen 2 ways. And we have also been through this creating the multiple reports by multiple users using the same semantic model. So using same semantic model, we have generated a couple of reports yesterday. So today for today's session, we are majorly focusing on the dashboards. So this is all we are going to have for today's session. We'll see what is dashboards. We'll see in what scenario when to create that dashboards. After that, we see how to create the dashboards, how to add tiles or visuals to the dashboard. After that, format dashboards, how to format it, how to add logo, how to add title to the dashboards, how to change the theme of the dashboards. This kind of formatting options are there that we are going to see in today's session. Then we'll see the building blocks of Power BI. It's an important power interview question. Building blocks in Power BI. We'll also see this pin live page to dashboard, and finally we'll see sharing dashboards with clients. So let's start. Let me log on to the Power BI desktop. So this is Power BI desktop. I've already logged in here. So we are here now. So let's go to what was the workspace which was created, and in that workspace, this was the workspace which was created, and into this workspace we have got some couple of reports yesterday we have prepared. One is sales report. This one is report. This report we have prepared yesterday. After that, we have also seen this profit report. This is profit report. The earlier one was sales report. And we have also seen the sales. We have seen the product analysis report also yesterday. So we have created all these reports. User 1 and user 2 created all these reports. These 3 reports they have created. And with that, and we have created one data set yesterday. Data set or semantic model. This is retail AB dataset 8 p.m. December. On top of this, we created this. I have shown you the lineage view for that. So lineage view, these are the reports which are created on top of this dataset. And this dataset, for this dataset, the data source was SQL Server. So now, so user 1 and user 2 will contribute for creation of dashboards. They'll create. But before that, let us see something, reports versus dashboards. We'll see in detail, but let me give you some kind of idea here. So whenever the semantic model was created yesterday, the semantic model was created where it was created in the Power BI desktop, the semantic model was created. And for this, we have used Power Query and Power Pivot. These were the two things which we have used for creating the semantic model. From Power Query, the ETL things would come, the table definitions would come. From here, the data modeling part would come. So Power Pivot and Power Query we have done. To create this semantic model, what was the source we have used? That is data sources we have used. We have used the data sources. Similarly, for creating the report where we create the report, we create the report in Power BI desktop. Specifically in Power View, we create the reports. In Power View, we create the reports. And to create this report, what would be the source which we use is, we use the semantic model for creating the reports. So reports would always be created on top of semantic model, where it is created in the Power View. So finally, what I would say is dashboard, where the dashboard is created, dashboard is developed in Power BI service. And what would be the source for this dashboard is, to create the dashboard, source is reports. So on top of this reports, we'll be creating the dashboards. So how we will define this dashboard is, so dashboards will contain high-level visuals from multiple reports. Dashboards will be shared with top-level managers or CEOs. So again, I am repeating, dashboards will contain high-level information. I'll just explain you what do you mean by high-level information. So high-level visuals we will be using for creating these dashboards. From multiple reports, we will be taking that high-level visuals, and these dashboards will be shared to the top-level managers or CEOs in the company. It would be shared to them. So let's take an example. For example, we have like these are the reports here. These are the reports. So we have report 1, we have report 2, and we have report 3. Let's imagine we have 3 reports, report 1, report 2, and report 3. We'll keep the high level visuals from report 1. From report 1, we'll choose some high level visuals. We'll keep it in the dashboard. From report 2 also, we'll choose some high level visual. We'll keep it into the, we'll develop into the dashboards. And from report 3 also, we'll choose some high level visuals and we will develop on top of that dashboards. So reports will always have the visuals. So reports will also have visuals. It will contain. So basically, what is the difference between dashboard and report is, so this report, for example, this is a report. So reports will also have the visuals. Dashboard will also have the visuals, but it will contain high level to detail level information. This reports will contain high level to detail level of information. This is what? This is detail level of information. This is high level of information. So reports. Renuka, please be on mute. So reports will also have visuals. It will contain high level to detail level of information, but generally in dashboard will show only high level of visuals. Only high level information will show in the dashboards. So generally dashboard will be shared with the CEOs and top level managers of the company. Let me explain this with the help of some kind of scenario. So there is one company. Let me open that. I think I have opened it already, but it's not visible here. Let me open this. They are here. T drive. BA. Then complete top. Yeah, we have got service. Okay, this is the one. So this is the one I'm talking about. Let's take an example here. Let's take an example. So there is one company named ABC. It will manufacture and sell cars. It is a company, ABC. It will manufacture and sell cars. While doing this, they will generate some kind of data. All the data it stores in the SQL server. So SQL server is a data source for that. So the ABC company is asking to generate, the same company is asking to generate some reports to the manufacturing related managers, HR related managers. See, HR department is there, manufacturing department and sales department. So this company is asking to generate some reports to the manufacturing related managers, HR related managers, and sales related managers. So for generating them using SQL Server as a source, we'll create a data set. Called a sales data set. We'll create one data set called sales data set. Into sales data set, I'll bring all the sales data required to generate the sales report. I'll bring all the sales related data here in order to generate the reports. These are the reports which will be created on top of this sales data set. R6, R7, R8, these are the reports which will be created on the top of this sales report. So R6, R7, R8 will have sales related data. This report we can share with the sales manager. We can share this reports with the sales manager, guys. So in the same way, in order to create the manufacturing related data, we'll take the data from SQL Server. That is manufacturing related data we'll take, and we'll create the data set. On top of that data set, we might create some reports. These reports would be R4 and R5. So R4 and R5 would be created on the manufacturing related data from the manufacturing data set. So we'll share with the manufacturing related managers like this. These reports will share this with managers, manufacturing related managers. So from this manufacturing managers, from these reports, manufacturing managers can understand how they are manufacturing the products, what amount they are spending, all that they can understand from here. So in the same way, the company is asking to generate some reports for HR related data set also, for HR related managers. So HR related data, it is created on top of the data source. On top of the data source, HR related data set is created, and from that data set, these reports are created. Now sales managers, after looking at this R6, R7, R8, they can understand what is happening in the sales unit. Similarly, manufacturing managers can also understand. They will understand what is happening by looking at the reports like R4, R5. Same for HR managers also, from R1, R2, R3, the HR managers will get some kind of idea. Now, let's imagine I am the CEO of the company. Let's imagine I am the CEO of the company. I just want to understand what is happening in HR side. What is happening in HR side? So what is happening in manufacturing side? If I want to understand what is happening in sales side. So I cannot ask. So the developer, being a developer, I can't ask or we can't ask the CEO to check the report 1 to 8. We can't ask CEO directly, okay, you want some information regarding this HR department, manufacturing department, or sales department. You go and you check this R1, R2, and R3. These are the reports. You check for those reports and you get the insights, whatever it is. So CEO means he'll be a busy person. CEO means he'll be a busy person. So he don't have much time to go through all the reports and understand what is happening in the sales side, manufacturing side, and HR side. So what we can help, being a developer, what we can do is you can create a dashboard using all these reports. So using all these reports, we'll create a dashboard. So for CEO, what high level of information he need to see, that high level information, we will keep it in the dashboard, that too from the reports. So in dashboard also we'll keep some visuals only, but those visuals will be high level visuals, guys. High level visuals. So when I'm talking about high level visuals, so a company may have reports. I've just explained you, may have reports from different departments, says HR, sales, and manufacturing, and each may have their own reports. However, the CEO may be interested in the high level summary of all the departments. So you can then create a company dashboard that has tiles. I'll come on this. What do you mean by tiles? That has tiles with information from each 3 reports and departments. So we'll just see now what it is and how it is. So let me show you some kind of thing here. Like dashboards, what do you mean by high level information? I'll just come on that. So basically now we are in Power BI service here. We are in Power BI service. Let me go to this workspace. This is a workspace. Now the Lineage View is opened here. So what is the minimum requirement for creating the dashboard is? What is the minimum requirement for creating a dashboard is? We need to have some couple of reports there. We need to have some couple of reports here. If you remember, yesterday we have developed some kind of couple of reports. We have developed 3 reports. So for creating a dashboard, there are 2 ways, guys. Guys, listen here. There are 2 ways for creating a dashboard. So the first way is this is my workspace. Okay, this is my workspace project, 8 p.m. December 2024. So here, this is my workspace. I have got some kind of reports yesterday which we have shared. So these are the reports. Sales report is there. Then profit report is there. Then we have got product analysis report. So 3 reports are there. We are using these reports to create a dashboard. So there are 2 ways to how we can create a dashboard. We can simply go to this new item here, new item. We can simply go here. We can click on this dashboard option. We can click on this dashboard option. As soon as I click on this dashboard option, it will just ask me what is the dashboard name you are expecting. So what is the dashboard name you are expecting? So here we need to give a dashboard name here. We need to give a dashboard name. We need to give dashboard name and create it. This is one way. So let's create it. Let's give it as a name, sales dashboard. Sales dashboard. Sales dashboard, 8 p.m. will give 8 p.m. We'll give it as December. So let's give it a Jan. So we are just creating a dashboard. We are just giving it its name. As soon as I click on this create, it will create the dashboard here. It will create the dashboard here. It will create a dashboard. Now, before going ahead with this, let me show you another way of creating the dashboard. This is one way. I'll just close this dashboard for time being. We'll go to one of the reports which we have created earlier. So this is the one way I have actually shown you. The second way how you can do is you can simply go to any tile. Like for example, these are the visuals. These are the visual. This is a report which we have created. You can simply click on this. You'll get an option here, pin visual, pin visual. So if you want to use this particular visual in order to make the dashboard, you can directly click on this pin visual and it will ask me whether I need to pin this dashboard. Pin means I need to attach this or I need to use this for creating a dashboard or not. Whether that dashboard is a new dashboard or an existing dashboard. If it is an existing dashboard, like already we have created a sales dashboard here. Now I've given that name. That's why it is directly taking it as existing dashboard. But if I don't create it, if I haven't created from that particular option, we can also create from here. I can simply click on this new dashboard. I'll give it as a name as sample. Let's see. I'll give it as a name sample here. I'll click on this pin. Now, if I go to this Power BI, if I go to this workspace, we can see the sample dashboard. Now, if I open this sample, I'll get this particular visual pinned to this. So this is also one of the way where we can create the dashboard. So two ways we have seen for creating the dashboard. Let me just delete this dashboard because we are not going to continue with this. Before that, let me show you what do you mean by high level visuals and how we can differentiate between that. For example, yesterday we have created this. So let me explain now what is high level and detail level information. So here count of customers, sum of sales. These are all the high level information. These figures which are shown into this card visual, these are high level information. You have only one number here. If you see it properly, you will have only one number here. So these are all card visuals are high level visuals. So this a particular CEO can expect into a dashboard. So we can also put this into a dashboard. So these are high level visuals. Secondly, like in this pie chart, if we see sales by category, in this sales by category, how many sales number you have? You have 3 sales number. You have got 3 sales number. So when we have less sales number or less values, we call it as high level information. This is also a high level information. So in sales by subcategory. Now, if you check another visual, if you check this visual, sales by subcategory, in sales by subcategory, how many sales value we have showing here is 17 sales value we are showing. So this is called as detailed information. This is detailed information, guys. This is detailed information. This is high level information. These are high level information. So this is called as high level information. Region wise sales. If you see this donut chart, this is also high level information. All the card visuals which are shown, which are having this single number, these are high level visual. So we are good to go. We are good to carry out this. We are good to take this visuals to the dashboard. So one more difference there is in the reports, there will be multiple pages. In the reports, there will be multiple pages. For example, if we see any kind of visuals here, it will have multiple pages. Any reports will be having multiple pages, but dashboard will have only one page. So this is how I have shown you the dashboard. So we have just created, this is a dashboard here. See that, guys, we have just created a dashboard here. We have created with this, I have clicked onto this new item. We have created this dashboard, but we haven't added anything. So let me just open this here. So you can see only white space here. This white space, we call it as dashboard canvas, guys. This white space which is shown here, it is called as dashboard canvas. It is a single page. In this dashboard canvas, we are going to add the high level visuals from multiple reports. We are going to add the high level visuals. Now, if I just want to clear one more thing is, if I want to create, like, let's see, if I want to create a report using manufacturing and sales dataset. If I want to create the manufacturing dataset and sales dataset, if I want to create a report out of this manufacturing dataset and sales dataset, whether is it possible or not? Because two datasets are there. Manufacturing dataset is different. Sales dataset is different. Whether I am able to do it or not? No, I am not able to do it in case of reports. In case of reports, I am not able to do it. I can't do that. Let's see a simple example. I'll just show you how that actually works. Let me just open this Power BI desktop here. We have opened a blank report. Now I'm planning to create one report out of a data set. So what are the steps here? I'll go to get data. How you can connect to the semantic model is this option, Power BI semantic model. Let me open it. Let me open any kind of like any kind of data set. So let's take retail AB data set. For example, I'm just connecting it. We are connecting to retail AB data set. Now the data set has been connected here. Okay. Now my doubt is, like one data set is already connected to this report. Am I allowed to again connect to another data set or not? So let's go here. It is not allowing me to do that. It will not allow me to do that. This option, it will not allow me to do that. So what I mean to say here is, with the help of data set, with the help of two data set, we can't develop a single report. I can't create a report by using manufacturing dataset and sales dataset. So this was just I have shown you. Now this dashboard is already there. Now if I want to add, like this is a dashboard canvas I've already explained you. There is the name is here, sales dashboard, 8 p.m. January. So we need to go to report. If we want to add some kind of visuals to this dashboard, we need to simply go to the reports. We'll go to the reports first. Let me open one report, that is sales report. Yesterday only we have created that. So how we will be transferring these visuals to that dashboard. So when you hover any kind of visual here, when you hover any kind of visual, you'll get this pin visual option. If you click on this pin visual, it will ask me which dashboard I need to attach this, which dashboard I need to pin this visual. So this is my dashboard name. I'm just pinning it. It is an existing dashboard. I don't have to create a new one. It is existing dashboard. I'll just pin this. So likewise, I just want to pin this one also. I'll just pin this. I'm just pinning this dashboard to that. I'll just click on this. We have got pin visual here option. I'll just pin this also. Let me just pin this also. We'll just pin this because these are the high level visuals. So we can go on with this. In the dashboard. This is also one of the high level visuals. So let me just use this also. I'll just pin this. This also I'll pin it because this is also a high level visual. Now tell me guys, am I allowed to pin this? Am I allowed? Okay, I am allowed to do that, but is it like recommended to do this? Because this is a detail level information. I'll not do this. I'll not use this for creation of dashboard. So we have pinned those visuals. Let me go to this profit one also, profit report. So this is profit report. Here also I'll just pin some of them. I'll pin profit by category. This profit by category. How to pin it? I'll just simply click on this pin visual. It will just ask me to which visual I need to pin it. To which dashboard I need to use it. I'll just click on this. We'll also use this donut chart, profit wise, region wise sales, region wise profit, sorry. So here, this option it is showing me. I need to confirm here whether the selected visual is coming or not. And I'll just pin this. Now this second report is also done. So we'll just close this. We'll just close this also. We don't need this. This is the third one which we have created yesterday. So in the third one, sales by ship mode. Yes, it is a high level one. So I'll just click on this. A pin visual would come. Sales by ship mode. I'll just pin this. I'll just pin this ship mode also, segment also, sales by segment. I'll just click on this. I'll pin this. So it is asking me sales by segment. So currently, if you have observed, now let me show you something. Let me get rid of this. Okay. If you observe something, if I go to this dashboard, sorry, not this dashboard. Okay. If you observe something, let me go to the lineage view. Let me go to this lineage view. Currently, currently what we are doing is we have the visuals from the same data set. So these three reports are the same, are from same semantic model. These three reports are from same semantic model. So currently we have the visuals from the same semantic model to the dashboard. This is our dashboard. This dashboard is created on top of this reports. These reports are created on top of this semantic model. So we are using only one data set. So now one question is there. Now, am I allowed to bring some other visuals from other data set or not? That is the question. So let's do it. Like this is one data set. Let's go to this. Let's go to our workspace here. Oh, let me get rid of this list view here. I'll come on this list view. Now we have got some couple of reports here. I've got some different reports also. Let's do it. Let's go to sales and budget analysis. This is the one which is not created on top of the same data set. So am I allowed to do that? Yes. I'll just click on this. Let's try. So there is an option called as pin visual. Yes, it is allowing me. It is just telling me, yes, you can take that. So let's use this. This is from the different data set. So I can do that. I've used it. This is also a high level visual here. This is sales report. This is another data set. I'll just close this off for time being. This also I don't want right now. So we have got, let's take this case study result. Okay, this case study results also, if I want this particular report, okay, let's do it. This is also another data set. So existing dashboard, we are just pinning it out. Okay, so we have pinned all the visuals. We have also seen from the different dashboards, like we have seen here, like from the different data set also, we can pin the visuals. There is no such limitation for pinning the visual into the dashboard. So where our dashboard is, this is our dashboard. This is a symbol for the dashboard here. Dashboard. It is clearly mentioned here, dashboard. We have created this. Let me open that. So whatever we have pinned now, whatever visuals we have pinned now, you can all see it here. You can see it here. You can see this is from the other data set. This is from the different data set. These are from the same data set. So this all visuals, you'll find it here. You'll find it here. This is how the dashboard is created. This is how the dashboard is created. Now, one important thing I want to tell it here is each visual. So whatever visual it is, each visual we'll call it as tile. We'll call it as tile, T-I-L-E, tile. Each visual we'll call it as tiles. So tiles. So everything in the report and dashboard, we call it as tile. Whether it is a logo, whether it is an image, whether it is a text box, whether it is a visual, we'll call it as tiles. Tile. So tile is the name for that. So let's open that again. So this is a dashboard which we have seen. Now sometimes, like we have created this dashboard, okay, a sample dashboard we have created. So sometimes what will happen in the dashboard, sometimes client will ask you to add a logo in the dashboard. They'll ask you to add one logo in the dashboard. So how to get that logo is we can put, like as per the client's requirement, we can put the logo in this dashboard. I think we can use one of the logo. One of the logo is there in that another dashboard. Sorry, in one of the report. We can use that. No, but rather than that, we can also take a logo from. So if you want to add a logo here, edit option is there. Edit option is there at the top. We can directly go to add a tile. We'll see some kind of things here. We'll see web content, we'll see image, we'll see all these options in the coming days. But for the logo, let me just take this image here. We'll take this image. So currently, no, we like for example, we are having one report with us, that is product analysis report. In that we can have that. We can have the logo. Yeah, we are having this logo here. So simply I can click on this. I'll go to this bit. Sorry guys. I can pin this. I'll just pin this. to the dashboard. I'm just pinning this logo here. I'm just pinning that logo here. We can also pin this text box also, we can do it. We can use this. So there is a pin option here. I'll go to this. I'll just simply pin this. Yeah, we have pinned this all. So we can use this. We can use the same. So where we have got, it would be at the end. So we'll just simply drag this at the top. Oh, don't have to create it. We don't have to click on that. Okay. We'll just drag it a little bit at the top so that it should be at the top. Yeah, it is at the top now. I can just reduce it a little bit. I'll just reduce it a little bit. Also for the text box, we can bring in. Sorry, it's product analysis is not required. So text box, this is a text box. We can. So here I can also reduce this a little bit. So whenever I click on that, it will just take me to the report. Whenever I click on this, just put it at the top. We'll just align it a little bit. We can align this like this. We can align it. These are the dashboards. Just align it a little bit. Yeah, so we are here in the sum of quantity. We can align it. We can take it to this. So we have got this finally. Dashboard is ready with this. Now, I took this text box from the report. From this report, I have taken that. But what we can do is we can bring this text box from another option. We'll go to this edit. We'll go to add tile. There is an option called as text box. There is option called as text box. So you can just create this text box here. In this, we are having a couple of options here, but we'll write it here. Like what we want, we'll just write it sales dashboard. Let's write it sales dashboard. We'll write it sales dashboard. We'll just increase the font size here. We'll increase the font size to 28. 28. Let me make it 28. 28 for that. 28. Let's make it block. Let me give it a good color. For example, this is a color if I want to give it. So I'll simply apply on this. We'll get it at the bottom. So this is the sales dashboard. This is how I have created the name for that. So this we can use it. So in this way also we can bring the text box. We can write the text box and we can make utilization of that. So here, so instead of this, I'll just remove this. Just delete this tile. I'll just get this here. So here we can use this. So this is. So this is how we can bring the text box. We can also do one thing. We can also bring the image, whatever image we want to. If we want to bring any image, we can bring it. Let me show you how we can bring any image from the Google. Like if I want to download some image and if I want to use it here, how am I supposed to do that? Is I'll go to this edit. I'll go to this add tile option here. I'll choose image option here. Image option here. I'll choose. We have to give an URL for this. We have to give an URL for this. We have to give some URL for this. So here I'll give that URL. Now, if I want to have some, like for example, if I want NiC Academy logo, not this. So we have got this logo here. So if I want this logo, what I need to do is I need to click on this copy link. Copy link, I'll do it. I'll go to this. I have copied the link from here. We'll go to Power BI service. I'll give that I'll provide this link here. And we'll click on apply. So let me check in. Yeah, it's not loading that image. Something is wrong here. So I'll just check it. Copy image address we need to do. Copy link, we will try with copy link. Let me just go here. I'll just edit this again. We can edit the details here. So instead of this, something is wrong here. So that image should come here actually. Some error is coming here. Let me try it with some Power BI logo. Let's do it with this. So let's do it from here. Copy image address. Copy image link. Just go to copy image link and let's do it. So instead of here, if I want to add that copy link. Yeah. So it depends actually on the image. It has come now. This is the image. Okay. This we have got it from the external source. So sometimes it depends on the logo, company logos or whatever it is. It depends. So this is how we can use that. This is how we can use that. So generally we don't want this now. Just for demonstration purpose, I was just showing it to you. So this is how we can align it. We can align this particular dashboard properly. We can align it in this way. There is an option here. We can bring this tiles nearby in order to show some information here. We can use this space. Can use this space for that purpose. We can also use that space. So just for demonstration purpose, I'm just showing you how we can create the dashboard. So we have seen the title, how to add the titles to that. So this is just a formatting. You have to do that formatting. Like this, you need to. These are the formatting options. No, some kind of rules I would like to mention it here is. Some kind of rules I would like to mention here is. So highly important, whatever highly important visuals would be there, whatever highly important visuals, that should be at the top left side. So this top left side of the dashboard, it will always cover highly important visuals. And towards bottom right side, it would be less important visuals should be there. This is what some kind of rules are there, like some kind of recommendation while creating this dashboard. Some kind of recommendations are there. So which are less important, that would come at the right bottom side. Which are more important or most important, that will go at the top left side. So if possible, we need to accommodate all the visuals to the single screen. So it is recommended to always accommodate all the visuals to the single screen. Sometimes when you have more visuals, it is not possible to accommodate all the visuals in the single screen. So when you can't accommodate the visuals on the single screen, either you keep those visuals on the right hand side, either you can keep it on the bottom side. So either you can keep it on the bottom side, either you can keep it on the right hand side here. Either on the right hand side or on the bottom side. You can, that is your wish. Because from scrolling from left to right will take some time and it is not easier. But scrolling from top to bottom, it is easier for any kind of viewer or client. One thing I would also like to tell it here is, we can't reduce the size of this tile up to certain extent. See, up to certain extent, I can't reduce the size of this tile. It is not allowed. See, if I want to reduce it, if I want to reduce something, I'm not allowed to do it up to certain extent. A predefined size is there. We can't reduce it. See, it will come here like this it will, but after some time, after scrolling, it will again take that pace. It will take some place with that. So some kind of, see, after this, beyond this, we can't do it. So there is, but for the visuals, we can do it in the reports. In the reports, we can do it. In the reports, we can reduce the size of the visuals, but in dashboard, there are some limitations. We can't reduce the size of the tile as per our comfort or wish. There is some limit for doing it. But in reports, we can reduce the size of any visual as per our convenience. Now what will happen? We have created this. We have created this. Now clients will ask us to change the theme of the dashboard. The clients can also ask us to change the theme of the dashboard. So we can change the theme of the dashboard from here. There are dashboard themes. There are some predefined themes here. Light. This is light. If we go to dark, it will look like this. If I save, it will look like this. This is how it looks for the dark. For the dark option, it will look like this. So these are the themes. We can able to change it in the dashboard theme at the top. Dark theme is there. We have got colorblind friendly. Colorblind friendly, it is there. This is colorblind friendly. This. See, if I reduce it up to certain extent, I am not able to reduce it. After that, I can't reduce that size. That's what I wanted to tell it here. I can't reduce the size beyond certain extent. See, I can't reduce it. But in the visuals, when we are developing the reports, we can do it. It doesn't look good if you reduce it beyond the capacity of that. Up to certain extent, it is okay, but after that, it won't allow us to reduce it, and it won't look good also. We are not able to see it properly. Okay, so these are the formatting options. We have seen the theme here. If we don't want that theme, there is some custom option also. If out of this 4, if we don't want it, we can also use a background color for this. We can use the background color here. Background color option is there. For background color, if I take this kind of, it would come like this background color. It would look like this background color. So some background color option is there. We can use it. So it depends how we want to display it. So we can change the dashboard theme here. Now, if you see here option, if I click on this, it is just, see, whenever I go to any kind of dashboard, if I'm going to this particular tile here, if I'm clicking somewhere, it should select and it should make use of visual interaction. But here, what is happening? It is just carrying me to this particular report. From where that report I got this visual, it is just carrying me. If I'm clicking on here, it is just carrying me to that original report in the dashboard. So what I mean to say here is, we don't have visual interactions here. We don't have visual interactions like we used to have in the report. Like we used to have in the reports. If we have the, like, what do you mean by visual interaction? If I click on this technology, everything would be filtered as per that. This feature is not available in the dashboard. I'm not able to see this kind of feature here. So if I'm planning, if I'm clicking on any data point, it will just take me to that particular report from where I bought this particular visual. So I must say that dashboard is just read-only representation of high-level data. It is just read-only representation of high-level data. It is not possible to filter the data using any of the interactions here. And one important point I would like to tell you here is, we are not able to pull in or bring the slicers into the dashboard. It is just not allowed for the dashboard. We can't bring any kind of slicers. Slicers, I mean to say here, if I want to, like, we don't have any slicers here. Let me check if we have slicers. I'll just show you. Okay, in this report, if we go at the top, we might see some slicers. Okay, these are the slicers here. See, if you click on slicers, you will not get an option called pin to dashboard. Pin to dashboard option is not there. But if I click on here, I'll get that option pin. I'll get it option here also pin. I'll get it here also option. I'll get it for this also. I'll get it option here pin. But when I click on this slicers, it is not allowing me to. It is not allowing me to pull in this slicer to the dashboard, because dashboard is read-only representation of high-level data. That is an important point. With the interview perspective also, they might ask you whether you're allowed to pull in or allowed to pin the slicer into the dashboard or not. And the visual interactions are also not available here. If I click on any part of the donut chart, if I click on any of the data point in the dashboard, there is no change or filtration will happen. Now this was regarding the dashboard. Now let me show something here. If we go to this workspace, I'll just open this Lineage View. We can see here how many dashboards we have prepared. So these are the dashboard here. Let me just zoom out a little bit. Okay, it is very, yes. So now it is okay. So this is dashboard here. This dashboard is created from number of reports. From number of reports, like this is one semantic model which is used by this report. This is one semantic model. This is another semantic model. This is third semantic model. So from 3 semantic models and the reports, I'm just creating the dashboard, but it is not allowed. It is not allowed. If I want to create this report from 2 data sets or 2 semantic model, it is not allowed. It is not recommended here. Recommended means that feature is not there to create a report out of 2 data set. No, it is not allowed. But for the dashboard, we can use multiple visuals from multiple reports from multiple data sets or semantic models. Now, if we want to, but I already told you that the slicers are not allowed, but there is way out. If we want the slicers, to be in the dashboard, how we can do it is, we can do it in the other way. See, there is an option here. See, we can't individually bring the slicers. These are the slicers, okay? These are the slicers if I check. These are the slicers. Some slicers would be there. Region slicer, state slicer, subcategory slicers. For individual slicers, there is no option to bring it into the dashboard. We can't bring it into the dashboard. But there is another option, like we can pin this whole report page to the dashboard. We can pin this whole report page in the dashboard, and then with that report, it will this slicer would also come. Let me show it here. We have got here a pin to dashboard option. Where I went is, I simply went to this. I'll show you from the scratch. So let's go to the list view. This is the report which I want to pin. I'll go to edit here. We have got an option here, pin to a dashboard. So if I click on this pin to dashboard, it is just asking me pin live. So I'll click on this pin live. So what happened is, now if we see this dashboard, we have got the whole page. We have got this whole page here. See, we have got this whole page, and with that slicer is also there. This slicer is also there. And here the slicer would also work, but for only this page, this slicer would work. Only for this page, this slicer would work. But individually, if you want to bring the slicers, it would not work. That is the beauty of this. So we don't want this actually. It is just for demonstration purpose. I have just kept it here. I just want to remove this. I'll delete tile. So live page, we have just pinned to the dashboard. That feature is also there. Live page we can pin to the dashboard. That is an option. And one important thing I would like to tell you here is, whenever I share this dashboard, with the client will not only get access to the dashboard, but they will even get access to the underlying reports. Because see, like this particular visual is for one particular report. So if I click on this, it is just bringing me to that particular report from where I bought that particular visual. So this is how I'm again repeating, whenever we share the dashboard with the clients will not only get access to the dashboard, but they will even get access to the underlying reports. So if I share, how I will be sharing this dashboard? One way to share this dashboard is, we'll go to this list view here. This is a dashboard option. There is a 3 dots here. There is 3 dots here. From here, I'll go to manage permissions. Here, I'll go to manage permissions, and here I can add the user from here. I'll simply add the user from here. I can give the email address for that particular candidate, and we'll see this sharing of reports and dashboards in detail. In the coming sessions, we have got an individual session for that, sharing reports and dashboard. Just I'm showing it. Like this is option, we can write mail for that particular candidate, and we can just demonstrate it. We can just share this with them. This is one way. We can grant access from here. We can add the user from here. So this is how we can share the dashboard. This is one way. Let me just close this reports. This is of no use right now. Okay, we'll go to this. We'll go to the dashboard. We'll go to the dashboard. We have got a share option here also. Here also the direct option would come. There also direct option would come. There are multiple ways where we can use that. So here also we can put mail ID, and you can grant access for this dashboard. So we have seen what is the dashboard, when to create the dashboard, how to create the dashboard, how to add tiles, visuals to the dashboard. We have seen. We have also seen how to format the dashboard, how to add logo in that, how to add title to the dashboard, how to change the theme in the dashboard. We have seen that. Now we'll see. We have also seen pin live page to the dashboard. We have seen this option also. We have also seen the sharing dashboards with clients also. The only thing is left is, what are the building blocks in the Power BI? What are the building blocks in the Power BI? Let me see that. So talking about the building blocks of the Power BI is, these are the building blocks of the Power BI. These are the building blocks of the Power BI. First one is semantic model, a very important thing, semantic model, which is also called as data set. Earlier we used to call this as data set, but nowadays the nomenclature of this has been changed by Microsoft. So semantic model, that is the first building block of Power BI. Secondly, visuals. See, visuals would be created on top of semantic models. Reports would be created on tops of visuals. Dashboard would be created on top of reports. And tiles. So these are the building blocks in Power BI. So there been always, like, this interview question would be always been asked, like, what are the building blocks in Power BI? So these are the building blocks in Power BI. Talking about the dashboard will have predefined tile size. I have already discussed it. It is not possible to pin the slicer's visual to the dashboard. I have shown you that slicer visual is not possible for us to pin it. Dashboard is just only representation of high level data. It is just read only representation. We have seen that. And one more thing, it is not possible to filter the data using slicers, as well as interact with the visuals in the dashboard. We have seen by clicking on any of the data points on the pie chart, we have seen that there is no filtration. Even we can't use the drill down option in the dashboard. And one important thing is, whenever we share the dashboards with the clients will get access to the dashboard and underlying reports as well. They'll get the access for the dashboard and the underlying reports also. So this is what the dashboard is. In the coming session, like tomorrow we don't have any session. So day after tomorrow, I'll be again continuing this dashboard. I'll be showing you many other things that we can see. Like, many other things are there. Difference between reports versus dashboards. What's the difference between reports and dashboards? That is there. We have got number of points here. Many things are there here. We can see that. We can also see some of the dashboard options, dashboard actions, how you can use it. like many hidden options are there in the dashboard that we'll explore in the coming session. Day after tomorrow, we are having the session. And after that, we'll focus on sharing the reports, refresh those things. Those things would come into this. So this is a dashboard here. There are many options to see, like what this option is, what this option, how this option is used. In edit, how many options are there? Mobile layout is an option. Another option is there. We are having many things here that we can see in the coming session. So this is how, and like what we can do is, we have to edit it as per our convenience. We have to edit this dashboard as per our convenience. We can make it shorter. We can also change the position of this. Like you can do it, whatever you can do it, you want to do it, you can do it with this help of. And you can also go to this dashboard theme. Like for me, dashboard theme, sorry, it was a custom one. So if you go to the dashboard theme, custom one was selected. But if I like this dark thing, actually, it would be good. By look wise also, it will be good. So this is how it looks. We are many, like this particular dashboard is having an advantage that you can make this dashboard on top of the multiple data sets, on top of multiple reports. We have seen this. Basically, if you want to see like on what data set, on what data sources you have made that, you can simply go to this lineage view. We have two views, list view and lineage view. This is a list view here. Type of data type, like it is a semantic model, it is a report, or it is a dashboard. It will show it here in this. And from here, we'll get an idea like which of the reports are used, what reports are used for creating these dashboards, what data sets are used, what are the data sources for that. That also we can able to see from this. This is called as lineage view. Lineage view. This might be also an interview question, that where you can see the attached data sets or data sets, or on what reports you have made the dashboard, where you can see. So the answer should be lineage view. Lineage view is the option here from where we can see this lineage view and list view. So these are the options. So tomorrow, day after tomorrow, we'll see this. We'll again continue with the dashboard. So let me just stop in. Let's start with today's session. So earlier in the previous class, we have started with reports. We have created some of the reports. We were having two developers, user 1, user 2, who were assigned to develop reports, 20 reports, both of them. So both of them contributed to the 20 reports. And now the task is finally to get some dashboards out of those reports. So we have seen how to create the semantic model, how to publish the semantic model to the Power BI service. What are the workspaces? What do you mean by semantic model? Those all things we have seen, and we have seen how to create multiple reports out of only one data set. Only one data set. We have seen that. Now, today, for today's session, we are going to focus on the dashboards. So let's start the session. So let's start with the first topic for today's session. That is difference between reports and dashboards. It is an important topic, guys, where the interviewer would be always interested in knowing the difference. So for sure, a question would be there on that. So we have seen, so this is the Excel sheet here. We have mentioned the difference between the reports and the dashboards. So regarding information, reports will contain high-level information to detail-level information. We have seen that. Let me open Power BI service. Let's go to our workspace which we have created, the project workspace which we have created. In this project workspace, we have created some couple of reports that day. So if we see here, if we carefully observe here, we have got the information from a high level to the detailed level. These are the high level information. This card visual, whatever the information, whatever the figures which are shown onto this card visual, These are the high level information. Even these are also high level information because 3 types of only categories are covered. 4 types of regions are covered. So this is also high level, but this is a detailed level information. So what it says is reports. Reports will contain high level information to detail level information. Okay. And dashboard will contain high level information. We have seen the definition for the dashboard is dashboard is made out of some of the visuals which are presenting high level of information from the reports. So dashboards, only those visuals would go from the reports which will have high level of information. For example, here this card visual shows high level of information. So we have taken this card visuals into a dashboard. While preparing the dashboard, we have used this card visuals there. We have also used this pie chart, this donut chart we have used in the dashboard. We haven't taken this because this presents an detail level information. So that's the difference with respect to information. Now the second one, with respect to sharing, reports will be shared with low level managers. Reports will be shared with low level managers. We have seen into this particular here. So we have seen that from the HR data set, these reports R1, R2, R3 were created. From the manufacturing data set, R4, R5 was created. So like this for sales data set also, these are the reports were created, and we have shared these reports not to the, we didn't share these reports to the CEO. We only shared these reports with the HR manager. We shared this reports to the manufacturing manager. We shared these reports to the sales manager. We didn't share these reports to the CEO we didn't share it with the CEO. So that's what the point here is. It is shared with, reports will be shared with low level managers, will be shared with low level managers. And dashboards will be shared with top level managers or CEOs. So that's the difference with respect to sharing of the reports and dashboards. So you don't have to be confused with respect to reports and dashboards with respect to sharing of those. So we have seen that sources. I have already shown you that day, like if we go to the workspaces, let me go to the lineage view. Here we can see on what basis we have. See, this is a dashboard. This is created on top of the reports. So for creating this dashboard, the reports would be the data source. But for creating the reports, data set would be the data source. Data set. On top of data set, we create reports. On top of reports, we create dashboards. That's what this point says. Sources. Reports will have. Yeah. So here also, whatever I have explained, that point comes afterwards. But now whatever point is here is sources. Reports will have data from single semantic model. Report will have data from single semantic model. On the other hand, dashboards can have data visuals from multiple semantic models and multiple reports. Yes, exactly. So what I mean to say here is we have seen, I have created this multiple reports. See, these 3 reports I have created with the help of single data set. We can't use to create reports from multiple data set. That is not allowed. That is not recommended as well. So what I mean to say is reports are created from only single data set, but on the other hand, dashboards are created with respect to on top of multiple reports, on top of multiple data sets. So we have used multiple data sets here in order to create the dashboard. That's what the difference. It clears here. Reports will be developed in Power BI. Sorry, reports will have data from single semantic model. Dashboards can have data visuals from multiple semantic models or multiple reports. So I have shown you the demonstration for that. Now the fourth one is with respect to develop and creation. Reports will be developed in the Power BI desktop and Power BI service. Reports will be developed in the Power BI desktop. So what is the usual process is we used to create the reports, the visuals in the Power BI desktop, and then we need to publish it to the Power BI service. Now there is another point here. Reports will be developed in Power BI desktop and Power BI service. Let me show you how we create this reports in the Power BI service. So let me go here. Let me show you something. we can go to the, we can directly, let me go to the list view. Okay, this is our workspace. Here we have got this semantic model, retail AB dataset, semantic model, retail AB dataset. See, this is a, let me just show you too. So this is retail AB dataset. We have created this dataset, and on top of this, we have created multiple reports in the earlier sessions. So what I mean to say is, we have got two ways to create the reports. We can create the reports in the Power BI desktop and Power BI service. So I just want to show you how we create report. So simply we can click, this is a dataset, this is a semantic model. Onto this three dots, if we go to create report, we can start creating the reports on top of the dataset. See, let me just show you how we can create it. So if I want the sales, it is just like same as Power BI desktop. It is same as Power BI desktop. I have created a card visual here. I have got all the options here. I've got all the formatting options, visual level, general level. So it is same. So what I mean to say here is, we can create the reports in Power BI desktop also, and in Power BI service also. This is Power BI service, guys. This is Power BI service. So we can create the reports here, but it is not recommended to create the reports in the Power BI service. In the Power BI service, it is not recommended to create the reports. And developing the report on the Power BI desktop is more preferred. It is more preferred as creating the reports in the Power BI service. So this was like develop and create. After that, sources used to create. To develop the report, source is a source semantic model. I have already explained this point to you. When we went to this semantic model here, when we went to this lineage view here, I have shown you on top of what is created, on top of what is created. So on top of data set, reports are created. On top of reports, dashboards are created. So with respect to
this is Sriram. I have a question here.
Yes,
can I ask now, or
please note it down. I'll just clarify it after
okay.
At the end of the class.
Okay, sure. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So sources used to create. To develop the report, source is semantic model. To develop the report, source is semantic model. For creating the reports, we use semantic model as a source. To develop the dashboards, source is a report. So on top of reports only, we create the dashboards. You remember, firstly, what we have done, we have just created a semantic model. We have just created a data set in the Power BI desktop. Then we published it to the Power BI service. And from the Power BI service, then we connected the reports to that semantic model, and we have created the reports. We have published the reports. Then on top of those reports, we have created the dashboards. So to develop the reports, source is a semantic model. To develop the dashboard, source is reports. It is pretty much clear and self-explanatory from this. Now pages. With respect to pages, if we see, generally, if I'm talking generally, reports can have multiple pages. Yes, reports can have up to 10. I have seen some of the reports having 10 pages, having 12 pages, having 5 pages, having 6 pages. Like this many pages can be there in the reports. In the reports, these many pages can be there. Let me just show you. If we go to this, I just don't want this. I just don't want this as well. So if I directly go to Power BI desktop, I can show you that thing. So let me go to this list view. So where we are, in the reports, we can have multiple pages. In the reports, we can have multiple pages, but dashboards will have single page. Generally, dashboards will have a single page only. Dashboards will have a single page only. That is the difference. Now drilling down visuals. If you remember, we have drill down visuals. Wherever hierarchy would be there, the drilling down visuals would be activated at the top of any visuals. Those arrows would be there, focusing downwards. So those drill down options would be there when hierarchy would be there. Even those drill down visuals would be there in reports only. We can able to drill down in only reports. We can't able to drill down in the dashboards. We can't able to drill down in the dashboards. This we have shown. Even filtering also that they have shown. Filtering, with respect to filtering, yes, many different ways to filter, highlight and slice. We have many options in the reports to filter, to highlight, to slice. There are many options. But in the dashboards, it will not filter or slice a dashboard. It will only filter if you pin an entire report page to a dashboard. Remember, I have shown you some page how to pin a live page to the dashboard. So I have already showcased you the example of that. We have pinned the whole report page, and in that report page, slicer was there. So in that circumstances only the slicer will work if we pin the entire report to the dashboard. So this was with respect to filtering. Now set alerts. So in reports, we can't apply alerts. We can't set alerts in reports. But in the dashboards, yes, it is available for dashboard tiles. Let me show you a simple example on this. So what is this alert means? So this set alerts, what is this alert means? Let's say my requirement is when profit reaches, let's say my requirement is, let's go to the dashboard. Let's say my requirement is we have got profit here. Like when the profit reaches to 300K, I want to send one mail to my team guys. That is let's say a scenario here. If the profit reaches to 300K, I just want to send one mail to my team. So currently profit is like 286.40K here. When the profit will reach 300K, I need to send one alert to one of my client. So what I'll do is, we are in the dashboard right now. Let me go to this 3 dots here. Now in this, let me open a dashboard from here. It should not come, but we go to manage alerts. Related content. No, it is not here. Show open messages. Okay. So in this sum of profit, if you see here, we have got 3 dots here. See, it will be working for an individual visual. I told you for the profit, if it goes to 300K, we have to, for this, if it goes 300K, it should send us an alert to the team member. So we'll go to this here. We'll go to manage alerts here. We have got manage alert here. So here we'll add alert rule. So here sum of profit is the alert title, whatever title you can change it here. On what? Set alerts rule for this proper thing. So condition here I can mention 300. Here I can mention 300. If above 300, so it should notify every 24 hours, at most once an hour. So within once an hour, within 24 hours, what is the frequency? It should send an mail. It will clearly mention here. It will, like, we can manage the alerts here. So this is how this manage alerts would be there. But if you go to the any kind of report, you won't find that kind of feature for the report. You won't find that kind of feature here. You won't find for individual visuals. So that is the thing. It is available for dashboard tiles. Now tile size, I have shown you there are some restrictions for making a size of the tile, for formatting the tile. So reports, we can able to make it, we can able to maximize, minimize the tile size, but here some predefined tile sizes would be there. So this was a difference between reports and dashboards here. So between reports and dashboard, these were the difference. Now we'll see. We have done with this difference between reports and dashboards. Now we'll see some kind of dashboards options or dashboard actions. We can call it as options or dashboard actions. So we'll see this. Let me just close this out. Okay. Now, so we are in this. So if you go here, we'll find some options here. We'll find some dashboard options here. See, this is my dashboard here. This is my dashboard. We have got this one share, another one is favorite, and we have got these many options. These many options or actions, we can call it as dashboard options or actions. So we'll see one by one how it works. This one, share, favorite, delete, settings, view, usage metrics report, view workspace lineage. These all we'll see. So regarding the first option, the share option, let me just, okay. We have got this dashboard here. So the share option, there is a share option here. So for 1 hour, we are going to discuss sharing of reports and dashboards. For now, let's keep it on hold. We are having a session on this for sharing for 1 hour. Now add to favorites. This is an option here, add to favorites. So when you share reports with the clients, when you share any kind of reports or dashboards with the clients, let's assume that we have shared this dashboard yesterday. When the clients log in, they can see the reports. Where the clients can see the reports is in the browse. This is a browse option shared with me. Here, the clients would be able to see the reports. So if I shared some dashboard with the clients in the browse, shared with me, here they can able to see that. Shared with me. Now, so in the shared with me, there are lots of reports and dashboards. Which would be shared with you or with the clients. So sometimes searching for those for reports or dashboards here will take time. Even if you sort it, there is a sorting option at the top here. If you sort with respect to shared, it will take time. So instead, what client can do is they can mark this as favorites here. So now we have marked it as favorite on the star. So we'll go to this browse. Now it will add to the favorites. It will add to this folder called favorites here. Now it is added to this folder. Now someone can, if it is very much important dashboard or priority based dashboards, someone can add, like put favorites onto that and he can find into this folder favorites. So this is what the use of favorite is. Some important reports we need to keep in some favorite separate folder. So that is, this separate folder is favorites. So if you uncheck this, it will again go to the earlier position. It will go. See now, it is not done. It is unchecked. If I go to this browse and check here, it is no more here in this favorites. So this is a favorite option here. We have seen the share. This share option we are going to see in the coming sessions. Favorite we have seen. Now we have got delete option. Delete. When you delete, so here delete option is there. So let me show you to this. Let me go on to this lineage view for showing the delete things. So when you delete the data set, when you see this is a full lineage view. Like from these are the data sets. Some of the reports are there. See, this is. I'll just zoom out a little bit so that, zoom out a little bit so that it should be visible. So this is a dashboard here. These are the reports. On top of that reports, the dashboard is created, and this is a data set. And these are the data sources. So when you delete the data set, what happens to the dashboard? What will happen to the dashboard? Dashboard will be there. Dashboard will be there. Only the visuals which you ping from these reports will get deleted. I'm again repeating, when you delete the data set, what happens to the dashboard is dashboard will be there. Only the visuals which you ping from this report will be deleted. So we have got three things here. We have got three things: data set or semantic model. These are the reports and these are the dashboard. If data set is deleted, here the dashboard will be there, but the visuals would be deleted out of it. Without data set, these reports won't be working. Reports won't be working without the data set. Without data set, if I delete this data set, this report would be deleted. This report would be deleted from this. Like that, the dependency is there. The dependency is there. So this was the delete option here. We have got the delete option. So let me just go to the list view. We have got this delete option here. Delete option. Then we have got settings here. Settings. So mostly we'll talk about some kind of default settings only. So if I go to the settings, see, this is a dashboard here. If I go to the settings, see, settings in the sense is workspace names. Workspace name, you can't modify it from here. We don't have the option here to modify the workspace name. We can just modify. If you want to change the name of the dashboard, you can change it from here. You can change it from here, from the settings option. You can change the name. You can also provide the contact details. Like when currently any questions are there regarding this dashboard, they are contacting this email ID. Currently, if the clients are having any kind of questions regarding this, I have provided this contact details. So we can also provide some more contact details here, where the clients would be contacting. To show this contact information, see, this is the contact information. Someone can also add here. So if you want to see this contact information, let's go to this. You'll see this here at the top of this. See this here. If I click on this, I can see this contact. So anyone client who just want to see, like if they are having some questions, if they want to contact the developer, they can contact the person which is there here. So the person details should be there. So again, we were talking about the settings. Now we have got snapshot here. We have got snapshot here, and featured section we have got. Featured section and snapshots. So these are related to each other, guys. These are related to each other. So what is the featured means? Whenever you share the dashboard, this featured, I'm talking about this featured. Whenever you share any dashboard with the clients, client is seeing that dashboard in a folder called shared with me. Instead of going to shared with me and searching it, in the shared with me options, so what someone can do is, I'll just go here. We have got this browse here. So here, sorry, not here. I'll go to this workspace. I'll just close this out. So there would be, instead of like scrolling here in the browse section, instead of going and scrolling here in the browse section, so we have some option here. Just searching for that option here. Favorites. We don't have that option here. Currently, it should be there. Power BI practice. Okay, we have some option there. Filter, manage space, click option. What is this? Yeah, no. So instead of just going here onto this browse and instead of searching for that particular dashboard, in the home tab itself, this is the option here, home tab. So in the home tab itself, you can show that, guys. In the home tab itself, you can promote it. You can promote your dashboard here. So how you can promote it? I'll just show you. So you go to this dashboard settings here. You are having an option here, featured. So featured is an option here, featured option. Promote this dashboard in the featured section on home. So I'll simply click on this. I'll press save. Then I'll go to this home. You will find this featured option here. Where your dashboard would be visible there. So instead of searching for the clients, you can make this kind of provision in order to showcase this dashboard on this home section. So we have got two views here, simplified and expanded. So here in the expanded view, it would be visible, this featured section here. If you don't want to see your report in the featured section, just switch off. You can switch off. You can directly go here. You can go to the settings here, setting options. You can switch off this. You can switch off and you can save it. No more that featured section would be available here. Featured section would not be available here. So this is the featured section option. So now, if I want to add one logo in the dashboard, see, this is dashboard. We'll go to the settings. If I want to add a logo in the dashboard, so here we are having an option here. If I just want this current default logo to get replaced with a new logo, in the settings you are having a snapshot option. Here you can upload any kind of photo or logo. See, if I want this kind of logo to appear here. So here, if I go to home tab, if I see here, the logo should be visible here. If this is my dashboard, it should be visible there in this. So we'll go to the settings. We are having an option here, upload. Here we should upload it. I think it should be a little bit less. So this option should be available here. It should not be grayed out. It should show this. Power BI logo. Currently, with respect to, I think some JPG, this is JPG file, this is PNG file. It should show. Let me try. It should show this. Sometimes what will happen? Yeah. Now, yes. So now if you go to home tab, if you refresh it, it should show. It is not showing now. Okay, we'll see this afterwards because that is not that much important, but you are having that option. You just see. Now also it should be. If it is taking, it should show that option. It should show that. That is not showing. Okay. So what we can do is we'll see the other option into this. So we were in the settings. We were in the settings. So you are having many options here. Sometimes it depends on the pixel size. It depends on this particular thing. So we are having a Q&A option here. Q&A option is there. So Q&A option can be enabled or disabled as per the need. What do you mean by this Q&A option is generally what will happen? Generally the Q&A option, if we go here, if I go to this dashboard here, this Q&A option is now, it is available now. It is available now, Q&A option. So if I click on that, it will ask me some questions. So clients might face some kind of, they want some kind of answers for those questions. So they can be able to write here anything with respect to the data. So if I write, so this, what I have done is here, I have used some of the options here, total sales by product category. So it will show me in this way, Q&A visual. So what I mean to say here is, we are having the option in the settings, not here. We should get rid of this first. Yeah. So here in the settings, if you go, Q&A option, if I switch it off, it should go. The Q&A option should not be available here. Q&A option is not available here. Earlier it was available here. So that is the option you can opt for, Q&A option, where client can ask questions there and they can get the answers. Now after that, we are having a comment section. We are having a comment section. So one thing here, if I open this dashboard here, we are having a comment section here, comment section. So comment section is, this file is pretty much easy here. You can make a copy of this. So comment section we'll see here at the top of dashboard, comment section is there. If I go here, tomorrow I share this dashboard with any client. So client can comment onto this dashboard. So everyone can comment onto this. So they can simply click on this and they can clearly mention at, because I am involved here. So with respect to at, they can write anything like total profit is not correct like this. And it would go to the owner of this dashboard. It will directly go. They can post. They can share their thoughts here. So comment section here. You should always write @ here. @ and the name of the client. He can see the same notifications in the notification sections at the top right hand side. So we are having a notification section here. So currently I don't want it. So I'll just get rid of this. So client can see those in the notifications. Here notification is there at the top. So client will be seeing the notification. If we make some comment here, that would come here in the notification section whenever the client opens this dashboard. So dashboard title flow is there. Tile flow. Dashboard tile flow. In the settings, the last option is see comments. We have already seen comments was on here. That's why comment was visible there. We can also make it off, this comment section. The last option is dashboard tile flow. So here what will happen is, if we on this, Power BI will automatically arrange the tiles on the dashboard. If we on this, Power BI will automatically arrange the visuals in the dashboard. That's the only usage of this. Otherwise, developer needs to align it in the way they want. But if we don't have that much time, and if the dashboards if the visuals are not clearly aligned, you can make use of this option here, dashboard tile flow. where Power BI will automatically arrange the tiles on the dashboard. So these were the options here in the settings. We have seen these options. After that, we have got view usage metrics report. View usage metrics report. We have got this option after the settings here. Now, what do you mean by this is tomorrow you share this. So whenever we share any WhatsApp message in the group or anything, so that group have, for example, if that group have 100 members, so finally you want to understand how many members have viewed that message, how many members are seeing those messages, how many members have viewed that message. Like out of 100, how many people have viewed your message? So there is an option in the WhatsApp to see the status, who has seen those things. So like in the same way, here we can check in the view usage metric report. Here we can check. Here we can check like who has seen that the message. This kind of report would be generated. Currently, I haven't shared this. That's why the total viewer is only 1 here. But if I share this, I will get to know how many people are seeing this particular dashboard. How many people have viewed it? How many views are there? Number of views. That kind of report it will provide. So out of 100 users, if it is shared with 100 people, out of 100 users, which viewers are viewing my dashboard, I can check it in view usage metrics report. It will generate a report like this. So view per day also it will show. It will show different types of views here. View per day, shares per day, unique viewers per day. This kind of reports it will show. Now, if we go on to this view lineage is pretty much clear here. View lineage. See here we are having view item lineage. View lineage option is there here. Here we can see workspace lineage. See workspace lineage I already shown you. This is how the workspace lineage would be there. Lineage in the sense a detailed thing. A detailed one. This is dashboard. These are the reports from which on top of which this dashboard is created, and this is the data set on top of which these reports are created, and these are the data sources for those data sets. Currently, like how many data sets are there here? 1, 2, 3 data sets are there. 3 data sets are used to create this dashboard. So we are in the workspace lineage. In the workspace lineage, we have seen that. So let me go to the list view here. So here there is also an option called as view item lineage. So this item lineage, it is purely for the dashboard. It is purely for the dashboard. It will only show the dashboard things. Item lineage. Here, dashboard, these are the reports. These are the data sets. Here you won't find the sources for those. So item lineage. You can check. So what are the dependent object? This dashboard was developed on top of which reports? That reports was developed on top of which data sets? That data sets was developed on top of which data sources you can see in the workspace lineage. Now we are having option here. In this, we are having option. We have seen these 2 options. We have got manage permissions. So here manage permissions in the sense this is sharing button. The share thing. So we are going to take this in the coming sessions. This share button would be there here. Share button, and this would navigate you to this manage permissions. There is a share button here. If you see here, there is a share button. It will also navigate you to the same page. Here manage permissions is there. Like this, it will show you this option, it will come. So we are going to take it in the separate class. In the separate session, we are going to consider it. So after this, we have some more things. Let me go to this dashboard here. So here we are having a save a copy option. I have opened the dashboard now. Some more options are there. Let me show you that. First one we will have is file menu. This is a file menu here. Here we are having a save a copy option. So if you want to get exactly the same copy of this dashboard, so you can make a copy of it. You can make the same copy of it and you can delete the unwanted visuals or unwanted tiles out of it and you can create it. For example, let's say if I want to create a same dashboard with 20 visuals, among 20 visuals, 15 visuals are same as in this dashboard. So you can make a use of this save a copy option, which will duplicate this dashboard and you can delete some of them which are unwanted. So the efforts would be saved. The development efforts would be saved in that case. Another option is manage permissions. Manage permissions, I have shown you already that we are going to, this is related to sharing. We are going to take it in the next session. In the coming sessions, we are going to take it. So we were here in the file section. Manage permissions we have seen. We have got the option called as print this page. Print this page. So if you want a hard copy of this dashboard, you can get the hard copy from this print this page option. So settings we have already shared. I have already shown you what do you mean by settings and what it is. I have shown you this settings thing. Settings I have shown you. So in the file section, we have done with that. We have got another option is chat in Teams. Share option is same. Share option is also same. I have shown you this manage permissions here. You can go to the advanced and you can get again here sharing. I would be showing you the coming sessions. That option is also same. Sharing options. This share option is same. Now there is chat in Teams. Anything we need to clarify, about this dashboard. So client will chat with the developer or colleagues. Client will chat with the developers or colleagues with the help of these Teams. So generally for corporate thing, generally for the IT people, the chat would happen on the Teams and the mail delivery and mail interchange would happen in the Outlook. So here anything we need to clarify about this dashboard, client will chat with the developer or colleagues here with this option. When you click on this chat in Teams, it will generate this dashboard link. It will generate a dashboard link here. If I go ahead with this, currently I haven't got that Teams. So it will just generate a Teams. It will just generate a download dashboard link, and you can send that dashboard link to other colleagues and you can ask some questions. That's how it works. This chat in Teams. Again, we have seen this comment section. Now the other part is subscribe. So when you subscribe for the dashboard, we have got this subscribe to dashboard. When you subscribe for the dashboard, guys, when there is so let's take an example of a YouTube. When there is a YouTube channel, you subscribe to that channel. So when any new content posted, you will get notifications. Same way we can subscribe for the dashboard. Currently now no subscription is there. I can add a subscription here. So when any new data come in, when you go and refresh the data set, so what will happen when you refresh the data set? Whenever you are getting a new data to the reports and dashboards, if I want to get some kind of subscription message, I can use this subscribe. I can mention here the recipients. I can mention here the mail IDs for those. I can mention till what date and what will be the end date. What is the duration of that? Till that duration, we'll get a subscription message. And what would be the how like flexible, like how much the interval should be for this? There are daily, after data refresh, once daily, weekly, monthly, hourly. These are the options. You can get subscription message out of it. At what time you should get that subscription message, you will get that thing. So you can add a new subscription here with the subscribe message. So you will get a notification whenever a data set is refreshed or whenever new data came into the data set or the reports or the dashboards, you will get the subscribe. You will get the subscription. You will get the notification. So likewise, it works. So this is the subscription message here. Discard. We don't want it. Now here we are done till this point. Now here we are in the edit point. We are in the edit. So there is one option called as add a tile. So we have seen that day, when I click on the logo, it needs to navigate me to the company website. So if there is a requirement, when I click on any kind of logo, it needs to navigate me to the company website. If that is an option, if that is a requirement. So I think, yeah, I need to here. So we are having a set custom link option. So in the dashboard, in the edit details, it should actually show a title, web content. If I go, it should show me an image. Next. Yeah. So here, if I want to add any kind of logo, we can use from this option. You can add the logo from here. Here, image URL would be there. Image URL would be required. Last time I have shown you this. Image URL we need to put. And so let's go to some kind of image. Power BI logo. Yeah. Image. If I go to this Power BI logo, if I click on this, let me get a link out of this. So copy image link. If I go here, if I paste that link here, and if I want external link, it's set custom link. So here it should navigate me it should navigate me to the so it is just navigating me. What I have done is, what was my requirement? In the report, this particular image I want, and if I click on that, it should navigate me to this NIC Academy website. So simply what I have done is, I went to this, we'll go to this edit details. In the add tile, we have given the URL for the image here. Then if we want some set custom link, we need to use this link. So here, with this particular image, if I click on that, some external link, if we want to navigate it to, so here, or if we want to navigate to some kind of dashboard or report in the workspace also, that also we can use from here. See, you'll get a list of the reports. So if I click onto that, it should navigate me to that report. It is navigating me to that report. It should navigate, because I didn't apply that. That's why it was not navigating me. So the option, you understood it very well. Edit details. Here we have taken this NIC IT Academy URL. That's why it is navigating me. Now there is an option. If this in the same tab, if it wants to open, then yes, otherwise no. If we put on no, it will open the website to the other tab. If we click on yes, it will open this to the same tab. That's what the option here. If I want to link the report or dashboard to that, so we can able to do it. See, it is now navigating me to this report. Earlier it was navigating me to this website. That's what the option here. So that was the add tile option here. We can also add text box. I have shown you that day. Text box also we can add here. We can even add a video also. We can even add a video also here. We can even add a video also. So let me just show you this video. Generally, we don't use it in the real time, but I'll just show you here. If I click on this video, I have to give some kind of image video URL, YouTube video URL I need to give it. So if I want this kind of, if I want this, so there is an option here. I'll simply go to this. I'll share this. I'll copy this particular link, copy. I'll copy this and I will go to this dashboard. I'll just paste in that video URL here. So if I click on apply, that video would be shown here. That video, I can see that video here. So this is how the video can be added here if we want. Generally, we don't do it, but just for demonstration purpose, I'm just showing it to you. We'll just delete it. So this is how a video URL can be added to this with the add a tile option. This video option is here. We can also add a web content here. We can also add a web content here. Web content we can also add. So I need to give the details. Embedded code I need to give it here for this. I think this embedded code would be there with me. Let me check. SQL Power BI service, Power BI service. It should be there. No, the URL is not there. Okay. So what I'll do is, you can go to any page here in the Google. Generally, some web pages would be there. For that web pages, what we need to have is, we need to have an embedded code for that. If we click on that embedded code, then we can able to do it. Power BI, Microsoft. If we go to this, let me find out embedded code here. Embedded code would be there. Currently, I'm not seeing that embedded code anywhere. So maybe I'll go to this website. I'll go to any page. Web page. It should be a web page. Let me check in the embedded code here. Embedded code should be here. Edit image, edited web for search web for. Generally, that web page would be there. Web page. Page source also you can use it. Page source would be a better option. Yeah, page source. So this is what the embedded code for that. I'll just copy paste this to the Power BI. Sorry, to the Power BI service where we are here. So in this embedded code, I need to just paste it. We can paste that embedded code here. We can paste that. We can apply here. So that option would be visible here. See the page sources, it is visible here. It would be there here, like this. So like this option, like this, if any web page, if I want to show, I can show it with the help of that options. Add a tile option here. Add a tile. We have got dashboard theme, I have shown you. Now we have got a mobile layout. Let me just open the mobile layout here. Like if some of the clients, if they're interested in seeing the reports or the dashboards in the mobile view, this is how it looks, guys. This is how it looks. We need to just modify it. We need to just arrange it properly with respect to mobile options. So it will look like this. We are having an app for this, Power BI app. So this is a mobile layout for that. Delete mobile layout. We don't want that. Yeah. So we are in the dashboard. So we are having a mobile layout here. Mobile layout. In the edit section, mobile layout. We have seen most of the things. Almost everything we have seen. Last one is C related content. That is also same like what reports are there into this. It will give it as a list of reports. It will give it as a list here. List of reports, list of semantic models. So these are the semantic models. 3 semantic models we have used. It will give it as a list in the related content here. So all the options related to dashboard we have seen. So tomorrow, what I am going to do is we are going to focus on refresh and schedule refresh the data set. How we will be refreshing the data set. How will be scheduling the refresh. We'll see data gateways. Tomorrow's topic is an important topic, guys. Data gateways. Data gateways is an important topic with respect to interview. So data gateway is something like that, which is used as a bridge between an on-premise and the cloud, between the Power BI service and your laptop. It will act as a bridge and it will refresh the data. It is a software which needs to be installed to refresh the data. So let's start with today's session. Till yesterday we have finished Power BI service module. So today we are going to start with a Power Query module. For your information, I have posted some new 2 extra videos. One is for the deployment pipeline and the second one is incremental refresh. So these are the topics which are from Power BI service. So I posted those videos. You will be getting the access to that and you can see those things. Those are the important concepts in the Power BI service. So let's start today with the Power Query. Let's start today. So what are the contents? What is the agenda for today's classes? Firstly, we are going to focus on Power Query introduction. Secondly, we'll see the Power Query editor user interface. Then we'll see data processing. And if time permits, we'll see data types. So these are the things which we are going to focus today on. So let's start with today's session with the Power Query. From the introduction, we already know Power Query is an ETL software. We already know that from the introduction, in the introduction classes, in the previous classes, when we have started with the demo, I have explained you that Power Query is a ETL software. We all know that. So in the Power Query, when I'm talking about Power Query, we are having number of connectors. We are having number of connectors in the Power Query. Let me just open the Power BI architecture here. So Power Query can connect to any kind of data sources. You can see the data sources at the left here. So data sources, any kind of data sources it can connect, whether it would be Excel, whether it would be SQL Server, Oracle. And then it extracts the data. Firstly, what is the purpose of this is ETL activities. In ETL activities, when I'm talking about extract, so Power Query can connect to many of the data sources here. Many of the data sources it can connect. Then it extract the data. Then it transform the data and finally it load in the Power Pivot. That is a basic functionality of this Power Query. So Power Query, a simple definition with respect to interview, I'm telling Power Query can connect can connect and extract the data from almost any kind of data sources. We have got around 100 plus data sources in Power Query, to which we can connect, we can extract the data from that. We can transform the data as per the reporting needs, because the reporting needs would be their clients would be expecting some kind of reports from us. So with respect to that, we need to transform the data, we need to reshape the data. And finally, what is the end goal is to load the data into Power Pivot. That's what the Power Query is for. So let's start. Let's go to this Power BI. Let's start this Power BI desktop. So here we'll just take a blank report. So now when we are talking on this is a Power BI desktop, you know it very well. So let's get rid of this first. Okay. Now, if I want to open the Power Query software, simply I'll go to the Home tab. What you called here is transform data. We'll just go here. We'll just click on this transform data. Here a separate screen would be available. A separate screen would be available for us, which is called as Power Query Editor. Power Query Editor user interface. It is a user interface. Power Query Editor user interface. If you see properly, we have got two screens here. One the screen is for Power Desktop, Power BI Desktop, and the other is for Power Query Editor user interface. So Microsoft has provided separate screen, that is UI for ETL activities. So this UI we are going to use for ETL activities. So let's take some of the tables here. Let's take some of the tables. How we are going to extract the data is to extract the data. We are having here new source. So I'll just click on this new source. The first source would be Excel. So let's click on this Excel workbook. So we have got here sample superstore. We'll take this. We are taking Excel as a first data source. So we'll take this orders, people, and returns table here. We'll take these three tables. I'll just click on here. Load. Sorry, one returns table I forgot to take. So we'll take the returns table as well. It was not selected. Yeah, returns table we'll take. We'll click on, we'll click on OK. So we have got these three tables. Let's take some more tables. We'll take some more tables. We'll take EMP DEPT. From this EMPT DEPT, we'll take EMP department and manager. We'll take EMP department and manager. We'll also take some couple of tables from SQL Server. So we have been extracting from two data sources. Another one is SQL Server. So let me just give in the server details here. Server details, I'll get it from here. We'll just input the server details. We'll take product database this time. Product database. We've got product database here. We will take customers data. We'll take products data. We'll take sales data. We'll take these three tables from here. Now if you have carefully observed it, we have extracted around 9 tables here. 9 tables. Like 6 tables are from Excel and 3 tables are from SQL Server. So it's a matter of few seconds. Extracting it's a matter of few seconds. The major work we do in this is transformation, guys. The major work in Power Query, which is important for everything, is transformation. So we are just going to focus. Sorry. Renu, please be on mute. Renuka DP. Okay. So in this Power Query editor, so coming around 2 weeks of time, we'll be working on this UI only, Power Query editor UI. We'll be working on this. We'll be seeing all the options, all the GUI options, that is graphical user interface options, which are available here. We are going to work on that. So in this UI, So let's start one by one. Let's see what we have got in this UI particularly. So if I'm talking about, we have got a queries pane. We have got a queries pane. So the first section I'll be talking about is queries pane. We have got this queries pane. This is a queries pane here. We have got a queries pane here like this. This is a queries pane here. This is queries pane on the left hand side. The second section is a data pane. The second section is a data pane. Data pane. So we have got a data pane here. This is a data pane. Second section, data pane. The third section is a ribbon. It's a ribbon. This is a ribbon which we have got at the top. This is a ribbon. And the fourth section which is important is query setting pane. Query setting pane. This is a query setting pane which is important here. And the fifth one is a formula bar. Formula bar. This is a formula bar. Where we see the formula, this is a formula bar. So we have got around like these many sections. Around altogether 5 sections we are there. We have got these 5 sections. So let's explore these 5 sections. So let's explore these 5 sections. So in the query pane, this is a query pane here. So in database, we call them as tables. If you see this, these are the tables. These are the tables. But in database, with respect to database, we call them as tables. The same table when it comes to the Power Query, we call it as queries. We call these tables as queries. So these are the queries. Here queries, 9 queries are there. Same table we call it as tables in the database. So queries pane, the queries pane will have a list of tables. It will have a list of tables which we bought from different data sources to the Power Query. So how many data sources altogether we have used this from for bringing this 9 tables is 3 data sources we have seen. So if you want to see what kind of data sources we have used this, we can just click on this query dependencies and you can see here from which particular data sources what we have bought. So here we have bought it from the sample superstore Excel here. If you see here, this is also EMP DPT. We have bought it from the Excel. We have bought it from the EMP DPT Excels. These are the sheets in that Excel file. Now here, if you see, this kind of symbol is for database. If you see this, it is clearly visible that we have bought it from SQL Server. So we are having this option here in order, if we are confused, if we want to see, we can simply go to this view and we can see in this query dependencies. You'll got to know everything. You can zoom in also. So this is an option here. So this was about the query pane. Let's talk about the data pane. Data pane. This middle one is a data pane. This is a data pane here. This is a data pane. We can call it as results pane also. So before you transform the data, first you need to check the data before going on for the transformation. These tables, where these tables are visible in this data pane, or results pane, it is visible. See, believe me guys, whatever I am talking to you on this query pane introduction, here I will be using some kind of technical terms which are very much useful for you in order to communicate your knowledge to the interviewer. So interviewer will be expecting from you the answers, not in rough language. He would be expecting you the answers in the technical terms. So whatever technical terms, if I am telling you like what option is used for this transformation, so you will be able to navigate like from the queries pane. If I go in the query settings pane, if I go in the ribbon, we'll find the option. In the data pane or results pane, we'll see the results of that. So you would be able to, that communication you should build up while talking with the interviewer in order to capture his interest within you. You need to use those technical terms. So just bear with me on this. You just focus whatever I am just telling you. So before you transform the data, first you need to check the data in the table. You need to check the data like this. You need to check the data before going on for transformation. Let's say in the EMP table, what data is there? I need to check it. In the EMP table, what data we have got? We have got employment number, we have got employee number, employee name, job, manager, hire date, salary. So in order to check this data, you need to go and select the employee table here. Whatever we want it here in this data pane, we can select from this query pane, and we would be seeing the results of that in the data pane or results pane. So you are seeing what if I am selecting the people table, I will be seeing the details of the people table. If I am selecting the employee table, I'll be seeing all the details of the employee table here. So you need to check in the employee table data, whether the data is in proper format or not. You need to check it. Then you can go on for transforming the data. Firstly, you have to check which tables needs to be transformed with respect to that. Whether they are in proper format or not, that you need to check. Then only you can make the decision of going for transformation. So this is the stage where you will be seeing the tables with respect to format, and you will make up your mind for doing the transformation of those tables. So we have navigated. How to navigate here is from home tab, transform data, Power Query editor, we'll do ETL activities. ETL activities we have seen. So queries pane we have already seen. I have explained you the database. In the database, these are called as tables. In query pane, in Power Query, we'll call it as queries. Queries pane will contains the list of table which we bought from different data sources. I have explained you this. In the data pane or results pane, data pane will show selected table data. Whatever table we select in the queries pane, that would be selected, and that for that particular table, it will show us the results in the data pane or results pane. When we transform the data into tables, we can see the results in the same data pane. Hence, we call this as results pane also. The results also we'll be able to see in that data pane only. That's why we'll call this as results pane. So some interviewer can ask you, what do you mean by results pane? So you will be able to explain it. Like this is the results pane. The another name for that is data pane. Whatever we transform there, we'll able to see the results in that pane. That's why we call this as results pane. Now in products data, for example, we have got a products data table here. In the products data, now in the products data, let's go to this employee product name. If I click on here, if I select this employee product name, if I want to change it to the uppercase, how I am going to do it? Uppercase. I'll simply go here. I'll simply select that particular column. This column is in proper format. It is in proper case format. If I want to convert this particular format to the uppercase, I will have to go to the transform. I'll have to click on this format, and then we have got something like that uppercase here, uppercase. So I'll just click on this uppercase. Now we can see it has been transformed into a uppercase format. When I do this kind of transformation, it got added a new step. Here. Earlier it was not there. Let's see. See, this step was not there earlier. And earlier it was in proper case format. Now again I'll go to transform. I'll go to the format section here. I'll go to this uppercase. Now this step has been added. Uppercase text. This is the new step. And it got transformed the data into the uppercase. So where you are seeing the transformation or the transform results is in this results pane. So this is also called as results pane here. So in customers data table, if we see this customers data table, one more transformation we'll do here. We'll combine first name, middle name, last name. We have got a columns called as first name, middle name, and last name. What is the requirement is we name it as the client wants this first name, middle name, and last name to be converted into full name. They want a full name in a single column. So we can select the first name. I'll just select this control. I'll press control. I'll select middle name. I'll select last name. We'll go to add columns because we have to add one more column here. That's why I'm going to add columns here. Then we can select an option, something like that. Merge columns. Merge column is an option where we can select these merge columns. I'll select these merge columns. It will ask me for a separator. What should be the separator between the first name, middle name, and last name? So the separator, we are having number of separators here. We can select the separator from this. We can select space here. This is the place where I need to give the name for that. I'll give it as customer full name. Customer full name. Customer full name. So I'll give this as name. Where it would be added is at the extreme right. If you go, you'll get the results. Where we are getting these results is in this pane. In this pane. That's why it is called as results pane. Also, we can see one of the steps is added to the right hand side in the applied steps. Now the third section which we are going to focus here is the ribbon. Ribbon is a third section, third thing. This is a ribbon here. This is called as ribbon. This particular section is called as ribbon. So this is ribbon. So if I'm talking about the ribbon, this ribbon will contain multiple tabs. It will contain multiple tabs. We have got the tabs here. We have got a home tab here. We have got a transform tab here. We have got add column tab. We have got view tab. We have got tool tab. We have got help tab. So these many tabs are there. We have got 6 tabs here in this ribbon. So each tab will have multiple GUI options. I have already explained you in the introduction class. So here each tab, whatever tab it would be having a multiple GUI options. For example, in the home tab, we have got split column. We have got choose column. These are all GUI options. Group by is also a GUI options. Group by. This is a GUI options. Advanced editor is a GUI option. So these are all the GUI options, guys. So ribbon will contain multiple tabs, and each tab will contain GUI option. We use these GUI options to perform ETL activities. What is the end goal? To do ETL activities. How we are going to do it? With the help of GUI option. GUI means what? Graphical user interface. Then after that, we have got another section here. Another section here we have got. So we have got section is query settings pane. This is a query settings pane, guys. Query settings pane. So it will have 2 sections here. If you see properly, we have got 2 sections here, properties, and we have got applied steps. We have got 2 sections, properties and applied steps. Now it will be too early. To talk on this, specifically on the properties. It will be too early to discuss about the properties. We'll just keep this on hold. In the coming sessions, we'll just take these properties. We'll focus on applied steps now. So we have got applied steps here. These are the applied steps here. So whenever we do any kind of transformation, any kind of transformation, if we do, we'll get this applied steps. We'll get the new step added to these applied steps. Now we'll see this thoroughly here. Now I want to tell you this applied steps plays an important role whenever we do some kind of transformation, whenever we do all the ETL activities, it will be stored into this applied step for each table, guys. So applied steps will have the list of ETL activities we performed on the selected table. For this orders table, we have got how many applied steps? We have got 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 steps are there for this orders table. 4 steps are there in this orders table. For this orders table, we have got 4 steps. So currently I have selected the orders table now. So 4 steps related to the same will be visible here in this applied steps. We have performed 4 ETL activities here. So for sales data, if we check for the sales data, we have got how many tabs are there? How many applied steps are there? Only 2 applied steps are there. I'll come to this. Why we have got 2 steps here? Why we have got 4 steps here? I'll come to that on. If we check in the returns table also, we have got three applied steps we have got for the returns table. For the people's table, we have got 3 applied steps. So like this, for individual table, whatever ETL activities is done on behalf of in the backend, that would be here. Now if you check here, so we have seen here. So we have got 2 sections. I have already explained you 2 sections. One, properties will be taking it afterwards, but applied steps will record the list of ETL activities we performed on the selected table. So here, if I go to this queries, now here, if we check this orders table, I bought it from where? I bought it from which sources? Excel. But I have not performed any kind of ETL activities. Did I perform any ETL activities on this orders table? No, we haven't done any kind of ETL activities in this orders table. Even though I am not performing one transformation, how many steps it is having is 4 steps it is showing to me. Now this we call it as default steps. These are the default steps. When you bring the table from the data source to the Power Query, when you bring the data from the data source to the Power Query, some default steps you will get it. So these are the default steps, because I haven't done any kind of transformation into this table here. So why these steps are visible? These steps are called as default steps. Now in orders table, if I want to convert the customer name to uppercase, so let's go to the customer name here. If I want to convert this customer name into uppercase, I'll simply click on this. I'll click on transform. I'll click on format. We'll click on this uppercase. So now a 5th step is added. So behind that 5th step, it has written some code. If you check it, now where we can check the code which is written by Microsoft on behalf of us, on behalf of this step, this is the formula bar where you can check the steps, check the steps here. Text.upper is a function which it has used in order to change this column to the uppercase. What code it is, what language it is called as M code or M language. This code, whatever code it is writing on behalf of this in the backend, what it is writing is for this particular step it is called as mashup language or M code. See, an interviewer will be asking you some kind of questions regarding this. What is the code which is used in Power Query? For each step, what is the code which is written? So you should not tell DAX code. The correct answer is M code or mashup language it will be using. So here, number of default steps. So what I mean to say here is number of default steps, it depends upon the data source. If you check clearly here, see, we have bought this orders table from Excel. We have got 4 here. Now we have got this people table also from the Excel. We have got 3. So 3 to 4 steps we'll get it for Excel. For 3 to steps, see, returns also 3 steps. For EMP also 4 steps. For department 4 steps. So these are from Excel I have bought. So 3 to 4 default step we'll get from the Excel. If we check for the SQL Server, which table we bought it from SQL Server, we bought this customer data. We have bought it. So 2 default steps would be there. 2 default steps would be there here. See, here I have done the transformation. That's why this step has been added here. Insert merged column. Otherwise, only 2 default steps it has come up with. Sales data also 2 default steps. So for example, let's understand this default step, how it is there and how it is actually performing in the backend. So if I select this orders table, here, I have just selected the order table. If I want to know the source of this orders table is, so I'll simply go to this first step. The first step, when I go to the source step here, in the formula bar, you will see. sorry, we have been to the source step now here. Now in the orders table, I've selected the source step. In the formula bar, you will see some M code which is written here. You will get a clear idea from here, like what is the source. What is the source, guys? Here is sample superstore dot Excel SX. Excel SX. So this is an Excel sheet where it is located in my D drive. In my D drive, it is located in my PC, in my laptop. It is showing. What is that? It is an Excel workbook. It is clearly mentioned here. If you go to any kind of source here, you will get an idea here. Now, if you go, now we have got the next step as navigation step. We have got a next step as navigation step. So in navigation, you will get an idea. If I click on this navigation now, let's click on this navigation. So here in this navigation step, you will get a clear idea that from the sample superstore, if we open this, from the sample superstore, what kind of sheet it is? Order sheet. What kind of sheet it is? Order sheet. It belongs to which sheet? Order sheet. So this is orders, this is sheet. It is clearly mentioned in the navigation. You will find the sheet information from that particular Excel. So in that Excel, which table data it is, it is just showing it here. Or which sheet data it is, you can find it out in this navigation section. Now we have got a third default step is promoted headers. Now if I go on this promoted headers, I'll just click on this. See, my orders table is selected. In the orders table, I'm just looking at the default steps from the orders table. Now here, now promoted headers, if you look in the navigation step, see, just look at here. Just look in the data pane or formula or the results pane. If you look in the navigation pane, navigation step, the first row is not the data. So row ID, order date, ship date, they are the headers. This first row, whatever I'm seeing is here is, they are not the data, they are the headers. So what Power BI understand is, they are not the data, they are the headers. That's why it promoted first row to the headers. It promoted the first row to the headers. How it understand this is, see this. Now, this minute changes also you should observe. You are in the navigation step. Now, what it is there, what difference you are getting from the second row onwards and the first row? What is the difference is, it is clearly visible that this is not a data. The first row is not a data. It is a header. It is a header. So because the Power BI got the intelligence to detect it, whether it is a headers or not, it has detected that it is a header. That's why it has promoted that headers to the promoted as headers. Now this first row would be converted into headers. So how it is understanding is, see, if I go to navigation step, still we are here. How it is understand is, only for the first row you have got the text information. Only for the first row, if you see, you have got a text information. Only text is there in the first row. In the first row, only text is there. So remaining all the rows, you have what type of information here is? What type of information you are having is, you have got number, you have date, you have got text. This is a date. Only the first row is a text column. This is a date, this is a number column, this is a text, this is a date again. So different data types are there. It has that intelligence to detect and promote as headers. So that's why it has promoted as headers on its own. That's why it is a part of a default step. Now for every column, you will have data type call. Now for every column, if you see here in the navigation step, still we are in navigation step. Now for every column, you will have a data type call as ABC123. If you check here, for this first column, you have got ABC123. For the first column, we have got ABC123. For the second column, if you see, when I select the row ID column, see, when I select this row ID column, what data type we have got is, here this is a data type ABC123, ABC123, ABC123. For all the columns, we have got this ABC123. So if I select a row ID column, if I select the row ID column, and if I check in home tab, what is the data type? Where we can see the data type is here. We can see the data type. We can see the data type here. This is a data type option here. This is a data type. What it is showing as any. Any means ABC 123 is a any. It's a any data type here. So for all the columns in the navigation step, before giving it as a headers, we can see in the promote. See here also in the promoted header step, if you check here for the row ID, what is the data type? Any. What is the data type? And here any is, it is any. Here the data type is any. Here also any. So ABC 123, you can check in all the columns. You will see this any option here. Any data type. So by default, it shows any data type, but it is not the right data type, guys. It is not the right data type to a column. It need to give a proper data type. It need to give a proper data type to the column. So what is the right data type for the, what is the right data type for here is, what is the right data type here for the order date? What is the right data type? It should be a date data type here. For the row ID, it should be a whole number. This is a whole number, right? So the data type should be whole number. It should not be any. For the data type, for the order date, these are the dates. So it should have a date data type. So based on the data we have in the columns, it will go and change the data type based on the data what we have here. Based on the data, whatever data we have got here, so it will check and it will just change the data type of that. So in the people table, if you go, see here. Now, just observe the difference here in the orders we have got. We have got source step, we have seen navigation step, we have seen the promoted header step, we have got change type now. Okay, we have got this change type here. Now, if we go to the people table, what is the step which is missing here, guys? Is what is the step? See, the order table is also coming from the same Excel. The people table is also coming from the same Excel. Still the applied steps, there is a difference here. What is the difference here is, here promoted headers, we can find it as third step. But in the people table, if you see, we don't find the promoted headers. Why it didn't promoted the headers same as orders table, guys? What is the reason? This is because Power BI was unable to detect that it is a header. Why? It has failed. Power BI was unable to detect that it is a header. If you see properly in the people table, the first row is a text column. And the remaining rows are also the text column. Now you need to delete. So now what I need to do is, in order to convert this into a header, what I need to do is, I need to delete this change step here. I'll just delete this change step. We need to go and transform here. We'll use an option called as first row as headers here. First row as headers. I'll convert it into. Now, if you see, the promoted headers has come directly. I don't have to click on that, and I didn't have to bring it directly from that. Directly it has added this promoted header step here. If you see the returns table, the same thing. The promoted headers is not available here. So we'll just do the same thing. We'll just delete this change type here. I'll just add first row as headers. So we'll just first row as headers. I'll do it. So we have got this transformation here. So mostly you will see 4 steps here. 4 steps you will see. Even if you do 20 ETL activities, every activity it is going to record here, guys. Whatever transformations you do, if you do 20 ETL activities also, it is going to load here, it is going to record here, guys. That is the beauty of this applied steps. So when you take the tables from SQL Server, in SQL Server, when we create the tables, so whenever we take any kind of tables from the SQL Server, in SQL Server, whenever we create the tables, we create it in the proper headers and data. So whenever we bring those tables into Power Query, headers will go to headers and data will go to data. No need to separately do that. here for the SQL Server specifically. So see, what is the difference? I just want to show you one difference here. We have got this Excel table, right? From the Excel data source, I bought this orders table. Now here we have got 4 steps. Now here we have got 4 steps. But what is the difference if we check these tables? We got these tables from where, guys? We got these tables from SQL Server. This is also SQL Server. We can find only 2 steps here. Only 2 steps. One step is a source step. Another step is a navigation step. Source step, navigation step. Okay. Why only 2 steps are here and for the Excel like 4 steps are there? I'm talking about default steps, guys. Why 4 default steps are there in the orders table, and why in the sales data table we have got only two applied steps here? This is because whenever we input the data into SQL Server, we input it in the proper way. Whenever we create the table in the SQL Server, we give the data type, we give the header, we give the header properly, we give the data type of that properly. So no need to separately Power Query don't have to do it separately because everything is organized for the SQL Server. But when you bring the tables from the Excel, in the Excel, everything is text. Every column is a text in the Excel. So when you bring the table to the Power Query, we need to change the data type to each column. To each column, we need to change the data type. But in SQL Server, if I create the tables in SQL Server, what I need to do is when we create a table, what we write is we'll write a column 1. Column 1 would be there, and we'll write a data type of that. We'll write the data type of that. So column 1 data type, column 2 data type. So this kind of thing is used while creating a table in the SQL Server. So when you bring these tables from the SQL Server to the Power Query, that data types you will get it automatically. So no need to change the type. So what is happening in this last step is in the promoted headers, we were having the any data type column here, any ABC 1, 2, 3 everywhere. So what in the change step it has done is it has given it a proper data type. For this a number data type, row ID it has given. For this order ID it has given this. Text is there, CA, that's why it has given text. For order date, it has given the date data type. If you select this, what is the data type you can see here is in the home tab. If you see date data type here. What is a text data type? This is a text data type. You can see this data type here in this at the above. So this change type is something like that. It will give the data type directly. So when we bring something from the SQL Server, it is already organized properly. So no need to give the change data type step or anything there. So that's why here we don't find the change data type step or promoted headers because it is already organized. So when you transform the data in the customers table, for example, we have transformed the data here. We have transformed the data here in the customer table. This is a step, inserted merged column. We have merged the first name, last name, middle name into a single customer name. So it is just giving us a generic name to the step. It is just giving a generic name to the step, guys. This step, it is generic name which it has given. Better to give a proper name. Better to give a proper name to the step. Excuse me, guys. So this is a generic name which has given to the applied steps. It is better to always give a proper name to the steps. So how I can give the proper name is I can click here. I can right click here. I can rename it. I can rename the steps. So how I'll do is I'll just simply add on the customer full name so that when someone would see this, he would be able to get an idea that here customer full name transformation he has done. So I can change the rename. I have renamed it. Earlier it was only inserted merged column. So this is just a practice, guys. It is just a best practice to give a proper name to this applied steps, whatever steps we do. So in the product data, if you see in the product data, I have deleted that English product name here. There was some kind of here. So what transformation we have done in the product name is I have just converted into uppercase. If we convert this into uppercase, we'll go to transform, format, uppercase. So what step it has asked is uppercase text. So we need to rename this applied step here. So how we can rename it? We can rename it directly here. We'll give it as a name. What we have done is product name. product name. So with this step, I'll come to know that some transformation is done with respect to product name. So like this, this is just a best practice. You should always consider this best practice. So this was about the query settings pane. We have seen the multiple options here with respect to query settings pane. Now the other option is a formula bar. Other option is a formula bar. Other option is a formula bar. Other option is a formula bar here. So this is a formula bar here. This is a formula bar. Now, talking about the formula bar, let's see. By default, you will not see this formula bar. By default, it is not available here. We need to go to some option. For the first time, when you open the Power Query in the View tab, there is an option here. There is one checkbox called as formula bar. If I click on this, it will go away. It will go. But if I want that formula bar, I can check in here, and this formula bar would be coming in the View section. It is formula bar. So by default, it is not available. So when you perform any transformations, it will add one step. It will add one step. Behind that step, what M language code Power Query is writing. If you are curious to know that, to understand, you can enable this formula bar. It is not mandatory to enable this formula bar. If you are curious to know what is that M language, what steps it write, what M language code it is writing on behind every step, so you can activate this. You can checkbox. You can do that. You can click on that checkbox and you can get it displayed. So here, formula bar we have seen in that. So in the formula bar, let me just tell you something here. So in the products data table, if I select the table, if I check the last step, this is the last step here. If I check what is that transformation it is done is text.upper. Text.upper is the transformation which is done here. This is M code, M language code. It will be shown in the formula bar. Now where I can see what it is happening is, for this particular step, it is writing some M code. For this step, it is writing some M code. For this step, it is writing some M code. So M code it is writing. But if I want to see all the M codes once, what I can do is I can simply go to this. I can simply select the table here. There is some options like advanced editor. If I go to the advanced editor, here I'll see all the steps which are performed. So what is the first step is? First step is source. That M code it is showing me in advanced editor. Second step is what? It is a navigation step. It is just giving me the information of the sheet which is available. Third step is what? Promoted headers. It is just showing me. So 4 steps it is just showing me here. So once and for all, if you want to see all the M codes written for this orders table, you can simply click on this order table and you can go to this advanced editor and you will get the information here. So here, why I'm more focusing on this terminologies is because terminologies plays an important role. Terminologies, whatever terminologies we are using it here, it will plays an important role. If someone is asking you, okay, if there is a orders column, if there is a orders column, how if I want to change that, change the case to the uppercase. So if the interviewer asks you such kind of questions, so you need to able to navigate him. Okay, I'll go in the ribbon. In the ribbon, I can find a home tab. In the home tab, I'll find some option called as format. In the format, there is an option. There is an option available for me. There is an option called as uppercase. I'll click on that. Where you will see the applied steps in the query settings pane. I can see the applied steps. Where you will see the properties. In the query settings pane, properties are available. Where you can see the queries, what queries you have added in the Power Query. In the queries pane, I can see where you can see the results is in the data pane or results pane. You can see the results. So this kind of terminology plays an important role, and it creates one impression on the interviewer regarding your knowledge, like what kind of knowledge you have got. what you know, how much thoroughly you know the topic called as Power Query, it will just make an impression on an interviewer. So that's why I have just, and believe me guys, whenever you will be working on real time, the what section you will be playing more is the transformation section. You will be playing more. What is the section is that applied steps you will be playing with more. So you need to know all these things. That's why I have covered this all, even if it is theoretical, but it is very much important with respect to knowledge and with respect to the interview perspective. So we have seen till advanced editor also we have seen the formula bar. We have seen the advanced editor. Advanced editor will show all the steps, M language code. So now we have got something like that. We have got, what is the third one which we need to do is, we have seen the Power Query introduction. We have seen the Power Query editor user interface. Third one is data processing. Now let's see what this data processing is. So how the data will be processed in the Power Query? Or how the data will be processed in the Power Query, or how the ETL activities will happen in the Power Query. We should know the answers of this. How the data will be processed in the Power Query, how ETL activities will happen in the Power Query, we should know this. So let me tell you some facts. Which are there, which you should know being a Power BI developer. So the first fact is, so when we bring the tables from any data, source to Power Query, it will bring the tables and first 1000 rows to the Power Query. Whenever we bring some tables from any data source to the Power Query, it will bring the tables and it will only display the first, it will have first 1000 rows to the Power Query. Now, if you see here, I have selected this order column. You can see at the bottom here, it is writing 1000 rows. It is writing here 1000 rows. See, wherever you go, 1000 rows. Everywhere 1000 rows are there. So whatsoever the rows would be there in the data source, it will only display the 1000 rows here. It will only display the 1000 rows here. That's what the fact. So it will bring the tables. It will just show the first 1000 rows to the Power Query. Initially, Power Query will transform the data on 1000 rows. This is also a second fact which you should know about the Power Query. So whenever I do some kind of transformation, you would be surprised if I have done some kind of transformation. That transformation would be done and applied steps would be added here. Within fraction of seconds, it would be added. How this huge data, whatever huge data it is, how it is able to do it within fraction of seconds or fraction of minutes, like how it is able to do it. So what is happening is, generally whenever we go on for some kind of transformation, it will just apply those transformation for the first 1000 rows. That's why it is able to do it correctly and that much quickly, because it is applying those for the first 1000 rows. It is not applying it for the whole rows. Whatever rows we have got, if we have got 100 million rows also, it is not applying to that. It is only applying for the first 1000 rows. In whichever table if you go, the phenomenon would be same. So this is the second fact. Initially, Power Query will transform the data on first 1000 rows only. So when we click on close and apply, Power Query will bring all the data and transform it and load it into the Power Pivot. This is a very important step here. I would like to tell you here is, so whenever, now if I want to load this, so now what is happening is, whatever transformation I have done. So we have done some kind of transformation here. In the people table, some transformation is done. In the customers table, we have done this transformation. So this transformation is applied for only 1000 steps. So whenever I load this tables into Power Query, into Power Pivot, how we used to load this is, I just used to click on this close and apply. If I click on this close and apply, it will load all this table into where? Into Power Pivot. While doing this loading, it will go to the source. For example, if the source is SQL Server, it will go to the source. It will bring in all the remaining data rather than those 1000 rows. It will bring the remaining data. It It will perform the transform activity into that, and then it will load in the Power Pivot. So whenever we close and apply, sometimes it will take more time. Even it can take 20 minutes also if the data set is more. If the data size is more, even it can take, if I click on this close and apply, it will take around 20 minutes also to load the tables into Power Pivot, because it is that time where when it brings the data from the data sources, it applies the transformation which it has already applied for the first 1000 rows, and then it will load into the Power Pivot. So that's why it will take more time, and it will do all those transformation within that time when we close and apply, and when we load that into Power Pivot. So actual ETL process, so whatever transformation we have done, it will happen in the close and apply. So actual ETL process will happen when we click on close and apply. Actual ETL process, whatever ETL steps we have performed here, so it will only happen when we load it in the Power Pivot. At that time, when we load it into Power Pivot through close and apply, the actual ETL process will occur in that particular time. So this was some facts about the data processing, how the data will be processed in the Power Query, how the ETL activities will happen in the Power Query. This maybe interviewer can also ask you on this, like how many steps, like how the data will be processed in the Power Query. You would be able to tell them all these facts, how the ETL activities will happen in the Power Query. You should know this. So this was just about the data processing. Now the last topic is data types. Data types is the last topic. So let's see what we have got for the data type. So we are here in this Power Query. Let me just delete some of the tables here. We don't want some table here. We'll just delete the one which we have bought from here. Let me just delete. We have got 5 minutes. We can do it. So I'll just delete this. I'm just deleting this. I don't want this table anymore. So I'm just deleting it. I've deleted the tables which I bought from the SQL Server. Now we have got only 6 tables we have got here. Now we'll see what do you mean by data types. Data types. This is also an important thing, important topic, data types. So for the data types, in orders table, if you go, in the orders table, if you go, after the three steps, data type will be any. See here in the promoted headers, if you see the data type, how we can see the data type here is, this is a data type at the corner. For each column, the data type is written at the corner, or you can find it in here in the home data type column is there any. So this is any. ABC123 is any. ABC123 is any. Everywhere you will find it any, because we are in the promoted headers. Still the Power BI didn't change the data source, data type of this. So data type will be any, and in the fourth step there will be a step called as change type. This is a 4th step. There will be a step called as change type. Now if I delete this 4th step, now let me just delete it. I'm just deleting this change type here. I'm just deleting this. Now what we have got is here data type. What data type we have got? Any data type we have got. So what I'll do is I'll just simply close and apply now. Let's see. I'm just simply clicking on close and apply. I've clicked on close and apply. So if there is any data type in the Power Query, it will load the data type of the column as text data type. So what was the data type in that orders column is? It was any data type. Now when we load that any data type in the Power Pivot, it will give it as text data type. Now if I go to this orders table, if I see where I can see this in table view, I can see. So in the orders table, if you see, this is the orders table, guys. Okay, this is orders table. If you see the data type, it is showing text. Whatever column, if I'm selecting row ID, if I'm selecting, it is showing text data type. If I'm selecting order date, it should be a date data type, right? But we have deleted that step, change data type there. We have deleted that step and we have simply pressed close and apply. That's why what I am saying is, if there is any data type in Power Query, and if I click on close and apply, it will give us text in the in the Power Pivot. So everything would be text here. Everything would be text here. Now, for example, for sales column, it should not be text, right? For the sales column, if we see, we have got a sales column here. We have got a sales column, right? This should not be text. It should be a number or a decimal. It should be decimal. It should be decimal, right? For the order date column, if we check, order date column, it should not be text, right? It should be a date data type. So you don't have proper data type to the columns. When you don't have a proper data type, what is the problem is, let's imagine my client is asking to create one card visual. I'll just create a card visual here. I'll take a card visual here. My client is asking to create a card visual. Now he wants sum of sales to be displayed here. What I'll do is I'll simply drag in here sales. Now if you see, if you properly see here, if you clearly see here, it is just giving me what option it is giving me here is, I have just, where it is, yeah. What option it is giving me? First sales, last sales. So why it is giving such kind of option is first sales. What do you mean by first sales? We want the sum of sales here, right? Sum of sales we want. So if it would have been decimal, it would have given the sum, right? That's what expected. If the data type would have been a decimal for the sales column, it would have given me a sum here. But what it is giving is, so when the data type of the column is text, you cannot perform aggregation called as sum. Because the data type is sum, because the data type here is text, so we can't perform the aggregation called as sum. So only for number data type column, sum aggregation can be performed. Only for the number data type column, this sum aggregation can be performed. So this is what the issue. If we don't have a proper data type, this kind of issues will face in the while creating the visuals and reports. So now we have got many, we have like for data type also, it is not yet finished. So we'll just take this data type in tomorrow's session. So let me give you a quick recap of what we have done yesterday. What we have done, we have started a new module, Power Query. Into that we have I have walked you through the Power Query introduction. Power Query is an ETL software, we know it very well. So ETL extract, transform, load we used to do. We are having like I have give you a walkthrough of a Power Query editor user interface as well. We have seen the queries pane. We have seen the data pane or results pane in the between, the ribbon pane at the top, query settings pane at the right hand side, and how we deal with the applied steps. Some applied steps also I have seen you. I have like yesterday shown you. Into applied steps, some of the default steps are there. So these default steps would be changing as per the data source. That also we have discussed yesterday. Then we have seen a formula bar at the top. Formula bar we have seen the advanced editor. And finally, like what we have seen yesterday, data processing, how the data will be processed in Power Query, how ETL activities will happen in the Power Query. We have seen this yesterday, like how the 1000 rows are initially used for the transformation, and while we close and apply, the transformation for the other rows, remaining rows will occur, and actual ETL activities will take place when we click on close and apply. So these are the things we have seen yesterday. I have also initiated a topic called as data types yesterday. So we have seen the data types, like what is the use of data type and how much important the data types are with respect to creation of visuals. Like for example, like these are the tables. Yesterday we have taken like 3 tables. These are from Excel sheet. Let me go to the transform data. Let me go to this transform data. Like if you remember yesterday, what we have done is there is a step called a change type step here. There would be a change type step here. Okay. What we have done is we have deleted that because we just want to see like what would be the data type if we don't change the data type, if we keep this data type as it is. For example, now if you see this orders table, okay, this orders table, we are having these columns, row ID, order date, ship date. Now I told you how to see the data type, how to check the data type for the individual column. If I have selected this row ID, I can see the data type here. I can see the data type here. This is a data type here. We can see the data type. If I am talking about this row ID, if I'm talking about the row ID, the data type for this is any. For order ID, it is also any. For ship date also, it is any. Why I am telling it? Because so whenever we click on the column, we'll get the data type information here in this. So ABC 123, if you see all the columns, it is ABC 123. Means initially what should be the data type for here is, for row ID, it should be a number. It should be a numeric. It should be a number data type here. It should be a text data type because it contains text. Some special characters are here. So how yesterday I have explained you how Power BI will be having, how Power Query is having that intelligence to sense whether the first row would be a header, or like how it differentiates, like how it come to know that it is having this kind of data type is on the basis of the rows which it is having. So what we have done, we have just deleted that change type step here. Change type step is there. We have deleted that in order to see the importance. Now, if we go, now if in all the columns, like this is a order date, what data type it should have? It should have a date data type, but it is not there. It is not date data type. Now we'll see, if we just close and apply, if we load these tables directly into Power Pivot, what is going to happen? So in Power Pivot, let me just delete this. Let me just delete it. We just bought this table. We'll check the orders table in the table view. If we check this orders table in the table view, if you see all the columns, wherever the any was there, whenever the any data type was there, those are all converted into text data type. Text data type. If we directly close and apply, it will be converted into text data type. So in the text data type, now let's take an example. There is a requirement. My client is asking to create one card visual, sum of sales. So simply I'll take a card visual here. I'll take this sum of sales here. So now, because the data type for this sales is what? Text. What should be the data type for this sales is, it should be numeric. It should be a number. It should be a number data type, or it should have been a decimal data type. But it is not data type. It is not a decimal data type. So am I able to show the total sales here? No, because it is not allowing me here. It is just considering as text, and these are the features, these are the options which are coming for text only. This first, last. So these are the things it is not giving me. This is not a proper value for the total sales. So what I'll do is, if I change the data type of this, then we'll see whether we are getting the proper results or not. So what I mean to say here is, when the data type of that column is text, you cannot perform aggregation called sum, because only number data type column, sum aggregation can be performed. So when the data type of the column is text, it is impossible to show the sum of sales. So first you need to carefully give the data type of the column. First, what is the step is, we need to carefully give the data type of the column. Now, and all these data types would be given in Power Query itself. All the data type change you need to do in Power Query itself. So let's go to this orders table here. Orders table. So based on the data in the column, we need to choose the data type. So whatever the data which is there in this, whatever the data it is there into this column, it decides what should be the data type of that. So we have seen yesterday, let me tell you something here, like data types. Data types represents the type of data stored in the column. It actually represents the type of data stored in the column. I told you that data type is decided on the basis of the rows which it is having, like what format those rows are there. On that format, this data type would be decided. So data types represent the type of the data stored in the column. So if I take an example of number, for the number data type, only numeric information is allowed into that particular column. If for particular column, if I am giving a number data type, the rows should have only numeric information. So number data type can support only numeric information. So likewise, if you see for the date column, for the date data type, only date information should be there in the column. Then only it would accept the date data type. And for the text data type, what is allowed is the text would be allowed in the text data type. Numbers are also allowed in the text data type. You need to take this into consideration. So for the text data type, text is allowed, number is allowed, some special characters are also allowed. Special characters and combination of text is also allowed. Special character and combination of text is also allowed. Number is already allowed. Special characters differently is also allowed. So these are the things for number data type, date data type, text data type. These are the things which are allowed for those particular columns. Now, if we go to this, if I go to this Power Query, now if I here ship mode is there, ship mode. What it is, this is like second class, standard class. What the data type should be for this is, it should be text, right? It should be text. So if I convert this into number, now how we used to convert the data type is, here at the corner, if we click any column, if we click on this corner is, if I want to, there are number of data types available here. Now, if I want to convert it into a whole number, it will throw me an error. It will throw me an error. See, change data type, it will throw me error. Why? Because it is this Power BI intelligence, it will sense this intelligence that the rows are having the text values. Then why the data type is number data type. So if I take this as text, then it will be allowing me. If I take this as text, see, for the text, it has allowed me. Otherwise, it would have given me the error. So likewise, if I want to change this row ID, if I want to change this row ID, for order ID, I told you that for the text, it will allow the special characters, a combination of a text and a special character, and a number is also allowed. So this can be a text. This can be a text data type. So order ID should be text data type. Let me just convert it. How we convert it? Simply clicking on this. ABC means text data type. For order date, what should be the data type here is, because we can easily see here that these are the dates. So that the data type should be a date data type for it. So how can we change it? Simply clicking on here. We are having two options for date and time and date. So whenever time is available in that, we can select the date and time. But now only date is available. Let me check it as date. It has accepted. This is a date data type column. Now, if I click on that, the data type is also showing me. The data type is also showing me here. Date data type. Date data type. So likely we have to change this for sales. Let's see for sales. For sales, where we have got sales. We have got sales here. Currently, what is that? What is the data type for this is? Data type is any. Data type is any. So for the sales, it should be a decimal number. It should be a decimal number. We have got a fixed decimal number. What is the difference between fixed decimal number and decimal number is, in the fixed decimal number, the decimal number should be fixed. The digits after the point should be fixed, but we don't have any fixed digits here. So simply we'll go on with the decimal number. It has been converted to the decimal number. Now let's see if I close and apply this. If I close and apply this, if I remove this, if I remove this, now if we see the total sales, now if we go here, let me just test the data type of this. What is the data type? Decimal number. If I click on sales, what is the decimal number? Is a data type. Now if I go and take the same card visual here, if I drag it, what is the value? 2.30 million. This is the accurate value which we can get. Why this has happened? Because we have changed the data type. So data types are very much important with respect to creation of visuals, accurate creation of visuals and reports. So we need to always take care of all these things. Where we can change the data type is in the Power Query. In the Power Query, we can able to do it. See, mostly Power Query, what it will do is, mostly Power Query will change the data type of the column. So there are some exceptional cases where it can't change it. Power Query will miss to change the data type. That time developer need to change it. For ship date, if we go for ship date. So ship date also, it should be date, right? So simply we can go here, we can change it to date. Now there are two types. We can change the data type of any column. There are two types we can change the data type of any column. What is it? What is the two type is? First type is I'll simply click on this corner. I'll simply click on this corner and we'll get a list of the data types. Then we can change it from here. This is the first type. Another thing is if I select, if I want to change this, if I want to change the data type of this column, I'll select this, I'll go to home tab, I'll go to this data type any, and from here I can change it. I can change it from here. This is also another type. So two ways we can change it, the data type, directly from here at this corner or directly from selecting this column and going to home tab and clicking on this data type here and changing the data type from here. So likely we can be able to change the data type from here, and it is recommended to change the data type in the Power Query itself. Now, what is the easiest way I'll tell you here is easiest way to change the data type of all the columns. If all the columns, if I want to change once in a while, once in one go. So the easiest way to change the data type of all the column is I'll just remove this change type step here. I'll just remove this change type step first. I have just removed the change type step from here. For every column, what is the data type now is? It is any. It is any. So I'll just select any column here. Just select and press and Control A I'll do. I'll just select any column. I'll do Control A. I have pressed Control A now. So we'll go to the Transform tab. We'll go to this Transform tab and there is some option called as Detect Data Type. Detect data type. There is this option called as Detect Data Type. So if I click on this, whatever the data type should be mandatory for that particular column, it will change and a new step is added to that. Let me tell you one thing. Let me do it one more time. If I need to delete this first step, let me go here. What we have done is we have just selected. If we want to change the data type of all the columns once in a go, like in one go. So what I can do it, I can press Control A. I can go to this Transform tab. We have the option something like that, Detect Data Type. Here, I'll click on this. So if you see now, so all the options here, for every column, it has automatically given the data type as per the intelligence. As per the intelligence, it has given the data type for each and for all the columns. So this was regarding the data type. We have seen how much important the data types are. We have got these three types of data types: number data type, date data type, and text data type. Okay, so this was the data type. Now the other portion, the other topic for today's session is filters. Filters in Power BI. Sorry, filters in Power Query. Filters in Power Query. So there are a lot of times clients will provide data to you and it will have a complete data. Let's say ABC company is there. Let's say ABC company is there. We have got a ABC company. We have got a ABC company like this. We have got a ABC company. So what this ABC company is doing is, this ABC company is doing a business from 20 years. So from 20 years, it is just doing a business. From 20 years, they are doing the business, this ABC company. So they will get some business data. So in the SQL server, they are storing this data. Where they are storing this data is in the SQL server. In the SQL server, they are just storing this data. In the SQL server, they are storing the data. So as a Power BI developer, they provided me 20 years of data in the sources. They provided this 20 years of data in the sources. And they're asking to create reports. They're asking to create reports only for the 5 years data. Only for 5 years data, they're expecting the reports. How many years data we have got? We have got 20 years data. Where it is stored? It is stored in the SQL server. It is there for ABC company. So they are just asking a Power BI developer to create the reports only on last 5 years data. So in this situation, there are two ways, there are two approaches how we can create the reports. So the first approach would be, we can bring the tables into Power Query. We can bring the tables into Power Query. So we bring the tables to the Power Query and load those tables. So we'll bring the tables into Power Query. We'll load the 20 years data into Power Pivot, and we have to filter we have a filter concept in the Power View. We are having a filter concept in the Power View. We can apply and show only 5 years data in the visuals. This is one approach. Again, I'm repeating, we'll bring the data for 20 years data. We'll bring it into Power Query. We'll load the tables of 20 years data into Power Pivot, and we'll create the visuals in the Power View, and we'll apply the filters. There is a filters concept in the Power View. We'll apply those 5 years filter. We'll apply and we'll get the visuals done here. This is one of the approach. The other approach is we'll bring the 20 years data to the Power Query, apply the filters in the Power Query itself, load only the 5 years data into this Power Pivot, show that 5 years data in the report, and share the report with the clients. So these are the two approaches. So which is the best approach? Which is the best approaches? I would say the second approach would be the best approach, where I will be bringing the 20 years data into Power Query. I'll be filtering the 5 years data here itself. I'll be only loading the 5 years data into Power Pivot, and then I'll be going on creating the visuals here. Second option is like, why it is the best option is there are two advantages of that. You can save a lot of space in the Power Pivot. Lot of space would be there as compared to 20 years data. 5 years data would take less space, and the report performance would be good. Report performance will increase. Now I'll tell you, if you take the first approach, directly bringing all the tables 20 years data into Power Pivot, when the client will open that report, they will take around 30 seconds of time to open. Let's imagine that they are taking 30 seconds of time to open that report. But in the second approach, if we go, if we load all the tables into Power Query, if we filter here itself and bring only 5 years data here, so here the client will be opening the reports within only 5 seconds. So where is 30 seconds, where is 5 seconds? You can only understand how performance would be good. You can imagine the things. Likely the other things is, other example would be if the data source is having 4 regions data. If in the report we want only 1 region data, it is always recommended to filter the data in the Power Query itself. The best way is to bring the data into Power Query, filter the data in the Power Query, and load the filtered data into Power Pivot. That's what the recommended method for doing all these things. Filters. When the data sources contains complete data, and if we want to load the subset of the data into Power Pivot, we will use the filters in Power Query. This is what the definition of this. This is self-explanatory, pretty much easy. Now, so lot of times, lot of unwanted data will be provided in the source. Lot of unwanted data would be provided into source system. It is not recommended to load into Power Pivot. All the unwanted data need to be filtered at the Power Query level itself. Now I'll tell you something. We'll take one example here. Let's go to Power Query here. We are here actually in the orders table. Now there is a requirement. There is a requirement that in the orders table, we are having 4 regions data, right? We are having 4 regions data in the orders table. If we see, we have got here region. We have got here region column. We have got here region column. So if I click on this expand button, generally what is the thing is, I just want to load only 1 region data. So let's see this region column. If I click on this expand button here, we can see the region columns here. How many regions we have got is central region we have got, east region we have got south region, we have got west region. Now you can see list may be incomplete, load more. You can see here list may be incomplete, load more. For the orders table I am talking about. So warning message is there, list is incomplete, load more. Now on the other hand, if I go to employee table, and if I click on this job, and if I click on here, I'm not getting that error message here. Why I am not getting that error message here? Why only I am getting that error message in the orders table, guys? What is the reason behind that is, I'll tell you the reason. We have got a region column here, right? We have column. Again, I'll tell you. We have got a error message here. So what is happening is, if you carefully observe here, we have got how many rows in the orders table? If you carefully observe, let's go to the data view. Oh, data view would not be open right now. So if you, when you initially bring rows to the Power Query, how many rows it will bring, guys? It will bring only 1000 rows. Only 1000 rows it will bring. So in the actual orders table, in this orders table, how many rows you are having? You are having how many rows here? 994 rows are there. If you see to this sample superstore, if I open this sample superstore, if I go to this orders table, how many rows we are having here? We have got 994 rows here, guys. We have got 994 rows here in the orders table. So in the Power Query, if you see, we have got 994 rows here into this orders table. But if you see the employees table, we have got only 15 rows. So what I was talking, I have already explained to you that only for 1000 rows it will show the 4 regions. So in the orders table, it will only show regions for only for those 1000 rows. So that's why that error message was here. Here only 15 rows are there. That's why, and it is under this 1000 rows. So that's why it is not showing the data. I told you that only 1000 rows it will display initially. So that's the reason why we are getting that error message here into that. So we have seen here there was a requirement that for the region table, how many regions data we should show is only one central region I want to show. There is a requirement that there are 4 regions data in this table, in this orders table. How many regions data it is having is 4 regions data it is showing. So I just want to filter. Let me just click on this load more. Now it is showing me for all the rows. Now if I want to show only the central regions data, if I want the only data which will be related to central region in the Power Pivot, that is a requirement here. So what I'll do is, here I'll select the central region data only and I'll click on OK. So only central region data is there here. Now I'll click here. We'll go close and apply. So in the Power Pivot only, how many rows it has come is 2323 rows. 2323 rows it has come, because we have filtered the data earlier. If I didn't filter it in the Power Query, now see in the region only one region data it is showing. So the load is coming, the less number of rows is coming, the performance would be good here in the Power Pivot. Earlier it should be 994, otherwise it would be 994 if I didn't filter it into Power Query. So we can easily show that region data here. So let me just go here in the transform data. Let me just remove this step. We don't want this. For the time being, I have just shown you. Now in the Power Query, if we see in the Power Query, we have got this region filter, right? We have got this region column here, region column. So if you see it properly here, region column, if I expand this region column, we have got some options here. So what I'll tell is, I'll just simplify you in a very proper way. Now I have expanded this region column. Now if you see this, sorry guys, if you see this particular structure, the search and the below options, we called it as basic filtering, guys. We call it as basic filtering. This is a basic filtering, guys. The search and the below columns, it is called as basic filtering. This option, the search and below columns, below options, we'll call it as basic filtering. So we have two ways of filtering in the Power Query. So we have got two ways we can filter the data. One is basic filtering and another one is advanced filtering. So if I go here in this Power Query, if I again click on this expand button, what is the expand? See, this would be the This would be the advanced filtering. This option text filtering is an advanced filtering. We call it as advanced filtering. What we call, so this section we called it as basic filtering. This section we called it as advanced filtering. So this is what the difference here. So sometimes, so we'll see this basic filtering. When we have less distinct values, we know it. We have been through this basic filtering and advanced filtering, so no need to explain that much. When we have less distinct values, we will choose basic filtering. So for the region column, we are having less distinct values, so we can go on with the basic filtering. But sometimes it is difficult to go on with it is not possible for us to go on with the basic filtering. So at that time, we'll use the advanced filtering. So let me just explain to you with an example here. So sometimes when you can't achieve the requirement with the basic filtering, you need to use the advanced filtering. So if I want to load the central data, I'll use the basic filtering, because we have got only less values, less distinct values are here. I can simply go here, I can simply click on this, I can apply the filter here. So no need to apply for advanced filtering here. But there are some times when basic filtering will not work. Guys. Sorry, guys. There are some times when basic filtering will not work. So let me give you an example. Now the basic filtering we have seen in the regions column, because the less distinct values was there. Now I have an order date column here. Guys. Let's go to this order date column here. Now we have got this order date column. If I click on this expand button, now what is the requirement is I have got an order date column, and we have got a 2014 to 2017 year sales we have got here. We have got these many dates from 2014 to 2017. If you hover here, if you see, we have got too many dates from 2014 to 2017. We have got the dates here. Around 4 years data we are having here. But what is the requirement is, if in the source 4 years data is there, if I want to only filter for the 2017 data, whether this option, whether I can go on with the basic filtering or not, because see, we have to show only 2017 data. So what we can do, if I click on here, if I see the basic filtering options, it is not feasible for me to check everything 2017 and go and click on that. So too many data would be there. So that would not be possible here. So whenever such kind of basic filtering would not work, at that time we would go on with the advanced filtering option that is called as date filters. We can go on with the advanced filtering option here. So this is what the scenario was when the basic filtering was not working properly. Then we can go on with the advanced filtering options here. So when you have a less distinct value, then basic filtering will work properly. Now let's take an example here. We can also give an example of customer name, If you see the customer name here, let me just go on to the customer name. We have got a customer name column, right? Now there is a requirement. that the customer name, we have to load only that data, only those customer names whose name is starting with the letter S. So if I go to this, see, I want to load only those customers in the Power Pivot whose starting name would be S, whose name would be starting with the letter S. So this is a requirement here. So how I can fulfill the requirement? I can't go here, I can't see S things, and I can't go to the basic filtering and choose those columns. Instead of going on with the basic filtering, I'll go on with the advanced filtering, guys. So this is got the advanced filtering for the text filters. So in the text filters, if we go, we are having an option here. Begins with is an option here. So simply I'll put here S, and we can see all the names have been changed. Sorry guys, something is wrong here. Yeah, I just want to show here is like S we have taken small. So small, I just want to tell you that this text filtering is case sensitive. It is case sensitive. If I take S here, it would work. It is text sensitive. I have taken the lowercase. lowercase, that's why that filter was not applied. But if I see now, only S are there, because all the names are starting with the proper case. That uppercase S is in capital form. That's why it was not taking me that text filter. So this requirement, this is how we fulfilled it. Let me just delete this. We don't want this actually. So there is also an example. So this was an example for the text data type. This is a text data type. So text filters there are. These options are there for the only for the text filters. Now if I go on to the sales column, because sales is a number column. So sales is a numeric column. Number data type sales is having. If I go to the sales column, if I go here, if I check for the advanced filtering, we are having different advanced filtering options. We are having number filters here. Earlier it was text filters. So these are the difference here we have got. So let's see. So advanced filtering is there, basic filtering is there. So based on the data type of the column, we'll have different advanced filtering options, guys. Based on the data type of the column, we'll have different advanced filtering options here. Filtering the data or number, text, date, data type columns. So now what we are going to do is, we'll simply take each options we'll take. Now we'll take some options. We'll see some of the examples related to the number data type, related to the date data type, related to the text data type and date data type. We'll see some options here. We'll see some of the options. We'll see some of the examples. We'll see the filtering options for the number data type, text data type and date data type. So in the employee table, so let's go to this table here. So in the employee table, if we go, in the employee table, I have all the departments. I have all the departments starting from 10, 20, 30. We have got the departments here. If you see here, we have got the department numbers, 10 department number, 20 department number, 30 department number. So these are the department numbers. We have got these many. We have got 50 here also. 10, 20, 30, 50. These are the departments. If I close and apply, how many departments it will load is all the department it will load. But the client wants a report only on the 10 department data. Now the client only wants to see the data with respect to the department number 10. With respect to department number 10, if they want to see the data. So whatever you achieve with the basic filtering, we can able to do it. How we will be filtering this is, we'll go to this department number. We'll simply click on here. We will make use of this basic filtering here. I'll simply click on this 10 and I'll load it. Now we'll see only this kind of, like only 10 department number we'll able to see the data here. Now what I mean to say here is, whatever we can achieve with the basic filtering, the same thing we can achieve with the advanced filtering also. Now we'll see how. Now let me just delete this step. Again we are back to that. Okay, again we are back to that. We have seen the basic filtering. Now we'll see how the advanced filtering also would be fulfilling the same thing. Now we'll go to this advanced filtering. We have got the advanced filtering option, that is number filter. This is advanced filtering option. We'll simply go to this equals. I'll write here 10. I'll write here 10. So if I write here 10, the same thing I would be able to do with the help of advanced filtering options here. So this is some kind of example where whatever we can do with the basic filtering, we can do the same thing with the advanced filtering also. So here, what it will do is, generally what is happening here, I'll just delete this step again. What is happening when we apply the filter for department number equal to 10, it will go to each and every row. It will check with that particular row. Okay, department number is 10 or not. Department number is 10 or not. If this is 10, okay, we'll load it. If this is 10, okay, we'll load this. If this is 10, okay, we'll load it. The condition is true, then we'll load this to the power pivot. If the condition is false, 20, 10 not matching, 20, 10 not matching. So for others, it will just filter out here. Only these 3 rows we will get here. So this is how the filter will work actually, row by row. So for the rows where the filter condition is true, that records will go to the power pivot. For the rows where the filter condition is false, it will filter in the power query. So based on the data type of the columns, we'll have the different advanced filtering options. Now let's say we have an example here. Let's say in the employee table we are in. Let's say the salary column here, salary column. Now salary column is not in the proper order. this salary column is not in the proper order. We can see like 2450 is here. After that, we have got 5000, we have got 1300, we have got 800, we have got 2975, again 3000. It is not into proper order. So I'm planning to sort this column into ascending order. How I can able to do it is ascending order, right? From increasing to the, in the increasing order or ascending order, I mean to say. So ascending order means, see, it is not mandatory for me to do this, but simply in order to have a easiness in working, I'll just doing it. We'll just select this salary option here. We'll go to home tab here. Home tab. We have got a sort option here. What it is? It is sort ascending. We'll sort this ascendingly. Now we can see what, see 800, it is starting from 800 to 10,000. It is sorted by using this example here. Now what is the requirement for this is, now because I need to have fulfill the requirement with respect to the salary column. That's why I have sorted it. It's better to sort it in order to have a clarity. So there is a requirement, salary with 3000 rows needs to be loaded in the Power Pivot. The salary with 3000 only, should be loaded in the Power Pivot. That's what the requirement here is. That's what the requirement. So how we will be able to do it is, we'll go to this number filters. Now here I'll go to this number filter. We'll go to this number filter. See, we have got too many distinct values here. So basic filtering is not advisable here. So simply we'll go to this number filters. If I want the salary with 3000 only, so I'll simply click on equals here. We have got equals here. I'll write here value as 3000. So we'll get only those two columns which are there, which are having 3000 salary. So if I close and apply, only these rows would be loaded in the Power Pivot. Now I need to load the employees. Now there is another requirement. I'm just showing you how the filtering actually works. Now I need to load the employees in the Power Pivot, where it is taking the salary other than 3000. Where it is taking the salary other than 3000. There is a requirement that only those rows should be there in the Power Pivot where it is taking the salary other than 3000. So what we can do is, we'll again go to here. We are having a number filter option here. This time what we are going to select is, we'll select does not equal. So I'll go to does not equal because we don't want the 3000 to be visible here. Rather than 3000, all the rows should be visible here. So we can get the results here. So only 3000s are not visible here. Rest of the other rows are visible here. So if I want to do the same thing, if there is a requirement and there is some slight change in the requirement is, if I want only those rows or only those employees who are having the salary less than 3000. So what I'm going to do is, I'll just simply delete this step here. In the number filter, I'll go. We have got an option here, less than. We'll just check this less than. I'll just put here 3000. So less than 3000, all the salaries less than 3000 would be displayed and it would be loaded into Power Pivot. There is another option. Let me just delete this. There is another option. There is another requirement. This time the requirement is less than or equal to 3000 salary. So how many there are? Like less than or equal to 3000 is 3000, 1, 2, 3. We have got around 13. So what filter we are having here is less than or equal to. So we'll go to this number filters. We have got an option here, less than or equal to. I'll simply click on this. I'll write here 3000 and we can see the results here. Less than or equal to 3000. 3000 is also there because we have applied for the filter less than or equal to 3000. That's why 3000 would also come and less than that would also come here. So this was a requirement with respect to number. Let me just remove this step. We don't want this step. So salary is more than 3000. Salary more than 3000. Salary is more than. We just want to show the salary is more than 3000 this time. What we are going to do is, I'll simply go here, number filters. What is the option we have got is greater than. This is greater than. So salary is more than 3000. Salary is more than 3000. Only 5000 and 1000 is there. So this is how we can apply the filters. Salary is greater than or equal to. Salary is more than or equal to 3000. Again, salary is more than or equal to 3000. So greater than or equal to is option here. greater than or equal to option 3000. So this time 3000 would also be there. 3000 is also there, and more than that is there. Now sometimes, so this was just on the number data type. On the number data type, I have shown you some kind of filtering options. There are sometimes we need to write more than one conditions, guys. Sometimes we need to write more than one conditions also. Now in this table, in this employee table, let me just delete this. I have deleted that step also. We don't want that short step. So there are sometimes we need to write more than one condition also. I need to load the 10 department as well as I need to load the 10 department here and also the 20 department employees. So I need to load the employees having 10 department, and also I need to load the employees having 28 department. So we have got how many rows? 10. For 10 we have got 3. For 20 we have got how many? 5. 5 we have got for 20. So what should be the end result is 8 rows should be there. 8 rows should be there. So there are sometimes we need to achieve this kind of requirement. We need to apply the multiple conditions here. We need to apply the multiple conditions here. We need to apply the multiple conditions. Before applying, let me just tell you something here. Let's try with that first, then I'll explain you how it is working actually. So this time we are having two conditions. We need the 10th employee also, 10 department and 20 department also we need to show. So what we can do is we'll go to the department number. We'll go to the department number. I'll go to the number filters here. I'll go to the number filters. I'll simply write one condition 10 because we want the 10 department. Now here the department, the column name is already been given department number. Now what is the other condition is I need to select 20 here. I need to select 20 also here. So 20 if I select here 20. If I again give it as equals. So this time two conditions are there, but there is a twist here. What is that is whether and or or. Whether and or. So we have got two things here, and or. So which condition would be applicable here? Whether and would be applicable or would be applicable, that we need to decide, guys. Whenever two types of conditions would be there, we need to always decide and or. So for this, let me just explain you something here. Like whenever two types of conditions would be there, condition 1 and condition 2, and whenever there is a confusion between or and, we have got some these two tables. I have already explained you this also. I think I have explained you in Power View. We have already been through this. So we have got two conditions, for example, condition 1, condition 1 and condition 2. Likely, like here, if we imagine like we have got 10, we have got 20 here, department number 10, department number 20. What would be the result? So whenever for the OR logical function, whenever it is true, whenever the first condition is true and the second condition is true, the result will be true. Whenever the first condition is true and second condition is false, then also it would be true. Same. If any one is false between two conditions, it would be true. And both of them are false, then it would be false. So we have got true, false here for the OR logical functions. So we need to decide whatever transformation we are doing, whether it is applicable to OR logical function or AND logical function. But on the other hand, if we see the AND logical function, we have got true. Whenever both the conditions would be true, the result would be true. Any one false condition would be there, then the result would be false. Earlier, what was the case here? Any false would be there, still it was true. That is OR logical function. In the end, it is different. Any one is false, then it would be false. Any one is false, then it would be false. Both of them are false, then it would be false. So what is the task is we need to load 10 as well as 20 department employees into the Power Pivot. So what we'll be using between this, what we'll be using is we'll use the OR logical function here. We'll use the OR logical function here. Now OR logical function, if I use, if we use AND logical function, let's see what is going to happen. No table, like not a single record is available with me. Not a single record is available with me. So simply how I can go and change this is in the applied steps. In the applied steps, you have got a gear icon here. You have got a gear icon. If I click on this gear icon, you would get that thing again. This window would again be back. We'll be able to edit this particular applied step. Now we'll see with the OR condition. Now we'll see with the OR condition. Now in the OR condition, we are simply getting the rows 10 and 20. So it purely depends. Whenever such kind of two conditions would be there, you need to always have an idea of these two tables, OR logical function and AND logical functions. So this was the AND on OR logical functions here we have seen. So when this type of conditions would come, we have to write multiple conditions here. Now secondly, we have seen this. We have used the OR logical function here. Now I'll just delete this step. We don't want this. There is another requirement, guys. Salary. If the salary column is between 1,000 and 3,000, that is a requirement. Salary should be between 1,000 and 3,000. Salary should be between 1,000 and 3,000. That is a requirement. Now what? So this is a requirement. But roughly if I take salary should be more than 1,000 and salary should be 3,000. Salary should be less than 3,000. This kind of condition we would be able to apply it. So if we see here, we are having a salary column here. We'll simply go here to this filtering options. We are having number filter options. Here we'll select whenever such kind of conditions would be happening in the number filters, we'll simply take between here, because we have got a range here. So when we take between here, so salary column between, so we need to check between 1,000 and 3,000. We need to have a salary of those. So we'll just take this option here, is greater than or equal to, is less than or equal to, because we have selected the between option here. So here I'll take 1,000. Here I'll take 1,000. Here we'll take 3,000. 3,000. So we want a salary in between this. Now this time what kind of logical function we'll take is? We'll take this time what logical function? We'll take AND logical function, because both the conditions we need to satisfy. So simply whenever you have to take the decision, you take this decision, you correlate this with these tables. With these tables, you correlate this and you will get the answer, like which logical functions you need to select. This kind of answer, it would be available whenever you imagine this kind of condition. So this time we are taking AND. Simply if I take OR, let's see what will happen. If I take OR, what is the range we are expecting here is between 1,000 and 3,000. Are we getting a results here properly? No, 800 is coming here. 800 should not be there. 950 should not be there, right? It is below 1,000. So we are not getting a correct results. So we'll take AND. So here now we have got a correct results here. 3,000 is a range. So above 1,000 and between 1,000 and 3,000, the salary should be there. So this is how it is able to show me the results for the salary column. So the important part, this is very important point. You should not be confused whenever you are dealing with such kind of two conditions. You should not be confused here. For this salary conditions here, like these two examples I have taken, one I have taken for OR logical function, one I have taken for AND logical function. You should always, like this condition 1, you should always correlate with 10. This condition 2, you should correlate with 20, and you should apply it row by row. Then only you will get the results, whether that condition is true or false. Then on that basis, you can select AND or OR logical functions. So this was all about the number data type, filters on number data type. So we have to see some more filters on other data type. We have seen the filtering on number data type. Now we'll see the text data type and date data type. Text and date data type. So let me just give you some couple of examples here. Now let's take an example here. So in the orders table, if you go, there is a column called state. Now, if you check on this state column, like how many states are there here is 49 states we are having. 49 states we are having here for this. So what is the requirement is, if I want to load only New York data, if I want to load, what am I going to do is, So now in this state column, if I want only New York column to be loaded, now we'll see New York. Where it is New York is, this is New York, guys. This is New York. So New York is there. If I want only the New York data to be loaded into Power Pivot, simply I'll go here. Now this time, can we use this basic filtering option here? Because there are number of distinct values. The number of distinct values would be more here. I can't use the basic filtering option. So this time what we have to do is we'll go with the advanced filtering option. In the advanced filtering option, we have got text filters here because the data type of the column is text. So text filters we are taking. We'll just simply write here equals. We'll simply write here equals and I'll write New York. New York. New York. I have written New York. Okay. Now if I click, nothing is coming, guys. Why this is happening is if you would have seen here properly, what I have entered is I have entered this New York. This New York is in lowercase. I already told you that text filters works. They are case sensitive. Text filters are case sensitive. So how am I able to edit this is I can go to the settings. I can edit this. Let me just make it capital N. Then I'll try it New York. Now if we see, it will come. It has got filtered. Now there is one more way to filter this proper step. Now I have deleted the step. Again, we are there. Again, all the rows are there. Here, New York is also available here. If you see, New York is also available. Now, if I want to, okay, if we have applied that step, let me just apply it one more time. So we are in the text filters. We'll go to equals. I'll write here New York. I'll write here New York. New York. So I have done the filtering operation. It is not coming. But if I want to edit this step, what is other ways? We can go to the settings icon. I can edit it from here. I can write it from here. But what is the other step is if I go to this, there is in the formula bar we have got, we can edit from here also. I can go here. I can write N here. I can write Y here. I can edit from here. I'll simply press enter. Then it will happen. So from here also we will be able to edit. We will be able to rectify the mistakes, whatever we are happening. So this is also the option. We can able to change the applied steps from in the two ways. So this was the example for New York. Now, if there is a requirement, if I want to load 48 states data, now we have got how many states data? I'll just delete this step. We don't want this step anymore. So we have got around 49 states data here. Now, if I want to load only 48 state data except New York, if I don't want to load the data for New York, what am I going to do is, when you have more distinct value in the basic filtering, we have got more distinct value here. We'll simply go to the text filter. There is an option called as does not equal to. I'll simply write here does not equal to New York. New York. So all the rows in which the New York is not there, those rows would be added. Means 48 states would be added. This was the requirement. Now, if I want to load, let me just take some of the examples with related to text filters. If I want to load only those customer name whose name starting with A, customer names, where we have got customer name, these are the customer names. If I want to load only those customer name whose name starting with A, what am I going to do is, we'll go to this customer name. There are many customers here. We can't able to go and select and choose any one out of it, or only A starting with A. We can't choose it manually. So instead of that, what we are going to do is, what we'll prefer is, we'll prefer advanced filter option here. So I'll go here. There is an option something like that, begins with. So I'll simply write here A. And we'll apply the filters. So now we can see only the customers starting name starting from A, it is loading it here. So I'll just remove this step. See, these many options you would be in the real time also. These many options of filters would be useful for you. This kind of scenarios would be coming so that you would have to apply this kind of filters. We have started Power Query module. In that, we have seen the filtering options. We have started the filters in Power Query. in Power Query, we have seen basic filtering and advanced filtering options. We have seen the filtering conditions on two columns, on two conditions specifically. If we have two conditions, if we have a requirement of two conditions, we have seen and or operations in that. We have also seen some of the examples. So we have seen the number data type column. We have seen the filters, filtering regarding the number data type column. So we have already started. We have already started with text data type filters. That they have started with text data type filters. We have seen some of the text data type filters. Let's see. I have already explained you that text filters in Power Query is case sensitive. So let's take a new example today. I think that we'll take a new file here. Let me just pull in some couple of tables. We'll take sample superstore. Take orders, people, returns table. We'll just load it. We'll also take some EMPT, TPT tables from here. So we have got these tables. Let me just go to the transform data. Let me just transform it, some of them, like people table we have got that is not in proper format. So let me do it. Also, we have got a returns table which is not into proper format. So we'll do this first process. Let me just close and apply for this. So okay, these are the tables. So there is a requirement. Let's see some kind of requirement with respect to text data type. Let's see some kind of requirement with respect to text. So I want to load only those customer names. We are having some customer name column here. We are having a customer name column. So I just want to load only those customer name whose name starting with A. So this is a kind of requirement. We are just dealing with some of the requirements from the clients, and I'll just show you how the filtering options work. So whenever we want to filter as per the customer name which is starting from with A. So here, if we see, we have got a basic filtering option here, right? This is a basic filtering option. This search, below search, we have got the basic filtering option. So I don't think so we can't go with, like, we will go with the basic filtering, because when the values are more, we can't go with that. So instead of that, we'll go with the advanced filtering options. In the advanced filtering options, we have got text filters. In the text filters, if we go, we are having an option called as begins with. So I'll simply click on begins with. I'll write here A because we want the customer name starting with A. I'll just press OK. So we have got this condition fulfilled here with the A. Now we'll just get rid of this condition. I'll just delete that step. Now I just want those customers in the Power Pivot who are starting with the A as well as B. So I want to see those customers who are starting with A as well as B. So in this type of thing, again, it is not possible for us to use the basic filtering option. We'll go with the advanced filtering option. We have got here text filters. In this text filters, so we have got begins with A. So now this time begins with A and B both, right? So we'll just click on begins with A. I'll just click on A here. Begins with A. It is, sir, here you need to consider that you need to see that only one column we are using, right? Customer column you are using. In the customer column, we are writing multiple conditions here, right? So we have got A. I have got selected A. Now we want to select B. So again, I'll take begins with B. So what kind of condition here would be? As well as would be this. A as well as B. It should start with A as well as B. So we'll go with OR condition here. We'll go with OR condition. So I simply click on press OK. Then after that, we will see it is starting from B. It is also starting from A. So we have got this kind of filters applied. So this was fulfilled. Let me just delete this step again. So again, there is a requirement. Now this time I just want to load customers whose name starting with A, B as well as C. So here three conditions are there. So what we'll do is we'll again go with this option here. I'll just click on this expand button. Here again, A, B and C. It is very difficult for us to select A, B and C at the same time. So I'll go with the advanced filtering option. I'll simply click on this begins with A. I'll write A here. Now, if you see here, I can write only two conditions, right? Only A and B, only two conditions I can write here with this filter rows option. Now, if I want to add the third conditions like begins with C, where I would be adding it? I can't add right here. So let me just go to the advanced section. If we have such kind of scenario, we'll go to advanced section here. Now here I can select multiple filters here for multiple conditions here. So I'll just select here customer name begins with A, customer name begins with B. I'll simply click on, because there is a condition as well as. So we'll take OR condition. If I want to add some third condition, I'll just click on add clause. It will get add this third condition. Here I'll select OR. Here I'll select begins with. Here we'll write C. So these three conditions would be applied. We'll be having OR condition here because the requirement itself, we want to load the customer whose name are starting with A, B as well as C. So we have taken OR condition here. We'll see, we'll press OK. So if I press on OK, we'll see with starting with C, we'll get starting with B and we'll get starting with A as well. A, B, C, right? So three of the conditions. So whenever a three types of conditions would be there, we need to use the advanced options. Into advanced also, we need to use another advanced option for this kind of scenarios. Now I want to load customers names starting with B to Z. So only the customer's name starting with B to Z if I want to apply. So let me just get rid of this. I'll just delete this. So I want this time what we need to do is I want to load customer's name starting with B to Z. So if we are having A to Z, we don't want the A. We don't want the customer's name starting with A, except A, we want B to Z. So remaining B to Z need to load. So this time what we'll do is I'll simply click on this expand button. I'll go to text filters. We have got an option here, does not begins with, does not begin with, does not begin with. So I'll click on does not begin with, does not begin with. I'll click on A and we'll apply this condition. So you will see all the customers' names who are starting except A, right? From B to Z, you will get all the customers here. So we are just exploring all the filters, text filters, whatever text filters we are having. We'll simply see those. Now the another condition is, another requirement is, we need to load only those customers to the Power Pivot ending with word Allen. Ending with word Allen. So only customers ending with Allen should be loaded to the Power Pivot. Only customers like ending with Allen, right? So I'll just click on the text filters here because Allen here searching and applying the filters would not be that much feasible. So I'll click on this text filters. In this text filters, there is something like that ends with. So I'll click on this ends with. What is that word? Allen, right? Allen. So after clicking on OK, it will add those customers who end with word Allen. So I'll click on this. OK. We can see this is a word. This is a customer name, but the end word is Allen. So ends with. This was ends with. Now let me just get rid of this filter condition again. So only customer, this time, what is the requirement is only customers whose name does not end with Allen, we have to load, right? Does not end with Allen. So I'll click on this. I'll go to text filters. There is an option called as does not end with. Does not end with. Here, does not end with Allen. So we'll get all those customer name where the end word is not an Allen, right? We'll get all those. We'll get all those. You can't find Allen here at the end, right? So this filter is applied. This was another condition here. Now, begins with, there is an option here called as begin with. Begin with shell will check starting with Allen, right? It will show the name starting with Allen. So begin with, if we want to explore, we'll go to this. We have got a begins with. If I click on begin with, we'll write here Allen. I'll click on this. So all the names starting with Allen, it will load. Starting the name would be Allen. Now, this time, when the name is Allen, when the name Allen is there, whether it would be at the start, whether it would be at the end. At the end, they should show it. So ln word, whether it would be a first word, whether it would be a last word, it need to show ln word. This kind of requirement is there. So what we'll do is, I'll simply click on this drop down or expand button, sorry. So I'll just, there is one option here in the text filters in the advanced, there is one option called as contents. So if we select contents, we don't know whether it is at the first, whether it is at the last. Simply it contains that word ln, then only it will show ln. So contents, sorry guys, contents ln. So I'll click on this. So wherever at the start, if it is ln, at the end, if it is ln, it will show. See, end also ln, start also ln. If this whole word, whole value is having ln, then it would be covered in the contents filters, contents, right? So if you see here, for the text filtering, all the options which you can see here, these are all the self-explanatory options. Equals, does not equal, we have seen begins with, we have seen does not begins with, we have seen ends with, we have seen does not end with, we have seen contains, we have it does not contain is self-explanatory, so I didn't cover that. So these are the self-explanatory option which we have seen in the text filtering option. So far we have seen applying filtering conditions on only one column. So far what we have done is we have simply applied a filtering conditions for only one column. So only on the customer name column we have applied the filters so far. What we'll do is now we will see how to write the filtering conditions on multiple columns at the same time. So if I want to use customer name as well as customer ID name at the same time, that would be a multiple conditions. Currently, we are just using customer name options, customer name column. So this was only for the one column. Now we'll see the multiple columns option, filtering applied on the multiple column options. So I have an employee table. Let's see this employee table. I have an employee table this. So in this employee table, my requirement is here. Let's see. So we are just seeing this how to write a filter conditions on multiple columns at the same time. We have got a requirement something like that. Load the employees. So we need to load those only employees where the department number equals to 10 as well as the job is equals to salesman. Again, I'm repeating, we need to load those employees in the Power Pivot. This is kind of requirement where the department number is equal to 10. This is a different column, right? As well as job is equals to salesman. We have got a job column differently. So two different columns we are applying the filtering condition. So multiple columns we are applying the filtering condition. So let's do it. Let's do it, guys. So what is the usual way? Like two columns are there, right? So I'll just try and apply. By using individual options. So if I go to department number, what is the one what we want equals to 10. So we just want to show 10. We just want to show 10. So I'm just applying it for the single column here, right? For the single column. Now, what is the requirement? We need a department number equals to 10. And we need the job equals to salesman as well as job equals to salesman. So let me try this. We'll go to this. If we go to the job column, we don't find salesman, right? We don't find salesman here. But let me try it. Equals to text filters equals to salesman, right? Salesman. So if you see, by applying the multiple filtering conditions to multiple columns individually, we can't get the results, right? We can't get the results here. So when you are writing two filtering conditions on two separate columns, we are not getting a single record here. So basically, let's try the other method which we are using, because what is happening here? It is just applying the AND condition. We have seen, because earlier what we have done is we have applied the one of the filter here in the 10. Then I'll apply the filter onto this job column. So means this condition I have applied firstly, then I am going to apply the second condition. That's why it is taking AND as the operation. So if we multiply check that, will not get any kind of results here. So this is not a correct approach. Will not get a results here. So I have just deleted the steps. Let me just check here. Now here, what is the requirement? Again, I'll tell you. The department number should be 10, right? And the job type should be salesman. Job type should be salesman. So how many types of salesman we are having? We are having 4 values here, right? Salesman, salesman, salesman 3, 4. We have got in the job column, we have got 4 times salesman, right? And if we check for the department number, we are getting 10. Like department number 10, how many times? 3 times, right? 3 times. So overall, I should get. So what should be the conditions? Because as well as is the condition, right? As well as is a condition between this. So whenever there is as well as conditions would be there, we need to always use some other operations. Whether we'll use and or. We'll use or. We'll use or here. So I'll go to this department number column. We'll go to this number filters here. We'll go to this number filters. I'll just click on this equals number. So department number equals to, so we can write the condition here. But here, see, we can write only 2 conditions here, that too on the same column, right? But we don't want this. We want the filters to be applied on the different columns, right? So we'll just shift from basic to advanced here. Now we have got that conditions here. Firstly, we can select department number equals to 10. So let me just select 10. The other column is job column, right? So job column equals to, we'll get this drop down here. We can select the salesman from here. No need to write it, right? So here I need to take or conditions because in the requirement itself, it is as well as, right? Department number as well as sales. So either any condition should satisfy, right? If both the conditions would satisfy, we'll not get the desired results. Will not get the desired results. So I'm just taking it or here. Let me click on this. We have got how many? 7. 3 of them will be coming from department number. 4 of them would be coming from salesman, right? 4 of them would be coming from salesman. So both the conditions, either department number should also be visible and the job column salesman should also be visible. So 3 columns from the department number, 3 rows from the department number and 4 rows from the salesman, right? Job salesman. So this is how we have applied the filtering conditions here. Let me just get rid of this. Now this time, what is another condition is? So or conditions we have seen, department number equals to 10 or job equals to salesman. Now what is another requirement is, we need to load the employees. We need to load those employees only where department number equals to 30 and job equals to salesman. And job is salesman, right? So department 30 and job salesman. So let's do it. There is an and condition already given in this, right? So we need to use and, right? So we'll go here. I'll simply click on the options here, what we have got. We'll go to text filters, number filters, right? We'll go to this number filters. I'll just click on equals to what we have got, 30 we'll take 30 here. Now the different column is also there with us, that is job column, right? So I'll just go here. I'll just put this job column. We'll see what we have got. We have got salesman here. This time what condition we'll take is department number 30 and it is already given in this, right? In the requirement itself, load the employees where department number is 30 and job equals to salesman, right? So I'll just take the and condition here. I'll simply click on this. We'll get this, right? 30, department number is 30. On the other hand, these are all the salesmen. So this is the filtering conditions as per the requirement from the clients. So till now we have seen many examples related to number and text data type filtering conditions. We have seen the number data type filtering conditions. We have seen the text data type filtering conditions. Now we'll see the filtering. Now we'll see the filtering the data on date data type columns. On date data type columns, right? So here there is a requirement, guys. Let's see the requirement. What is the first requirement is, I need to load only the customers. We have got some customers, right? So here order date, we have got the date columns, right? Not here in the orders table, right? So order date is there, ship date is there. We need to apply. Now we are exploring the filtering data on date data type columns. So here we'll see what is the requirement. I need to load only the customers who placed order in the year 2017, right? 2017. in the year 2017, whatever customers has placed the order, that it should be visible and that it should be loaded to the Power Pivot, right? So in order column, if we see, we have got the order date column, right? This is order date column. So in this order date column, we have got around 4 years of data. So around 4 years of data we have got into this. So going here to this order date column, searching for the 2017 year and clicking it for these many years, 4 years data is it, right? So these many dates are there. It is very difficult to apply the basic filtering conditions here. It is not possible in this case. See, finally the end goal is from this order table, what is the subset of the data we need to load in Power Pivot? In order to load that subset of data, which filtering conditions we should write, you need to carefully understand. So what is the other way here is, we'll go to this order date. We have got the date filter option here. We have got a date filter option. So whenever this kind of condition would be there, we'll go to between. We'll go to between here. I'll tell you why we are going to between is, we have got an option called as between here, date filters between. If I go to this between, it will just ask me for some of the filters. So here, if I want to showcase the year 2017 year data, right? The customer's name for the 2017 year data. So here two conditions it would come, is after or equal to what? 1st January 2017, right? Then is before or equal to what? 31st December 2017, right? So let's select the date. This is here we can select the date. Let me go to this. Sorry guys. Let me go to this. So here I'm changing the year now. So we'll take 2017 here. 2017. So here January we should take, right? Sorry guys. 2017, right? So we'll go to this January 2017. We'll select this date. 1st January 2017. So whenever the duration between the 1st January 2017 and December 2017, that only would be 2017 year, right? So that's why I have selected the between option here. So here is before or equal to what? Is before or equal to 31st December, right? So let me just select 31st December here. 31st December 2017, right? 2017. Let me, sorry guys. Let me go to this December 2017. December 31st, right? So I'll select this 2017. So this is the filtering option. What we'll select here is, we'll select the AND condition. We'll select AND condition because we want this and this both, right? So I'll just click on this. Now we can see only the data or only those customer name who has placed the order in 2017 year. So this is how the date filtering options works. Whenever we want to take the date, whenever we want to see the see for the particular duration. Now I'll just delete this step. Now we have got another option here. Sorry, another requirement here. Now if I want to load only one date if I want to load, if the customers or the clients have given me a particular date, on that particular date, what was the transactions if I want to see, what we will do. So in this type of scenario, I'll go to the order date column. We have got order date column. We have got date filters here, right? So if we go to the equals, I'll simply write the date. I'll write the date here. What is that date is? 16th August 2016. 16th August 2016. So let me go to the 2016 here. 16 August, right? 16th August. So August. 16 August 2016. So this is the date. This is the particular date which is given by the client. I simply want the transactions on this particular date. So we have got 3 transactions here. We have got 3 sales transactions. So this is how on this particular date I have applied the filters. Now what is the other condition is? The other condition is, I just want to load all the data except what? Except the 16th August 2016. Except that particular date, all the transactions should load to the Power Pivot. So if this kind of scenario would be there, what we are going to do is, see, again I'm telling you, what is the requirement is, we need to load all the data except the date 16th of August 2016. So except this date, I need to load all the other data. So what we'll do is, we'll go to this order date. I have deleted the step. Now we are good to go ahead. I'll simply select this date filters. So here we don't have that particular option here, right? For that particular date. For that particular date, we don't have option. So this time we'll go with custom filters. We'll go with some options. We have got a option here as custom filters. So I'll simply click on this. Whenever that other options are not working, we'll go to this custom filters, sorry. Now in the custom filters, this is a custom filter, right? Now here you'll get a number of options from where we can choose. These options are different from those options which were visible. See, these options are different. We have got many options here. So this time what we'll do is we'll write does not equal. So I'll click on the date. We'll get 2016 data. 2016 what? August. 16th of August, right? 16th of August. We'll take this 16th of August. Does not equals to. So means all the transaction rather than this particular date would be loaded to the Power Pivot. Right? We have done this. So let me just delete that. We will not get that date here, right? Because we have applied the filters. So directly if you apply here, we don't have that option, right? Does not equals to. It is not there in this. That's why I went to the customer filters. I went to custom filters, and in the custom filter, you'll see those options here. Does not equal to. So this is the thing. Now I need to load only the orders which was placed till 31st of December. Now this is a requirement. Again, I am repeating. I need to load only the orders which was placed till 31st December. Till 31st December 2016. So it should load all the orders till 31st December, right? So what we'll do is, this is order date. We have just deleted the applied step. We'll go here. So here we have got, in the date filters, if we go, we have got an option called as before. We have got this option called as before. I'll click on this before. It has opened is before here, right? It has opened is before here. I'll write the particular date. What is that particular date means? See, the orders which was placed till 31st December. So here two ways would be there. So is before 1st of January we can take. Is before 1st of January 2017. Is before. So means it will take 31st date also if we take that option. So I'll take this option 2017, sorry guys, 2017, and here we'll take a January. We'll take January 2017, right? We'll take 2017. January, 1st of January, right? So is before. If we apply is before, it will just show us the values. Now what is the other option is? There is another option, is before or equal to. Is before or equal to is also another option. If we want that date, see, if we want that date sales also, 31st December sales also, if we want, we'll take this 1st January option. Whatever we have applied this. But if we want to take before that also means 31st December, before that also we can use it. So let me just delete this step. Is before or equal to 31st would also be the other option to do. So other option how we can do is, I'll go to this date filters. I'll click on is before. So is before it will open. We'll simply write the date here. 31st is before or equal to option is also there. Is before or equal to 31st. That date will write here, and we'll get the results. Here. So likewise, if there is another requirement that we need to show the order starting from 1st January 2017 till now. So we are having a 4 years data, right? So from 1st January 2017 till now, what are the orders? That orders it should load into Power Pivot. So what we can do is, we are having an option here called as date filters. So we can simply click on after this particular date. So what is the requirement is order starting from 1st January 2017. Order starting from 1st January 2017, right? So 2017 will go 1st January 2017. From 1st January 2017 till now, whatever the data is, it will show. Only that data it will show, right? So these are the options. So like this, we have got number of options here. We have got number of options here. These are all, this can be used. These are the self-explanatory options. Here in the custom, if you go custom also, these are options are there. You can use it. You can use it. So let's explore some of them from here. Now I need to see only, now there is a requirement. I need to see only last 3 years data, right? So what we'll do is last 3 years data, because as we have got only 4 years data till 2017 only we have got the data. So let me just change the system date. I'll just change the system date here. I'll just change the system date. I'll take the sum of the dates from 2017 and we'll use it. So I'll go to the adjust date and settings. I'll just switch off this. Here manually I can change. So let me just take the date of 2017. I'll just take some date from here, 2017. I'll take December here. Let me take this. So if today's date is this, let me take today's date, something like this. Okay, today's date is this. So I'll just change the system date. Now the system date is changed, right? Now the date is 2017. So this function should be working for me, right? So let's see the requirement. I need to see only last 3 years data based on the current date. Based on the current date, whatever today's date, so last 3 years data I need to show. So last 3 years data, if I want to load in Power Pivot, I'll simply go to the order date column here. Order date column we have got a date filters here. We have got date filters. In the date filters, if we go is in the previous. So if I write is in the previous, here I just need to write how many years data? 3 years data, right? So if I want to show the 3 years data, it will simply show me the 3 years data. It will show me only 3 years data. See, 15 also we have got, 14 also we have got, 16 also we have got. So 3 years from today, from the current date, 3 years data, 2017. So we'll go back to the 3 years. So it will show this kind of data to me. So from starting from 14, it is showing till date. So this is a requirement here. So other requirement is anytime if you load, we should see the current year data. So in this type of situation, what we'll do is I have just deleted the step. Here we have got a date filters, right? In the date filters, in the order date, we'll go to year. There is an option here, this year, next year, last year. So this year, right? So whenever I open, it should show me current year data. So this year, why I am selecting this year, why I am not hard coding it? Because it would be static then. Now we want a dynamic. I have applied for this year. If this data also changes, it will apply to that. So this year option. So only this year data it is showing me, right? 2017 data. We have got a system date of 2017. It is just showing me this year data. So this was the requirement with respect to this year. So sometimes there would be some target related data or future related data. So I'll just delete this filtered rows. There would be some kind of future related data. We have got a date column here called as ship date. Ship date would be there. Here the ship date is here, right? So sometimes we have got a target related data or future related data would be there. So here, if they are asking me for the next 1 year data, right? So only the next 1 year data, it should load into Power Pivot. So where we'll go is, we'll go to ship date, right? Ship date. So here we'll apply because this ship date is only having some future data. That's why I'm using the ship date. So ship date, if we go, what is the requirement here is in the next 1 year, what will be the sales data? It should show, right? In the next 1 year. So whenever a target related data would be there, a future related data would be there, this kind of situations would come and this kind of requirement would be there. So I'll click on the ship data. In the ship data, I'll go. There is an option called as is in the next. So is in the next. If I click on here, next, how many years? 1 year, right? So I'll click on 1 year. So it will show. See, we have got a future date here, 2018 date. So only 1 year data. is in the next 1 year data, it will show. Currently, what is the year is 2017. It is showing me the 2018 data, right? The future data. So likewise, I can apply for the data for last 3 days. If there is a requirement, if I want to load such kind of data for the last 3 days, what was the data is, if I want to load, I'll go to this date filters. So we have got many options likewise. So we'll just get rid of this here. So likewise, in the previous 3 days, last 3 days means in the previous 3 days. In the previous 3 days, the option is in the previous. We'll click on this in the previous. So here in the previous 3 days, I'll show you the data. In the previous 3 days. I'll write up 3 days. I'll click on this. So previous 3 data, it is just showing me. Previous 3 data, it will show. So previous 3 data. If today's date is 26, 25 would come, 24 would come, 25 would also come. So these are the only previous 3 days data it is showing me. So if I want to show the next 2 days data, if I want to show, what I'll do is, I'll go to the ship date column. We have got an option in the date filters, is in the next. So I'll click on is in the next. It will ask me for the days. Is in the next 2 days. So 2 days. Next 2 days, it will show 27, 28. Today's date is 26, 27, 28. 2 days it is showing me. So we have got some options here. Simply, this date filters, we are having some options like is earliest. Is earliest is the option. Is earliest, what it will do is, the least date we have, only that day data it will show. Is earliest. The least date we have, only that data it will show. So if I click on is earliest, so it will show me that is earliest data. So this is the earliest data we have got. Earliest data. Now, if I want to load only latest data, if you want to show only latest data, what we'll do is only latest data if you want to show. So 1 day data, it would show latest data. So we'll go to the latest option here, is latest. It will show me 1 day data only. Latest data it will show. So the last data, the last transaction is on this date. So it is just showing me. So 1 day old data or 1 day latest data you can use. There are many options here. These are the options. Is earliest, is latest we have seen, is not earliest, is not latest, it is there. So like this, there are a lot of filtering options. The end goal is what data need to load into Power Pivot. To load that data, which filter option might help. That is the end goal. Now I want to load only 2016 data. Only 2016 data if I want to load. So what I'll do is, there is an option called as, we'll go to this year. We have got the option last year. So it will just show me the last year data, 2016 data. If I want to load only 2016 data, because currently the date is 2017. So we have got many options here. Some of the option is this year. If we go to this year, last year, year to date. So this year, in the sense, what is this year? This year is a current year. So current year will be starting from 1st January 2017 to 31st December 2017. Year to date means what? Year to date is there, right? Year to date. Starting from 1st January till today's date. What is the data? Year to date means starting from this 1st January 2017. Right now, which current year is going on? 2017. So year to date. So starting from 1st January 2017 till today's date. Data it will show if I click on this year to date function. Same way we have quarters. Next quarter, this quarter, last quarter, quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3. Likewise, month is also there. Likewise, week is also there. We can use next week, this week, last week. These are the options. So this was related to date, right? These all were related to date. But sometimes the date column, like let's imagine this order date column. Is in the format. Currently only date format it is, right? If it is date and time format, then what kind of options we are having is, we can use. Whenever the time column is also available in that particular column, whenever the time section is also there, means date and time, the data type would be. At that time, we can use hour, we can use minute, we can use second. So these are the options we can use it, right? So we have seen, so here we have seen filtering options for multiple data types, text data type, date data type. We have seen many options here with respect to that. So we have seen date data type, we have seen text data type, we have also seen number data type options, right? So now we'll start with some kind of column transformations. We have got some kind of inbuilt column transformations. Let me start with this now. So what will happen is, I'll simply close this. We don't want this anymore. I'll just close and apply this. We don't want it to get saved. I'll just get rid of this. It will ask me. I just don't want to save it. Okay, we have done with that. So now we'll start with column transformations, right? Inbuilt column transformations. So now here what will happen? See, all the unwanted data. I just want to clear you something here. Is all the unwanted data. Before that, let me just change in the date, because we have changed the date here, and because of that we are facing some issues. So I'll just click on set time automatically. So it will set today's time now. It will set today's time. Today is 13. So we can use now. Okay. So what is happening is, all the unwanted data, whatever unwanted data is, we need to filter that in Power Query. In Power Query in itself, we need to filter that in using the filters. So what will be the advantage of that is, whatever unwanted data, if we filter it in the Power Query itself, what will be the advantages? We will save some space in the Power Pivot. We'll not load that much amount of data into Power Pivot. In the Power Pivot, we'll save some space. That is one of the advantage. The second advantage is performance will increase. As less data would be loaded into Power Pivot, the performance will be more, the speed would be more. The interactivity feature of the visuals would be more, right? So these are the two advantages if we filter all the unwanted data in the Power Query itself. So here for doing the column transformation, let me just take in some of the files here. We'll take some files. We'll go to Excel. I'll go to column transformations here. We have got some files. Sorry guys, not this. D drive, Power BI material, Power BI query. Sorry, here not practice materials, I guess. Power Query source files. Power Query source files. So Power Query source files, we have got some column transformation. We'll take this column transformation first. We'll take this column transformation. We'll open this. In this column transformation, we have got some files called as transpose. Transpose we'll take transpose. We'll take column transformation. We'll take unpivot and pivot, and we'll press on OK. We'll press on load. Sorry, we'll press on load. So I've loaded those tables. Let me just take in some of the tables from Excel as well. We'll take some of the tables from Excel as well. Sorry, some orders date from sample superstore we'll take now. We'll go to this. We'll go to D drive. Complete Power BI, practice material, Power introduction. So sample superstore, if I take from sample superstore, we'll take orders table, right? We'll take orders table. We'll just load it. So these are the tables I have taken: column transformation, transpose, unpivot, and pivot. So let's see. So the first option we have got in the inbuilt column transformation is, these are the column transformation options which are available in the GUI, right? Graphical user interface in the Power Query. So the first option is remove columns or remove other columns. This is the first option. Let's see this. Let's see some example for this. Remove columns, how to use the remove columns and how to use remove other columns, right? So we'll see the requirement here. We'll go to Power Query. So whenever you join in any company, client will provide some data, right? Client will provide some data. in the data sources. In this data, you will have some tables with lot of columns. With lot of columns, you will have some tables. Like these many columns are there, right? Like in that data, you will have tables with a lot of columns. Let's imagine like 50 or 100 columns you are having into that. But we don't use all those columns in preparing or creating the reports and visuals. We don't use those columns for creating the visuals and reports. Only few columns would be used for creating the reports and visual. For example, in the orders table, this is orders table, right? Orders table. So here, what is the requirement is, I just need to show total sales. I just need to show total sales and region-wise sales, right? Region-wise sales and total sales. So total sales, for showing the total sales, what column I require is, I need sales column, right? So we need sales column. We need sales column. I need to show total sales. So from the sales column, I can show total sales. From the, and another requirement is I need to show region-wise sales, right? So region-wise sales, I have to showcase the data from the sales column as well and from the region column. I need to use region column as well. So region column, where is that region column? So only region column and sales column are important for me. These are the important columns for me. And how many columns we are having is 21 columns, right? For example, here it is written 21 columns are there in orders table. So what I mean to say here is the required column is only region and sales column out of this 21. Overall 21 columns are there. One way you can load all the columns as it is. When you load 21 columns, it will unnecessarily occupy more space. If I load these columns, it will occupy more space. With this also, so see, with this 21 also, with this 21 columns also, we can show the reports and visuals. We can show the visuals in the report. But this 19 columns are extra in the Power Pivot. If I click on close and apply, this 21 columns would be loaded to the Power Pivot. Out of that, only 2 are important. So means 19 columns are extra in the Power Pivot. What is the use of those? These are unnecessary wastage of space. This is unnecessary wastage of space. So as a Power BI developer, you need to try to save some space in the Power Pivot. You need to always try to save some space in the Power Pivot. So what we can do in order to save the space is, we can filter the data or unwanted rows in the Power Query itself. And we can remove the unwanted columns here itself. So removing unwanted columns will get some space in the Power Pivot. We can filter some unwanted data or unwanted rows here in the Power Query itself. We'll get a space. So what I'll do is, in this scenario, I need only 2 columns, right? So let me just click here. We have clicked where? We are in the region column. Let me just click on region column. Region column. I'll press Control key. Now I have selected region column. I have pressed Control key now. Now let's go to sales column, right? Sales column. Sales column. Sales column. Now we are having an option here. We are having an option here. So if you carefully observe, I have selected 2 columns, right? See, I'll show you. Region column we have selected sales column. Now we have having an option here, remove columns, right? I just want to remove columns. So what is the other option is, we have got 2 options, remove columns, remove other columns. So do we have to remove these columns, whatever I have selected? No, we need to remove other columns, right? So I just click on this, remove other columns. As soon as I click on that, other columns will get removed from here. Only 2 columns will be left, region column and sales column, right? So this one is an option. Now after some time, what is happening is, now after some time, if the client again comes to me later on, my client is telling that he want category wise sales. He want category wise sales. But what we have done, we have removed that column, right? We don't have a category column here anymore. We have removed it. Now the client is coming, he wants one more visual. Earlier, he was only requiring total sales. He was only requiring region wise sales. Now he is coming again back. He is telling me that he want category wise sales also to be there. So for category wise sales, what is the column which is required into this is category column, right? Sales column is already there. So category column he wants. So what I can do here is, I can simply go to this applied step. We have got an applied step here, right? Removed other columns. I'll click on this gear icon here. So we'll get some window open here, right? So whatever columns are visible here that are already checked into this. Region column is checked, sales column is checked. What we want more? we want a category column because we need to make a visual category wise sales. So I'll click on this category. If I click on OK, this category column would also be visible here. This category column would also be visible here, right? So here, so category column is also visible here. So like this in the future, if you want any new column, we can go and bring it easily. First, try to delete it. If you think that you need that column, you need that column later on. Later on, if you need it, you can bring it easily like this. But firstly, we need to delete whatever unwanted columns. Later on, we can bring it like the category column we have bought. We can bring it all the columns. Now let me just delete this step. I've just deleted that step. Now if there is a requirement, now if I want to remove row ID and order ID column. So we have got in the orders table, we have got row ID and order ID column, right? So what I'll do is there is a requirement. I need to remove this row ID and order ID column. So I'll click on this row ID. I'll press Control button. I'll click on order ID. We have got an option here in the remove columns. What option is useful now? We have to remove it, right? We don't have to remove the other columns because already we have used the other remove other column option. We have to remove these two columns. So at this time, what we'll do is we'll just click on remove columns. So as soon as I remove that column, those columns would be removed here. So in this way, we can use remove columns and remove other columns. Let me just delete this step again. So we have seen the inbuilt column transformation. First one, remove columns or remove other columns, right? Now we have got an option called as choose columns or go to columns. Choose columns or go to columns. We'll see this. Choose columns or go to columns. Let me just show it here. Okay. There are some times where we have 100 of columns in the table. In orders table, let's imagine something that in orders table, let's say we have 100 columns here. 100 columns. Currently we are having how many columns? I'll just remove this tab as well. Okay. So currently we have got 21 columns here. Let's imagine we have got around 100 columns here. So I want to keep 5 columns and need to remove 95 columns. So out of 100, I just want to keep 5 columns and I just want to remove 95 columns. 95 columns. So what you will do, you will simply select those 5 columns and you will go on with the option called as remove other columns, right? You won't remove the 5 columns. You have to remove the 95 columns. So at this time of scenario, what you will do, you will select those 5 columns and you will go on with removing other columns. So sometimes what will happen? Let's see, we were seeing this. We're seeing this choose columns or go to column. Let me just give you an example on this. So when you have 100 columns, let's imagine in the orders table, we have got 100 columns. When you have 100 columns, scrolling the bar to the right and searching 5 columns will take time. It will take time, right? I need to, from the 100 columns, if I'm selecting 5, I need to scroll it to the right. I need to check for them. And sometimes you can miss that column also. So what is the other way? What is the other easy way you can do it is, let's say I want to keep, let's say I want to keep the country. I want to keep the country, sales, city, state column. See, we have got country, right? Country. We want country, sales, state, city. Sales, city column if we want, and profit column we want. I need to scroll to the right and search it. Sometimes I can miss that. Sometimes we can miss that options. So what is the other way of doing it rather than going manually and selecting it? What is the other way is choose columns. Choose column is the other way for handling such kind of scenarios. Choose columns. So what we can do is choose columns. It will show all the columns. So if I want to go to a particular, if I want to choose, it will show all the columns which are required. So I'll just go to choose columns here. Choose columns. It will show all the columns here, right? So there will be a list appearing here. There would be a list appearing here. There is a list here. If we see this, I'm into choose columns. So I can do the same things. Whatever columns I want, I'll just tick on that. See, we can select all. if I want some specific column, what column I was requiring? State column, city column, country column. I want a sales column. So these are the only columns which I want to keep. So this is the very easiest way to find if 100 columns are there, to find those particular column and select it. If I select only this column, I'll select only this column would be visible, right? Other column it is not visible. Only these columns I have kept with the choose column. So this was a choose column option. If you see it here, if you see clearly here, if you see, it is the order which is there. The order for searching here, I'm just facing some difficulties because it is not organized or sorted into alphabetical order. So what I can do is I am having an option here. I am having two options. Currently now it is in natural order here. It is in natural order. What I can do is I can click on name. If I click on name, it will be arranged in the alphabetical order. So I can select C, country, then S, state. I can select P, profit. I can select like this. Also, there is an option I can write here also, right? State. It will show me. So search bar is also the option to show this, to get this done. So this was a choose column operation, right? Choose column feature. Now go to column. I'll just remove this step. Okay. What is another one is go to column, right? Go to column. We have seen the choose columns. Let me just show you this go to column. So go to column is something like that. Let's say I want to filter the data on region column. For this, I need to search for the region, right? I need to search for the region. Where is region? I will be scrolling it to the right. I'll be scrolling it like this. So likewise, if there are 100 columns, I will be always scrolling and seeing for that. Sometimes I can miss that also. So if I want a region column, so I need to check where the region column is available. So instead of that, we can use go to column, right? Go to column. There is an option called as go to column in the choose columns. There is an option called as go to column. If I click on region here, see it will show me a list. It will show me a list of all the columns. So here, if I click on region, it will directly land me on the region column. It will take you to the region column and it will land you on the region column. See region. So we can use this go to option to quickly go on any particular column which you want to select. So this was an operation. This was the column transformations which we have started. We'll just continue this in the coming session. For today's session, from today, we are just starting a new module, that is Power Pivot. In the earlier module, we have seen Power Query. We have seen all the options in Power Query. You will get two videos for the you will get two remaining videos for the Power Query. So today, Power Pivot we are going to start. Today is the first class for Power Pivot. Let me just open the architecture. So this is a Power BI architecture you already know. Before starting with Power Pivot, let me tell you something about Power Pivot here. Before that, let's see, like these are the agendas for today's session. We'll start from Power Pivot introduction. We'll see what do you mean by in-memory columnar database. We'll see Vertipaq X velocity in-memory software. We'll see what is the need of data modeling, the introduction to data modeling. We'll see input relationship from data sources on first load. This is the option. We'll see another option called as auto detect. So these are the agenda for today's class. So let me start with today's session. So Power Pivot, it is a software where we'll create an OLAP model, right? It is pretty much clear that in the Power Pivot, whenever we get some files from the OLTPs, that is data sources, we take those files, we go on for ETL activities, and after the ETL activities, we directly load those tables into Power Pivot. So Power Pivot is nothing but a database, right? We are storing here tables. Here also in OLTPs, what we are doing is we are just storing the tables. So here also we are doing the same. But here, what the definition says is Power Pivot is a database where we'll create an OLAP model. We'll create an OLAP model or dataset or semantic model we'll create here. And from here, on top of those semantic models, we'll create the reports and visuals here, right? So database is used to store the data in the form of tables, right? You very well know it. Databases are used to store the tables in the form of databases. like how Oracle, how SQL Server are database, the same way Power Pivot is also a database. The core functionality of the database is to store the data in the form of tables. So in the software field, if I'm talking about the types of databases, there are two types of databases. So first one is relational databases. The other name for that is traditional databases also. Traditional or relational databases, right? Second one is in-memory databases. So there are two types of databases here. So talking about the relational database or traditional database, what are the examples of that is, we have got SQL Server, right? We have got SQL Server, we have got Oracle. These are the relational or traditional databases, right? When we are talking about the in-memory database, so in-memory database, the best example is Power Pivot or SAP HANA. SAP HANA or Power Pivot is a best example for in-memory database, right? Power Pivot is a in-memory database. So talking about the architecture, before that, let me tell you about this. So when I'm talking about the traditional databases or relational databases, the data will be stored in what? Data will be stored in row format. If you remember in the introductory class, we have initiated a discussion on databases. Types of databases, I have covered that when I have taken the demo session. At that time, we have initiated this, or we have initiated when we have given the introduction for the Power Pivot. First 5 sessions, what we had at the start of the session. At that time, I have initiated some discussion regarding this. So traditional databases. So talking about the traditional databases, the data will be stored in what? Row format. I'll come on this, how it is row format, why it is called as row format. And generally, when access data from, it access the data traditional database or relational database, it will process the data from hard disk. It will access the data from which? Hard disk, right? So first of all, I'll just talk on the architecture of relational and in-memory databases. So the architecture of relational and in-memory databases are different. For a few minutes, we'll just talk about the architecture, because when we create the reports on in-memory database, they'll give better performance than the relational databases, right? I already earlier also have initiated, like when we create some reports on the in-memory databases, the performance would be good. So for example, in SQL Server, here in SQL Server also, we store tables, right? Likewise, in Power Pivot also, we store the tables here. Let's say we have some tables in SQL Server, right? And you have created one report on the SQL Server. You shared it. We know that the report, whatever reports are generated, we know that the report never store the data into this. What it will do is, when you share the report to the clients, every time when the client open this report, it will take data from what? It will just take data from the data sources, right? Report don't hold any kind of data here, right? Report never store any data. Whenever a client, like we have shared this report with the client, whenever he opens the report, it will take the data from the SQL Server, because we have used the SQL Server as a data source here, and it will show it. To show here, when we are preparing the report on top of the SQL Server, to show the report here, it will take around 100 to 120 seconds of time. I'm just telling you a range, like 100 to 120 seconds of time it will take to open the report if we create on SQL Server. So likely, on the other hand, the same tables, whatever I loaded for this report, the same tables, if I load into Power Pivot, if I load this time into Power Pivot, the same report what we developed here, we developed on Power Pivot and share that report to our client. This time when client open the report, it will take data from the Power Pivot, right? It won't go to the SQL Server because it is a relational database. This is an in-memory database. So here on top of this, we created the report. So this time it will go and it will take the data from Power Pivot, right? It can give the data and it can open the report within 10 to seconds time. 10 to 20 seconds of time. So that much performance you will have it. As compared to SQL Server, at the time of SQL Server, it was just giving around 100 to 120 seconds of time to open, to get the data. But here in the Power Pivot, it will just take 10 to 20 seconds of time, right? So how it can take lesser amount of time? How to show means because of their architecture. There is a difference of architecture of the Power Pivot. I'll just open one document here just to showcase you. It might be there in the recent. So this is just a document. It is just going to showcase like what do you mean by traditional database or relational database versus in-memory database. So we'll discuss some few points, differences between in-memory and relational database. The way they store the data is different, like both in-memory database and traditional database. The way they store the data, it is different. The way they send the data out is different. Generally, in relational database, the data will be stored in row format. If you see here, it will store in row format here, row storage, right? But when it comes to in-memory databases, the data will be stored in columnar format. This is columnar format, the blue colored one here, right? Here, it is row format. Row format for what? Traditional or relational databases. Columnar format for what? In-memory databases, right? So when you try to take the data from the relational databases, it will give the data from the hard disk. We have already seen here, whenever we ask for data from this relational or traditional database, it will just take the data from hard disk and it is accessed from the hard disk. But when it comes to in-memory databases, data will be stored in RAM. It is clearly mentioned here. It will be processed and it will be stored in the RAM. So there, we don't have any doubt. There is no such doubt that the RAM is not faster faster than hard disk. RAM is definitely faster than hard disk here. So when compared to row format, columnar format will be having some kind of advantages here. Let's see. So if you see here, like we'll come on to this document here, Power Pivot. Power Pivot is an in-memory columnar database, right? I'll come on this why it is called as in-memory. The other name for the RAM is in-memory. RAM is also called as in-memory. So we are telling that Power Pivot is an in-memory columnar database. Columnar why? Because it takes like columnar storage it would be having. It would be stored, the data would be stored in columnar format, right? So we use the Power Pivot to store the data that is required for analysis purpose. So specifically, in the earlier sessions, I would have told you that as compared to SQL Server, when we make some kind of reports, so whatever data we are having, will not take it from the data sources. Whatever the required data would be there, that would be stored in what? Power Pivot. So whatever the data required for the analysis purpose, it will be stored in the Power Pivot, right? We'll see now the difference between in-memory and traditional and relational databases here. So in traditional databases or relational databases, it will be stored in disk and accessed from the disk. It is pretty much clear. I have explained these 2 points to you. And on the other hand, in-memory, it will be stored and accessed from RAM. Now here, let's understand here how it is actually working. So here, what this in-memory would do is, this is traditional database. What it will do is, it will take each row, like these are the row, right? It is having row here. It will just take each row and it will store in one block. Like this is 1 block, 2 blocks, 3 blocks, right? There are blocks here, right? Block 1, block 2, block 3. And it will just take this first row and it will just store it into each block. So one row will be stored in first block. Second row will be stored in second block. So likely row it will take and it will just store it here. So when you store the data based on row wise, here, each block will have different data type. Now, how different data type would be there for each block? See, if you see here, employee name, right? We are having this column. Employee name is there, job is there, salary is there, department number is there. What would be the probable data type for this? It's a text. Employee name means text. Job, it's a text. Salary, it's a number data type, right? It's a number data type. So if I take this row, it would be a combination of different data types, right? This Miller would be a combination of text, Miller and clerk will be a combination of text, and this would be a combination of number data type, right? So when you store the data based on row wise, each block will have different data type, right? If you see row 1 here, Miller and clerk is text, And I already told you 13, this 1300, this first row salary and department number, these are a number data type. So when you have different data type, it is not possible to run the compression algorithms. We can't compress it. It is difficult to run the compression algorithms here if the data types would be different. So when you are not able to run the compression algorithms, it will occupy more space. It will occupy more space, right? It will take more space. But when it comes to in-memory database, let's see, this is an in-memory database. But when it comes to in-memory columnar database here, data will be stored in columnar format, right? Data will be stored in columnar format. This is columnar format. This here simply we are not taking the row. We are just taking this first employee name, right? Like this. It will be stored in columnar format. Same table, when I try to store the same table in Power Pivot also, it will use this in memory columnar database. So it will store in the columnar format in the Power Pivot. So first it will take this first column data, it will store it in first block, right? This is block 1, block 2, block 3. So it will store in first block. It will take the second column, it will just store it in block 2. When it stores the data in columnar format, the first block contains, if you take an example of this first block contains what type of data here? Completely text data. Completely the data type is text for this. We don't have a combination into this for each block. We don't have a combination of different data types here. So previously the first block contains what? They were having like text as well as numbers. But second block contains what type of data is? Only text. That means a column might have mostly will have a same data type. So when you have same data type data, we can run the compression algorithms easily. Here the data type is same, so running the compression algorithms would be easier for us. So when we have same data type, there is some text compression algorithms. Text compression algorithms can run on the complete text data. Likewise, number compression algorithms will run on the number data type. Likewise, it will do. So we have seen this in-memory columnar databases here. This is how it stores. Firstly, talking about the traditional or relational database, it will store row wise. This row would be stored into this block. This row would be having a combination of different data types, right? And it is having different data types. That is the only reason we can't run the compression algorithms here. That's why it will take more space. It will take more space. On the other hand, this is in-memory database here. Here we'll store the data in the columnar format, and we'll store it. Let's take an example. This column 1 will just store in block 1. Column 2 will store in block 2. Likewise, we'll go on. So taking about the column, mostly it will be having the same data type. It would be because it would be a columnar database, right? Columnar. So likewise, it is clearly mentioned here. Columnar storage makes it possible to read the data faster, which is crucial for analytical queries, right? Now we have understand what is in-memory columnar database. Now the interviewer might ask some questions. We have seen this. We have seen this here. So this also I can explain here. What are the advantages of columnar format? In this document also it is mentioned the advantages of columnar database. From here only I have copied it here. So advantages. Let's see the advantages here. So when you create the reports or visuals on Power Pivot or in-memory database, you can see the data in reports or visuals faster as you access the data from the RAM. That's the reason here, right? The data is highly compressed in the Power Pivot, approximately 1/10 of the source data. You can see here, it is a SQL server, right? Here 100 GB of data was there. It is compressed into Power Pivot. In the in-memory database, it will be compressed to around 1/10 of this source data. Here SQL server is based on row format. Power Pivot or in-memory database is based on columnar format. So data will be highly compressed here, right? So when we perform the aggregate calculations in-memory columnar database, so aggregate functions in the base, in the sense what I mean to say here is, so whatever reporting we do, we do aggregations only. So if I'm talking about the aggregations, sum of sales is what? Aggregate, right? Sum of sales is aggregate. Whatever we do, whatever reports or visuals we make, we make it on the basis of aggregations only. So whenever we do for aggregations, so whenever we go on for aggregations here, when we perform the aggregate calculations here on in-memory columnar database, they are much faster. They are much faster than the row databases here, right? So when we perform aggregate calculations in in-memory columnar database, when you perform the aggregate calculations on Power Pivot, they are much faster, right? That is the reason. We are generally performing the aggregate functions in the reports and visuals. So that's why I can say that Power Pivot is a perfect fit for the reporting purpose. So it can be used for the reporting purpose to get the to open the report as soon as faster as fast. So this was regarding the advantages of in-memory columnar database. We have seen that. Now there might be interview questions. See, why I am taking this much in depth is because the interviewer might ask you, what do you mean by in-memory database? What do you mean by columnar database? What do you mean by relational database? These kind of questions are already been asked in many interviews. So you need to know about traditional databases, relational database, in-memory database. You should have knowledge on that. Now, the another question is, they might ask you, what do you mean by Vertipaq software? Vertipaq software. If you have seen here, we have seen this, we have covered this in-memory columnar database. Now, let's talk about this Vertipaq or X Velocity in-memory software. So, the next question would be, highly recommended, this question would be always asking by the interviewers. What do you mean by Vertipaq software, or what is X Velocity in-memory software? This kind of question would be asked to you. So these both are same, right? These both are same. Vertipaq is also same. X Velocity in-memory software is also same. So in Power Pivot, internally there is one software available, right? That software name in the older days, it was Vertipaq software. It was Vertipaq software, Vertipaq. So in the older days, they used to call it as Vertipaq software. Internally, it is stored into this Power Pivot. So Microsoft renamed that Vertipaq software now to the latest name for that software, for that Vertipaq software is X Velocity or in-memory software. The latest name for that is X Velocity in-memory software. That is the latest name for that. Earlier the name was Vertipaq software. Any question can come. What do you mean by Vertipaq software? What do you mean by X Velocity in-memory software? So both of them are same. It is just an older name. This is a newer name, right? So where this software is available is, it is available. This software is internally available in the Power Pivot. So what is this? So what this X Velocity in-memory software will do is, when you load the data from the Power Query to Power Pivot, whenever you load the data from Power Query to Power Pivot, this software will store the data in the columnar format. Once after storing the data in the columnar format, it will just compress the data. Say two things it will do. It will just store the data into columnar format, and after storing the data in columnar format, it will compress the data. So Vertipaq software is a software internally available in the Power Pivot. We have already explained this. This software will store the data in columnar format and compress the data, right? So all this, whatever we discussed till now, are Power Pivot internal mechanism. You should know this Power Pivot internal mechanism. So when you create reports, in the reports, greater than 90% of the information would be aggregation, right? I told you while talking about the in-memory, 90% of the information what we shows is the aggregate information. We will show count of orders, right? We'll show count of order. Count is what? Count is aggregate, right? Count is aggregate. We might show sum of sales. Sum of sales is what? Sum is what? Aggregate, right? So sum of sales, count of orders, this kind of things we are going to show here, right? So these are all aggregate. So what this point shows, what this point says actually, this aggregate calculation, when you perform the aggregate calculations on Power Pivot, they are much faster. They are much faster. So in SQL Server, let's assume we have around like 100 million sales transaction here. Let's say it is just taking a time of 10 seconds of time to give the output. Same sales table, if we load into Power Pivot, the same 100 million records are there, and same aggregation we perform here. This will give results within 2 to 3 seconds. Like earlier in the SQL Server, 10 seconds it will take, but here in the Power Pivot, it will take around 2 to 3 seconds of time. So on the whole, what I would say is Microsoft designed this Power Pivot software purely for what purpose? Reporting purpose, right? Now, what is the other part is, as a Power BI developer, in Power Pivot, we'll perform two activities. In Power Pivot, we perform two activities. Firstly, what we perform is data modeling. Data modeling we perform here, right? Secondly, enhancing the data model or DAX language things we perform, right? Two things we perform here. So for around 4 to 5 hours of time, we'll talk about this data modeling concept. Around more than 10 hours of time, we'll just talk about this enhancing the data model or DAX. So we'll just start with the data modeling now. So data modeling is what? Data modeling is establishing the relationships between tables and establishing the relationships between tables. We call it as data modeling. If we are creating a relationship between two tables, if those two tables are there, if we are creating or establishing a relationship between two tables, we call that process as data modeling process, right? So here, I just open Power BI desktop here now. So we'll just open a blank report here. So here we'll go to Power Query. We'll take some files, Excel files we'll take. From sample superstore we'll take orders, people and returns table. So orders, people and returns table we'll take this time. Press OK. We'll take some files, EMP, DEPT. Okay, we have loaded the tables now. If required, we'll transform the data here. And what we'll do is we'll just go to close and apply. So when you start loading the data into Power Pivot, that XVelocity in-memory software will come into picture here now. As soon as you click on close and apply, it will try to load the tables into Power Pivot. So what this software will do is, in Power Pivot is, it will store the data in columnar format and it will compress the data, right? That's what the thing it will do. So where we see all these things is, we can see this in model view, right? Model view here. Let me just show you this. In the model view, we'll see this. We'll see these tables here. So first thing after loading is, what we need to do is, we need to do the data modeling work, right? In the model view, this is a model view here. In this model view, after loading the tables, we can see many of the tables are already having the relationships, right? They are already established the relationships. They are established the relationships here, or the people, orders, returns table, right? They have established the relationships here. So between all these tables, this line are there, right? This line. If I talk about this people table and orders table, this line is there, right? This line we call it as relationships. This line between this table. This is one table, people table. This is other table, orders table, right? There is one line between this people table and orders table. What do you mean by this line is? This is a relationships. This is relationship line. It shows that these two tables are connected through this relationship here. So one point we need to understand is, majority of the data modeling work is done by the Power BI itself. We have seen, right? I have made this relationship here? No, I didn't make this relationship. Did I make this relationship here? No, I didn't make it. So what I mean to say here is, majority of the data modeling will be done by Power BI itself. So Power BI will do the modeling work, but it will not do the whole. But it will not do 100% of the work. That's why it has not identified any relationship between that, and it has not. Although there is an order ID, still it has not identified it, and still it was not done. So 100% of the modeling work is not done by Power BI. Something we also need to do. For example, let's take another table here. Like we have taken some of the files from Excel sheet. We'll take this time. This time we'll take some files from SQL Server. Right? SQL Server. I'll just give it here the credentials. Just give the credentials. So here we have got product database, right? Product database. So we'll take customers, product, and sales state table. Customers, products, and sales date table. We'll take this, we'll load it. So when we load this in the Power Pivot, you can see these tables, right? You can see this table here. These are the tables which have come from the SQL Server. These are the tables, right? These are the tables. They are already having a relationships here, right? They're getting it automatically, right? So how Power BI is doing this? We are not doing this relationship, right? We didn't do this. We didn't initiate any kind of relationships here. So how the Power BI is doing it? Like Power BI has got two check boxes. I'll just come on this. Power BI has got two check boxes that we need to check in. That is the only reason like Power BI is getting these relationships done for us. So what are those two check boxes are? How to go to those menu is, we'll go to file menu here. We have got options and settings here. Into this, we'll go to options. Here we'll find current file, right? Current file is there. Into this, we'll go to data load. In the data load, if you see these relationships here, we have got a relationships here. We have got these two check boxes here. What is the first check boxes? Import relationships from data sources on the first load, right? Import relationships from the data sources on the first load. So what it means to say is, like for example, in the SQL server, if two tables are already there, so in the SQL server, they would be having some kind of relationship between that, right? They would be having some kind of relationship between those tables. So what it is telling is, you not only bring the tables from the data sources, but you also bring the relationships with you. So in order to enable this process, we need to check in for this import relationship from data sources on the first load, right? What do you mean by the second thing is auto detect new relationships after data is loaded. So when the data is loaded into the Power Pivot, you should be able to auto detect it. You auto detect that and you form the relationships, right? So these are the two check boxes we need to always keep on if we want the Power BI to do the relationship work for us, right? So here, I'll just click on cancel here. So one thing we need to understand, sometimes our company will store the data in some databases SQL server. I have explained you, right? In the SQL server, those tables would be already having the relationship between them. And with that, it get transferred here. So first time when you bring the tables, whatever the relationships you have, let's say the SQL server, I have customer, sales and products data table here. In the SQL server, we are already having some relationships between this, right? This product, sales and customers table here. So this table will have relationships. So between sales and products table, I have relationships. When I bring these tables to the Power BI, it will not only bring the tables, it will just bring the relationships with them. So it is just related to the first checkbox. If it is not selected, you will not get this relationship, right? Because it will not carry forward. It will not bring it from the data sources. It will not transfer those relationships here if that first checkbox is not checked in. And one thing I would like to tell you is the first checkbox, right? The first checkbox, it works only for the databases. It works only for the databases. The first checkbox will only work for the databases. Now talking about the second checkbox was what? Auto detect, right? Auto detect the relationship after loading into Power Pivot. So once you load the tables into Power Pivot, this checkbox will read all these 9 tables. How many tables we have got here? We have got 9 tables, right? I'll just go here. How many tables we have got? We have got around 9 tables. 9 tables. So once you load the tables into Power Pivot, this checkbox will read all these 9 tables. In these 9 tables, it will find any common column between this, any common column name between the tables. With that common column name, it will give the relationships. This auto detect option will work for only the data sources. This auto detect option will work for all the data sources, right? So whenever there is no relationships, you need to go and give the relationships. I told you it is not 100% sure that it will make the relationships on its own. Sometimes it may leave like this. Like it has left some relationship here between returns and orders table. Although we are having order ID, it might be because of if the order ID would be having some empty space, it is not able to check that this is also order ID. It might be because of data type also. There are n number of reasons why it has not detected the relationship. So if the relationships is not formed by the Power BI, we need to go and give the relationships. One thing I would also like to mention here is auto detect not only give the relationship between the same data sources. Like for example, we are having the 2 data sources right now. We are having SQL Server as a data source. We are having Excel as a data source. So auto detect not only give the relationship between the same data source, but it will also give with the different data sources, right? Now, the question would be coming in your mind, like why we should do, what is the need of this databases? What is the need of this database? Why we should go on for the databases? So see, I have clearly mentioned here import relationships from the data sources on first load. It will only work on the databases. Auto detect new relationships. Once this data is loaded, this is a second checkbox, right? It will work for all the data sources here, all the data sources, right? So the question is, what is the need of this data modeling? What is the need of data modeling? Why we should go on for data modeling? What is the need of establishing the relationships between the tables? These two questions are same. Even in the interview, they might ask you these questions also, right? So what I meant to say here is, so here, let's see some example here. So generally what will happen, majority of the clients, majority of the cases, the clients will ask us to create the visuals using more than one tables. See, how many tables we have got here is, how many tables we have got? We have got manager table, we have got employee table, we have got department table, right? But it's not that like client would always talk about the, like he would be always requiring the visuals based on employee table. It is not that case. He would be, his requirement would be based on all the tables or maximum tables which he has given to you. Based on the combination of tables, they will ask you the relationship. So for example, here, for example, if I want to get something from here, like employee information or employee name wise sales, if I want to get employee name wise salary, if I want to get, so department wise employee department name wise salary if I want to get. So for this, what I mean to say is department wise salary if I want to check, department name wise salary if I want to check. So salary column where? It is there in the employee table. It is there in the employee table, right? Salary column is there in the employee table. Salary column is here. Like department names and department number would be here. So what it would do, we need to combine this, we need to join this relationship, then only we would be able to use the department name from here. We would be using the salary information from here. In order to use the salary information from this, in order to use the department name information from them or location information from them, and in order to show that into table visual, it is mandatory to have relationship between employee table and department table, right? So it is not like that. See, the requirement can be from any table, right? It would be a combination of 3 tables. It would be a combination of 4 tables. So it is mandatory. If I want to club those information and if I want to showcase it through the visuals and reports, it is mandatory for us to have a relationship between those two or 3 tables, right? So here, one thing I would like to show here, I'll just close this. I'll just close this first. I'll just close this. I'll just not save that. What I'll do, I'll take another file here. Sorry guys. So this time what we are going to do is, we'll just go to blank report here. I'll just take this blank report. This time I'll simply go to this files, options and settings. We'll go to those 2 options. We'll just go to those 2 options, data load. I'll just uncheck these 2 settings, right? I'll just uncheck these 2 settings and now I'll bring the tables, right? Now this time if I bring the tables, I'll just bring the EMP DPT table here. Let's take one from Excel, one from SQL Server. So we'll take this department table, employee table, manager table. I'll just load it. And we'll take one more thing. It would be there in the recent sources. No, we don't have a recent sources right here. Okay. So we'll take a SQL Server now. So SQL Server, I'll just enter the credentials here. So I'll take product database table here. Product database I'll take some of the tables here. I'll take customers table, products detail, sales table, right? I'll just load it. So now I have loaded it. I have loaded this table. Now where we do the data modeling activities in the model view. Let's go to this model view. Now here, if you see here, what we are able to see is, this is department table, employee table, manager table, right? We are not having the relationships done for us, right? Here also for customers data, products data, sales data, it was not done for us from the Power BI, right? So this is how. So because of those 2 checkbox option which I have unchecked it is not doing the relationship for us. So what we can do is, how we can do the relationships, how we can initiate the relationship here is based on what? Common numbers, right? Common columns. What is the common column between these two tables is department number. I'll simply take this and drag it over this. I'll drag it over this. It would be 1 too many. I'll just save it. Right? I have just saved it. I have made a relationship between department and employee table. Now here, what is the common column? We have got manager number. Here also we have got manager number. Let me just drop in here. Let me just drag and drop in here. As soon as I drag in from the employee table, manager number, from this manager table, manager number I'll take. I'll just save. Right? So this is how we can give the relationships by our own. Here also some common column would be there. Customer key is there, product key is there, right? We would be having customer key also here. Product key is there. Product key. So it would be having number of common columns would be there. On that basis, we will be doing this all data modeling work. So when we don't have the relationship between the tables, sometimes we will not see the data in the visuals properly. Sometimes we'll see the wrong data in the visuals. So that is also one of the reason we should have a relationship between the tables, right? So what is the answer for that is, what is the answer for first question is, what is the need of the data modeling? So majority of the cases client will ask us to create visuals from using more than one table. That's why we should go on for data modeling. What is another one is, what is the need of establishing the relationships here? So here, when we don't have a relationship between tables, sometimes we will not see the data in the visuals properly, right? Sometimes we will see the wrong data. So you can make utilization of these questions here, right? This answers whatever provided here. So where exactly we do all these things, manage relationships. So data modeling work, where we do is, so data modeling work will be done in the model view, right? We are here. Data modeling work is done in the data modeling work here. In the model view, we do the data modeling work, right? In the model view also, where we'll do the data modeling work means we'll go to manage relationships. We have got an option here called as manage relationships. So when I go to the manage relationships, you will get here. What are the right now I have two relationships here, right? Right now I have got two relationships here. So I made this relationship, right? On what table? Employee department number, department number. On this common column we are having. What is the status of that? Active. Here manager column, and in the manager table, manager column, we are having this relationship between these two tables, right? So one way to give the relationship between the table is, we can select the common column, drag and drop onto the common column. That is the first way which I have shown to you. What is another way to give the relationship is manage relationships. There is an option called as new relationships here, right? New relationships. So here we can give the relationship between the tables. So in this manage relationships, you are having an option called as auto detect, right? This is auto detect. It is the same option which we have in the second checkbox I have shown in the options and settings. This auto detect is equivalent to the second checkbox here. So now if I click on this auto detect, as soon as I click on this auto detect, it will detect two relationships for me. Found two new relationships which you have been added to the semantic model. I'll just click on close here, right? It will be added here. So the relationships is done with the help of the click of this auto detect option here, right? Auto detect option here directly. So here, if you see, this relationship is not, this is made by us, right? This is done by whom? This is done by Power. This is done by Power Pivot or data modeling. Manage relationships has done it automatically with the help of auto detect option. It has done, right? Here. What is the common column between this? Customer key is a common column. What is the common column between this? If I just hover onto this, I'll see the common column here. What is the common column here is? I think it's, yeah, product key, right? Here also product key would be there. Yeah. Product key are the common column. Here, what is the common column? Customer key and customer key is a common column between this. So this was just about the data modeling work, where we do the data modeling work. In the manage relationship, we'll do this. We'll see this manage relationships options, edit option, delete option, filter option, whatever options we can see, we'll just see it in the coming sessions. So now we have got another concept called as dimension columns and fact columns. You know it very well, right? These two columns. So talking about the dimensions and the fact tables, let's talk about this columns. So we will have tables, right? So generally we are dealing with the tables. The tables are stored in relational database. The tables are stored in Power Pivot. We are just storing the table into database with the help of, so data is stored in the databases with the help of tables, right? So tables will contain some columns, right? So columns would be categorized into two things. Columns would be categorized into two things. First one is a dimension column. Second one is a fact column. There are two types of columns which we can find. So columns will be categorized into dimension column and fact column, right? So whenever I'm just talking about, let's talk about the fact column first. Fact column first. Let's talk about that fact column first. So whenever in a table, a column is a number type, is a number data type. If the column is a number data type, right? And on top of that, it is having an impact on the business. It is having some impact on the business. We call that column as fact column. Let's see here. So here we have got employee table, department table, and manager table, right? So employee table will go here. So here, now what I said is for fact column, what are the two conditions I have already stated is the fact column should be having a number data type, right? It should be having a number data type here. Number data type. Fact column should be having a number data type. Let's go to this home options. So in the table tools, we'll see. So here, whole number, salary is whole number, right? What is this? Department number. What is this? That is also whole number. Department number is a whole number. Department number is a whole number. Employee number is also a number data type. Salary is also number data type. So what are the two conditions? First condition is it should be a number data type. Second condition is it should be having an impact on the profit or the business. It should be having an impact. For example, let's take an example of this employee number. Employee number is what? Employee number is a number data type column, right? It's a number data type column. So out of two conditions, one condition is satisfied, right? It's a number data type column. But secondly, if I observe, employee number has nothing to do with the profit, or it will not be having a direct impact on the business, right? So the second condition fails here. So can we call this as a fact column? No, we won't call it as a fact column. For calling it as a fact column, it should satisfy this both the condition. Firstly, it should be a number data type. Secondly, it should be having some impact on the business. Now let's take another example. Salary, right? Salary is what? Salary is a whole number here. Salary is a whole number. So it's a data type. It's a number data type, salary, right? Salary is a number data type. Now, first condition is satisfied here. Second condition is not satisfied because, second condition is also satisfied here because salary, how much amount of salary we are just paying, it will be having an impact on the business. It would be having an impact on the final calculations. It will be having a business on the profit, on the business. So this salary column is fulfilling these two conditions. So we can directly call it as a fact column, right? So what do you mean by this date column? Date column has nothing to do with the business. It is not a number data type. So what it would be? It would be a dimension column. It would not be a fact column. Commission column is a fact column, right? It's a number data type. It's a number data type. Moreover, it is having an impact on the business. So we can call it as fact column here. So fact column, what are the examples of fact column is quantity. Quantity is the example of fact column. Sales is an example of fact column. Profit is an example of fact column. So these are all the fact columns, the example of fact columns. Now, what do you mean by dimension columns? Dimension columns. So dimension column will contain the descriptive information which describes the fact. So what? So dimension column would be always describing the fact column. It will be describing the fact column. So always the descriptive information, category, subcategory, these are the descriptive information, what it is. Region is also one of the descriptive information giving thing. So these are all the dimension columns, right? It comes under dimension column. It will contain descriptive information, dimension columns. So these are the dimension and fact columns here. See, it is very important for you to know all these basics, because what will happen whenever an interview would be started with an interviewer, what he will be doing is he will be just starting with the easiest questions. He would be starting with some kind of easiest question, and as soon as you start answering that, he will make the questions tougher for you. So initially, if you don't answer the basic question, you would not be able to handle the tougher question. You will not get to that stage. Initially only he will just cancel out the interview there itself. He will tell you that, okay, this basics also you don't know, how you will be answering the other questions. whatever I'll be offering. So these basic things, what do you mean by columnar database, X velocity software, Vertipaq software. What is another name for the Power Pivot software is Vertipaq. Vertipaq was the earlier name, X velocity in-memory software. Why it is called as in-memory? It is purely the data is coming from what? Data is using the RAM. So data is loaded into RAM. It will process the data from the RAM. That's why it's a in-memory name is there. What we do in Power Pivot, what are the two activities you perform in Power Pivot? So you can't tell that, okay, we do relationship thing. It's not a proper answer. We do the data modeling thing. Data modeling is nothing but establishing relationship between the two tables. This should be the flow of the answers. It would be. Enhancing the data model means what? Enhancing the data model in the sense creating the new information on the basis of old information with the help of some functions and operators which we can use in the DAX language. DAX language. Like this kind of answer should be coming out from you whenever such kind of questions would be initiated, right? So see, the basic important part which the interviewer will always focus on is data modeling part and DAX part. They'll be majorly focusing on the questions would be based on these two things always. Relationships, what do you mean by fact table? What do you mean by dimension table? Like this. Relationships, managed relationship is what? What is autodated function? What will happen if I uncheck this option? What are those two options which are available in the options and settings through which I can control the relationships of the tables? So you would be able to answer those things, right? So this was just the first introductory session for Power Pivot. Now tomorrow's session would be all about dimension and fact columns, dimension and fact tables, cardinalities, and we'll see these managed relationships in depth. So initially what we'll do is we are having some 3 to 4 sessions for the data modeling part. We'll just finish the data modeling first and then we'll initiate with the DAX. We'll initiate with the DAX in the coming sessions. So this was just about the dimensions and fact tables, fact columns, which we have seen. It is very much important. And like if you gave in-depth information about if you give them in-depth information like these rows would be there like this in-depth. If they ask you how the columnar format works, how the columnar formatting works, how it is stored in columnar format, what is that? So you would be able to tell that in the row storage, this whole row, which would be a combination of different data types, it would be stored in multiple blocks, one block for one row. Likewise, the data is stored in the row format. And why it is slow, why it is not able to compress means it is having different data types in the row storage, right? You would be able to tell it in detail, in depth. If your answers are in depth, then it would create some impression on the interviewer. Like he would come to know that you have got an in-depth knowledge on that topic particularly, right? Columnar storage, again, the columns are stored into block 1, block 2, block 3, and columns would be having the same data type. That's why it's faster. With the same data type, it is faster. This kind of answer should be there. One more thing, whenever an interviewer would be initiating an interview, what will be the first question is, how will you rate yourself on the scale of 5? On the scale of 5, how you will rate yourself on the scale of 5? He will ask you in the data modeling, how will you rate yourself? In the Power Pivot, how you will rate yourself on the scale of 5? So in these 4 modules, he will just ask you. And if you say that, okay, Power Pivot, I'll rate myself around 4.5 or 4, then he'll start like grilling you properly in the interview. So likewise, you need to tell them what is your knowledge on that. So on the basis of on the scale of 5, they would ask, and with that, they'll just initiate the interview with that. They will ask you how much knowledge you have regarding SQL, how you will rate yourself on the scale of 5 for SQL, for the queries in SQL, how you will rate yourself, like that they will initiate. So you would be able to, you should always firstly decide like what would be your scale within a scale of 5. On the scale of 5, how much you will give yourself. whether it would be 4, 4.5, 3, 2.5, like that. So you should be pretty much clear on all these things. So here we are done with today's session. So today is a class 2 for Power Pivot. In the first class, we have seen these things. We have seen these things in the first session. So here we have seen the introduction to Power Pivot. We have seen in-memory columnar database. What do you mean by Vertipaq? X velocity in-memory software. We have seen the introduction to data modeling. Why data modeling is important. Those things we have seen. And also we have seen some introduction regarding dimension and fact column. So today is a class 2. Today is a class 2 for specifically for Power Pivot. So in this today's session, we are going to take fact and dimension tables, fact and dimension columns. Then we have to see dimension tables, fact tables. Then we have to see like types of cardinalities or types of relationships today. And we'll see the manage relationship options. If time permits, we'll also take this active or inactive relationship. So this is the agenda for today's session. Let's start with today's session. So before that, let me just load some couple of tables to the Power BI. So while loading, so generally what we'll have tables, right? We'll have tables and table will contain some columns, right? Table will contain some columns and columns are categorized into dimension columns and fact columns. It is like pretty much clear in the earlier session. Like we have got tables. Sometimes we will have those tables would be having some columns and they are categorized into dimension columns and fact columns, right? Now, so generally, just I want to give you a brief overview of the fact column. So if I go to this orders table, let me just take the orders table here. I just take this orders table here. So as we go to the table view here, let me just go to the table view. Where in the table view, we have got orders table, right? So this all column names and these rows are available here, right? So the first thing is, I would tell you some examples here. So if I need to tell one column it as a fact column, it need to satisfy two conditions, right? It need to satisfy two conditions. For example, that what is the first condition for a column to be fact table is for a column to be fact column is the data type of the column is a numbered column, right? So this is also whole number column this is. But can we call it as a data type? Can we call it as fact column? No. What is the second condition is for telling it as a fact column? It should have an impact on the business, right? It should have an impact on a business. That is the second condition it needs to satisfy. So row ID has nothing to do with the profit, right? Row ID is although it is a number data type column, but the second condition it is just failing. So order ID, this is what the column other than fact column is what? Dimension column, right? This is what the column other than fact column. Is it a date? Is it a number data type? No, this is not a number data type. So this is a dimension column. This is not a number data type. This is a dimension column. So all the date columns would be dimension columns. Ship mode what? Ship mode is a dimension column, right? Customer ID, text, no, it's not eligible for that. But we are having some of the columns here that belongs to fact. This is what? Sales, right? Decimal number data type. Sales will be having an impact on the business, right? It will be having on the profit. So what do you mean? Like these sales is satisfying both the conditions. So sales would be a fact column. Quantity what? Number data type, right? First condition, number data type. Second condition, quantity. If the more quantity would be there, the profit would be good. The profit would be good. The business would be good, right? So it would be having the impact on the business. So what it is? It is a fact column. Discount is also less discount, more profit. More discount, less profit. So it is having an impact. So discount is what? Discount is a number data type, although it is having an impact on the business. So it is a fact column. Profit what? Profit is also fact column. So this four are what? Profit. These four are what? Fact columns. So the columns rather than this, these are called as dimension column. Dimension column will always describe the fact column. Dimension column would always describe the fact column, right? So dimension column will contain descriptive information which describe the fact. So we are pretty much sure now, like what do you mean by fact column, what do you mean by dimension column. Now let's start with today's agenda today. So today the first topic is what? The first topic for today's session is dimension tables, right? Dimension tables, fact tables. So let's see guys, dimension tables. So dimension tables. So a table which contains a primary key, column and the dimension columns, that tables we call it as dimension tables, right? I'm repeating again. A table which contains a primary key and a dimension column, that table is called as dimension tables, right? Primary key column means what? Primary key columns means what? A primary key column means that column will allow only unique values. A particular column, particular column will allow only unique values. Plus, it should have no null values, right? That is a primary column, right? Primary column will have no null values and it will allow only one unique value, right?
That you can use this table.
Yes, yes,
Vishwa, please be on mute.
We use sometime laptop we will write.
Correct. Let me once he will come. Let me see.
So this is what? Dimension tables, right? So I have given one column, right? That column one, for that column one, we have given one primary key constraint, right? There is a primary key constraint which would be given to the column, right? That primary key constraint in the column one, you want to enter unique values, right? So if you already entered 1001, for example, this is a primary column, this one, right? This first column, customer key column, is a primary column. If I have entered 1001, will I be allowed to enter 1001 again? No, because it should be a unique value. This column will allow unique value only. So that's what the primary key would be. And what is the other condition is it will not allow the null values also. It will not allow the null values also. So primary key is something like that, which would allow only unique values, plus so no null values would be there in the primary key. So that's what the primary key. Dimension table is a combination of a primary key column plus dimension column, right? So we'll take some example here, right? We'll take some example. So the best example for the dimension table is what? The best example for the dimension table is customers table, right? Customers table. We have got here customers table, right? Customers table. Now, if we see here, let me just highlight this customer table. This is a customer table, right? The highlighted one is the customer table. So when you want to place an order in an Amazon site, right? I'm just giving you an example. When you want to place an order in the Amazon site, first you need to register with the Amazon site, right? Being a customer, we need to register with the Amazon site. So when you are registering, you will give your name, will give your mobile number, etc. Will give your email ID, will give your name, will give your mobile number, will give your address, right? Being a customer, when for the first time we registered with the Amazon website. So all these details will be stored in the customer table. Like this is a customer table. Let's imagine that the information of the customers are stored in this customer table. So what column we are having here is, the first column we'll have is a primary key column, right? I already told you, dimension table, it's a combination of primary key column and a dimension columns, right? So this is a primary key column. The first column would be customer key column, and unique identity would be there, and unique number would be given to that, right? Unique identification key would be given to that. So for example, when you join in any company as an employee, every employee will be having some unique identifier number. In the same way, for any business, every customer will have one unique identifier number. So this is unique identification number 1001, 1002, right? So next column we will have customer name. Into this, the customer name would be there. First name is Sulen, Shri. These are the customer name. So here, these many columns can be there in the customer table, right? Whenever a particular customer will register in the Amazon website, these all the input values he should be inputting to the Amazon website. And there would be a customers table which would be created with these details. So we can call this as dimension tables, right? We can call this as dimension tables. So for every record, for every customer, the record will be entered in the customers table, right? This is customers table here. Now here, if you see this customer key, if you see this here, so customer name is what? Customer. For example, customer key is what? It's a number data type, for example. Customer key is number data type. But do we have any impact on the business? So no. So what it is? It is what? It is just a primary key, right? It's just a primary key. Secondly, customer name, this column is a text data type column, right? So it is a dimension column. Email ID, it's a text. So it's a dimension column. Mobile number, although it's a number data type, but it is not having any business impact on the business. So it is what? It is dimension column. So dimension column address is also a dimension column here, right? These are what? These are dimension column. So what I said in a definition is in the dimensions, in the what do you mean by dimension table is dimension table would be a combination of a primary key and a dimension column. So we have got a primary key here. Customer key is a primary key here, a unique identification number, okay, which will be allowing only unique values and it would allow no null values. And the other hand, we are having dimension columns here, So this is what the example for the customers table. Now, what is another example? I can tell it as another example can be a products table, right? Products table can be another example of this dimension table. So here, all the product details, whatever the product details the Amazon would be dealing in, those all product details would be stored here, into this, right? All the product details would be stored here into this tables, This table is what? Products table. Now, if you see this is a products table. This is the highlighted one. So all the product details will be there in this products table. When Amazon is selling a product for that product, they will, for that particular product, for example, if they are selling Acer laptops, if they are selling iPhone, so for these products, when Amazon is selling a product, for that product, they will give one unique identification number. This is a unique identification number called as product key, right? So it would be having product name, it would be having product code, product description or color or the details regarding product. So this is a second example for this dimension column, right? So dimension column, I told you, primary column, primary key would be there and what? And another one is dimension columns would be there, right? So these are the two tables which are there. Here also dimension table is there and a product and a primary key is there, right? Primary key would be there. Now, this was all about the dimension tables. Now, secondly, if I want to talk, what is another type is? Another type is fact tables, right? Fact tables. So dealing with the fact tables here, fact tables will contain foreign key columns, right? It will be having foreign key columns plus fact columns would be there. So it's a combination of foreign key columns plus fact columns. Like in the dimension table, what it was primary key column and dimension columns. But in the fact tables, it would be a foreign key. It would be a combination of foreign key and fact columns, right? So here, the best example I can give it for this is a sales table, right? Sales table. Like I have highlighted this. The example for this is a sales table, right? Sales table. Now, if you see here, so for example, when I go and purchase one laptop, right? When I go and purchase one laptop, let's say I purchased an Acer laptop here, right? Record will be entered into sales table, right? Into the sales table, the record would be entered because it's a sales, like it's a sales information. So it is just stored in this sales table here. A record will be entered into the sales table. Sales table contains what type of column means? A foreign key column would be there. A foreign key column would be there, right? Foreign key columns would be there. This is a foreign key column, foreign key column 1, foreign key column 2. So in sales table, you will not find the customer name information, right? You will not find the customer name information, who was the customer, what was the product. You will not find those kind of thing. You will only find the foreign keys and the fact columns here. Foreign keys and the fact column. Now, if you carefully observe here, this customer key which is there, it is coming from what? It is coming from this, from the customers table. So this is unique identification, right? For some of the customer here. It is available here in this customer key. And the product key is available where? Product key is available in the products table, right? So here, this foreign key, sorry, this fact table would be having these columns. We will be having two foreign key 1, foreign key 2, right? That is called as customer key or product key. And the remaining one are quantity, unit price for that particular product, the discount would be applied onto that product, the sales amount, final sales amount for that particular product, right? So it is just, so here this is just a fact table which I am showing here. These are the fact table. Sales is what? It's a fact table. These two are what? These two are what? These two are dimension tables, right? So, for example, guys, carefully listen to this. Now when Sunil purchased Acer laptop, a record will be entered in what table? A record will be entered in the sales table, right? When Sunil purchased one laptop, that record will be entered here. And this is that record here. This is that record, right? This is the record which is entered here. 1001, right? Sunil has purchased the laptop here. So when Sunil has purchased Acer laptop, record will be entered in the sales table. In the sales table, this is the information. The same Sunil, after some days, if he purchase one mobile, one more entry will be entered here. One more entry will be entered here for this mobile. See, these two entries are there for the Sunil. See whose customer key it is? 1001 is for the Sunil customer key is 1001. Here what it is, it will allow is, here it will allow only unique number. But in the sales table, there can be a single customer who will be having multiple transactions. He will be buying multiple products into this. The same example is I am given here. Sunil has purchased one Acer laptop. Sunil has purchased one what? Sunil has purchased one iPhone. This 5002 is what? 5002 is iPhone. 5001 is what? Acer laptop. And whose customer key it is? Sunil. So Sunil 2 times he has purchased here something, right? And one more thing, this foreign key columns and fact tables will allow what? It will allow duplicates. It can allow duplicates. Foreign key will allow duplicates. That's why we can see number of times this value is repeated. This customer key is repeated here. Here also product key is repeated. Here product key is repeated. So foreign key we having, it can allow duplicates. Now there was a 2 transaction for Sunil, right? And here we are not storing any customer name information, or we are not storing any product name information. We are just taking their foreign keys from their primary key. So the one which is having here primary key, the other it would be having here foreign key, right? So in this way, the table is the data is actually stored in the tables, right? So after a few days, what has happened? These 2 transactions has happened. After a few days, what has happened? Shri has purchased the Acer laptop again. Right? The record will be entered where? The record will be entered in the sales table here. That's why we can see. So the customer key for the Sunil is what? 1002, right? 1002. This is a record. Here it will be entered. What is the product? Acer laptop product. What it is? 5002. Sorry, iPhone he has purchased. So it has taken 5002 here. 5002 here again. Right? So in this way, the information would be stored. Like this, for every sales transaction, one record will be entered in the sales table. If you look at the sales table, it contains the foreign key column. The other remaining columns are what? Fact column. This is what? Fact column, right? Quantity is what? Fact column. Unit price is what? Fact column. Discount is what? Fact column. Sales amount is what? Fact column, right? So generally why I am explaining all this is because mostly the clients will ask us to create the visuals using dimension tables and fact tables only. So whenever we are creating the visuals, always 99% of the time, clients will ask us to create the visuals using both dimension tables and using fact tables. Both of the tables, they would ask us to make the reports on. Now, for example, let's see one example here. I'll give you some example here. So now in the visuals, client is asking to show customer name wise sales, right? Client is asking to show some information to show on the visual. What is the name of that? Is customer name wise sales. So where I would be taking the customer name is available where? Customer name is available in the customers table, right? See, customer name by sales, if I want to show customer name by sales, right? Customer name by sales. So customer where? Customer information is where? Customer name is where? Customer name is information is in customer table, right? where we'll be getting the sales information is customer name by sales. So one column would be coming from the customers table. Another column where we can get the sales column is, we can get the sales column. This is sales amount. This is the sales column. We can get it from the sales column, right? Customer name is available in the customers table. Sales amount is available in which table? Sales table. So when we want to create this visual, we need to have a relationship between this customers table and the sales table, right? We need to have a relationship. Then only we can show them together in a visual, right? To establish the relationship between the customers and the sales table, to establish the relationship between this customers table and the sales table, right? We are maintaining a customer key in both the tables. We are maintaining a common column between that. So what is a common column between this customer key and the sales table is sales. See, customers table and sales table. What is a common column? Customer key is a common column. Here customer key is unique. Here it is having duplicates, right? In the sales table it is having duplicates. In the customers it is having unique. So here customer key is that common column which we are maintaining in order to make a relationship between them. So customer key is that common column, right? So we'll give the relationship between this customer key and the sales key on the basis of customer key, right? So once you give the relationship, how it will calculate the customer wise sales is, I'll tell you the process. So basically what I'm going to explain here, how, like whenever we take a table visual, whenever we make some visuals out of two tables, how internally the mechanism works, how internally it shows the data, that mechanism we are more interested in. So the customers table and sales table we need to focus on now. So once you give the relationship, how it will calculate the customer wise sales is, first it will take the first customer. What is the first customer here? Sunil, right? It will take the first customer first. What is the first customer here? Customer here is Sunil. How it will show sales means, for Sunil, what is the customer key? 100, right? For Sunil, what is the customer key? 100 key. 100 is a unique key. Now this 100 will send, this 100 will send from customer table to the sales table. This 100, okay, it has identified this unique key. Now this 100 would be sent from this customers table to the sales table, right? It will be sent from the customers table to the sales table. It will filter. Now this, it would match with this. It would match with this customer key here. Okay, 100, 100. Okay, it is matched. 100, 100. It is matching, right? So what it will do? It will just carry this information here, sales amount, right? It will carry this information for these two records. It will show the sum of sales. It will sum up this 90,000 plus 45,000. It will sum up and it will show you some information, right? It will show you some information there. So this is how it identifies. Firstly, it will go to this customer name. Then it will identify the unique key. That unique key would be going to the sales table. It will be checking for that unique key. It is matching with that. Then it will carry those records and it will just sum up the sales amount. And then it will be showing me what? It will be showing me what? Customer name by sales, right? So this is how it works. So what is the next customer here is Shri, right? So how it will calculate for Shri is, so what is the customer key for him is 1002. 1002 for the Shri. We have seen the example for the Sunil. We'll take the example for the Shri. So it will identify this 1002. That 1002 will send the sales table. It will send the sales table. How many times? Only one time, because we have got only one time here, 1002. Now it will show me. Then it will just match with this customer key and we'll get this information here. Then we'll get this information here, right? 90,000, it will show the sales. So like this, the primary key and the foreign key will help us to establish the relationship, and it will be helping us in data modeling or joining the two tables or forming the relationship between those two tables, right? Now here we have seen this. So likewise, product name by sales would also work in that way. We have seen the example. First example is between the customer name by sales, right? Now, secondly, if there is a requirement for product name by sales, how it will show is, so where the product name is there, product name is it is available in the products table, right? So product name, I'll just take it from this table. From where I'll take the sales information is, from the sales table, I'll take the information. So what will happen? for this customer, for this product name. So the same product name, it will identify the product key. This product key, it would be sent to the sales key. Here it would match 5001, 5001. Okay, this particular record it will show for the product, for this product key 5001, right? So this is only one transaction is there, it will show. Secondly, iPhone 13, it will go to this. It will go to this 5002. It will identify this product, this key, primary key, and then this 5002 would be matched with this product key again. This product key will identify like it has got two transactions here. It has got two transactions here, and then product name by sales, it would show. Likewise, it would show. So let me just show it to you practically now in the Power Pivot. Now we are in the Power Pivot. Let me just show it in the Power Pivot. We'll go here in the Power Pivot. We'll just remove this. Don't need this this table right now. So I'll just remove this. We'll take another table. We'll just take another table. We'll take the table from SQL Server this time, right? SQL Server. So I'll just enter the SQL Server details here. This time I'll take product database. Product database. I'll take product database. So here I'll take the customers data table. I'll take the products data table. I'll take the sales data table. The same tables which I've explained to you. I'll just take it now. Now, if you see here, if you see in this, automatically we got the relationships, right? We have got these relationships automatically. This is product table. This is sales table. This is customers table, right? Automatically we'll get the relationship between these tables. Now, what we'll do is I'll just delete this. I'll just delete this relationships. Right? I'll just delete this relationship. We have deleted the relationship, right? Between these three tables now. Now the easy way to delete the relationship is like this. We can just delete it from here, right? We can delete it from here. Likewise, I have deleted the relationship here. Now, what is the other way for deleting the relationship is? Let me just show it to you other way. For example, one more time I have taken the relationship. Now, how we should delete it? This line is there, right? This is called a relationship. Here I can delete it directly, or simply what I'll do is I'll go to the manage relationship. We have got an option here, manage relationship. From here we can delete it, right? This is a relationship here. This is managed relationship here. So here we have got a sales table. Here we have got a customers table. Simply I need to click on this. I need to click on this. These are the two relationships, right? I can simply press on delete. So I can delete this in these two ways. I can delete there. So now client is asking to show product name by sales, right? Product name by sales. Client is asking to show here product name by sales. So product name is available where, guys? Product name is available here, English product name, right? English product name in the product table, right? In the product data table. Sales column is where? Sales data, right? Sales. It is available here, sales amount. The sales amount, it is available here in the sales data table. So to show this product name by sales, in order to show this, I need to have a relationship. Right? Without relationship, it is not possible for me to show the visuals. If I go here, directly take this product name by sales, if I want to show, I'll just take this table visual here. I have taken this table visual. I'll take what? Product name, English product name, right? English product name I'll take. I have taken the English product name here. These are the product name. Now I'll drag in sales also. We have dragged the products data from the products table. Product name from the products data table. We'll drag a sales amount here. From what? From the sales table. Sales amount. Sales amount will drag. So now it is showing the data, right? It is showing the data. You can see the data here, right? You can see the data. But here, is it showing correct? So what it is doing is, this is just a completely wrong data which it is showing. It is just what it is doing is, it is telling that for every product, this is product. For every product, it is doing the same sales, which is not possible, right? It is not possible. So when you don't have the relationship between the tables, sometimes in the visual, it will not show the correct data. It will show you the wrong data. Sometimes in the visuals, it will show you the wrong data. So this is the wrong data which it is showing. Why it is happening is just because of the relationship. So when you are taking a dimension column, we are taking a dimension column from what? We are taking a dimension column from the product data table, from one table, fact column from another table. It will show the data, but it will show the wrong data table. This is dimension table. This is what fact table, but it is showing this is correct, right? Dimension table is correct. But in the facts table, the information is not correct. This fact information is not correct for this table. So if you want to see the accurate results, accurate data here, what you need to do is you need to give the relationship between the sales data and the product data table. So because why we are giving the relationship between the sales data and product data table is because we are using the sales column here. We are using the English product name column for product data. So sales data and the product data should have the relationship between them. To give the relationship, the easy way is to identify the common column. What is the common column between these two is? What is the common column? I told you, customer key, right? Product key. Product key is a common column between these two. We need to identify the common column. We need to drag in. So here product key is a common column, right? Here also product key is there. So what is the easiest way? I can drag simply onto this product data, product key. So here, as soon as I drag in here, we can see many details here, right? This is the easiest way. I have dragged in here. Now this is product key. It has identified this product key and this product key are the common columns between the product data table and the sales data table, right? Now here I have dragged in. We have seen this here. What we see is we can see the cardinality here, right? We can see the cardinality here. So how many types of cardinalities here are? Here are 4 types of cardinalities. Here we need to select the cardinality. Cardinality would be having 4 types here. Many to one, one to one, one to many to many, right? These are the types of cardinalities. And we have got a cross filter direction also. I'll come on this cross filter direction. I'll come on this. So here we have to select single both. But for time being, we'll just go on with the single option here. Now here, let me just give it a relationship here. I'll give this relationship. Okay. Make this relationship active. I'll come on this, what it is. So I'll just click on save, right? I've clicked on save. Now, as soon as I give the relationship, you can see I have got an accurate value into this visual. Into this visual, what I'm getting is I'm getting an accurate value into this visual here. Now the second way, I'll just delete it one more time. What is the second way of forming the relationship? I told you. First way is just dragging from this table onto this table, right? This is the first column. Now what is the second way is? The second way is I'll go to this manage relationship. We have got this manage relationship option. We have got this option. Currently no relationship is there, right? This is the second way I'm telling. Simply you can click on this new relationship, right? I'll click on this new relationship. As soon as I click on this new relationship, it will be asking me what tables you need to select. So I need to select what? Products table, right? Products data table. What is the second table? Sales data table I need to select. As soon as I select the sales data table and products data table, it will identify what? It will identify a common column between that, and it will take the cardinality as one to many here, one to many directly. So this is the second way. I'll just go on save. And it will just make the relationship like this. I'll just close this. Now we can see here, we have got the accurate results here, right? Now here, if I want to check this 505406 is correct or not for all purpose bike stand, right? All purpose so where this is? All purpose bike stand is, it is in English product name. English product name is where? In the products table, right? Let me just go to the English product name table here. Let me just filter it. Let me just validate it, whether it is correctly or not, whether it is correct or not. So where? English product name, right? I'll just simply select here. What I'll do is all purpose bike stand. It is right. All purpose bike stand. I'll click on this OK. As soon as I click on this OK, now here, what is this? Product key is what? 487, right? 486. 486 is the product key, right? For this, what is the product key? 486. So what I'll do is, now this product key, what is the other table is? Sales table, right? In the sales table also we are having a product key like this, right? So I'll go to the sales table here. Here product data, what is that? 486, right? I'll go to the sales table, 486. I'll just filter it by 486. 486, right? 486. As soon as I select this 486 here, now if you can check here, what is the amount here? What is the sales amount here? 159. How many records are there? 159 is the sales amount. But how many records we have got? We have got how many? 37, right? We have got here how many records? Distinct values. 34, right? Let me just do it. So here, what we'll do is 159 into what? 159 into what? 34, right? We have got 34 here. 34 filter rows here. 34 filter rows, right? So here 34 are there. 34 filters. So 159. So 159 how many times? 34. 34 are filtered here. So what I'll get is, see, I'll simply do it here. Calculator. Here. 159 is the value. 159 into what? Into this 34. 34 is what? 34 transactions are there. So 159 into 34, 5406, right? 5406. What is the value you are getting here? 5406. So this is how you should validate the results. This is how, excuse me. This is how you can validate the results. Whatever the results you can get, you can validate. You can do the unit testing like this. So we have seen this. So we have seen here how it is used, how the product key, how the relationship would be formed, in what ways the relationship would be formed between the two tables. We have seen these things here. Now we'll see the type of cardinalities here. Let me go here. So generally what will happen is there are 4 types of cardinalities, 4 types of cardinalities, right? 4 types of cardinalities here. So we have seen one of the cardinalities is, so let's see here, we have got this many cardinalities. So, so how you need to choose cardinalities is, so in the product data table, if you go to the product data table here, product data table, let's go to the managed relationship. Let me just delete this again. Let me just delete this here again. I'll just delete this relationship. So in the product data key, in the product data table, for example, product data table, let's see here, in the product data table, this is a product data table. So here we are having what? We are having what? Product data key is, product key will be unique or duplicate here. It will be unique. In the products table, it would be unique, right? Product key will be a primary column here. So when it comes to the sales data table, product key will be unique or duplicate. In the sales data table, what it is? Product key is what here? Product key is repeating here. Product key is not unique. Product key is having duplicate. So here it is unique. Here it is duplicate, right? Here it is unique. Here it is duplicate. So it is here. It is repeating multiple times in the sales table. If we check between the products table and the sales table, here the product key is what? It is unique. Here it is what? It is repeating. Multiple times the product can be sold here, right? So that's why it is multiplied here. It is multiple times we can see here. So one product might get sold 10 times also, right? So what is the cardinality you need to choose is based on the common column you need to choose the cardinality. So cardinality means what? So cardinality means in the products table, product key is unique, right? In the products table, the product key is unique. In the sales table, it is what? It is having duplicates. So here, if you check in this, while going to manage relationship, if I take a new relationship, if I take a products table here, if I take a sales table here, right? So here what? See, you can see here. You can see here in the products table, it is one time, right? So one, it is only unique one time here. In the sales table, it is multiple. It is multiple times. See 537, 537, 537. So here one stands for this one, and many means what? Asterisk. So one to many. What would be the relationship? What would be the cardinality between this is one to many. One to many. One is on the product side, many is on the sales side, right? So if I click on this, it has taken one to many, right? It has taken one to many. If I go and check, if I go and make it 1 to 1, is it going to happen here? No, it will not take. It will not take. It is not allowing me here. It is showing some error here, right? So I need to choose a particular here, one to many. One-to-many is a proper one. Then only it will give me a save option here, right? So 99 times 99% of the times when you are giving the relationship, the cardinality you will have is one to many only. One to many will be repeating always whenever you do. 99% of times it will repeat like that only. One to many would be the preferred one, right? I will discuss this. So now I'll just give this relationship here. Now between the products and sales table, you got the relationship, right? You got the relationship between the products and sales table, right? So it is showing correctly. Now next one is the client is asking to show customer name wise sales. Now the client is asking to show customer name wise sales, right? Customer name wise sales here. So to show the customer name by sales, I don't have the customer name in a single table, right? I don't have it in a single table. I have it in many tables. Right? So let me just show it here. Let me just take a table visual. What we want is customer name by sales, right? Customer name. So for checking for the customer name here, customer name is there in first name. We don't have a single column here. We just have a 3 columns here. Middle name, last name, right? Sorry. Yes, this is the one. So here it is showing, it is having 3 names here. First name, last name, middle name. And if I want to drag what I need to take it, sales amount. Sales amount, where I can find the sales amount is. Sales amount is where? Here. Sales amount. I'll just drag in sales amount here. As soon as I drag this sales amount here, again it is showing me the wrong data. How can it be possible that for all the customer it is showing the same sales amount? So now we need to give what? We need to give relationship between the customer data table and the sales data table, right? We'll follow the same state. What is the common column we are having here is, we are having a customer key as a common column. Customer key, right? Here also we have got the customer key. I'll simply drag this on customer key here, right? Customer key. Or what we'll do is, we'll go this time to manage relationship. I'll take this time what? I'll take a new relationship here. We'll do here what? Sales. Let me take here what? Customers, right? I'll take it customers table this time. I'll take a sales table this time. Sales table. How it is showing? How it is showing? Right? It has already identified customer key here. It is a 1. What it is? 1. Here in the customer data table, if you check here in this example, in the customer data table, are we having any kind of duplicates here? No, we have got only unique values in the customer key. In the sales table, how many customer keys are there? 2 types of here duplicates are there. 1001, 1001, right? It is duplicate here. So this is one side, this is many side. It is called as many side, right? Many side. So here the sales table would be what? Sales table would be many side, right? That's why it is taken 1. That's why it is taken many. So this is not one to many relationship, right? I'll just form the relationship. As soon as I form the relationship, I'll just close this. Now we'll go to this visual here. Now we'll see this visual here. Is it showing correct data or not? Yes, it is showing me the correct data now. It is showing me the correct data. Earlier it was showing the total of all the rows, right? So this is one to many cardinality, right? Now it is correct, right? How I can check this is correct or not? Where is this first name? Where this is? It is in what column? From where I am taking this? From the customer data. If I go to this, what's his name? Aaron Sharma, right? If I go to the customers table, if I go to this customer table, we have got first name here, right? First name. We'll take Aaron here. Aaron. I'll take this Aaron here. I'll just click on this Aaron. Aaron what? Aaron Sharma it was, right? I'll take Sharma here. I just want to make sure that the values it is showing correct or not. Customer key, right? This is what. So what is the customer key here? 11801, right? So I'll go to what? I'll go to sales table. I'll go to sales table now in order to check. In the sales table, 11801, right? So here in the customer key, 11801, I'll just filter here, 11801. So, sorry, it's not coming, guys. Something is wrong here. So here, customer key was 11801, Aaron J. Sharma, right? Here, is it correct, right? 11801. 11801. I'll go to the sales table again. I'll just clear filter here. So here, customer key. Yeah, now it's coming, right? So we have got 3 transactions here. So what is the sales amount for that? What is the sales amount here? 2.29, right? 2.29, 35, 49. Let me just add it. Let me just add it here. So we have got 2.29 plus, we have got 35 here, right? Plus 49.99, right? It is coming 87.28, right? So 87.28 we are getting. So means what we have done is we have done the validation for this. We are getting the correct results now. So this was just example for one-to-many and many-to-one. See, talking frankly about it is one-to-many and many-to-one are same. One-to-many and many-to-one are same, right? Now here, one-to-many, for example, if I go to modeling tab, sorry, not this, manage relationship. If I go this manage relationship here, if I form this, if I take, see, earlier what I have taken is, I'll just delete this first. I can delete it from here also. I'll just delete this product and sales data, right? Products and sales data. Now, currently what I've taken is I've taken the sales data first. Then I've taken the product data. I'll just delete this. I'll go to new relationship. I'll go to new relationship. Now product and sales I want, right? Product data and sales data. Okay, products data I'll take, and I'll take sales data this time. I'll take sales data. Now you can see one-to-many right here. One-to-many is the relationship between this. Now if I take a sales data first, and if I take the product data second, then it would be many-to-one, right? So now if I take sales data here, let me just cancel this again. I can take another one. Now this time what I'll do is I'll take sales data. Now I'll take product data afterwards. So what it is? Many-to-one. Same. Whatever I take it first, that would be taking it as. So one-to-many and many-to-one are same in all the aspects. So we have seen one-to-many, many-to-one. We have seen many-to-one, one-to-many. We have seen. Now there is a. Let me just give you one example for one-to-one here. So one-to-one. So this is one-to-one here. We are just showcasing some example here for one-to-one here. So for example, if I join in one company as an employee, right? There is an ABC company. When I join as an employee there, my details will be stored in two different tables. One is employee table, right? One is employee table. This is employee table where my details would be stored. Where I would be given one employee ID column, employee ID, I would be given, my name would be Sunil here, employee name, my phone number would be mentioned here, right? My details would be stored in employee table. And my passport related details, they are just storing it another table. That is passport table. There are two tables, they are storing my information. So my passport related information, they are just storing in this table. So passport table is having employee ID, passport number, issue date, valid date, right? Same. So these two information they are storing. So in employee table, what type of column you have is, these are the columns. In passport table, you have these columns, right? So for every employee, if we check for every employee, one record will be entered in the employee table, right? We are pretty much clear on this. So for one employee, we will enter only one passport information, right? Because every one employee would be having its own passport. So only one passport would be there. So if you see the example of customer and sales data table here, it might be having the same customer might place multiple sales. In sales table, the same customer, he might be there for multiple times because he can do sales transaction multiple times. But what is happening in this case is, we are having this employee ID, we are having these two tables, right? Employee table and the passport table here. Now my client is asking a visual. In that the visual, client is asking to show employee name and passport number. He just asking me to show employee name and passport number. So we need to bring two different columns from two different tables now, right? So we need to have a relationship between the employee table and the passport table, right? So based on the common column, what is the common column here? Employee ID. Here, let me tell you one thing. Here also it is unique. In the employee table also this is unique. Here also it is unique. In this passport table also it is unique. So what would be? In both the tables it will be unique. So the cardinality would be 1-to-1. Here the cardinality would be 1-to-1, right? 1-to-1. So this is how, this was an example for 1-to-1 cardinality. Generally we don't use it. Generally we don't come across such kind of scenarios. 99% of the time we'll get 1-to-many, many-to-one kind of relationships here. Now here I would like to bring to your notice something here. Now, So these are the one-to-many, like one-to-many examples, customer sales. See, if I told you, if I take customers earlier, it would be one-to-many. If I take these customers in the second time, so it would be many-to-one. It would be same, right? See, same, this customer table is same. For one-to-many, sales table and customer table I am using. Sales table and customer table I am using. But what I am doing is, for the first time I am taking customers table, and customers table is having a unique key. And if I am just joining it with the sales table is having what? Duplicates. So one-to-many it is taking. So this is how one-to-many has come from these two tables, right? Now, if I take many-to-many, I am claiming that one-to-many is same and many-to-one is also same. So this time what I am doing is, I'll take the sales table. So sales table is what? Sales table is many, right? So many would be coming first. So many to one. Customers table, many to one. Here unique would be there. Unique key would be there. So many to one it would be. So one to many to one it is same. See, this many to many option we are going to see in the coming sessions. Today I can't showcase this. It requires some time to showcase this. But let me come to some kind of point here. So here we have got this managed relationship, right? We have got this managed relationship here. Managed relationship. So it is having multiple options here. If I want a new relationship, I can get it from this new relationship we have already seen. If there are no relationship between the tables, I can simply click on this auto detect, and this managed relationship would give me the auto detect. It will auto detect the relationship between that, and it will show me, okay, 2 relationship found or 3 relationship found, and it will directly give the relationship between those 2 tables. Now, if I want to change this, for example, this relationship is established, right? And by mistake, I have made this relationship. What I can do is I can simply click on this, or I can click on this. I can edit this, right? I can edit this here. I can make the changes there. If I want to make the changes, I can make the changes here. This is how this edit relationship function would work for the manage relationship option here. For the manage relationship option, this is working. This will work in this way, right? So if I want to delete this, what I'll do is I just go do this. I'll just click on delete and it will be getting deleted, right? Now here, I would like to tell you one thing here. Now you can see something here. What is the status for this is active, right? Active. So we'll just come on this point. What do you mean by active and inactive relationship is? I'll just come on this point. Now for showing this active and inactive relationship, let me just bring in some table here. Let me just bring in one more table here. We'll go to SQL Server here. SQL Server. This time I'll give the server details. Server details here. I'll take product database. Product database, I'll click on OK. Yeah, I'll bring this time data, right? I'll just bring this time data. Just click on this, I'll just load it directly. Okay, it is just loading now. As soon as I see here, you can see here, right? Customer table, time data table, right? I'll just bring this side. I'll bring this time. Okay, it's this side. Right, sales data table, time data table. Right, so we are having some relationship between this. If you see carefully here, we can see carefully here, right? We can see. I'll just make it a little bit smaller. This is a relationship it has got. It is a relationship here got. Right? We have this table we have bought time data, right? So in the managed relationship, we'll get some relationship like this. You will see here few relationships which are selected here. Now, if I go to manage relationships now few of them you can see here status. In this status, you can see few of them are active, few of them are inactive, right? This is active, this is inactive, right? Inactive for what? I have bought this timetable, right? In timetable, for example, if you see here, a simple minor observation I'll tell you, because we are running out of the time today. So I'll show you one minor observation here on this. Now we have got how many tables here? See, this sales data, what it is a table name. Customer data, what it is, it's a table name, right? I'll just extend it a little bit. I'll just extend it from here. I can extend, right? Okay, it's not getting from here. I can maybe. Okay, leave it. Okay, this sales data is a table, right? Customer data, it's a table. What is a column? What is a common column between this is customer key, right? Customer key is a common column. So for the sales data table and customer data table, the relationship is active, right? It is active. Now, if you see here, for the sales data table again, for the sales data table, due date key. And what it is? Time data table. Time data table. Time data is what? Time data is the name of the table. Here, what key it is? Time key. So between time key and due date key, this relationship is formed, right? Here it is active. Now, someone can tell me here why for this two only it is inactive. We have got order date key here. See, this is sales data table again. Sales data table again. Time data is there. Time key is there. Here it is inactive, right? Here also it is inactive. So time data table I have got 3 times here. 1 time, 2 time, 3 times. In one of them it is active. Why it is inactive in 2 types? Like why it is inactive here? Why it is inactive here? What's the reason behind that? So here, let me tell you one thing. Let me go to this here. So here, between 2 tables, how many relationships can be there? Between 2 tables, how many relationships can be there? Between 2 tables, how many relationships can we have? We can have many relationships, right? We can have many relationships. We can have many relationships, right? You can see from between these 2 tables, sales data is 1 table, time data is 1 table, right? Between these 2 tables, how many relationships? 1, 2, 3. These are what? Many relationships we have got between these 2 tables, right? It is pretty much clear this point. This is an interview question, guys. They might ask you, between 2 tables, how many relationships can we have? Right? The answer is many. And the other question would be popping out from that is, between 2 tables, how many active relationships can we have? Between 2 tables, how many active relationships can we have? So the answer is only 1. Only 1 relationship can be there that should be active. Only 1 active relationship would be there. What is the proof for that? Here. See this. Time data table, sales data table. Time data table, sales data table. Time data table, sales data table. Between these tables, between these 2 tables, sales data table and time data table, only 1 active relationship would be there, right? Even though it is having many relationships between these 2 tables, but out of those relationships, only 1 active relationship can be there. Between these 2 tables, between any 2 tables, only 1 active relationship can be there. There can't be multiple active relationship between 2 tables. That's what the observation from this here, right? So these are the interview questions here, only 1. And one more thing, when we create, I'll just come on this point in the coming sessions. So today we have seen this product data table. Sorry, we have seen the dimension table. We have seen the fact tables. We have seen how the process works, how internally it works. So you'll get a recorded session. You'll get a recorded session on the active relationship and inactive relationships. For that, you will get a recorded sessions, and into that. I'll also mention the cross filter direction. Cross filter direction is also there. So that will also be covered into this active and inactive relationships. So you'll get 1 recorded session. So let's start with today's session. We have already started with Power Pivot. In those Power Pivot is actually divided into 2 parts. First one is data modeling part, and the second one is enhancing the data model or DAX part. So data modeling part, overall, we are having like 4 videos on that. So we have done with 2 videos. You'll get 2 more videos as recording. In those 2 videos, in the 3rd video, you'll get the active and inactive relationships. You'll get in that. You'll get the cross filter direction in that. And in the 4th video, you'll get the schema. You'll get the schema, types of schema, and all those things in detail. You'll get those videos. So from today, we are going to start with enhancing the data model. Enhancing the data model means we are just starting the second part of Power Pivot, that is DAX. So some introductory sessions would be there, and then we'll start with the DAX. So today, we are going to start with the DAX. So before that, so DAX is one of the important part in the Power Pivot. Before starting with that, let me just take some let me just take some tables in the Power BI. So we'll get some tables here. So the tables are stored. We'll take some tables from sample superstore. So from today, we are going to starting with the enhancing the data model. We'll see what types of DAX functions we have got. We will see how much important the DAX is there with respect to Power Pivot, with respect to the creation of reports and visuals. Let me just take an EMP and DPT table also. So we'll take this EMP and DPT table. So once after loading the tables, we can start creating the visuals. Once after loading the tables, if required, we need to give the relationships, right? We need to give the relationship here. We need to give the relationship. We have seen the data modeling part. Here, we need to give the relationship, right? So now, generally what will happen is, generally companies will ask us to show some information, right? What is the basic idea behind this development is, companies will be asking us how to show the information in the visuals, right? In the visuals and reports. In order to show the information, we have done some ETL activities. We have got the tables from the OLTPs. We have done the ETL activities in the Power Query. We have also done the relationship here. We have also done the data modeling part here. We have given the relationship to the tables. With these tables and relationships, when we start showing the information, with this data modeling, whatever ETL activities we have done, with this, if we start showing the information, it is not possible to show all the information, guys. It's not possible to show all the information here. We can show only 70 to 80% of the information by after this data modeling part here. 70 to 80% of information in the visuals we can show. What about the 30% left, or 30% information we can't able to show it. Now my client is asking me to show region-wise sales, for example. Let's see here. Sorry, this Excel. Yeah. So for example, here, if my client is asking me to show region-wise sales, right? Region-wise sales. So we have got orders table here, right? Orders table we have got. Let me just zoom in a little bit. Yeah. So here, region-wise sales. So I'll just take a table visual. I have taken a table visual here. I'll just take this region, take this region column here, right? Yeah, and I'll take the sales column here, right? So we are showing here region-wise sales here, right? Region-wise sales. This is region-wise sales, right? So my client is asking me to show region-wise sales. We can get this requirement fulfilled by taking the region and sales column from the orders table. Along with this region-wise sales, now my client is asking me to show percentage of sales, right? Percentage of sales here. Now the third column, they want me to show as percentage of sales here. So percentage of sales is what? It's a new column, right? It's a new information. Percentage of sales is a new information, right? Percentage of sales. Can we see this in the orders table here? We can see the region we have dragged in. We have seen the sales we are dragged in. Can we see the percentage of sales here? Percentage of sales. No, it's a new information, right? Percentage of sales is a new information which is not readily available in the table. So in the same way, my client is asking me to show my client is in the same way. My client is also asking me to show employee name, salary, and department number, right? Let me just show it. I'll take a table visual here side by side, right? Now my client is asking me to show employee name. So employee name, where I can get is in the employee table. Employee name. Okay. Employee name, my client is asking me to show employee name. Now salary, right? Salary he wants me to show. I have shown the salary. And department number he wants me to show, right? We have shown here department number. Along with the salary and commission. So here commission also my client is willing to show here commission, right? Commission here. Right? Commission he want me to show. So along with this salary and commission, now he's asking me to show the total salary in the visual. They are asking me to show total salary in the visual, right? Total salary in the visual. Like total salary, how we'll get is? It's a sum of salary and commission. Do we have a total salary column here? No. Total salary in the sense, salary, the addition of salary and commission, the sum of salary and commission. So when the client is asking to show total salary, it is not available in the tables, right? So here, first 2 points you need to understand here is, I'll tell you the first 2 points which needs to be understood here. So clients will provide the data sources, right? They are going to provide me this data sources, right? Now the second thing is client will ask us to show the information in the visual. This is what? This is information only, right? Whatever we are showing into this visual, this is what region-wise sales. It's an information, right? It's an information. They want me to show employee name, department number, salary, commission, total salary, that kind of thing, right? So now here tables and relationship here, with the tables and relationship in the model view, if I go in this, like this tables and relationships together, we call it as data model, right? It is pretty much sure here. Tables and relationship, we call it as data model, right? Tables and relationship are formed into this Power Pivot. We call it as data model here. So with the data model, with this data model, we can only show how much information is 70 to 80% of information only in the visuals we can able to show. So client will ask us to show new information in the visual, right? This is a new information. This is a new information, right? Percentage sales, it's a new information. Total salary, it's a new information. So in order to show the new information, currently whatever data model we make that is not sufficient, right? This is not supporting me. Whatever data model, this is called as data modeling, right? Currently this data model is not supporting me to show the new information because I don't have that new information here. So if I don't have, how I will show that information in the visuals and reports, right? To show this new information, you need to make some changes to the data model, right? To show this new information, here, we need to make some changes to the data model. And making change to the data model is called as enhancing the data model. Making changes to the data model, we call it as enhancing the data model, right? Here. Creating new information, using the existing information, we call it as enhancing the data model. So here, so we need to make changes to the data model. We call this as enhancing the data model. We call this process as enhancing the data model, right? So for creating a new information, what we should be using is, we will be using existing information, right? For example, here, let's understand it clearly. Here, for example, I need to show percentage sales, right? Percentage sales. So I will be using some kind of old information, whatever we are having, whatever existing information we are having, that I will be using in order to show the new information, right? Here also, salary and commission is already available with me. Like I will be using the salary column and the commission column in order to calculate the total salary, right? So I'll be using the old information or the existing information. I'll be using it. I'll be using the existing information, and we call this creating the new information using existing information. We call this process as enhancing the data model, right? Enhancing the data model. Now here, percentage-wise sales, right? Percentage-wise sales, if I want to show, what is percentage-wise sales here, right? This is current region sales. Current region sales is what? This is current region sales. Current region sales by, this is what? This is total sales. So this divided by this, I'll get the into 100, I'll get a percentage sales for this, right? I'll get this percentage sales. So this divided by this, into 100, I'll get the percentage sales, right? Total salary plus commission, I get the total salary. So in order to create the new information, only existing information is not sufficient. In order to create this new information, only existing information is not sufficient, right? Along with the existing information, we'll make use of a language called as DAX language, right? Only existing information is not going to help out into creating the new information. With this existing information, we need to make use of a language called as DAX language, right? DAX stands for Data Analysis Expression Language, right? DAX stands for DAX, right? Data Analysis Expression. Data Analysis Expression Language. So we call it as a functional language, guys. We call it as a functional language here. Functional language. Now, why we call it as a functional language is because 99% of the DAX is all about the functions. 99% it's all about the functions, right? 99% of the DAX, it's all about the functions. So DAX will have functions. DAX will have functions like what? DAX will have functions like some function would be there, right? Some function would be there. Some function is what? It's a function. Sum is a function, right? Average is a function. Divide is a function. So 99% of the DAX language, it's all about the functions. So functions means sum function, average function, divide function, like this. DAX language will have lot of functions into that. It will have lots of functions into that. So that's what the DAX language is. Now, DAX language is not only about the functions, right? Even DAX language also contains some kind of operators here. Even DAX language also contains some kind of operators here, right? Operators. Now, DAX language operators in the sense, there are many operators, right? There are many operators. Let me just show you. Let me just open one document here. Let me just go to this Power Pivot. Yes, Power Pivot. We are having the material, right? Let me open this also. It would be useful. No, now it won't be useful, I guess. So let me just close this off. Where it is? Oh, what happened? Okay, let me try again here. Let me just close this. Okay. So I'll just open some kind of functions here. Data modeling. No, DAX, right? We'll see this introduction to DAX, right? Into this, if you see, I told you it's a combination of functions, right? It's a combination of functions. Yeah. So I was talking about the operators, right? It's not only about the functions. It's not only about the functions. I'm talking about DAX language here. DAX language is not only about the functions, but also the operators. If you see these operators here, there are types of operators here, right? Arithmetic operators are there. If you see this, these are the operators. Plus is an operator, minus is an operator, asterisk, slash, caret. These are the operators, right? Operators here. So here comparison operators are there. Many operators are there. So we will be using all these operators with the help of the functions, and it will be, we'll call it as a DAX language. We'll call it as a DAX language, right? So we are pretty much clear that DAX is a combination of functions and operators. New information is not only about the existing information, but also about the DAX language, right? And 99% of the DAX language would be full of functions and operators, right? So we know that data modeling is done in the model view, right? Here data modeling is done in the model view. And data modeling is done in the model view, right? And whenever creating new information, whenever I need to create new information, creating new information can be done in this table view. In this table view, we'll enhance the data model, we'll create the new information, we'll derive the new information here. So enhancing the data model can be done here, right? It can be done here. So it was called as table view also. Table view, right? Table view, not data view. So table view, what we'll be doing is in the table view, if you go here, enhancing the data model, where we can do is in the calculation part. If we go to this model view, in the model view, we'll do the data modeling part. Here in the table view, we'll do the enhancing the data model. We'll create the new information with the help of this section here called as calculations. This section here, calculations, is there, right? You can see this section, calculations. In this calculations, we have got new measure. We have got quick measure. So there are three types of information. First one is what? Measures. Measure is divided into new measure and quick measure. We'll come on this, right? Second one is we can create the new information with the help of column also, by creating a new column, by creating new measure, by creating a new column, by creating a new table, we can create the information here. So what I mean to say here is, so I can create the new information by using columns, by using measure. Either we can use columns, either we can use measures, either we can use tables, right? So we have to use this information for what? We have to use this functionality for creating the new information. New information is nothing but the DAX expressions, right? DAX expression is purely a combination of existing information plus functions and operators. Right? It's pretty much clear here. Now table view. I'll just select this table view. I'll just select the table view. Here if we go, select the table view, where we need to create new information is in the table tools. In the table tools. If you see here, this is what? Table tools, right? In this table tools, we are into table view. If I go to table view, if I go under the table tools, in this table tools, we have got calculations here, right? We have got calculations here. In the table tools, we have got calculations where we can create the new information. Right? Pretty much clear. Now here, when I'm talking about new information, three types of new information would be there. We can either create the new information by creating the columns. We can create the new information by creating the measure, or we can create the new information by creating the tables, right? How we'll do this is, if I want to initiate a new column, what I'll do? What I'll be doing is, I'll just simply go here. I'll simply go here. I'll click on new column, right? I'll click on new column here. So we have got new column, right? Here, if I want the column, if I want the measure, what I'll be doing is, if I want the measures, I'll directly click on new measure or quick measure here. New measure or quick measure. I'll be creating any one among this as per the need, as per the requirement. I'll be doing that, right? Here. And when we want to create one table, right, we'll directly go here. New table option would be there. New table, right? So it is pretty much clear. Whenever we need to create a new information, we'll be going to this table view. In this table, we will go to the table tools. In this table tools, we'll go to this calculations, and any one among this will initiate the DAX language, right? Any one among this, we can use it. Now here we have got what? We have got columns, right? Now the question is, now when to initiate the column? When we'll come to know that we should go on with column? When we'll come to know that we should go on with the measure? When we'll come to know that we should go on with the tables? Which we should use in what kind of scenarios? That would be the question, right? That would be the question here. So simply, I'll just give you one example here. We are here, right? We are here. Let's take this example. Now here we have got the employee name, right? Employee name is there, department number is there, salary is there, commission is there, right? Commission is there. Now, if I want the total salary, right? If I want a new column to be added into this table visual, if I want this, what is the total salary is? Total salary is an addition. It's a sum of salary column and commission column, right? For second row, what would be the total salary? Would be 1900, right? It would be 1900 here. 1900. Likewise here, 1750, right? 1750. So 1750 it would be, right here. So likewise, if I want a total, if there is a requirement that I need to create a new information, that is total salary column, which is a sum of the salary column and the commission column. So what I mean to say here is, if you carefully observe regarding this requirement, for each row, I'll be getting different values, right? I'll be getting different values. I'll get 1900 here. I'll get 1100 plus 0. I'll get 1100. I'll get 2850 because we don't have commission here. So likewise for each row, if we want the new values, if we want to see the values, each row, as per each row, the values would be changing, right? Each row, if I want that with respect to each row, then we'll go on with what? We'll go on with creating a column. Then we'll go on with creating a column here, right? So here, in a table, when to derive column, in a table, for every row, if we need to derive a value, we'll create columns. Clear, right? For every row, I told you, for every row here, we need one individual value for that. Then we'll go on with the columns. Then we'll go on with the creating the columns. Like we understood this now, like when to go with the columns. Now here, now column is there. We understood this. Now how to go ahead? If I want a total salary column here, what I'll be doing is, if I want a new information, I'll go to this table, right? Go to this table view. I'll go to the table tools. What I'll click, we come to know that we need to use column here. So simply, I'll just select the table here. In which table I want it? In where this information is coming from? This information is coming from employee table, right? Employee table, this information is coming on. So we'll create the column where? We'll create the column in the employee table, right? Employee table will create the column. Now here, I want a new column, total salary, where all these rows would be having different values, right? So whenever such kind of scenarios would be there, we'll go on with creating a column. How to create a column is, I'll simply click on this new column. I'll just select the table where I need the new column. I'll select this table here. I'll go to this new column. As soon as I click on this new column, we'll get an option here. We can give here the name, whatever name we want to give, we can give it as a name here. So I'll just give a name as total cell. I'll give it, right? Here, total cell, I'll give it as a name here. Now what I need is here, I need salary plus commission, right? I need salary plus commission. So let me give a salary here, salary plus commission, right? I'll take commission. So I've taken this commission. I'll just take this commission here. Salary I've taken, I'll take this commission, right? Simply, I'll take this here, commission. As soon as I do this, am I getting any value here in this total salary column? Column is added, okay. Column is added here, but I am not getting any kind of values here, right? I am not having any kind of values here. Why I am not getting any kind of value is because for creating a column also, DAX would be having some kind of syntax. It uses the some kind of syntax where the column name should come with the table name, where the column name would come with the table name, right? Then only it will accept, it will understand that this column I need to use for the operations, the DAX operations, right? So generally what will happen, what is the syntax here is table name should come first and column name should come after that. Table name should come first and column name should come after that. So what I'm going to do here is, so here salary and commission we have seen, it was not, so we were not able to see it properly. We were getting error here. So now this time what I'll do is I'll just click on salary here. As soon as I click on salary here, I'll just put the cursor here. If I want this directly, I'll press tab. I'll simply press tab, or I can select it right here. If I want the salary column, right, I'll simply write sal. This DAX, this Power Pivot is having the intelligence to understand and to get us this, that they are where we are talking about this column. If we are here, right, I can simply select this also, or I can simply press tab also, right? Now, what is the other thing is, what is the other information I want? Commission, right? Commission. So as soon as I write commission, it understand here. I'll press tab here. As soon as I do this, what it is, what operator we are using is here. What function we are using is plus, right? Plus we are using it here. So arithmetic operator we are using it here, right? Plus sign, arithmetic operator we are using it, right? This is what? Column 1, salary column. This is what? Commission column, right? I'll simply press on OK. I'll simply press enter here. As soon as I press enter here, I'll get the total salary column added in this. A new column is added into my data model. I have made the changes in the data model, right? Here, I have made the changes in the data model. Now, if I want to use that column in this, where that column is, it's added where this is how it looks, total salary. This is how the symbol would be there for the column. When I create a column, the symbol would be like this. Now I need to drag it here. As soon as I drag in, I'll get this. I'll get this. So we can see here 1600 plus 300, we have got 1900, right? We have got 1900. Likewise here also. So what I mean to say here is we can fulfill the requirement. This was just an example for that. This was just an example for creating the column here, right? Creating a column here. Now, let me take another example here. Let me go now. Let me just select. So, for example, there is one more requirement. We have got what? We have got a requirement here. What is the requirement is all about? Client wants to see the employee name. Right? In the table visual. I have just taken the table visual here. Now here, they want to see the employee name information. They want to see the hire date information, right? Hire date. So as soon as I take this hire date, it will take a date hierarchy. If I don't want it, I'll just take a normal date here, right? Normal date I have taken here, hire date. Now here, what the clients wants us from is, they just want to calculate experience in years. They just want to calculate experience in years. We have got the hire date for the employees. We have got the employee name, right? Now, if I want to calculate the experience in years, how I will be calculate is, I need to calculate the experience in years here. So for experience in years, what I need to do is, I need to, like today's date is what? Today's date minus the hire date. I'll get the age in years, right? I'll get the experience in years. So today's date or current date minus the hire date. I'll get what? I'll get experience in years for this employee name. So now if you observe carefully regarding this requirement, what we need an individual row. We need each row here in the table. Whenever we need each row, whenever we need the calculation as per each row, we'll go on with what? We'll go on with the new column. We'll select the column this time, right? So let me just do it here. Let me just go here. How we'll initiate this is, we'll go to this table view. We'll go to this column tools, right? We go to this column tools and we'll go to this table tools here. Table tools, not column tools. Table tools will go. We have got this calculations here. Now I need to select the table. In which table I want to show this information. So I just want to show this information in the employee table. What is that information? I'll create new column here. Right? I'll take here. What I'll take is, I'll just mention the name, experience in years. Experience in years. This experience in years, this is the name for that particular column. Here it would be mentioned as experience in years. Now, what is the logic I said? What is the logic I told you? Like today's date minus the higher date. Today's date minus higher date, I'll get what? I'll get experience in year. So today's date, how to take the today's date from here? How to take the today's date? So here, if you go here, so we are having some DAX functions here, right? For that. We are having some DAX functions here for that. So DAX functions, if I go to, not here, we'll go to the text file. Sorry. Text file will go. We'll select some of the functions from the text file. So here, text functions date and time. It might be here. Yeah. So we have got, so today's date. First of all, today's date. How will be getting today's date is today's function will return today's date and day start time, right? It will this today function. If I use today function, I'll get today's date, right? So I got this today function with the help of this function called as this is date and time functions. It's a DAX today function. So what I'm going to do here is I'll just do a difference, current date, like today's date minus this higher date. Now I need to search for something. I need to take today's date and I need to subtract the higher date from that. I need to minus the higher date from that. So for this, we are having a date diff function. For this, we are having a date diff function. We are having this another function called as date diff here. Date diff function. What this date diff function will do is this date diff function will give the difference between the 2 days, right? It will just give the difference between the 2 days. So we need to use what? We need to use date diff function. We need to use today's function, right? In order to calculate this. So date diff functions. So let me just take this date diff function. As soon as I write here date diff function, right? Date diff function. What this says, date diff function? Date diff function is it returns the number of units between input 1 and input 2. So here, what it will do is it will give me. So here date 1 is there. What it is requiring? It is asking me for date 1. It is asking me for date 2 and what would be the interval? Interval in the sense what? Years, months, days. It would be asking me the intervals. In what intervals you want the answer? So here date diff is date 1, date 2. So how it will perform is date 2 minus date 1 it will perform. It will perform date 2 minus date 1. Right? So let's take date 1 first. Let's take date 1 first. What is the date 1? Date 1 is higher date, right? I'll simply write here higher date. So I'll click on tab. I'll got this, right? Now here, what it is asking here? Comma. I'll just give a comma. Now what it is asking date 2. Date 2 is what? Date 2 is what? Date 2 is current date, today's date. Now what I'll be using here is today function, right? Today. As soon as I click on this today function, right? Today function we have taken here, today function. Now after this today function, what I need to mention here is interval. Interval can be day, it can be hour, it can be minute, month, quarter, second, week, year. So what do we want? We want experience in years, right? So I'll just click on this year, right? I'll just close this bracket here. As soon as I close this, if I enter, I'll get the experience in years here. I'll get this experience in year. So you are pretty much sure on this. You understood this, right? This DAX function. Specifically, I have used it for calculating the experience in years. So we have calculated the experience in years here, right? So we have, so experience in years, we have created, see this another column we have created. We can see this in an employee table. So what I need to do is I need to simply drag here. As soon as I drag here, I'll get this experience in years. I can simply edit this experience in years like this. I can show. So experience in years, I can see here. These are in years, right? So employee name, higher date, experience in year. So this requirement also we got fulfilled, right? So this was just about the columns, when to create the columns. Now let's move on to what? Let's move on to the measures, right? Measures. Generally, one thing I would like to tell you here is, so when the table name, generally, when the table name would be having the spaces in between, when table name has spaces, must and should you need to include in single quotes like this, right? See, in this table name spelling, if there is a space here, see in the earlier one, it is not a space. That's why we didn't include it in single quote. But if there is a space between the table name, I need to include it in single quote. That is a syntax for that. and must and should I need to take column name. Whenever I need to take column name, I need to write the table name with that, right? So columns. So talking about the columns, we will talk on more on columns now. Then we'll start with the measure. So columns can be derived in both in Power Query and Power Pivot, right? Power Pivot also we can derive the columns, right? Power Pivot generally what we are doing, where we are right now, we are in Power Pivot, right? So what I mean to say here is columns can be derived in Power Query and Power Pivot both, right? Power Query also we can derive the columns. If you see here, if you go to this transform data here, if you go here, we can create the column, right? Add column is there here. We can create the column. Add column is there. Custom column is there. We have used this. We have used this when we have used this Power Query. We have used this custom column, right? Right. The same thing. The same thing. If I want to do here, I can do it. The same thing. For example, here we are in the hire date, right? Hire date, employee name, salary. If I want a total salary here, what I'll do is I'll just go to add column here. I'll click on what? I'll click on add. Firstly, I need to select what? Salary and commission. But before that, let me just show you here. So if I want to calculate the same total salary here, what I'll do is I'll first remove this null. I'll just replace this nulls with what? I'll just replace this nulls with the replace value function. I'll just replace this nulls with 0, because in the Power Query, in the Power Pivot, they will handle the null properly, right? But in the Power Query, it don't have the functionality to handle the null on its own. So what I'll do is I have converted into 0 now. Now I'm good to go. So salary column I'll select, commission column I'll select. I want a new column to be added, right? I'll go to this add column. We'll go to this what? We'll go to this. We can go to this add function here. As soon as I do that add function, I'll get it, right? I have got it. So we have got the results here, right? So this is total sales. So what I have done, total salary. I have created a column here also, right? So what I mean to say here is columns can be derived both in Power Query and Power Pivot as well, right? It's pretty much clear. So if I am deriving the columns in Power Query, what are the advantages of that? What are the advantages of deriving the column in the Power Query? If rather than deriving the columns in the Power Pivot, if I go on with deriving the columns in the Power Query, what are the advantages? Right? It will be having its own advantages and disadvantages, right? So what would be the advantages is I don't need to write any code. I don't need to write any code here in this Power Query, right? So simply some GUI options I have done that. With some GUI options I have done it. What is the second advantage here is it will save a lot of amount of space in the Power Pivot. If I create the columns in the Power Query, so it will save the space. Why I am always talking about space is because generally we face issues when the memory is more. When the space is less in the Power Pivot, generally Power Pivot will be having less space. It is having some restrictions, right? You know it, 1 GB, 10 GB, those things which I have discussed earlier. So here, advantage is that it will save the space if we create the columns in the Power Query. What is the disadvantages? If I create the columns in the Power Query performance is less, right? Power Query's performance is less than when compared to Power Pivot. This Power Query performance is less as compared to Power Pivot. Here it will take more time to create in the Power Query. Power Query performance is less. In the Power Pivot, you'll get it quickly, those things, right? So performance is less there in the Power Query, right? It will take more time to load into the Power Pivot, right? So this was just about creating the columns in the Power Query. Now, if I want to create the columns in the Power Pivot, what are the advantages? I'll get a better performance there. I'll get a better performance in the Power Pivot, right? If I create it. Disadvantages, need to write the DAX code, and it will also occupy more space here. These are the advantages if I create the column in the Power Pivot, right? So this was all about the columns, creating the columns, right? Now we are having a second option, measures, right? Measures. So when to write a measure, when to create a measure. So we have seen when to derive the columns, right? In a table, for every row, if we need to derive a value, we'll create the columns. Now when to create a measure is in a table for group of rows, if we need a value, we'll create the measures, right? In a table for group of rows, if we need a value for group of rows. Earlier it was what? It was for every row I need a value. Here in the measure, whenever I need a value for group of rows. So when I'm talking about group of rows, I mean to say aggregations, right? I mean to say aggregations. I mean to say calculations, percentages, right? So whenever we need to derive aggregated results, whenever we need to derive aggregated results here. So aggregated results, whenever we need to derive aggregated results, like sum of sales, what it is, aggregated results it is, right? Sum of salary, count of employees. This is what? This is aggregated results. So if I want to calculate aggregated results or percentages, I'll simply go on with the create measures, right? Create measures. Now here, if you see here, I'll just close this off. I'll just close this. Close and apply. Okay. Okay. So some issue is there here. Because I have given the same name and it is just telling me that I need to change the name here. So I've just made a mistake here. So into this, in the orders table, in the employees table, sorry. In the employees table, I need to give some another name here because it's like same name we can't give, right? So I just close and apply here, right? Now it is done. Now what I mean to say here is if there is a requirement here, if there is a requirement, if I want to calculate the sum of salary, for example, sum of salary, if I want to calculate sum of salary, right? Now here in this employee table, if you go, if I need a salary of this salary, the total sum of that, I'm not talking about total salary, right? I am just asking for the sum of salary. Sum of salary means 2450 plus 5000 plus 1300 plus 800 plus 2975, like this. If I need a sum of salary, now what I am requiring is I need a value for group of rows. I am involving all the rows once in a go and I'll be getting some value here. So whenever I'm just expecting here an aggregation of this. I'm just expecting an aggregation on this. So I'll just click on here. We'll go here. We'll go to this page 2. Right? Before that, okay. So we need to calculate what? Sum of salary. Now there is a requirement to calculate sum of salary. How to calculate it? I need to go to table view. I need to go to table tools, right? I need to go to table tools. In the table tools, where I'll go is creating new measure. I'll come on this quick measure afterwards. We'll start with this new measure. I'll just click on this new measure. As soon as I click on this, it will just give me this thing. Now here, what would be the name of that measure is sum of salary. Sum of salary. Sum of salary. I'll just give it as a name, sum of salary here. Salary. This sum of salary. Now here, what I'll be using it here is sum function I'll be using. Sum function. We want sum, right? We want sum. I'll simply use this sum function here. Sum function, what it is doing, it adds all the numbers in a column. It adds all the numbers in a column. So whenever a column is there having the numbers in that, this sum function, what it will do is it will add the numbers, right? So I need to provide what here? Column name. What is that column name? Salary column name, right? Salary. As soon as I click on this, I'll just close this bracket. I'll click on this, right? So we have got this sum of salary. Now I would like to tell you this, that when we create the measure, we can't show it in a column because it's not a column. It would not be visible here. If I want to check it, I need to simply take this card visual here. Card visual. So where my measure is there. So the symbol for the measure is like this. A calculator kind of symbol it is. The symbol for the column is like this. So sum of salary. I'll just drag this sum of salary here. What is my sum of salary? Is 39K. 39K is the sum of salary, right? Sum of salary. We have calculated the sum of salary. Now, if I want to calculate the employees, right? If I want to calculate how many employees I have got into this, if I go to there, how many employees if I want to calculate, count of employees if I want to calculate. So what? For the group of rows, I want a value, right? For a group of rows, if I want a value, I'll go on with what? Creating a measure. Where I need to create a measure? In the employee table. I'll simply click on this table view. I'll search for this table tools. I'll click on new measure, right? New measure. What I'll give it as a name is count of employees. Count of employees. Count of employees, right? Count of employees. Now count of employees. Now this time, what DAX function I'll be using is count function here. Count function. We have got a count function. As soon as I click on this, counts the numbers in a column. Counts the number in a column. So count, whenever I'm using count, it will be asking me for a column name. What is that column name if I want to give? What is that column name? I need to provide here employee number. Employee number, right? Employee number. I just close this. I'll click on enter here. As soon as I click on enter, I'll get this. But I can see it here? No, I can't see it here. I need to go where? I need to go here. I need to take what? I need to take here a table, a card visual or a table visual. Anything would do. For table visual, for more values, if I want to see, I'll use. So now here what I'll drag is, I'll drag sum of, sorry, not sum of salary. What is that? Count of employees, right? Count of employees. How much it is? 15, right? 15 is a count of employees. So this we have derived. This we have derived. 15 we have derived. This we have derived. So we have used how the measures are there. How the measures can be used. We have seen this. So for calculating the aggregated results, for percentages, aggregated results, we'll go on with the measures, right? Now, when I'm talking about the measures, there are two types of measures, guys. There are two types of measures, right? I'll just give it as a name, measures. There are two types of measures here. There are two types of measure. One is implicit measure, another is explicit measure. I'll come on this. What do you mean by this? Implicit measure and explicit measure. Now, I'll tell you one example here. Let me just tell you one example here. So we are in this Power BI, right? Here. Now this two, I have used what? Sum of salary, I have used the measure. For this also, I have used some coding. I've used some DAX language for this, right? I've used some formula for calculating this and this, right? We have used the formula. This was a formula for this. This was a formula for this. We have used it. Now the same thing, if I can achieve, let me take a card visual here. Let me just take a card visual here. So I'll just make it here smaller. Now here, simply what I'll do is, I'll simply drag a salary column here directly, or I'll use it here, salary column. So as soon as I drag this salary column, it has given me the same result, right? It has given me the same result. Then if it is giving me the same results, why I am doing this? Why I am doing this? Why I am creating a measure here? Why I am writing a code for that? Why I am writing a formula here? So here you need to understand one thing is, whenever a card visual, whenever we drag something, it will do some kind of operations here. If I click on this expand button, it shows me a list. Some we can do average, minimum, maximum, count, distinct, standard deviation, variance, median. So this kind of thing only we can do here with the help of this, right? So here, right? Now here, the same thing, if I want to achieve the same thing, what I can do is, I can simply take a card visual here. Let me just minimize it, card visual here. What I'll do is, what I have taken here, employee number, right? Employee number I have taken. So I'll just take for this also employee number here. As soon as I take an employee number here, it is just taking a sum here. Instead of sum, what we want? We want a count, right? We want a count. So I have just changed it to count. I can get it, right? 15. Now, the thing which I am showing here is, when I am deriving the results without any formula, without any code, if I am deriving it, and if it is under this operations only for this operations only, if I want the results, we call this as implicit measure. We call it as what? We call it as implicit measures, right? Type of measures. So whenever we show a measure value without writing a formula, we call it as implicit measures, right? Pretty much clear. I have shown you I have shown you the example also here, right? Implicit measure. So basic aggregations like sum, count, average can be derived using what? Using implicit measures. Using implicit measures, the basic sum, count, average. I have shown you a big list there. So we can do it with the help of this implicit measure, right? This is what is implicit measure. And whatever measures we have created by using a DAX formula, whenever we show a measure value by writing a DAX formula, we call it as explicit measures, right? Explicit measures. So whenever we need to derive a complex aggregation, we need to create explicit measures by creating a DAX formulas here. Right? It is pretty much clear now here. So we can show with the help. So these are what? Explicit measures. Whenever we are using some formulas to write, right? Formulas here to write, we call it as explicit measure. This is what? Implicit measure. Now I'll tell you one thing. The most preferred measure would be explicit measure only. We'll always go on with explicit measures only. Now I'll tell you why. But before that, let me tell you something here. You can see this, right? Employee table. You can see this. We have created count of employees here. Let me just expand it a little bit. We have created count of employees, right? We have created experience in years. We have created higher. We have created sum of salary. We have created total salary, right? Total salary here. Now let's see this, whether we can see this in Power Query or not. That is my question here. If I go to Power Query, if I go to the employee table, am I seeing that? Am I seeing it? No. This is the one which I have created here only, right? So it is visible here. But what about the other calculation? What about the measures which I have created? What about the columns which I have created? I have created 2 columns, right? If you remember. The experience in years I have created. Experience in years I have created by using the hire date, and total salary column I have created. So that is not visible here. So what I mean to show it here, what I want to say it here is, whenever we create a measure, that will not be visible in the Power Query. It is not visible in the Power Query. Whenever we create a measure, it is not visible in the Power Query. Whenever we create a column, whatever we create in Power Pivot, that would not be visible in the Power Query. Right? That's what the takeaway from the discussion which I have initiated, right? So here, this kind of measures or these columns which we create here into this Power Pivot, it won't be visible in the Power Query, right? So it is pretty much clear. Now the question is, now I'll tell you one thing here. I forgot to tell you here into this. Now here I was telling that the performance, right? Power Query performance is less. Power Pivot performance is more, right? I was telling like this. So what I mean to say here is, generally, like, let's imagine we have created something. We have created a column here, right? The total salary column we have created here, right? Total salary column we have created. Now we have created total salary column here. We have created total salary column in Power Pivot also. Which one is more preferred, guys? Power Query, creating it in Power Query or in Power Pivot? I would say creating it in Power Query would be most preferred. Why? Because if I create the same thing in the Power Pivot, here we can't compress the file. We can't compress the tables here in the Power Pivot. The compression, when it will happen when the 10 GB data would be compressed to 1/10 means when I close and apply from Power Query, then only it will be compressing and it would be getting into this Power Pivot. But if I create something in Power Pivot, there is no chance of compression here. So it is more preferred to create columns and all those things in the Power Query. If we can create, we should go on with that only. Because if the memory is increasing here, it would be compressed while getting into Power Pivot. But if I create some more things here, if I create the columns here in the Power Pivot, here the compression would not be there. Compression when it will happen is when I will close and apply from Power Query, then the compression will happen into this Power Pivot. Right? Whenever the tables would be loaded from the Power Query to this Power Pivot, at that time the compression will happen. That time the X velocity software will compress the tables, right, into 1/10 of the data sources. So it is more preferred to go on here, right? It is pretty much clear here. So here we have seen what's the impact of this measures. And one thing I would like to tell today, so whenever any kind of requirement comes to you, any kind of requirement is coming to you from the client. So if there is a choice, see, if there is a choice that you need to create the measures or you need to create the column, you should always go on with creating the measures. Because what will happen, I'll come on this in tomorrow's session, I'll talk on this, but let me give you some clarity here. If you carefully observe here, whenever we make these measures, count of employees, we have made these measures, right? We have made the measures. What is another measure is sum of salary. Can we show this here into this column? Is it visible here? No, it is not visible here. The measures are not visible here. Means it is not taking that much space in the Power Pivot. But if I make the column, Column is visible here, right? Column will be taking more space in the Power Pivot and it will hamper the performance also. So see, generally clients would be more focused on the information. What is the first priority for the client is in order to convert the data into valuable information through reports and visual. That is the first expectation from the clients, sorry, that is the expectation from the Power BI developer, from the clients, right? These are the expectations from the Power BI developer, that he should convert the data, the raw data, into what? Into some reports and visuals which would give some valuable insights. That is what they are expecting. After this first requirement is satisfied, what is the second requirement is it should work fast. Whatever the reports or visuals we create here, whatever the reports and visuals we should create, whenever a third party or a client will open to that, it should open within small time, right? The response should be quick. The response should be quick. When the response should be quick for opening the reports and visuals is when the performance would be good. How the performance would be good is, if we create the column, the performance will degrade. If we create the measures, the performance will increase. The performance would be good if we create the measure. See, I am not telling that we should not go on with creating the columns. We should create the columns, but if we can able to do it with the help of measures, we should do it with the help of measures only. Right? This is just for your information. I am telling in the future coming interviews or whenever. So you should have this kind of knowledge. That's why I'm just telling you the most preferred thing is measures with respect to performance, right? So today what we have seen is, we have seen many things today. We have seen enhancing the data model. We have seen when to create measures, when to create the columns. We have seen what is an impact of a column in the Power Pivot. What is an impact? We have seen implicit measures. We have seen explicit measures. We have seen all this. So in tomorrow's session, I'll be talking more on this measures. I'll be talking more on this difference between the new columns and new measures. Generally, generally in the interview, definitely the question would always be there. What's the difference between the column and measures? So you should be able to answer it. What do you mean by measures? You should be able to answer that question, right? You should be able to answer that question. And talking about the performance, Power Query performance is less, right? I told you Power Query, here I have mentioned here, Power Query performance is less, right? Where I have mentioned Power Query performance is less than compared to Power Pivot. Why I was telling like that is, when you derive the complex column in the Power Query, it will take 10 seconds, right? Sorry, something is wrong here. So when you derive the complex column in Power Query, it will take 10 seconds. On the other hand, if you derive the same complex calculations, complex column in the Power Pivot, means only 3 seconds it would be there. Here only 3 seconds it will take in Power Pivot, but in the Power Query it will take around 10 seconds for the same calculation. That's why I said here Power Query performance is less than compared to the Power Pivot.
Okay, so now we will go to the DAX formula. See, what is this DAX formula, right? So whatever we have used in our Power Query editor, data transformation and everything before the data model, we will use the language called M language. Okay, so automatically the Power Query editor will use that M language. Okay, M language. This is called M language. Okay, what is DAX? DAX is nothing but data analysis expression. That is called DAX. In Tableau, we will call it as this is a calculated field. In Power BI, we will call it as a DAX. See, whatever we are doing by using DAX, we can able to do in the direct Power BI report also. Sometimes some of the manipulation we cannot do it. So that's what we'll go for the DAX formulas. Okay. By using this DAX formula, we can do the analytical data calculations written on top of the data model. Okay, so it will be, once you have created the data model, we will apply the data DAX formulas. Before data model, we will create the M language. That is what Power Query editor. So when we are pulling the data, right, for our Power BI, so that time you will go for the transformation. Power Query editor will be opened. In the Power Query editor, we can do whatever the manipulations you want to do, right? So you can merge queries, you can do splitting the columns, removing a column, adding a column, renaming a column, right? All this you can able to do. Once you have done, you'll be applying it. It will be applied on the data model. Okay, data model has been created. Now I want to write some formulas. Okay, so this DAX is from Excel sheet only. Okay, DAX is from Excel sheet only. Previously, we used to have Excel sheet formulas. The Power BI, they have combined Excel sheet features into a MSBI, Microsoft Business Intelligence. That is what they have renamed as Power BI. Whatever Excel formulas, if you know, same Excel formulas is applicable in DAX formula also. Same Excel formulas. So if you check here, Excel DAX, right? Excel DAX, same thing will be available. See here, same thing will be available in our, this is what data analysis expression is the, in Power Pivot, we will say it's a Power Pivot. It is the formula used to define a custom columns for the calculated measures. Like in Excel sheet, we do have previously. After that, they have come up the same functionality to a Power BI. So that's what they have taken. See here, Excel sheet only. This Excel sheet only. After that, they have combined. They brought this particular functionality to a Power BI. Okay, that's what we'll have the Power BI. Okay, so now I will take here the DAX formulas. So you can do same thing. Whatever we have, sum of this one, right? It will do the sum. So if I want to see the insight on the data model, I can go for the DAX formulas. Okay, the DAX formulas, you look at here, you have to write, whenever you are having the data here, you can write the DAX formulas. Okay, you can create one more, either new column or new measures. See, new column means column will be created here. Okay, new column will be created for all the data. It will be creating a columns. Okay, it will be creating a values for all the columns. But new measure is like a measurable values. It will not go for here. It will not create any columns. Okay, but say for an example, this one you are making something like a salary employees table. In the employee table, I want to make a sum of salary. So what we can do? Either we can go for calculated column or calculated measure. If you go for calculated column, right, what will happen? So if you are doing it here, okay, I want to increase the salary by 10%. Then I want to make the sum. Then what I can do? So each and every person I can make 10% increment. Then I can go for the sum of this new column, right? So for every column, it will make all the values. Then finally, it will make the sum. Instead of going like this, you can create one measure. One new measure will be created for this. Only one single value. It is not a column. Sometimes, in order to optimize your memory, so instead of columns, you'll go for measures. Okay, measures. Okay. The syntax, first one you need to take care about the syntax. The syntax will be formula equal to some formula you have to write. So this is the column name. So the column name, you can rename it. So whatever the column name you want. And the data type, we have the 4 different data types here we have in DAX formulas. First one is string, then number, then date, and then date and time. These are all the data types we have. Then operator. So operator here we have, like you have the addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and then exponential. So like this, you have all the operators we have. Then like these functions are there. A lot of functions are available. Just I have mentioned 2 functions like concatenate, some functions, but we have more functions are there. Okay, a lot of other functions are there. We will see one by one. Okay, so this DAX is, it's a huge subject. We will go with one by one. First of all, whenever you are writing, okay, first you have to define it. So define, this is the order it will execute. Okay, define, evaluate. So it will give you the, so this is the one, it will evaluate, and then it will go for order by. It will make order by. If there is any variable, it will calculate the variable. So first one, how will you write the syntax? Normally you can write like this. So you can give space also, no issues. Okay, camel case you will write. And if you look at here, so whenever you are writing sum of salary, normally how you will write in other database and all, normally you will write sum of salary. But here the column name should be there in the square bracket. Okay, should be there in the square bracket, and the table name. Just if you are typing this column, so automatically it will create this particular values. Okay, automatically if you are typing salary, it will be populated like this only. Employees dot salary, the table name dot column name. Okay. So now you will go for the data type. See, we have 4 different data type. I told we have the data types like string. First you can go for that string. So something like this you can write within double quotes. Remember, within double quotes we have to write the string and the number. The number we have both whole number and decimal numbers. Whole number and then decimal numbers. Okay, you have the whole and decimal. This is the whole number, the decimal number. Then we have one more data type called Boolean data type. So what is Boolean, right? True or false, yes or no. Okay, these are all kind of Boolean data type. Then we have the date and time. So now normally you use date and time with the data time only. Then currency, some currency dollar symbol will be there. All this you can take. You can go for NA. NA means null values. So not applicable and also null values. You can go for null values and all NA. That means there is no data, you can go for NA. Okay. Then we do have some operators. So what are the different operators are there? First, you can go for the arithmetic operation. See, arithmetic operator, you'll be having plus, minus, multiplication, division, and then exponential, all this. And the comparison operator, you have we have something like equal, greater than, less than or equal, greater than or equal, then not equal. That is, we will call it as not equal. Here we will mention in Power BI. And the strict equal means 2 similarly we will make. This is for logical operations. Okay. Then and logical and then logical OR. This is logical OR. Then in. And the text concatenation, normally we'll use pipe symbol, right? 2 pipe symbol. In other in SQL and all, we will use 2 pipe symbol. But in Power BI, text concatenation, you remember we have concatenate first name and last name, right? In our first I think 3rd session, 4th session, and we made it, right? This one, concatenation, that's what we have taken, the concatenate. So these are all the operators, and we do have a lot of functions. So these functions are very much important. Okay, lot of functions are there. Like we have the text functions. See, look at here, text function, how we will write. Something like functions are concatenate. So these are all the functions, concatenate. Either you can use concatenate like this, or you can use welcome to the ampersand symbol, one single ampersand here. Within quotes, you can put whatever you want. Say for an example, you want to comma or you want space. Just you can put comma here or space here. Then whatever next one you want, you can write like this. This is called text functions. Okay. Then information function. Information, nothing but some is true, is number, is text, something you want to test it. Okay, something like you want to test it, then you can go for the is number. So all this we will do it, don't worry, we will just, it's an introduction about DAX formulas. So all this we will do it so that you can able to understand this number, something true or false, it will give you. See here, logical operations, same thing, how we will do in our Informatica and all, same thing. There we will use IIF, here it's IF only. So if condition, okay, this is called a condition. If employee's salary greater than 50,000, if the condition is true, we are making like a case statement. High salary. If the condition is false, we are making like a less salary. Okay. Then we can make a lot of mathematical functions are available, rounding of values. So if it is more than 5, then you can go for the 4, something like this. Statistical function. See, average, median, aggregate function, we will call it as, right? So average, median, a lot of functions are there. Some, these are all the aggregate function, or these are all the statistical function and filter function. So filter of this one. See, either you can write like this, or we can go to the data, we can filter it out, filter it. Okay, so first you can use the filter. So date and time, you can see the date and time. You can go for calendar date. Okay, today's date it will go for, and then now. Now means, so this is, you want to take the today's date. Today, this is something like a system date. Only date it will be populated. Now means it will populate with. Okay, sorry. Now means it will populate with time also. Okay, timestamp. So this is what you can go for the all the functions. Clear? Calculated column, you can create a measure. Sum of average of count of all this, you can create a measure. Something you can create a measure. Okay, then filter and calculate. Filter. So you can use, this is the formula. Calculate, this is the formula. So for calculate, filter of the table name. Okay, then filter condition. You'll be using the table name and then filter condition. Calculate, you can make expression here and then filter 1, filter 2, like this. You can go for a number of filters. Okay. See, we have 3 types of calculation in DAX. Remember this. One is calculated column. I told it's a calculated column. So new column will be created. New column will be created. I want to create a new calculated column. So how will you create? So I can choose the column. I can go for new column. So I can create a new column. So new column will be created. I can go for incremented salary. The column name is, I can make incremented salary here. Incremented salary. So I have to make the column right here. This is what. So what is the column? I will make salary column. So this is new column. So I can make employees salary into 0.1. Okay. Then I have to make employee salary itself. Salary plus salary into 0.1. Just I'm making that value. So it will create a new column, incremented salary. If the person's salary is this much, incremented salary is this much, 10% incremented. This is called new column. It will be created as new column. So you can go for new measure. I want to make all the values here. I want to make all the values. How can I make all the values? Incremented salary, I have to make the values here. I can go for new measure. If you click on the new measure, one new measure will be calculated. You can go for sum of incremented salary. Okay, sum incremented salary. So how can I use? If it is new measure, you have to go for any measures here. Without measure, any column cannot be created. Okay, you can go for salary column. Sum of incremented salary. Okay, so here no column will be created. If you look at here, only incremented salary has been created, but there is no column. But look at here, incremented salary has been created here, right? One column, but there is a symbol differences, right? So this is like a calculated field. This is something like a calculated measure. It will not be there here. Then if you go to the report here, right? So you can drag and drop this incremented salary. You'll be seeing here. Just you can enable it. You can go for something like a card. What is the one incremented salary values? 920.61. Okay, this is the one. Then you can go for, okay, I will make the border. Okay, I'll go for one more thing for sum. Sum I will make. Sum I will make. So this is also same, right? So first one is this one I have taken. First one is incremented. This column I have taken. So which one is memory wise, which one is better? If you want to do sum of incremented salary, will you go for calculated column, then we will do the sum, or you will go for measure? Which one is memory wise optimizedly you are using? Measure. Okay. So why? Because it will not create any memory in the separate column. Okay, this is what you have the new column. Sorry, calculated column, calculated measures, and calculated tables. See, this is one of the interview question they will ask. Okay, which one you will go for? So what is the difference between calculated measure and calculated column? Okay, so it's based on the scenario we have to take. Okay, so now I will go for something like a new table. So you can go and create a new table also. If you look at here, if I want to create a new table, see here we have the table, right? So how we have created the something like a dimension table. So here you can create a dimension table. Okay, so new column, new measure, and new table. Just you can create new table. You can add a columns. You can add. So if you are typing it, then if you are typing it here, it will be created. So one more new columns will be created. Okay, that's what you can able to create it. So how we have created this dim reference, right? Same way you can able to create. So these are all about the introduction about DAX formulas. We will in our tomorrow session we'll go for one by one, like the date column, string column. One by one we'll go for functions. First we will go for text function, then information, logical, mathematical, statistical, filter. So one by one we'll go with. Then you will get to know how to do the calculation and all. Welcome. Thank you for joining. So let us start our session. In our previous session, we have just started with the DAX formulas, and today we will continue with that. So DAX is nothing but data analysis expressions. Same like it's a calculations. So whenever we want to do any calculations in the Power BI level, then we will go for the DAX formulas. So after creating the data model, after creating the Power Query editor by using that, and then after pulling the data into the data model, if you want to do any calculations on the data in Power BI level, then we can go for the DAX formulas. So these are all the DAX different functions are available. So we have to make sure that the syntax and data types and operators and functions, just we have. So like this, we have a lot of functions are there. We are going to learn one by one all the functions. See, first, this is what it will take. If you have to define, it will evaluate, order by, and then it will go for the variable, and it will take. So this is a syntax. And just we have seen in our last session, right? Okay, so now we will take another data source. We'll take this data source. If you look at here, this is the sales data. This is something like a dimension modeling data in our. So we do have products table. So each and every product we have product informations. There in the products table, product ID, product name, and then price and profit, and then tax rate, and then customer. So we have the customer ID and customer name, And employee the same way, employee ID and employee name we have, and locations. We have all the location ID, city, country, zip code, everything we have. So when we are going for the sales, right? So here, okay, so this is sales ID. This is which customer has purchased this particular product, and from which location, which product, which is the employee ID and date and quantity. Just we are making the quantity alone here. If I want to know how much is the price, then we have to make this quantity into product price. So we have the product price here. So for an example here, so one particular product ID 1, quantity 3, quantity he has purchased. Then I can go for here. I can make this into 3. So this is what I can find. So each and every products, each and every sales data to get the details. So this is the data for all the years, and we can have this data for our DAX formulas. This is the data model we have, how these data models are created. Like, so in real time, we may have more than the dimension table and fact table. Okay, so first of all, we will take this particular data into our Power BI. Go to this Power BI desktop. So go to this data model, then get data. So we can get the data. It's our Excel workbook. You can click on Excel workbook and then click on the sales data. So we can see all the data sources here. We have to click on all the data sources here. So just click on all the data source. It will get loaded. If I want to do any modifications, data transformations in the source side, we have to click on the transform data. It will get transformed. If there is no transformations, then we can just apply this, close and apply. There is no transformations are needed. So here, this is what the data. If you do not need any transformation logic, then click on close and apply. Then it will be applied here. Then it will get loaded. The data model will get loaded. So we will see how this data model has been created and how these are all related with each other. That we will see. After that, we will go for the next level. Okay, the data has been loaded. Okay, just I'm minimizing the. So this is the one we can see here. Just if you look at here, this is the locations. Then we have the sales, centralized sales table we have. Then we have multiple tables, like there are multiple tables are there. Dimension tables, okay. This is a data model. If you see here, this is the one. And we will check it whether it has been correctly mapped or not. So if you go here, you can click on this one. So product ID and product ID is connected correctly. And then this one, customer ID and the customer ID, employee ID, and then this is employee ID. And then here, location ID, right? So location ID and the location ID. So if you look at here, this is not correctly mapped. Why? Because here location, it is not defined as location ID. In location table, the column name is defined as ID column. So here in sales table, we do have same ID column, ID, customer ID, location ID, employee ID, all this. So this ID should be pointed to this location ID here. So here like this, we have to change it. So how to change it? Double click on this. Here in location table, it should be ID column. In sales table, it should be a location ID. So click on location ID here. Then it is one-to-many relationship. Click on OK. Then the data model will get automatically refreshed. So if you click on here, the ID column here connected to location ID here, then only we'll be getting the correct data. If you look at here, this is what the columns, all the columns are there. We can see all the columns. So each and every columns in the table, we can see here, everything is like a dimensions right? In sales table, we have the measures. Here we have the, one thing is quantity is the only one measure we have as of now. Okay, so now we will go with the calculated field. That's what our measures and calculated columns. So three things we have explained in our, if you click on this particular column, okay, if you click on the particular data source, so you'll be seeing that all the data sources here. So everything, if you go to the Power Query editor also, you'll be seeing all the data. You can see here the table level tools, right? Table level tools. If you click on the table, you'll be seeing all the table level tools. If you click on the column, so if you click on the column, then column level tools also it will be showing here. Okay, so each column will be showing here. That's what you can go for summarization, all the sort by, and everything can see here. Okay. Now I'm going with one particular table. You can see here. See, there are four options. One is new measure. So we have seen in our last session itself, what is measure, what is calculated field, right? Like new measure. So it's a single value. Okay, it will be generated for the entire table. So we have the new measure and quick measure. So quick measure means we can create some, from the measure, we can choose the list. That's a quick measure. A new column. So new column we can add here. Just we can add the new column here. A new table. If I want to create any dimension table, that we can bring it as a new table. So these are all the four options we have. We will see one by one all this. See, new column, right? So keep the cursor here. We can create a new column. Okay, here by clicking on the top. So here you can go for the new column R. So this is a sales table. You can right click on this table and then you can create a new column, new measure. Okay, new quick measure, all this, right? Here also you can click and then you can keep the cursor here. Here also you can create a new measure or new column. Okay, so that is also possible. You can create a new column or new measures. So everything is possible. Just we can create a new column for this. So what I'm going to do, so one column will be created. So this column, I want to bring this particular, the product table, we are the price column. Okay, the products table, we are the price. So that particular price I have to bring here to find out price into quantity, what is the total sales for each and everything. So just I want to bring the column here. I can click here and then click on new column. New column will be created. So here, this particular column, I can rename it. In this table, I'm just bringing the price. In the price, I can go for, if I want to bring the data from another data source to this data source. If I have any column from another data source, if I want to bring it to the next data source, you have to use a keyword called related. Okay, so related. So if you click on this related, this is one of the functions. So related. So which column we are going to make it? So we can make related price here. So if you look at the price, if you type it, so automatically it will populate this particular column. Okay. So related returns a related value from another table. So that's what the formula. You can click on this product price. So just product price and you have to close it. So product is nothing but it's a table and the price is nothing but a column name. So always to have the table name and column name. So then you can validate whether it is correct or not. If it is correct, then click on enter. It will produce a value now. So we will be having the column called price and then it will generate the values. You can see here, this is 3.39, 7.99, all this value you are seeing here. And then I want to find out, this is the each and every product value. Okay. Then if you look at here, how many quantity he has purchased based on that. So if you click on this arrow mark, you can see different quantities are there from 1 to 15. Okay, one person, this particular order or this particular sales. So one person has purchased only one product. One person is purchased 10, 11, 12, 15. Okay. Then we have to find out what is the total, the revenue has been generated. Okay, total price. So I can go for here. I can create one more column. You can keep the cursor here. So this is the column has been created, price. So you can keep the cursor here. Just I'm creating another way, a new column. So just I'm creating a new column called total price or revenue. Just I'm going for the revenue. So revenue here, just I'm creating the revenue is nothing but our quantity into price. So just I'm clicking on the quantity. So just click on the quantity here into same like our price. So here we have the price here, right? So we can make this price. Okay. So here we have the sales into price. So this is actually function. So this is the column. You can make the column name and click on enter. So it will generate the revenue. So if it is not creating the correct value, correct decimal point and all, we can make this decimal point and everything. If you look at here we have the format, data type here, and decimal point, how much point you need. So I need only 1 point. Then you can give here 1 point, 2 point. So whatever the decimal point you want. With 0, this is what it will show you. 2, this is what it will show you. So 2 decimal point. See, whatever the decimal point we can give it here. Or we want to add some values, some dollar values or something, you can add it here like this. Okay, if you do not want, you can remove this. Just you can remove it and it will get removed from here.
Chandra, just one question. Creating the revenue column, right? You can directly refer the price products table and create that column, but instead of bringing the price value to the this table and calculating.
Yeah, that's also. So you can use here. You can, instead of this price, we can go for that related product price. That is also you can write. Same thing. That's what you're asking, right?
Yeah.
That we can write. So that's what we have to write. The function we have to, we need to know how the functions will be all this.
The reason I'm asking is if you're bringing that data, it will be redundant data, right? It's already available in the table.
Yeah, that's just I'm making that related. What is the related function will do? If I want to take the another value from another column, we have to use the function called related. Okay, I can directly write here, no issues. Just instead of the here, I can go for one more column. So this is what you are telling, that we can do. But you should know what is that related column, right? So that's what I bring that column. So if you go, I'm going with the new column. So here I'm making like instead of revenue, I'm making that column name is total sales. Okay, total underscore sales here. So here you can go for related column. So related. So this is price. Okay, you can take this. This is the price, and then into this quantity, right? So you can go for this quantity. So you have to check all the brackets are correctly mapped. So that is also you can make. So that we have to, this one, we need to know the what is related function, right? So that's why I have taken here separately. We can take like this one.
Yeah, we got it.
See, some functions are there. Just I want to tell you what is this function related. Many functions are there. We are going to learn one by one, all the functions. Okay. So if you go here, DAX functions, we can mention that DAX functions in Power BI or Excel. So you can go to this one. A lot of functions will be there. These are all the functions. If you click on this functions, you'll be having different functions like aggregate function, date and time function, filter functions, financial functions, logical function, mathematical. Say different functions are there. Okay, text function, all this. If I'm going to the date and time functions, you'll be seeing all the date and time functions. So here we are going to learn what is this functions. Okay. See, whatever the frequently used function that we will see, one by one we will see. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So these functions we should know. See, these are all the DAX formulas, functions, operators, statements, syntax, everything is there. Just we are going to learn about one by one. Okay. So this is normally in our how we will do the calculated field, right? The same way we have. Okay, I'm going to the particular reports. So here, if I want to take any columns from here, I can take total revenue. Just you can take total revenue or total sales. So you can take the total revenue here. So it will create a view, right? It will create a view. See here, what is the total revenue? If I want to go for, this is a total revenue. So I can go for text here or card here. So this is a total revenue, 139.71K. So that is a total revenue. Same thing we can go for measure also, right? So last time we have seen, instead of creating like this, if I want to go for total, then you can go for the, just you can make the, directly you can make sum of. Okay, so now you can see here, the same way I'm going to take the revenue and I want to know the different locations. So what is the revenue? So I can drag and drop the location ID into Access. So it will be each and every location, it will create the revenue. And you can see here how the revenue has been generated. The same thing you can do it by using the, same thing we can do it by using the measures, calculated measures. Okay, so how to create the calculated measure? See here, you can go for the same way here also, you can go for new measures. Okay, here you can go for new measures. I'm just creating a new measure. So measure is nothing but one single value will be created. Okay. Just I'm making, I want to know total quantity. So what is the total quantity? Totally how much quantity has been sold? You can go for this measure will be having this sum, okay, some average count all this measure values. So you can make this one into sum of the quantity. Just I'm making that quantity. So we can make this sales quantity and then make the bracket. So it will be created one sum of total quantity. This is not revenue. Just I'm creating the total quantity. One new measure has been generated now. So this is called a measure, but this will not be available as a column here. The data, it will not be available in the sales. That's what you can go for the new measures. See, if you take this new measures, just it will show you the what is the new measure here. So how much total quantity we have. So all the quantity, it will be summed up. You can see here, okay, around it is 35K. Okay, it's totally we have this many product has been sold. Okay, 35K. So then again I want to generate the measure for like this. What is the total revenue? Okay, then I want to go for total sales revenue. Same thing like this. I'll be creating it. Okay, so I will be creating like this, and then okay, this is total sales. So just I'm click on the sales, going for the new measure. Here I'm creating the new measure. Okay, for this new measure I'm creating same way. So this measure I'm creating total sales measure. Okay, total sales measure. So we can create without underscore also. So here I'm going for sum or sum x. Sum is nothing but its aggregate function. Sum x is nothing but our iterate function. Okay, it will iterate each and every record one by one. If you look at here, sum x is nothing but we have to define a table name and then expression. Returns the sum of an expression evaluated for each and every row in a table. Okay, just I'm taking that sum x. The table name is called sales. Just I'm taking the sales table. Then comma, the expression I have to write. So what is the expression? We have to make that quantity into price, right? So I will be taking the quantity. So sales quantity or so both. This is sales quantity into sales price. Okay, just if you are making that, it will generate some values. So this value should be equal to this value. This value, right? So we can have one card here. Just I can create one card. If you look at this card, this should be created like this, 139K. I can take total this one. So same thing we are getting it, measure, right? Okay, same thing can I create here? Yes, we can take the sales here, total sales measure. This is the measure. And then the same way you can take the location ID. Same way, here we can take the location ID. If you look at here, so both of them is looking like same. So you can see here. So the same value, you can enable the data labels. So this is what we have seen in our previous session, that instead of creating a new column, if you want to take, if you want to create a column like this, you can go for a measure instead of new column. Okay, so new column will create a lot of memory here, but that's the reason we are going for the new measures. Okay, sum is an sum is an aggregate function and sum x is an expression function. Okay, so this is what we have to use. Okay, so now, so this is the difference between the calculated measure and calculated columns. Okay, now I'm going to the new one. So we will see this particular function. What is this calendar and calendar auto? So what is this calendar function will do, right? Say for an example, this is one example we have, returns a table with a single column named date that contains a continuous set of data. Okay, date columns. The date range it will take from based on our data model. So it will take the data. So how the date model we have? So in our date model, so if we have the date column here, right? So where the date column here? We have the date column. So you can go with the date. You can go for sort ascending order. So you can see what is the date? May 1, 2017 to 2017 to April 30 to 2020. We have like this data. Okay, so now I will go with, if I'm going to the calendar function, it will take based on the data model. See, this is the formula, calendar auto. So we can write like this. So it will just create one calendar for us. Something you are creating a date dimension, right? So that we can create date dimensions. So why are we creating the date dimensions? To make that, okay, so what is the week, what is this quarter, all this if I want to find out, then I can go for this calendar auto functions. Okay, if you look at here, calendar auto, fiscal year end month we have to take. So it should be a fiscal year end month. It's a numeric one. Any DAX expression that returns an integer from 1 to 12. So 1 to 12 we can make. So 1 to 12 you can make, it's a month. Okay, end month, fiscal year end month. If you omit, by default, it will take the value as 12. Okay, By default, it will take that value as 12. So if I'm going with returns a table with single column named date, so this is what one. And you can see here, the earliest date in the data model, which is not a calculated column or calculated table, is taken at the as minimum date. So the earliest date it will take, and then latest date it will take from the model. Okay, this is what it will create the maximum date and everything. So we will create it. So if you look at here, I'm going to give this one, it will take like a 12, right? So 12, it will return all date between Jan 1. So if I'm having the data, if I have the data like this, July 1, 2022, June 30, 2011. Okay, like this, we have 1 year of data. Then it will generate the value from Jan 1 itself. Then December 31st, the full year it will give you. If I'm going to make 3, then March 1 here. Instead of Jan 1, it will take March 1, then March 31st. Okay, that's what it will take the values. So I will create a calendar 1. So here I will go for new table. Okay, so I'm going for the new table. This is like returns a table. Okay, returns a table only. It is not return a column. It's a returns a table. You can go here. So you can create a new table. So you can go to the table tools. We can create a new table here. Just I'm making that date dimension or something. Okay, date table. Just I'm making that calendar auto. So if I'm going to give calendar auto, you can see here, it will tell you this, what is the value. So it will automatically select the value. Okay, automatically, since we haven't mentioned the value, it will take from 1/1/2017. Look at here, 1/1/2017 to, so 2020 we have, right? See, December 31st, 2020. It will take all the values from here. Okay. So this is what it will take. If you look at here, date here. So we are taking the, if I'm going to the model, the report, if I'm going to take the date from here, or I can take date hierarchy also. You can year, quarter, month, and everything. You can simply take date or date hierarchy also here. So it will automatically create one model. This is what you can see here. So what is the day? What is the month? What is the quarter? What is the year? So everything you can see from here. Okay. So 2017, all this. Just to compare with our data, what is the quarter? What is the month? What is the date?
When you create the table, date table, right? We didn't mention any other table which is having the date field. How the date is picked, from which table it will take the date?
Yeah, that's what. And in our data model, which date is minimum date? See, out of all the tables,
if you have multiple date columns in other
whichever
table,
is
right?
the minimum one, whichever is the minimum one, it will take.
So it will consider all the table, right?
Yes, all the table. If you look at here, so here returns with a single column named date that contains a continuous set of dates. The range of date is calculated automatically based on the data model. Data in the data model. Okay.
So if you want to pick specific date in a particular table, we can, like, can we mention like that?
No. We cannot mention. This is automatic. The earliest date in the model, which is not a calculated column, that is also, it's not a calculated column, or calculated table is taken as the minimum date. So here, just I'm modifying this as something like a 6 or some 5. Okay, from May I want to take it. So if I'm just modifying it and see the data value, so it is taking from June 1st. Okay, June 1st, 2016. June 1st, 2016 to, it will take in this way. So 31st May 2020. This is what it will take if you are making this way. Clear? June to May. This is what it will go for the date table. But if I want to do manual, some date column I want to do manually, then I can go for the calendar. So one of the other function is called calendar. So another function is called calendar here. So returns a table with a single column named as date that contains a continuous set of dates. So the same thing only, but if you go here, so here we can give start date and end date. So just we can give the start date and end date. We can give our manual some dates. Okay, we can give this particular date, start date and end date. Start date is nothing but any DAX expression that returns a date and time value. We can mention some column also. Okay, minimum of some sales date. Here we can mention that minimum column. This is the maximum column. If I have two different data sources, I want to take the date column from the data sources, then I can take from here. Calendar auto, it will generate automatically, but calendar it returns this value correctly. Something like this, if I'm going to mention, okay, calendar of date. So I'm giving manual date 1/1/2005 to 31/12/2015, like 10 years of data we are going to take. This is what it will create the model. See if you look at here. So I'm going to create this one. Simply I'm creating like a date. So we can define our own ranges, data ranges. We can define it. After that, you can create a column. So from here, I want to create a column. So you remember we have defined like a new column I can create from here. I can go for some calculated field. So you remember we have created something like a month or year alone we have taken, just we can take a year of calendar date. So you can take year of. So if I give year of, that date I'm going to give. Okay, so here we are the date. So then it will take the year from this particular value. Okay, it is taking the 2005, just it is taking this instead of 2005, 1905 it is taking. Okay, we need to do some more workaround on this. I will tell you how to do this. Okay, we have to use some other formula to take this one is this particular year. Okay, that I will tell you how to do this. So this is what, so on top of this, we can take year, month, quarter, and everything that we can take. But say for an example, I want to take minimum, what is the minimum date from our sales table? So that I want to take, I can go for new table here. Just I'm creating a new table. I'm making like date calendar. So I can make the function called calendar, start date and end date. So here I can take, say for an example, I want to know, go for the date is called the minimum of, okay, minimum of our table, in our sales table, we have the sales date, right? So I can take sales. So I can take this table, this date I will take, okay? Minimum of this one, comma, you have to go for end date. So I can give something like end date for ourselves, or you can go for something maximum of this one. So I'm giving 2021, comma 12, comma 01. Just we can give some date. It will create the value from this one. Okay, what is the minimum of value to a maximum of value? Okay, so this is what it will create, 112. So 112/2021. Okay, this is what it will create up to what is the maximum value I have given. Okay, this is we can give. So you have asked the question, right? Can we give our own? Yes, we can give from our date, whatever the data model we have. So that we can take. Okay, so next one is like the measure tables. Okay, something like whatever the table we have created here, right? The measure tables. So these are all the tables we have created. Here one table we have created. Here we have one table. Here we have created one table. And here we have created some measures, right? See here we have created on measures, total quantity, total sales measure, all this we have created. So we can create one table to bring whatever the measure we have created or key columns. So it's like a key column table. We want to take all the measures into one single table. Yes, we can bring, or key columns into one particular one. Yes, we can take the columns. Okay. So that we can take. So you can go for this home button. Okay, you can go for something like, if you go here, so here we have the data, home button. Then you'll be having enter data. See, enter data is nothing but, so here create a new table by typing or pasting a new content. Just I can go for this one. I want to create it. See here. So name I want to give. Yes, we can give the name, new measure table. Then click on load. So we can make this column as whatever the column we want to have. Something we can load this as particular data. We want to load it. It will get loaded. One new table will be created like this also, right? So this is another way. But this new table, new measure table, this is one measure table has been created. So if you do not want these columns, we can remove this column. Okay. So this delete from model, it will get deleted. So if you do not want this column 1 or column 2 or column 3, just we can delete it. You want to delete? Yes, I want to delete it. So you can delete it from the column. Just I want to drag and drop whatever the column I want. See, I want to have a total quantity from here, drag and drop from here to here. So it will be created here. Okay, so you can keep the cursor here. See, this is a new measure table. See, here also you'll be having this measure table, and then drag and drop whatever the column you want to have. Okay, so we can make this a new measures. See here, name of this one is nothing but our total sales measure. Home table is sales, but this home table, I'm just making this into a new measure table. Then this particular column will go here. Same way, total quantity from here. I'm just clicking on this. So I'm making this as a new measure table. So it will go to this measure table. So whatever the measure we have here, just you can take these two, and if you do not want, you can remove these two columns. If you do not want, we can remove from this column from the model. Just I'm creating. Just this is one new column, new table has been created. Whatever the columns we have already there in the data model, if I want to bring that data model, those columns into a data model, you can create a new table. Just you can create without any column. Just we can create a new column. Okay. New table just create it, and then from there you can drag and drop the columns. So it will create a new measure. Okay. So I want to create. So from this measure, I want to create another measure or new measures I want to create. So right click here. You can go for new measures, right? Just I want to know what is the average sales quantity. So I am making that. So what is the average sales quantity? We can use the function called average. See, average and average of X. So average is nothing but aggregate column. So column name, average of column name. Just I'm making that sales into quantity. The sales quantity I'm taking. So what is the sales quantity? It is making average of this one. Just I'm making that. So one average has been created. So I can make this as a card. And what is the average one? So this is the average sales, right? Drag and drop. So this is the one. You can see the average sales quantity is 2.95. So we have something like, so each and every order they're placing by average, they are selecting at least 3 products. Okay, 3 quantities they are selecting. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, up to 15 we have seen, right? So average by average, they are selecting 2.95. So this is one thing. So this is nothing but how to create a new measure table, how to bring the column from one data source to another data source, one table to another table. So this is what we can bring the new measure. Okay, this is something like average. So how to find average of and this one, then we can see this average. I want to know which is the maximum quantity. The same way, we can go for create new measures. This is a new measure column. I can go for the max of quantity. Just I'm taking that maximum of. So what is the maximum quantity? Okay, the maximum quantity is 15, right? So that's what it will be created. So you can drag and drop this column. So it will create maximum quantity is 15. So average quantity, maximum quantity, minimum quantity. So whatever the sum, the aggregate function we want to do, we can take aggregate functions from here. Okay, the aggregate functions, maximum, minimum, average, count. So this one we can see. See what is that x, I will tell you tomorrow. Sum and sum x. So what could be the difference? So what is the difference between sum of column, sum x of column? So that I will tell you tomorrow. Okay, we will see one by one all the functions for this particular data, most of the functions. But this is what we will have all the functions. Whenever you want to write any formulas, so each and every functions, how it will work, that we should know. What is distinct? What is count? Distinct count is different, count is different. Right? Count A is different, count A is different. So that we will see one by one. See average and all. See, this is called aggregate functions. So aggregate functions, all the functions we will see one by one. Aggregate function, date and time function, filter function. One by one we will see so that you will get clear idea. So all the DAX functionalities. I will send you some exercise sheet for this Power Query editor. So I will give you a different sheet. So just to create a data model for that Power Query editor and send it to me. So I have received the assignment from Anu. So others also please try to send that assignment result. Okay. So Anu, yeah, I have seen that assignment. Yeah, the data are looking correct. So if you could work on this formatting and the design, right? So then this particular dashboard will be looking fine. The background colors will be. So title.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, title and everything. Yeah, that's what our first assignment, right? No issues. But here, if you could go for some background colors and all, right, it will be very looking very good. So you can go for Power BI dashboard gallery. So there we can see the background colors template and all. So from there you can use it. Which one is looking good? Okay, if not, I will tell you. So once we are publishing it, right? So here when we are seeing the publish option, that time you should know. So how this will be working fine. Okay.
So you'll be sending the recording for the Power Query editor also, right, Chandra?
Yeah. I will upload today. Yeah. I will upload all the Power Query editor and assignment. So more assignments for our this visualizations also. I will send it to you. And the DAX formula I will send separately. Okay. But as of now, I will send you the Power Query editor, all the documents, along with the visualization also. Yeah. So please, all of you, please try, and then you can send it to me. Tomorrow we will see the other related aggregate functions. We will see one by one all the function, aggregate function, filter functions. All this will go one by one. So we will continue with our DAX formulas. So DAX is nothing but data analysis expressions. So we do have different functions are available in our DAX. So like first one, we have the text function. Like we have text function, then information function, logical function, and then we have the filter and calculations. See, different functions are there. Date functions, all the functions we'll see one by one. So functions, operators, and data types are very important for our DAX formulas. So if you consider the logical functions, right, it's same like our, however we are doing it in Tableau or in Oracle database, but slightly it will change. So that we have to learn. Okay. So first we will go with the text function. So this is a text function we have. So how to write a text function and all. So this is what we will go for, text function. Then see, there are a lot of text functions are available. So we will see one by one. Text functions in DAX. Okay. Each function we will see this separately, and then what is the use in Power BI, that we will make it like combinations of all the functions. Okay, we'll give some calculated field, then that time you can come to know that okay, this is what the function should be used in Power BI. Okay. Okay, the first function is called length function. Okay, length. See, length function here it is called as LEN. So LEN is nothing but length. Okay, so length of, if you want to find out, so length of the column, then I want to go for length function. Sometimes we may validate it, whether these are all the validation, some data quality reports we are preparing it for our customer. So you want to show how many of the account number is length is correct, how many of them is not correct. Okay, so that time we have to find out length, and then you have to make some columns like if then else condition, so true or false. Then we can make, okay, these many out of, we have 1 million record or 1 billion record, these many records are not qualified. Okay, these many records are there like in our data values, something data quality reports we want to go. So you can go for this. This is one simple example. You can go for any number of examples. Okay, here I will take the data source as our Oracle database. So I can take any data source for this. Just I'm taking that Oracle data source and Excel data source. So whatever we can use it. We can use it for this particular functions. First, I will go for the Oracle database. Click on the get data and go to the more. So it is taking some time to open it. So now you go to the database. Then here you can go for the Oracle database and click on connect. Now we can mention that localhost. So here just we are mentioning like localhost. In real time, the database name should be there. Then it will populate with whatever the columns we have, whatever the tables we have in the schema. So that particular table we can take it. So here I'm taking the table called in our HR schema. I'm going to take. So we have the table. So I can take the employees table. So we can take employees, the view also we can take, no issues. Just I'm taking the employees table and departments table. So I can take the departments table. So if I want, I can take locations table also. Locations table also. Just we can load it. So first of all, you will validate it, whether it is correctly validating or not. Okay, it got loaded. So these are all the data model we have. So we can check the data model here. We can remove this, whatever the data we have, department ID, and employee ID to manager ID. If I do not want this, I can remove it. Just I'm going to remove it to be removed. Okay. Then this is what we'll have, the source and target. So employees, departments, and locations. The same way I can go for sample superstore also. I can take here the sample superstore. So I can take whatever here I want. So I will take this Excel sheet. So whatever the data sheet we have, we can take it. Okay, so I'm taking that orders, people, and returns. Just here we have to do some transformations. So we can go here and do the transformations. So this one we have to use first row as header. Yes, it's correct. And people, yeah, this is also use first row as header. And then orders is correct. Okay, so now we will go to the close and apply. Now the data model is correct. So normally the data model first we have to do it. Power Query editor we can do. Then here we can check how the data model has been created. Okay, from here order ID to order ID. So take the order ID here. You can take how many product has been written. Order ID. You can click on OK. Then it will get connected. So now I will go to the data. I want to find out so length of the particular column. So I'm going with this employees table. I want to find out length of the email ID or something, length of the mobile number, the phone number, or so any other column I want to find out. Then I can go for this email ID. I can go for length. So click on this. You can go for either here new columns or right click. You can go for new columns. Okay, so just we will create a new column. The formula will be opened here. So whatever we are going to write here, so it is a column name. So it's same like our Excel formula. Then just I'm writing that column name. So length of email. So email column. Just I'm writing it. So you can type LEN. Okay, length. So it will be you are saying that length LEN. So just if you are clicking on LEN, so length of text only is showing. Say for an example, if I'm giving any hard-coded value, okay, so hard-coded value. So in Power BI, whatever the text we are seeing, see all this we have to do it in the double quotes. Okay, double quotes. How will you do normally? So in Power BI, we have to do double quotes only. Double quotes. Here we have to go with length. So how to do then? Say for an example, I'm giving hard-coded value. So welcome to Power BI. So Power BI DAX. Something I'm writing here. Then click on enter. So how many characters are there in this particular one? It will be calculated. See, but it will. So welcome to Power BI, including space. It will take the space also. It will take. So from left hand side to right hand side, it will calculate everything. And it has 23 characters. But here, so why it is populating for all the record, right? Since we have given the hard-coded value, it is taking for all the records. Okay, so this is what the length we can find. But instead of this column name, instead of the hard-coded value, we can go for any column name. Just I'm typing the email column. So you can mention the table name, bracket email, that column name. Just you can click on enter. So now each and every field length it will populate here. Okay, including space it will take. So if I have any space here, so including space it will calculate. But in email ID it's a user ID. So that's what no space is available. So we are getting all the length of the column names. So this is called length. Okay, it's very simple. Just if we want to create some length of the column, we can go for the length of the one. Okay, so here I have the first name and last name. I want to concatenate first name and last name as full name. You have to mention that, okay, this is what the names we have. So how to do the concatenation? In Power BI, we have the concatenation here. So you can go for, so normally the next function is called concatenate. Okay, concatenate. So concatenate, you can do the concatenation. We can do two way. One is we can do concatenate, and or we can go for just simply the column name, and then we can make that how many characters we want. So that we can go for. Okay, so just simply I'm making that concatenate here. You can use. So here I'm going to create again new column. This is, I'm going to make it like a full name column. Okay, this column name I'm going to make it like full name, full underscore name. So this is the name. Then you can make, say, concatenate of. You can make concatenate of So we have concatenate X. So I will tell you what is this X. So you can go for concatenate. So we have to make concatenate joins two text string, okay, text string into one text string. So you can give only two only. So we can give only two only. That's what we'll go for concatenate. So concatenate of first name, comma, last name. So I'm going for last name. So if you are doing concatenation, just I can use concatenate function. So in our Oracle, we have concat. It's a function. The same way in Power BI, we have concatenate. But here we need to have this space in between. It's giving you Stephen without space King, right? Stephen King. It's like a camel case it's giving, but I need one space in between. Can I make space here? So everything space is hard-coded value. You can go for double quotes, one space, double quotes, one comma here. Is it possible? No, it will take only two strings, text 1, comma, text 2. It will not take two strings. Sorry, more than two, it will not take. We can go for, so first of all, we want to use concatenate in this way. Then you have to remove this one. Just to remove this, first you concatenate with this one space and the resultant, the first name space we have. Okay. The resultant we can go for one more concatenate. Okay. Concatenate. You can go for concat of this one, the result, comma, again the last name. So this is what you have to use. But here it is like we have many functions we have to use. Okay, a lot of functions we have to use. So here the last name should be table name, last name. So now it is calculating the full name, right? Full name. But here, so if I have more number of columns, I want to concatenate 3 or 4 columns, one, so within single one, then it will take lot of concatenate function, nested function. So to avoid that, we can go for the ampersand symbol. So here, normally we will use pipe symbol, right? In the other one, any other in Tableau or in Tableau, we'll use plus symbol. In Oracle, we'll use this pipe symbol. The same way, here also we can go for the pipe symbol. So I will use same way. I will create one more column, first name underscore 1. I can create a new column here. So here I can go for full underscore name 1. So I can use this way. First I can take the first name. So first underscore name. This is called concatenation. The and symbol. Okay, so you can take the and symbol, the ampersand symbol. Sorry. Here we have to take the and symbol, then single quotes, space, single quotes. Again, we have to concatenate with this. Okay, and then last underscore name. So this is the way you have to do it. It's very simple now. Okay, same way how we are writing here, full name, how we are writing the logic, right? But here it is very simple. So you can use the ampersand. If you are using ampersand, there is no need to have the, see, here it is not possible. Concatenate is welcome to Power BI. It is not possible. It will not take. Only 2 argument it will take. First argument, then you have to use. Otherwise, you can go for this text concatenate function, this operator. Okay. So this is what it will take. So we have concatenate X. So what is that concatenate X, right? See, concatenate X is nothing but we have something called concatenate X is the iterative functions, right? So X is nothing but always the each and every row it will calculate. So we can go for this one. For an example, so we have something called list aggregation in the Oracle and all. So list aggregation. What is this list aggregation, right? Say for an example, in department ID 10, how many different job IDs are there? I want to know. So only one. In 20, how many different job IDs are there? 2. Like MK underscore rep, MK underscore man. In 30, we have PO underscore clerk, PO underscore man, PO underscore clerk. See, all this I want to. So take this. Okay, there's something like a list aggregation. Okay, how many, so for an example, how many departments are there for this particular in the job, one particular job, how many departments are there? We have to put everything. Okay, just we can go for the measure. You can calculate new measure. So you can go for the new measure here. I'm just creating a new measure, something like I'm making the measure concatenate X. See, here also I'm using concatenate X. Okay, this will not be formula. So even though you are writing the concatenate X here, this is not a formula. So whatever you are writing after this equal symbol, that will become a formula. So you can write here concatenate X. So you can go for concatenate X here. So it is showing like concatenate X, table name, expression, then delimiter. So delimiter, whatever we are seeing in the formula, it's a square bracket, it's an optional one. So order by expression also, it's order. This is also a optional one. So you can, first of all, you can go for table name. So table name is employees table. So I just take the employees table. So then I want to take, so which column I want to go for? So I'm going for department name. So department underscore ID. Okay, department ID. See how many department IDs are there. It will take one by one and then it will show you. So delimiter is I can go for comma. It will calculate and measure. We can go here. So if you take this measure, concatenate X measure. So I can take something like a job ID from here. See here, it is taking that everything like for, so each and every job ID. So what are the different department IDs are there? Okay, different department IDs are there. How many department IDs? All the department IDs it is taking. So we can go for distinct department ID also, that we will see. But this is what we can go for. R. We can go for department ID and then how many distinct are there. So, but it is taking the total, right? But I do not want this total. So you can make this total. So if we go here, the total is there. You can half this total. So it will find out. So for each and every job IDs, what are the different department IDs are there? So that we can calculate from here. So this is what one of the function called concatenate X. Okay, this will be taking something called the list aggregation. In Oracle, we will say it's a list aggregation. Okay, that we can take. And next one is called next function. Okay, next function. The third function is called combine values. Okay, so combine values. So what it will do? So we have something like column like this. Okay, we have street address. Okay, we have the column like this. Street address. And then we have column like city, country, then zip code. See, all the columns are there. I want to combine all this column as address column. Okay, so address column. I have to make it this way. One single column, I have to make it. How can I make combine? So I can go for concatenate, but concatenate I have to write a lot of logic here. But here the combine values. Okay, it's very easy. See, combine values very easy. We can combine it with how many columns are there. Okay, so but we have to mention the delimiter. So which delimiter we are going for? So that's a delimiter we have to use. Say for example here, going for combine columns like first name, last name, email. These three columns I'm just combining it. Okay. So I can create one new column. So I will go for new column here. So I can make something like this is the address column I'm just making. Okay. I'll show you address column. Then I can go for combine. Okay. Combine values. So we have the combine values. Delimiter. First we have to use the delimiter. So what is the delimiter? I'm going to have comma. Then expression 1, expression 2, expression 3. So like this, we can go for n number of expressions. There is no limitations. So just I'm taking first name, then comma, last underscore name, then comma, mobile underscore number. So like this, sorry, there is no mobile number. Here it's a phone number or email. So I will take email column. Okay. Email, then close it. So it will take the combine values. See, each and every function we have to practice it. Then whenever we are getting some functionality, some calculated field, so that time it's very easy. So just we have seen 4 functions. One is length, concatenate x, and we have seen combine values. Okay, these are all the 4 functions we have seen. Then we'll go for the fourth one. So concatenate, we have seen only one function. Next one is called, so these are all very much used normally. Next function is called left. Okay, so left is nothing but, so if I want to find out how many from left, how many characters are there, I want to find out. Okay, from left, how many characters are there? The job ID, you have to take first 2 characters. I want to take first 2 characters from the job ID. Then I can take left. So I can go to the new column. You can use new job ID or job code. So I can go for job code, job underscore code 1. I can go for left function. See, left function, left of text. So what is this text? We can go for left of the column name is job underscore ID. So job ID, then we have to give number of characters. From left, how many characters I need? 2 characters. Returns the specified number of characters from the start of the string. So you can use like this. Then it will take only first 2 characters of the job code, job ID. Okay, job code. We can see here. This is the way. So the same way you can go for write also. Write also. Okay, we have one more function called write. So fifth function is called write. Okay, write. So what is this? We go for, so write is nothing but job code underscore 2. So you can go for write. You can use of write text function. So what is this? Job underscore code, job ID, comma, how many characters I need? From write, I need some 4 characters or 5 characters. So whatever the character, number of character I want, I can go with. So this is normally left and right. But we do have in other database and all, we have function called substring, right? Substring. So how many characters from this particular character, how many characters we want? So substring here, we will call it as a mid function, mid. Okay, mid function we have. Just you can go for this column name. So email column or any other column, job ID column. So just I'm creating a new column. Okay, I'm going for the function called mid function. So middle. Okay, so that's what mid. So I can go for, this is substr. I will make substring. Okay, substring of job ID. Just naming convention I'm making job ID. So I can use mid function. Sorry, mid function. So text, the column name. So what is the column name? Mid function, I can go for job underscore ID. Job ID, comma, start position. From 4th character, number of characters. I need some 5 characters. See here, instead of giving 5, we can calculate. Okay, so something like we want to, from email column, we want to take something like username only. We can take it. So that I will tell you how to take. See here, it is calculating this value from fourth position. From fourth position, 5 characters it is taking. So there are only 3 characters are there from fourth. That's why you are getting 3. But this is what you can go for mid function. So middle, it will take middle of the values. Then it will go for the mid function. Okay. Then normal, we have upper half, lower half and all. Say for an example, I want to find out in first name in uppercase. You can go for new column. Then you can make everything in uppercase. Sometimes what will happen, if all the combinations of columns coming, then it's very difficult. We want to change that country code and all. We want to make uppercase. Just we can make upper of. See upper of. So I'm making that the function name is called upper. Okay, upper of text. That's all. So you can go for upper of first underscore name. So you can close it. So it will calculate the first name uppercase. Same way we have the lower of. Same way we have the lower of. So I want to find out lower of this one. Sometimes why we are calculating this upper of, lower of and all, right? See how many associate are tagged with country called India. Okay, India. I want to make it this one. Okay, left, right, and the mid function, then upper, then lower. Okay, lower function. See here in upper functions we have like this data. So we have data like this. Country is coming like India. So one person it's like India. Another person it is there like India. Then another person is coming like India like this. Okay, but I want to calculate how many Indias are there. Just you can. So you are equating with only this India. Then it will equate with India only. This India only. I want to equate. I want to find out for all this. Then you can make upper of that column. That's what we can make. So I can go for new column. Here I want to make lower of, lowercase. So everything in lowercase. Just sometimes in our, if any situations, if you want to convert this into lowercase, that you can go for lower of this column. Just we can make lower of the column name. So just we can make the column name. That's all. First name column. Then lower of it will make lowercase. Okay, everything like a lowercase. Sometimes we may get data from our source. We may get some space on the left hand side or right hand side. So that you can go for trim function. Trim. Okay. So what is this trim function will do normally? So left hand side, right hand side, if I have any space, it will trim, but it will not trim any space on the in between. Okay. So I'm going for new column. I want to find out some trim functions. Okay. So I will use trim first underscore name. I do not have any space left, right. We do not have any first name. We do not have any space. So just I'm going for trim. Just we are using trim functions. Trim of the text. Look at here. Removes all space from the text string except for single space between words. So in between words, it will not trim. So I'm just making that. Okay, here some space I'm giving. So welcome to Power BI. Okay, I'm giving right hand side also space. You can make the edits and then it will calculate. Without trim, if I'm going to see here, welcome to Power BI, right? It has trimmed. So I want to find out length. You can go for length, right? You can go for length of. So length of this one, it will calculate how many length, right? So if you don't use this trim, right, what will happen? It will calculate like the space also, right? Sometimes if you have any space or something, you can find this way. So you find length of that particular one. Okay, length of this particular one, and length of trim of that particular one. If both are not equal, some space is there in the left hand side, right hand side. Okay. These are all, we will do it in our data quality reports. So in our data quality reports, some things we are going for. So that kind of reports, how many out of 1 million record. So how many records it's coming like a space? Is there any space? Yeah. So we have something we want to show to the customer. This is what, and then I can go for this trim functions. Okay. Trim functions I can show. But since we do not have any left hand side, right hand side value, then you can go for the trim. Okay. Next one is called substitute. Okay. So what is meant by substitute? I want to substitute. I want to replace. That means it's a replace one. Okay. So replace here we have in Power BI, but we have the substitute. We have one more function is called substitute. So I want to substitute. I want to remove the dot from the phone number. You assume that I want to remove dot from the phone number. So how can I do it? So phone number, I'm going with new column. For each and every phone number, I want to remove dot. I can make the column as new phone number. Okay. So you can use the function called substitute. Okay. See, substitute with index means it will take the position. What is the position we have? See, a substitute of text, old text, new text, and the instance number. So that we have to give. Instance number is optional only. So what is this one? Phone number. So you can go for the expression is nothing but your phone number. Sorry, text is nothing but your phone number. Old text, what I have to remove? So I have to remove the dot, then comma, new text. So what is the new text? Null. Simply, I can make this one. Next one is optional only. First instance, second instance. So all this we want to remove. Just you can go for. If you don't write the instance name right, so it will remove all the instance. It will substitute all the instance. See here, the phone number it has been removed, right? I want to add +1 hyphen. So how will you add +1 hyphen after this? So you can go for the concatenation, right? So double quotes +1 hyphen +1 hyphen double quotes. I have to use the concatenate, right? See concatenation. Just you can make this. So it will make +1 hyphen. So it will make this way, right? So this is the function we will use for. So here we are used concatenation and substitute. So we can make something like a second instance alone. We want to substitute first, not first instance, second instance. So just I'm making second instance alone, it will substitute. Okay, so look at here. So first instance, we have one more instance here, second one. So that's what it is replaced. But first instance is not replaced. See, look at here. So second instance, what is that? 4, after 4, we have the dot. Here, 1, 2, 3, we have the dot. So we look at here, 4, the second instance has been removed. So instance number, whenever we are making the instance number, it will take that instance number alone, it will remove. Okay. This is called substitute. Substitute with index, I will take separately. Okay. So these are all the functions we have. So far we have seen 10 functions. We have some other functions. Okay. Then we have, so here also we have the replace. So replace means substitute. We have substitute also, it is doing the replace. And what is the use of replace? So replace means position wise replacement. Okay. Position wise, I want to replace. Okay. Something like, say, for an example, data masking. I want to do data masking. We are showing customer. The customer is saying that don't show in report, if any mobile number is there, don't show all the mobile number or card number. Don't show all the card number. If you are making the card number in the table, don't show all the card number. That I want to do something like that. Then I can go for say the data masking or something like we are converting it. So that you can go for replace. So replace, how to do the replace? So I can go for replace of this one, phone number. See here, phone number. After substitute, I want to replace. Okay, that I will take. So I can take this one, new column. I can take replace of. First I will take replace of. Then I will go for new phone number. New phone number, masking. Okay, masking. So I can go with the new. So always make this like this. Okay, what space you have to make. So you can use replace. So what is this replace? So replace old text, start position, number of characters, new text. So what you have to replace? I can take replace of phone number, old text, start position. So I want to replace from first character to 6 characters or 8 characters. I want to make star. Okay, new text, star here. Okay, how many stars? So only 1 star. All the 8 characters, I'm just making only 1 star. Is that okay? So if you look at here, how it is masking, see all the 8 characters, first to 8, it is making only 1 star. So I want 8 star here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All the, so I want to show, right, how many characters are there. So I can go for 8, but here also it is not correct. The dot also it has been taken. So if I want to remove that dot, what we can do? We can go for substitute, right? We can go for substitute of. So this column, okay, employee phone number, then comma, old text. So I want to make old text is double quotes, dot, double quotes, comma, then new text, it's double quotes, then closing it. And look at here, it will remove the dot first of all with a null. Then it will make the first one. You can go for 6 one. 6 and last 4 digit we can show. First 6 digit we are making, then we are making that. See here, whenever we are making, so your customer is saying that only first the last 4 digit you have to show. Other than that, you have to make it closer. But here, if you look at here, so if I'm going this logic, again we have something called this one. So for this kind of scenario, you have to use only this 9263. You have to show all the characters on the left hand side. You have to mask it. So how can I do? So you have to use some if logic. So that we will see if the length of the phone number like this, we have to go for this logic, or length of the phone number is something like different, then you have to go for some different logic. So first we will see the if logic. So after that, we will take it like this one. Okay, the same new phone number masking, we will take it. So this is called replace. So replace is different, substitute is different. Okay, then I can go for blank. Okay, something like a blank. So you want to make some blank value? Yes. Then I can go for blank. Say for an example, first name. I can go for new column. I want to make it like a blank. If logic also we can go over. See what is if logic? So if, so blank phone number. Okay, just I'm making, or first name. I'm just writing one logic if. See, look at here, if logical test, that means condition. If the result is true, result is false. If you look at here, logical test here, that is condition. Result if true is mandatory, okay, but result if false is optional one. So you can give or you may not give. So that's the one. And if condition I'm writing, if length of, so len, length of the column name, first name, length of first name equal to 6 characters. Just I'm writing 6 characters. Then that's a result if true. Then I'm making just a blank. See here, blank. Okay, just a blank of, that's all. Otherwise, we are not doing anything. You can go for, so only if it is 6, then it will make blank. Otherwise, it will take same thing, same first name. Okay, so for everything it is making blank. If length of first name, okay, 1 minute, make comma, result is false. Everything is 6 characters. No, otherwise we can take first name itself. Okay, so this is logical condition, right? So that's what here it is making blank. We'll take this one. We'll check it whether it is a 6 characters or not. So first name. See here 6 characters. So just we can make the condition here is logical condition. So that's what you have to make 2 equal symbol. Okay, if the length of the first name equal to 6, then blank. Otherwise this one. Okay, something like that. If condition we can go for. Same way here also we can go for, see here, this one we made something like a replace and substitute, right? If the length of, if the substitute, after making the substitute, this is what the phone number, length of phone number is 1, 2. Okay, first of all, we will make substitute of phone number. Then how many characters we are getting. So then we will follow it. Okay. So if you go here, new, we will take last 4 digit only, like masking. Okay, how to do it? Last 4 digit only you have to mask. You have to show. Okay, so I'm going with substitute of employees phone number, comma, to make a dot here, comma, null. So we will take how many characters are there. Based on that, we'll go for if logic. Okay, so just I'm taking, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, if length of this one equal to 10, then one logic, more than 10, one logic. Okay, that's what. So you can go for this way. So you have to write logic here. If, okay, if here, if. So always make sure that space. Okay, if length of new phone number 1. Okay, new phone number 1 equal to 10, then this is the logic. Okay, if length of new phone number, this is logic. Otherwise, so this is the condition. If you look at here, this is the condition. Then, so this one we have, after that, comma, the same thing you can go for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, 11 characters, right? 1 to 11. You have to make 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so look at here. Just we have to write this way. See here, I made it for all the records, right? See, last 4 digit is last 4 digit only I'm showing. So whatever the length of the mobile number, just 4 digit only say showing. Then I'm removing that all the one. So this is what you have to write the logic. Sometimes, so we are not able to follow this. You can go for format text. So you can DAX format. So we can write format. So we do not have any, so normally we will not do in real time DAX online, but we should not do it DAX formatter. So here we have, so we can give the syntax and then it will format. We'll give one DAX formulas, like online formatter will be there. So if you give here, right, it will give you the format string. We'll be having one place here. We will be having this format. So if you give the format here, right? So normally we should not do for online. So here, this is what if, so this is condition, then condition is true, what I have to do, this one, and condition is false, what it is doing. So replace or substitute of all this. So this is just you can make, and then you can copy, and then you can paste it here. Just you can go for, it's a very simple to explain. Okay, so this is what you can go for the text functions. Okay, clear on this? Text functions. Then we will take next function is called, okay, these are all the text functions which are available in DAX. So 12th one is called blank. So all the 12 functions, just to practice it. So tomorrow we'll go for the next function is called a logical function. See all our logical functions like if logic. See all the functions we'll see one by one. Okay. Today we'll start with the logical function. Okay. I will take the data from the Oracle database also and go to more, and I can get the data from Oracle database also. Database, I can take from Oracle database, connect, and it will be connected. I can use localhost and can go to this HR schema. I will take these tables like employees tables, departments tables, and locations tables also. So just I will take departments alone. Okay, I will just load the table. So this is a data source for us. So first we will go for the if conditions. So if condition we have seen yesterday itself. Just we can take if condition. Okay, so we can take if condition, comma, if the condition is true, what I can do, if the condition is false, what I can do. That's what we can write. So even you can go for nested if also. Lot of conditions we want to check it, then you can go for nested condition, nested if. So inside we can, if it's true, again you can go for one more condition. If condition, if the condition is true, again I can check the if logic. If the condition is false, again you can make it like a false, or you can go for one more condition. Like this, you can go for nested if conditions. Okay, just we can take nested if conditions. Say for an example, just I will take two columns. Go here on the data. I will take the employees table. Just I'm going to take the salary column. Click on the salary column. Then just I'm taking one new column. So go to new column. So here I'm going to the one column called salary status. Okay, salary status. Just I'm going with if condition. If you look at here, if condition, I'll just this is the one if. Okay, if look at here, if logical test. So I'm making like salary, if salary greater than $5,000. Okay, $5,000. If it is greater than $5,000, I'm making like high salary. Else, I'm making like low salary. Just a two condition I'm checking. So it will give you either high salary or low salary. That's what it will create the columns, right? So if condition I'm making. So high salary or low salary. So this is what it will make, high salary and low salary. Can have this salary column. Okay. Now I want to make one more condition. I want to make one more condition. The average salary. Like in middle, you need to have the average salary. So how can we make? If the salary greater than 5,000, or I can make less than. So I can go for less than 5,000. I can make it is low salary, right? If it is less than 5,000, I can make low salary. And else means it's a greater than 5,000. Okay. Inside again, I can go for one more if condition. Salary again. If salary greater than or equal to $10,000, then I'm making like average high salary, else low salary. Okay, so we have to make sure that we have opened the bracket and closed the bracket correctly. So we have to make one more bracket. So if this if condition, if the condition is true, then we have to make low salary. If the condition is true, then we have to make low salary, right? Low salary. Else part, we are checking that else part. If employee salary equal to this one, high salary or average salary. So nested function. Just I may click nested function. We can see here. So it should have here. Then I'm making like enter. Then it will make some nested. This is what nested functions. You can see here high salary and then making the average salary and low salary. I want to make how many of them are getting high salary, how many of them are getting low salary and all. Then I can go for here. Just I can make a salary status column. We can drag and drop that one into here. I want to go for the clustered column chart. Okay, so I need to have the count. I want to know the count. So I have taken the here, and I can take some employee ID. So employee ID in the values, you can see here count automatically it will take. Okay, so employee ID you can take the numeric column, then the count. So you can see here how many of them are getting the salary here. We can enable the data labels. This is what you can, if the customer is asking, this is what you can find. Okay, how many of them are getting low salary? 49 employees are getting low salary. Then 39 employees are getting average salary. Then 19 employees are getting high salary. So this is what you can able to see all the salaries. Okay, and also if I want to know instead of count, I want to go for sum of salary, then take the salary column here, salary column here. We can take the salary column here. We can take the sum of salary. If you look at here, you can see the sum of salary. So high salary, if you add all the high salary, it will be like this is what high salary, this is what average salary, this is what low salary. So either we can go for count or we can go for sum also. That's what we can take here. So based on our scenario, we have to use the columns. So now the same way we can, if I have more number of columns, so I can go instead of writing like this columns, I can go and write this way. This is not like a formatted one, right? This is not showing like a formatted one. Just I'm making like one more column, new column. Here I want to make something like a formatted one. So how to make formatted one? The same name. I am going for DPT name, department name. Then I can go for this one. So I can make if something, okay, some I'm writing department underscore ID. If department ID equal to some 20 or I'm making 10, then it's just I'm making like HR department. Okay, I'm not saying any values, just I'm saying that HR department. You can make comma, then you can go for, we can go for shift enter. Don't close it. Normally we'll go for shift enter, right? So you can go for shift enter on tab. So here you can go for if one more condition, you can make one more if condition, if again you can make the department underscore ID equal to some 20. I'm making like some admin department. Just I'm making that whatever we want, we can write it. So admin. If I have more values, then how can I write? So again shift enter. So again if next condition, if same way department ID equal to 30. then comma, then sales department, something. So if I have more values like this, you can write comma here. Then one more time, shift enter. If, okay, if department ID equal to some 40, then finance department. Just I'm making that whatever I want, finance, then you can make unknown. Otherwise you can make unknown. Okay, unknown department. Okay, so just you can make, see all the columns, then click on enter. So this is multiple if condition, we can test it. See here. So here most of them are like unknown. So 90 or 60 are unknown. Then 30 we are getting sales department. Then 10 we have the HR department. Then we have 20 we have admin department. 40 we have finance department. If I have like more number of if conditions, we can write logic like this. Okay, we can write logic this way. Okay, so we can write logic this way, and this is the one. Okay, then if I want to go for any other conditions, say for an example, I want to make this commission percentage. If you look at here, there is some blank value, right? So blank value, I should not take it. I have to make it like a salary. Some calculation I want to make, the blank value will not be taken. So for this, I want to create a new column. Just I'm creating a new column. If it is blank, see something like new commission, I'm making that. If I have blank value, then I want to make it like a some 0. If we have one condition like is blank, see here, is after, is blank, is error. We have many functions like this. Is subtotal. Okay, so is empty. See all this is text we have. So I can go for is blank of commission percentage. If is blank of commission percentage, then I have to make it like 0. Otherwise, I have to make it like commission percentage itself. Okay, just I'm making that whenever I'm getting some null values, I want to make this null value as 0. Okay, see here, this column, for any calculation, I will not take this column. I will take this column. Okay, salary into salary, just I'm making that values. So this is what I'm going for. Some commission is available, then this is what we are getting. Okay, if you are making the column like this, right? Normally, if you are getting salary plus salary into commission, you're taking, then now you are not getting the correct value, right? So this is total salary. I'm just making the total salary. So I can go for here also. I can write the logic. Okay, so instead of writing like this, new column and then that column we are using, so directly you can use this. But if you are thinking that okay, this column will have more number of formulas, then you can write separately. So salary plus salary into commission percentage. If I'm making this way, salary plus salary into commission percentage. Some null values are there, right? Some null values are there. Okay, it has taken automatically the null values blank value. Just it is calculating the total salary. So in Tableau and all, it will not take. So we have to convert this way, and then we have to make. See here, this is what it has taken, total salary. And those who are getting commission, we are getting highest salary. So you can go for some decimal point, 2 decimal point, you can make it. So this is the way you can make here. So what is the commission percentage? Okay, this is what we can go for. See all the functions. Okay, if conditions. Okay, we do have in R function in our logical function, we do have R function, all these functions. Just we can make one by one. If you look at here, I want to find out how many, this is the Okay, I will take the sales table. I will take the order table. See how many orders has been placed on weekday, how many orders placed on weekend. Just I want to know. So this column, this is the one, right? So order date, this is the one I have to find out. So just I want to go for one new column. I'm creating one new. I want to know how many orders has been placed on weekday, how many orders placed on weekend. So how do I know that? So just I can make, I want to find out first of all which day it is. How can I make? It's a day name. I can go for, you can have here one keyword like format. Okay, format, value, format, then the local name, so that you can mention it. So what is the column here? The order date. The order date you can take, comma, I can go for, so 4 Ds. The format is, this is what I can go for. So this will give you the day name, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, all this it will give you. Okay, if you look at here, Friday, Sunday, Wednesday, all the dates coming, right? Saturday and all. So I want to know how many, see if you are this day name, we are going for any report. So each and every day, how many, what is the sales value or how many sales has happened? You can go for order day name. You can drag and drop this day name here, right? So you can drag and drop the day name, Sunday, Monday, all this day name. Then we can take the clustered column chart. Then I want to know the what is the order value, sales value. So we can take the sales value here, or if I want to know the how many orders has been placed. See, yeah, this is what, okay, Saturday, more number of, more value. Yeah, this is some value. Then we have the Wednesday, then we have Friday. And if you look at here, Sunday, we have very less sales only. And Sunday and Monday, we have less sales. But I want to know what is the sales value on weekend, like addition of Saturday, addition of Sunday. Okay. But instead of sales value, I want to know how many count. So how will you make the count? We can take the order ID here. We can take the order ID or customer ID, everything. Just you can take the order ID to the values. So here it will be making the count. Okay, count. So what is the count value? You want to check it? Then you can go for enable the labels. You can see the count. Okay, Saturday, Wednesday, these many sales has happened. Okay, so this is what I can go with the reports. Okay, but I want to know these two, I want to add it. So I can go to the new one. If the customer is asking like, so what is the weekend or weekday sales, then I can go for if logic. Okay, so here keep the cursor here. You can go for new column. Just making that one, so like a one logic. Same way, if the day name is equal to Saturday or Sunday, then it's a weekend, right? So I can go for it's a weekend orders day name. If order day name, so we have more than one value, right? If orders day name, if it is more than one value, then you can go for in condition. Okay, in. So if I am making in condition, open this curly braces. Okay, if order name in Sunday, comma Saturday, just I will make Friday also. Okay, or okay, leave it. If I have more values, that's what I can go with. Okay, I will include Friday also. Then you can close it. This is the condition. Okay, comma. The condition is true. I'm making like weekend. Otherwise, weekday. See, look at here. This is if I have more values, in single column, if I have more values, then I can go with in class. In. So in, this is what we can go for. Okay. So you can go with enter. It will show you whether it is a weekday or weekend. If you look at here, so Friday weekend, Tuesday weekday, right? Weekday, Sunday is weekend, Sunday weekend, Sunday. And other columns it is making like other data, Sunday weekend, right? So I want to know how many of them are Saturday also weekend. So what is the sales for weekend? Just I can go for new one, new sheet, chart. I can go with one more view. Here I can take weekend or weekdays. Just a drag and drop the weekend here. And what is the sales value? So weekdays only highest sales, weekend this much. Just I can go for, so this way we can find whether it is a weekday or weekend. Okay. So this is the one thing you can go for weekdays or weekend. Okay. So you can go for one more thing is called in the instead of day name, you can go for weekday of column name. So I'm going for one more new column. See here, I'm making like weekday. We have function called weekday. Okay, week number and weekday, everything we have. Weekday, the date, which date? It is order date. Return type is again, it's a optional one. Okay, order date. Look at here, how it will be making weekday. So the number it will give you. What is the number? So 6. 6 is nothing but it's a Friday. So 1 is nothing but your Sunday. So if the date is 1 or 7, right? 1 or 7, Saturday. If the day is 1 or 7, then we can go for this weekend, right? So I can go for, from this also I can go for, I can find out whether it is a weekend or weekdays. Just I can make here, I can go for new column. Just I'm making this column name as weekend 2. If weekday, just we found the weekday, right? If weekday equal to 1, okay, 1 is Sunday. We have to make R class, R, right? R. This pipe symbol is called R. R, weekday equal to 7. Then it is a weekend. Otherwise, it is a weekday. So Friday also we are making like a weekday only here. So that's what it is making, weekday or weekend. Okay. The same one we can write it in different way also. So either we can make this R class operator we can go with, or we can go with R. So making like R also. So how to make R with R class? So R1, then this is the way we will make it. Like if you look at here, R or and, so everything you can go. Some conditions. So this is weekend 3. We can go like this. If R class, you can start with R also. R order date. Not order date, it's a weekday. So weekday we found, right? Weekday equal to 1, comma. Again, weekday equal to 7. R of, so R. If I have more R functions, see, look at here how we made it here. So order weekday equal to 1. Here we made it like an operator R. But here I want to make these two or R, just to make this R class, then make this is the first one, comma second one, comma third one. You can go for anything. See all the conditions. If it is and, then you have to make AND condition also. So some 2 columns you have to check it, then you can go for AND condition also. And then if it is yes, if it is true, then this is weekend. Otherwise, it is a weekday. So the previous one, what we have seen, that is also equal to this one. If you look at here, so this is what we are having it, the functions. So we can have the same weekend 2, weekend 3 is having the same result. Okay, so this is what you can go for the weekend and weekdays, all this. So in condition, AND condition, OR condition, something like format 1, weekday, week number. You remember we have seen the column name dot week number, weekday, and all this, it will show you what is right. So here also we can go with, and we have one more function is called switch function. Switch. Just I will take DEPT underscore name 2. So this one I will go for switch function. So you can switch function is like a case function only. I can make switch. Look at here, switch expression value 1, result 1, else. This is what I can go for. So I can make department ID. Okay, not this source. I will take employees data. It's giving you the error, right? So I'm just removing the column. Then just I'm taking the employees table. So here also we can take, but I do not have more values. That's what I'm going for. Employees one. I'm going for new column, not new table. Here I will take a switch function, like a DEPT underscore name 2. I'm taking like switch of department underscore ID. If department ID equal to some 50, so I will take more, whichever the value we have more. Same way, we have to take value 1. Then we have to take the what is the value 1? It's a HR department. Okay. If it is 80, then sales department. Same way you can go for whatever the condition you want to have. Sales. If it is 30, we can go with finance, comma, the else part. The else part is unknown. Okay, some error is there. So where are you missing some comma here? Okay, it is not equal. We have to make comma here. 50. If switch 50, this is the one column name. 50 HR. It's like a decode function of how we will write 50 HR, 80 sales, 30 finance, and default is unknown. Double quotes. Okay, so if you look at here, based on the department ID, it is making like unknown, or 30 is finance department. So 50 is HR department, and here the sales department. Okay, just if I have like a decode function, if it is subject ID equal to 1, then it is a subject is some subject, 2 some subject, third 3 some subject. Like this, if I want to go for some decode function, you will write, right? Same way you can go for switch function in Power BI. Okay, so these are all the logical functions are available in our Power BI. So I will stop here. So this date dimension, date functions are very much used in our Power BI for data model and everything. So we will see now how the date functions will be used. We have already completed the text function and logical function. And I will go to the data, same data set I will take it, sample superstore itself. So we can get any data source. So here just we are seeing only against the date column, how the tables are loaded, that we will see now. Okay, so we can connect all the data and go to transform data. Since the header is not taking correctly, we are going for the transform data. So this one is looking correct, but the people will make and returns will make. Okay, so then you will apply and close. Then the data will be loaded, right? So we can connect with the employees table as well. Okay, just I have taken. So a lot of functions are available in our Power BI for date and date column. So we will take first one. In our previous session, we have seen the calendar auto, right? Calendar auto we have seen. Now we will take the calendar function. The calendar also we have seen. So from this calendar we will take it. Okay. So if you look at here, date and time functions, so a lot of functions are available. So calendar functions, it returns. So calendar and calendar auto both will return a table only. Okay. So it will return a table with a single column named date. So that contains a continuous set of dates. Okay. So you can go for, first we can go to new table. So we can go to data here. So we can go to the data view. So here, if you look at here, table tools. So here we can see the table tools. You can go to new table. So here, just we are clicking on the new table. New table will be created. So like this. Okay, here I'm just making like, so date dimension, date dim. Okay, so customer dim. Okay, like different dimension tables are there. Here I'm taking date dim. Okay, just I'm creating the date dim. I can go for calendar function. So we can make the calendar. So if you look at calendar, it will ask start date and end date. So what is the start date we want? So in order to give the start date, we have to make a date of, so you have to give date, first year, month, day. So I can take from 2015 year, month 01 date. Just I'm taking that start date. End date I can go for 25. So again, date of 2025 year, month, so 12/31st, December 31st. Just I'm creating like this. Okay, if you click on enter, this will be created as one column. Okay, one column will be created. If you want to change this, you can change it. But before changing it, if you look at here I'm going with orders here. So you can see here orders date, right? Order date, we can able to see the order hierarchy, year, quarter, month, day. So all the hierarchy, it is available. Hierarchy is available. But I'm going to make, so I do not want this year, quarter, month, day. I want to create a separate year, month, quarter. Just I'm going to the date here. If you want only date, we can make, instead of date and time, we can change it to date only. Even you can change the date and time format. Here I can change the date and time format, MMDDYY. So whatever the format we want, we can take it. So this is the date dim, right? So this is the date dim. If you look at here, I have the date dim. So if you right click on this, you can see here, if you right click on this table, you can see one option called mark as date table. If you're going to mark as date table, so this will be taken as date table. Okay, so it will ask what is the column. So I'm just mentioning that date column. Okay, so date column. I'm just marking this as date table. So why we are marking like date table, right? If you mark this date table, and if you go to the data model, so here I'm joining the order date with the date. So where is that order date? So here I'm going to the order date. Here I'm going to take order date with the date column. So this is also order date. So this is also date. Just I'm connecting it, whichever the date we are having it. Just I'm connecting it. It will make order date and date column as the join column. Okay, so if you make like this, then you cannot find any hierarchy here. If you look at here, so are you finding any hierarchy now in the date column? No. So now the hierarchy, it will be removed. So whenever you are joining with a date table, right? A column with the date table, the hierarchy will be removed now. So you can see here the hierarchy has been removed, and this is what you are saying here. Okay, I can take order ID from here. order ID from here. So this also I will make one connections, order ID, click on OK. Okay, so that's what any date table, any date column is linked with the date table, then this particular table will lose the hierarchy. Okay, whichever the table you are connecting, it will lose the hierarchy. Okay, so I want to create some date and date or year or month or that particular column. So just I want to create it all this value. So I have to use what is date. Just we have used to date, and we will go for the date differences, date value, day, and all this we will check it. What is this? Just I'm going here. I'm going to the data. So here I want to create a new column. Just click on new column. So from the date I want to take only year part. So I can take the year part alone, year of date. And how can I take the year? Simply year function. So we have year function and simply a date. So this date, I'm taking this date. So if you click on the date, so you'll be having a dim date, right? So you can close it and enter from the date column. It will take only year. You can ask me the question. So if we haven't created this particular table, already the year, month, quarter, and everything is there in our date hierarchy itself. Why we have created like this, right? See there we have only year, month, quarter, and day. But here, whatever the way we want, we can create it. Okay, quarter, we can create the day, month, weekday, week number. So all this we can create it here. Okay, that's what. See, whatever you want to do manipulations on the date, so you can create by using this date columns. Okay, here. So just I have created the year. You can go to the view here. If you take the year, so if you take the sales value, just I'm taking the sales value. Just to drag and drop the sales value, you can see the sales value now. So this will show you the sales value. Look at here, sales value 2.3 million, right? 2.30 million. So now I want to know what is the year-wise sales. Just I'm taking one more view, going with the line chart. So year-wise sales. So just I'm taking the year. From here, I'm taking the year. So year into axis. So year will be created and sales into value. I want to take sales. If you look at here, so this is what it will create. But here we will not able to see any hierarchy. So only to 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021. 4 years of data we are seeing here. Okay. If you enable the data label, then you can able to see the data label also. So you can see here, this is what you can able to find the view. Okay, the view. So now I will create the other view, like, so this is what I can create. So this is already available. Then how can I create a quarter? Here we have created. And how can I create a quarter? So I'm going to the new column. So create here, new column. So this one I'm going to create a quarter. So how to create it? So you can keep the cursor here. So you can make quarter here. So again, this is the quarter number only it will give you. So I can make quarter number and I can make this is quarter. Okay. So here a lot of functions are available. We will see one by one. So quarter and date. So you can make this date column. So remember date column you have to take from here. Okay. Date, and it is showing that returns a number from 1. Okay, 1 means it's a January to March. 4 means it's October to December, representing this the quarter. Okay, so just you can make it like this, and then it will give you the quarter number. Only quarter number it will give you.
Like, is there any reason like we are creating a separate table?
Yeah. This table is a date dimension table. So this table will have all the data, like quarter number, week number, okay, weekday. So everything we can create. But that's what I told, right? If you go to the date hierarchy, whatever we have seen that date hierarchy, right?
In the table itself, we can create these columns, right? Based on that order ID.
Okay, here you are saying this table. Yeah, that's what. See, instead of creating all the columns here, we are creating dimension table separately. Separate table. Normally, that is what we will have the data model.
Reason like
normally, that's what we will have the data model will be there in our real-time project also. See here, all the functions, we can have one one simple functions. Okay, like this also we can have it date functions. So here I'll show you. So whatever we are creating manually one by one, right? So instead of that, we have all the functions with only one column. So that is also possible. This we have, okay, one functions, we can have it here. So if you take all this date table, Control C, and if you are creating one table, right? So it will create, say normally this is what we will create, but just I'm telling you how to create a separate table manually that, so this is what we are creating. So I'm going to the, so new table. If you look at here, I'm pasting here. So all the functions we are written here. Okay. So if you look at here, okay. So here, so minimum of date, we can give one values here. So it is taking minimum date from this value. So which table we can go for orders table, order date. Just I'm removing. So there from all the columns will be there. All the columns will be there like in the order table. But here we are creating a separate table with all this data. Okay, like a date, year, month. Okay, year, month number. Like you can use month. Okay, what is the short, long? See, all this you can create like this. Okay, so that's what, instead of having this query, just I'm taking that all the queries separately. So you should know what is this format under, right? So that's what I'm creating it. So if you look at here, just it has been created with all the values. So you look at here. So this is the minimum order date it is taking from our table, from orders table. If you look at here, this is the minimum orders date. So what is the date as integer? So it is giving in this format: year, month number, year, month number, year and month number, then year and month, then month short, month long, week number, weekday short, right? Weekday short means Sunday. So this one we have to change it like weekday short, DD. We have to make so 3D only, not 4D. Here 3D only. So here it will change like weekday short, it will change. Okay, it has changed. Now quarter and year of the quarter. Just we have taken. See, all these functions, all these are date dimension. Separately we will maintain in one table, not with the date column table. So any order date column, that's what I have explained here. Any date column will not have all this data. Do we have any week number in this? No. And also you should not add a column here like a week number. So it's a common for all the data model. So that's what we will have the date dimension separately. So we will create this dimension modeling in our Power BI. So normally this function will be there. We can copy this, or it is common for entire project. Like you can copy everything, you can create a date dimension model. So like this we will create separate date dimension. We are creating it without disturbing the existing table. So this is order table, right? So only order date we will be having it, the date column, but we are not creating any date dimension column in this table. So if you want to say, for an example, I do not want to create a separate table. I want to have only week number I need for this particular model. So why should I create the date dimension, right? So normally date dimension is the common for project. So we will create it like this only. If you do not want, just I need week number only. So you can use the same formula over there and we can create it here also.
Yeah, got it, sir.
Yeah. Okay, it's up to the data, how the framework they have defined it. That's what we will create. Okay. So I will go to the dimension table now. So this is what, see, just instead of all this one simple formula. So this is the formula, just I'm creating it. So we have seen the year and the quarter number. So just here, I'm going for the quarter number. So quarter means it will give you the quarter number only. If you look at here, So what is the quarter number? It's giving you Q3, right? So Q will be concatenated. See here, Q will be concatenated. That's what it will give you the quarter number. Q has been concatenated with this one. That's what I will do. I will tell you how to do it. So if you know the separately, then only. So if you're going for any project, you will get clear idea. Okay. So this is the quarter number. If you look at here, this is all January. So quarter number we have. How many quarters are there? So 1, 2, 3, 4 should be there, right? So 4 quarters values are there. Okay. So now I will create like one more column. Here I'm just creating it. New column. Here, what is the quarter number? So with this, I'm going to make it like a quarter. So quarter name, quarter underscore name. So just I'm creating one more column like so QTR. Okay. Quarter space. So this one, I can make it like a hard-coded value. Hard-coded value. Okay, quarter. And I can go with the concatenation. So concatenation function. So this is what we will do, right? Then quarter number. So this one, I'm just concatenating it. And if you click on enter, so it will give you QTR1, QTR2. So all this is quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4, all this. So this is manually we have created. So that is what we can use it. Okay. So what is the quarter we are having the sales value? So you can go here. So what is the quarter value sales? So I want to take Q1, Q2, Q3 and all. Normally, if Power BI, how it will take the Q and all? It will take the Q based on the country like US. Okay. Like a Jan to March, it will take like Q1, right? But I want to take April, May, June as Q1 for India, right? Or UK. So how can I make it? So that's what we have to do a formula. Okay, it will not give you that. It will not give you that direct date column. So this is what it will give you. I want to go for, this is yearly sales, right? So instead of here, I can go for table. So it will give you the yearly sales. Okay, yearly sales. So what is the yearly sales? So this is what you can see the yearly sales. Okay, so I want to make yearly sales here. So I want to know the quarterly sales also. So you can just drag and drop the quarter also here. So you can take the quarter name. So year and quarter name also you can take. Then if you look at here, year and quarter, so all this you are seeing it. So I want to order based on the quarter name, right? If you look at here, I want to make order based on the, I think it's very small font. Okay, if you look at here. So how it is ordering? It's ordering based on this value, right? So I want to order based on this Q1, Q2, Q3. So Q1, Q2, Q3. If it is not ordering, see here, it is not ordering here. Like, so if I'm going to make year, then it is not ordering correctly. Then you'll be having the functions. Okay, if you go to the date, so you can see the columns here. Okay, columns here. You can use the column by using the sort by. Sort by this column, you have to make sort by based on the quarter number. So you can use the quarter number. It will sort. This is already sorted in this number only. So then if you go to the data view, it will be correctly ordered. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Again 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, all this. Okay. And I can go to the next column. It's like a month. The same way I can create a month number. And I will create quickly so that, so here we will be having the month number. The same way here also, month number will be having it. And what is the month? You can go for month of date. So date is date here. So you can take the order date. You can take month. So it will give you the month number. So 1, 2, 3, 4 like that only. But I want month name. So how can I make month name? So month will give you only the month number. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. So Q1, 2, 3, 4 like this it is giving you. But I want month name. So you can go to new column. So in this new column, I can make month name. Okay, if you look at here, I'm going for month underscore name. So month name I can use the function called format. So you remember we have seen already the format function. So you can make what is the value here? So value is this one, date, and I want the month name 4M. Okay, 4M means it will give you all the month like January, February, March, all this. So month short, so you can give like this, Jan, Feb, March. So can I make 2? So can I make 2M? So like this, yes, it's a MM. So 01, 02, 03. But I will go for 3M. So like this. And then if you go to the value here, if you go to the order, if you go and check what is this is the year, this is the quarter, and I want to know the month name also. So I can take month name here after the quarter. So you can drag and drop month name here. So it will create a view. If you look at here, so 2018, then quarter 1, then month name, it is creating based on the order, like ascending order on the, it's taking like a text column, right? It's taking like a text column, then you are making like February, March. Then, so if you are finding like this order, but I want to make order based on the month, like Jan, Feb, March, then April, May, June, like that I want to order it. Then the same way how we have did it. So here you can go for the month name. You can sort by the month number. So you can make month number. Then so any views in our real time also, you can go and check here. So it will become like January, February, March. Okay, in real time also, if you are making like year, quarter, and month and everything in a single view. So this is what you have to make it. Okay, this is what you have to make. You look at here, all this. So here I want to select some year alone. Then based on the year, it should be selected. So you know right already, if you're selecting the year, you can take the one more view. So if I'm going to choose one more view here, table. So I want to take year alone, then take the year alone. So I want to select only for 2015. So why 2015 here? That's what we have taken, right? So from 2015 to 2025 we have taken. I want to know only for 2020. So if you select 2020 here, the data will automatically change for 2020. So you can see here 2020 alone, the yearly monthly sales you can able to see here, right? So you can give the control to the user. So user will select it. Based on that, it will give you the data. So this one normal only, but how to do it? This is the way we will do it. Okay, so now I will go to the date one. So this is what month name we have created. So you can go for a day also. So what is day? So I will create a new column. I will go for day. So day of, so date. So I can go for date dim. So date underscore dim, this particular date. So what is the day of this one? So you can see here, it will give you day means 1 to 31 or 30, it will give you, right? 31. So January 31, then February. So what is the date? 28 giving in this particular date. So this is what the day, date will give you the date. So I want to go for weekday. So this is day wise. Day I have taken separately. I want to go for weekday. So what is the weekday? So like 1 to 7. So you remember we have taken previously that weekday, right? The same way here also we can take separately like weekday, weekday of. So these are all the functions we can use it. So here date functions. So date dim we can use order date, date dim of date. So if you are giving return type is like a 1, 2, 3. You have 1, 2, 3 like this. So what is 1? So 1 is nothing but Sunday. Then 7 is nothing but Saturday. So from which day I have to start a week. So normally by default, Sunday will be taken as start of the week. So if you are giving 1, it will take it. Or if you don't give, that is what it will take optional. So this is optional one. You want to take Monday's start of the week, then you can go for 2 here. Okay, it will create. See, this is what, this will not be there. This will not be there in our. So what is the start day of the week that we have to give? And here only we can able to give. It's a separate table we are creating. Here also we can create, but by using the formula only you can able to give. That's what we need to take it. Okay, weekday here, but I want week name. Okay, whether it is a Sunday or Monday, all this, then I have to go for week name. So can I get directly week name? So we can go for new column. So here you can use the format option. So week name, weekday name. So what is the weekday name? You can use format. So value. So values, this value we have to take, right? Date, comma, 1, 2, 3, 4. I can take this way. So if you take the date, so it will give you weekday like this. Thursday. So 1 is Sunday, 2 is Monday, then Tuesday, then Wednesday, like this it will give you. So if you are changing here, right? Like instead of 1, you can change it like 2. Whether this will change, if you look at here, 5 is Thursday. So this is start of the week. Now 5 is Friday. So why? We are starting from Monday. Okay, Monday is the 1. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Saturday will give you like 6. Sunday will give you like 7. If the customer is saying that, okay, start of the week, make it like Monday, then this is what we have to make. Okay, create a formula. Okay, instead of here, if you are using only 3, then it will give you like this short form. Okay, short form. So weekday name. So I want to know weekday wise sales. So Sunday, Monday, all this. So you know, right, already weekday we can take. So I will go for one more new view. I can take some column chart, clustered column chart. So weekday I have created. So here I'm maintaining a separate table. That's all. So I can take weekday name, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, all this. I want to know the sales value. Just I can take the sales value here. So it will give you the sales value. You can see here Saturday and Sunday and all this. So you remember when we are taking the if functions, we have taken weekend sales, weekday sales, right? The if functions we have seen, the logical function. So if the day is starting from 1 and 7, that's a weekend. We made it like if this one, format of this one is 1 and 7, then we are making like weekend, then weekday. That's what you can see this value under. Okay. So now I will go to so I want to know the week number. So first week, second week, third week, all this. So week number is nothing but, say for an example, this is January, right? So Thursday, okay, I will make this one as 1 itself. So starting from Sunday, if you look at here, so this is 1 week, right? So this is 1 week. This Thursday, Friday, Saturday is 1 week. Then second Sunday to, so this is 1 week. So this is 1 week, right? So Thursday, Friday, then this is another week. This is another week. Second week. Then this is week number 3. So I want to create, so how the week is performing. So week number 1, week number 2, all this. So this is not, you cannot take directly. So I can go with the new column. So what is the week number? I can go for week number. So I can go for week number for the year. I can go for week number as a column. Okay. Week number, date and return type. So date, I will take the date column, same way. So here also you can make week starting from Monday to this one. So how it will give you week number 1. See, if you look at here, week number Thursday, Friday, Saturday, week number 1, then Sunday to then on week number 2. So like this, how many weeks are there in a year? So it will give you all the weeks, 53 weeks, right? Normally it will give you that. So all the weeks here. Okay. So normally this is what it will give you, week number. So I want to know week number name for the year. So what is the week number for the year? 1, 2, 3, 4. You can here itself, you can concatenate the same column also. You can concatenate. So you can go for week number or week name. You can go for, so just I can concatenate week. So this is what we have created, right? So you can click on this one. It will give you week number 1, week number 2, week number 3, all this. So I want to know week wise sales. Then I can take the week number from here, right? So I can take the week number, week name here. Just take and drag and drop week name. So week number 1, 2, 3, 4, like this it's creating. Then weekly sales value. See, look at here. This is what it will give you, the weekly sales. But it is not, again, it is not giving the week number, right? Correctly, it is not giving. Then how do I order? So can I order like this? So it is not ordering. So how can I order? You have to go with the date column. So here you can choose the week name. So go to sort by week number year. Okay. So week number year. Then if you go to the view, it will be sorted. So week 1, 2, 3, 4, like this. So definitely this and all we will use in our real-time project. So week-wise sales also, we will create it year on year, week on year, week on week, right? Month on month, quarter on quarter, how the sales, how they differ. So everything, whenever we want to create, so definitely you have to calculate like this only. And also order
Chandra,
by.
one question in the date table, you're marking that sort column for particular field, right? Particular column. So can you do it for only one column or for your multiple column, right? First I need to sort based on one column, then second I need to sort based on another column. Can we give like that, or always?
No, it will automatically create. See, if you are creating, say for an example, I want to make Q number. Okay, so Q I want to take it. Then if you want to take the quarter number, right, quarter name. So you are taking the quarter number top of this. If it is not creating quarter 1 and quarter 2 and all, it will automatically create here. Look at here. It's automatically creating since it's the week number, right? So Q1, Q2, Q3. It's
so it
creating
automatically
like this.
we give sort on week column, other fields also sort
Automatically sort. It will sort. See, if it is a week is coming from date column only, right? So date column. So this quarter also it's coming from the date column, right? So we have created, remember this date column, that order date. So this date column only we are making like as all this columns, right? All the column we are deriving it from the date column only. So since this is 1, 2, 3, 4, so definitely it should also the quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, all this. See here, I'm going to take the year column. So now I'm taking the year column or order date. Order date also you can take, no issues. See order date column also you can take only year part. See here, where is the year? Year part I'm going to take. So automatically it will do the order by. So if you look at here, so now I will go with, since we have week 1, week 2, week 3, all this. So you can go for order by on the year. Look at here, order by on the year 2018 Q1, then week number 1, 2, 3, 4. Up to how many weeks? We have 53 weeks here, right? After that 2019. That's what it will select. Since before that, only see if you do not have this year column, since I have only 1 year, 1 week, it is taking like this, right? Week 1, week 2, week 3, all this. Q1, week 1. So what is the one? 16, I think it's a million, right? Okay, 16K. But if I take the year, so what is happening here? If it is taking the year, sorry, year here, it will go for the year wise, right? So you can go for year wise. 2018 week 1. So previously we were seeing this week 1, this week 1, this week 1. All the week has been summed up. But now you are seeing this separate based on the year. So yearly, quarterly, then we are seeing the weekly. You have to order like this only.
For this, Chandra, right? I mean, we sort based on all the columns, right? One by one. That's what it came like.
Yeah, correct. So first hierarchy is year. Okay, that's what I have taken here. Then whenever you are going for the week name, I have to order based on the week number. So this is concatenated one, right? So it doesn't know that which is the order. So Power BI doesn't know that, okay, this is a date. This is not numeric column. So this is like a character column, the string one. So how it will make an order. So that's what we have taken this column. Go and order based on the week number. So go and order this column based on the week number. This one. That's what we have taken from here. Sort by column, week number. You can ask me that, okay, do we need to have week number? Yes, definitely you should have the week number. Without that, you cannot make.
Also, Chanda, one thing. Here we are creating this specific this date dimension, right? Based on the order date.
Yeah. Not order date. So we have created from some values from 2015 to 2025.
Yes, but that date, right? That is taking order date only, right? I mean, not maybe in order date there can be values from before 2015. It's not taking, but after 2015, it's only taking the order date column, right?
Yeah, we have joined here. Yes, that's what we have joined here. So order date, right? Orders into order date. So since we have joined, this is date dimension. Normally, this date dimension we will create one time for the project, entire project. Okay, you can copy that code like this, and then you will create like this.
No, so what I'm saying is it's for
you will create.
Yeah, order date, right? So if we have multiple dates, right, we have to create separate date dimension table for each and every date.
No. It's only one time we have to. So whichever the column we have, just to connect it. That's all.
Okay, we can connect multiple date also, right? With
yeah. But normally that we will not
the dimension table.
So here order date and the date column, if it is connected, no need to connect with any other column. No need to connect with any other
I think another question is, I mean, in the
table, I got it.
we
So
have
here we have
order
the shipment date. So here we have the shipment date. Do we need to connect it? No need to connect.
So even we can, if we any another table having the date, that also we can connect with this, right?
Yeah. Yes, sir. That's what we are creating commonly.
Yeah, that's
here we have another table like return dates or something. So you can connect it here.
Yeah, okay.
So this is called,
that is what Arnav is trying to ask, because
confirmed dimension. This is called a confirmed dimension.
Dimension based on order ID. If you have multiple dates, then do you need to create separate tables?
So in a single table, no need to connect it. Separate table we can connect it. That's what it's a confirmed dimensions. It's a single dimension table can connect with multiple dimension tables for the calculations.
Okay.
Based on that date, it will give you the data here. So whatever the date, minimum date, maximum date we have. So you remember here we have taken the maximum date, minimum date, right? We have taken one date table. So here I have taken minimum of date from order date only. Maximum date I'm going with this one. If I'm not going, then you can make like maximum date. Minimum date is 2015. Maximum date is 2030 or 20, you can have 2100 also. After 100 years, 200 years, you can create a value and keep it like this. Okay, but whatever the data model we have, from the date we are taking. So instead of wasting the memory, just we are taking the minimum date, maximum date. That's all. So here also we can just simply create a date column. So how can I create a date column? I can go for only date column. here I'm just creating new column. I want to create a date column. Simply I want to create a date. So I'm going with date 1. So you can use function called date. So first year. So what is the year? We have already created like year, right? So year part. You can give a hard-coded value also 2021. Then month 12. Then date. So that is also give. So if you are giving like this, what will happen? So it is a hard-coded value. It will be taken for all the records, same value. So like this, right? So I can go for, instead of 2021, I can go for year. What is the year? So we have already created the year here, right? Year we have created. So year we have created, I can take the year. And month also we have created here. Month name or month number. We can have this month number. And this is the date, day column, right? So day we have created. So this is day. If you look at here, then instead of hard-coded value, we will give one date columns. Date column like this. If I want only date, so this is what the date column we are getting it. So this is the way also. After that you can create it. So if you want only date, you can change it. Date. So this is what normally we will create the data dimensions. We do have some other calculations also, like what is date differences, date add, how many dates, month on month, year on year, week on week sales. So that we will take it in the next session. Okay. So this is simply like one date dimensions we have created, and we will take some functions like a date differences. So what is date difference? How many, something like, I want to know if I'm giving the date of birth, I want to know what is the age, something like that. So number of days, number of years. So all this I want to find out. Then I have to go with the date difference functions, date add functions. That we will take it in the next session. Okay, just to practice it, the date column. So we are seeing one by one now. Then after that, we will take some one scenario. For that scenario, we will use all the functions like text function. We will use some date functions, logical function, everything we will use in one single one. Then we will come to know, okay, how to create a logic. Okay, we will derive it.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, DAX formula. So you can make it like first functions. Functions we have to know all the functions one by one. So then only we can able to create some logic. So that logical, by combining all the functions, we will take it after the functions cut over. Then once we have created a dashboard, how to publish it, I will tell you after that. Okay. So then we will continue tomorrow. Continue with this date function. We will complete date and we will complete that date and time intelligent function. Then we'll go for something like a filter functions, all this. In our last session, we have seen date functions. We have seen that different date columns. Just I'm removing this. I have taken one more source as employees and departments. So here I'm going to the data. So here just we need to have what is date function that we have seen. And you can ask me the question why we are creating the different table, like a date table, date dimension table. So that's why. So in the real-time project, definitely we do have a date dimension table. We will have all the date columns. If I want, I can take any date columns from here, right? So this is what I can go for. And we do have one more function called today, right? Today function. So this is what I want to know, the today function. If I'm going with the new column, going for today. So today and now. So there are two different functions are there. So I can go for today is nothing but it will give you today's date. Today's date. It's like a system date. So in Power BI, wherever I want system date, I can go for today. So normally this is what I will go for, today's date. And if I want today's date with timestamp, say for an example, here we have today's date. So here today will give you only date. So time it will give you 12 AM only. So for all of the record, but if I want the timestamp, I can go for now. Okay, so now is another function. It will give you the value with the timestamp column. Okay, timestamp column. Okay, so here this is what the now and today we have, and you can see this. So if I want to go for something like here, I have employees table. In employees table, I have the hire date. If you look at here, hire date I have. So I want to find out how, see this employee has been hired on this particular year, So I want to find out experience in month, how many experience, how much experience he has. Okay, we have hired on this particular year. Then you can go for, this is only date column. Then we can mention that date only. So normally we'll go for sys date minus hire date, right? So how to make this one? If I want to find out, you can go for date difference. This another function is called date difference. It is one of the function that we can use it here. Date difference. So experience. So date difference. So here we have the date difference. Date 1, comma date 2, interval. So date 1 is, I can go for hire date, comma today. So I can take up to today, and in days you want, in year you want, month we want, all this. So I want a number of days. So you can make days here. So it will give you how many days are there in this particular, up to this, how many days, the years in experience. Okay, but I want year, how many years I want to know. Then I can make that year. So if you look at here, so it will give you the year. So it will make the year like, so divided by 365, it will make the year. Okay, 40, 18 years, 16 years, 20 years, all this year it will make. Okay, so number of month. Yeah, so whatever we want, we can make it here, date difference. So this is also one of the functions. How many year, how many date, so that we can go for year, month, and everything. Okay, this is what we can go for. So this is like whole number. Even we can go for decimal also. So if you make a decimal, if it is not finding decimal, we have one function called year fractions. Okay, so fractions we have, that we will take it. So here it is not giving you the year in experience, sorry, days. So only years we are taking. So year fraction we have one more function. So what is that year fraction? So this is the way it will give you. It is not giving you the year in fractions, right? So how many years of experience, but I want to know year in fractions. New column is giving you the whole number, right? 18, 16, 20, 15, all this. So if you look at here, year fraction. So here we have the year fraction. So year frac. So one more function is there, year frac. So we can use this frac. So you can use the start date, end date, the basics. So what is, so basic is nothing, but it's a optional one only. So it will calculate the fraction of the year. So represented by number of whole days between 2 days. So we can go for year fraction of, I can take today, then hire date. So you can see the difference here. Year fraction, we have to give date 1. So year fraction, it will take date 1 minus date 2. So this one. Okay. Second date minus first date. So second date. This is second date minus first date. See the year, the date difference, right? it will take second date minus first date. This one first date minus second date. That's the difference. If you look at here, this is what fraction is giving. You want to give only for two decimal point, we can go for like this. It's rounding off. I can make, so like this I can make. Okay. So here in fractions, how many years of experience he has? See, all this we have to find by using DAX function only, not in direct function we do have. Okay, so just we have fraction only. Okay, so these are all the functions which is available. So year, month, quarter, so everything is available. So that's we can see. If I want to take hours from this higher date, so only hour. Say for an example now. So where is the now? So now we have calculated in the date dimensions. If you look at here, now we have, right? So from the now, I want to take only hour part from here, hour part. Then I can go for hour of now, second of now, minute of now. So everything you can go for. Any timestamp column is there. Then you can use hour, minute, second, year, all this. So I want to know this now function. So I can use this now function. So it will give you this value. The hour is here. It will give you 24 hours, like 7, right? 7 it will give you. If it is more than in the PM, it will give you the 24 hours format, like 20, 21, 22, 23. So this is the way it will give you this. So these are all hour, minute, second, and then time also. Time also another function. If you have hour, minute, second, then it will combine it and then it will give you one value. So these are all the functions are available. Okay, so in Oracle, we have something like add to date, add month. All these functions are there. Okay, to date functions. So it will give you this value. Same way we have edate. Edate one of the function. For an example, I will take orders table. This table. Here we have the order date. Okay, here we have the order date. So I want to find out. So some date is there. Okay, you are in real time. You assume that some transaction date is there. I want to find out. He is going for some loans. A loan. Okay, 5 years loan, 6 years loan, 2 years loan, 3 years loan, and all. I want to find out when the loan closure date. You assume that this is the loan sanction date or transaction date, the date which the loan has been given to the particular customer. Then I want to find out, so when the loan will be the closure, right? This is, yeah, I assume that this is order date, but it's a date column. I do not have any separate column. That's why I'm taking here. So I'm going for the loan closure date. So that's called the end date. Okay. E date. It's another function. So end of month, end of quarter, end of year. So all the functions is there. E date. So it will, you have to give start date. Say for an example, I'm giving the start date is order date, comma, so number of months. So you can give 5 years, yeah, number of months, 5 into 12. So you can give this way. So you can pass the column name also. If he is going for 5 years loan, 6 years loan, you can pass that column also. You can find when this particular loan will closure. So all the dates, like 5 years. After 5 years, what could be the date? See here. So for each and every date, right, we'll be having the date. So 2020 after 5 years, July 17, 2025. So this is what we are getting. So when is the closure date we want to make? I want to go for something like some previous 2 years. Then I can go for minus also. So this way minus also. So this is will go to 20. So 2020, right? So 2015, sorry, 2015, 10 years it will go. So 5 years minus 5 years also. So this is what will go for end date. Okay, so you can go for something like, so this is the same function we have in Oracle, like add month. So how many months you want to add it in the particular date. And also we have, say for an example, if I want to run any jobs on month end, I want to find out what is this particular date, July 17th. What is the month end of this particular month? July 31st, right? July 31st, December 31st, April 30. So I want to find out each and every date, last day of the month. We have in our Oracle, we have the function called the last day, but in DAX, we have the function called end of month. Okay, so end of month, we have EO month. So end of month, we can call it as end of month. So we have here EO month. Okay, so EO month, we have start date and then month. So it will give you a month. It will give you this. What is this month? I will tell you. So start date, I'm taking order date. I do not have any other date column. That's why I'm taking order date. So comma. So if you look at here, months returns the date. Okay. So returns the date. So you can see here. Returns the date in date and time format of the last day of the month before or after specified of number of month. So I can, by default, I can go with the 0. 0 means it will take the current month. Okay, current month. So if you look at here, it will take current month only. Current month, last day of the month. Current month, last day of the month. The current month, 31st of that particular month itself, July. So if I'm going for one here, last day of next month. Okay, last day of next month. Can we go with -1? This is July, right? So I'm going with July, then last day of the previous month. See, last day of the previous month, last day of the current month, last day of the month. Then you can go for any number here. Up to 12 you can go for. So this is what it will go with. How many? What is the month? Okay, so I'm going with 0 itself. So this is the end of the month. Okay, I want to find out, see how many days are there in the month. How many days are there in the month? How many days are there in the month? 31st or 31, all this. So you can find a day, number of days in month. You can make a day of the date column. This end of month I will go for. Okay, EO month, end of month column. This column I will take, returns the number of from 1 to 30. See here. See, these are all the functions we have. Just we can take 31st days, 30 days, some 28 days, 29 days. So all this it will give you. Based on that, we can go for a lot of calculations. Okay. So this is what you can go for, something like calculations. We can make date functions very useful. Particular month. So for the particular month, I want to find out week number. So like it is starting from Sunday. So what is first week, second week, third week, fourth week? Again, if it is ending, then we have to make next month 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How do I make week number of the month? Is there any direct functions? No, we have to find out the functions. Okay. So first of all, so what is that function? So a week number. So like if I go to the calendar, this is what the week number, right? See here, week number of the year we have, right? Week number of the year we have. The same way, week number of the particular week we have to find out. Okay. So how to find out? See, if you look at here, the date function, I'll go for new column. So this is week number of the year. Week number of the particular month So this is what you have to go with. So in direct, there is no any week number of month. Okay, week number of month. So is there any direct function? No, we do not have. Okay, so first of all, we have to write. So week num, this is one function, week number, date and return type. So I can go for date column. We have the date column, right? So I can take the date column minus, you can go with start of month. We have one function called start of month. See here, week number of the particular date. Okay, so we are finding that week number, some 53, 54, 55 and all. We are finding that. And we are finding start of the month. Then that week number of the start of the month. So just we are finding it, date column. Okay, if you look at here, this is what, okay, one more bracket we have to close. So this is the one. And if you look at here, this will give you, we have to add 1 plus. So here we are getting 0, right? If you look at here 0, so we have to add 1 plus. So 1 plus, why we are adding? So we are finding week number of the particular year. This is week number of the particular year. Something like 50, it is giving some 4 or 5 something, right? 4 or 5 it is giving. So week number, so you can take this one. So week number of the particular year, it will give you 1 minus week number start of the month. Start of the month, week number. So it will give you 1. 1 minus 1, we are getting 0. That's why we are adding 1 here. Then 2. So this one, 2 minus 2. Again, we are getting 2 minus 1 here. Okay, minus 1. That's why we are adding 1 to go for plus 1 addition. If you look at here, first week, second week, third week, fourth week, fifth week, again February month, starting with first week. Okay, so if it is giving like this, if I want to go for, so how can I find the week of? So you can go for hard-coded value. So week space the concatenation, right? Concatenation, you can go with this way. Week number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's what it will give you. Week number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you can go for something like this. See here, week number of the month, week number of the year, right? This one. So I'm taking the week name. In this one, I'm taking, so I will take this one. See, look at here. So this is the year. So the entire year week number. This is one particular month. So first week, this is the sale. Second week, third week, fourth week. Again, first week, second week, third week. You have to make order by. We know order by, right? So order by this column based on week number. So if you based on week number, if you order it, then it will become. So you can go with this one. So you can make sort by week number. Okay, so we have another column has been sorted. So week 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2 we have to make here, right? Week name we have to order. Week number of the year. Week 1, 2, 3, 4, like. Okay, again we are not getting week number, right? Week 5, week 2, week 3, again we are getting. So here also week number of the month. It's correct now. This one is correct. Week number of month we have to order. Week number of the month based on the week number of year. Week number of year. So we'll go here. Week number of month. Please choose different column. Week number of year. Okay, I think we have to go with one more column. One more column. In that column, we have to give this one. So then only it will make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So here directly we cannot go with. See, we have to make one more column. In the column, we have to add this function. So there we have to make it. Otherwise, this is what we'll get. Why? Because it's already taken that order based on this. So this is the year, this is month, a particular month. Okay. Okay. So this is what the week number, week, year, all this. So next one, we have filter functions. So we have filter functions. So that's what we have. Sorry, filter functions are very much used. So this is the fourth function called filter functions. Okay. These filter functions are very much used in our Power BI DAX formulas. So we can do the same thing by using the filter here, whatever the filter here we have, right? So using this, we can do, so whatever the filter we want to apply. But in addition to this filter, if I want to add some filter conditions in the formula, you can use the filter functions. The first function is called calculate. Okay, so calculate. So this is the one we can go for. So what is that calculate, right? It will evaluate the expressions by passing a filter conditions. So you can use calculate. I have already, we have seen this calculate function for one of our previous scenario, but we will go for something like calculate. Okay. So here, if I want to go for some sum of sales, I want to make it here. So how can I take sum of sales from the orders one? Sum of sales. So either I can go for sales here, sum. I can take, this is that sum of sales, right? So it will give you sum of sales. So 2.3 million sales. Or I can go for sum of sales one column, right? So here I can take sum of sales one column. New column I can take here. I can go for new measures. The new measure also I can go for some measure values. New measure I'm taking. So sum of sales, sum sales. In the new measure I can take sum of, okay, sales order. This one orders table sales, right? So it will give you the same value. It will give you the same value. So one measure will be created, should be created, sum of sales. You can drag and drop the same measure. So here also we can see the same value, 2.30 million, right? So this is one thing. So this is the measure. This is a column value. So we have seen already, this one will take less memory than this. So it has all the values in the column. This one, this is what. But I want to take the sum of sales for only for one regions. Only for one region. So normally how we will do? So take the region into filter. So normally this is what we will make, right? We'll take the filter. Then I can go for central regions. So it will take, this is the central region filter. But I can do some formula. But this way I can do some calculate functions. If I want to do calculations on the data, instead of giving the control to the user, the user is asking, this is what I need to display always. Then I have to go for some functions. So you look at here, I'll go for one new column called calculate. Okay. Here I'm going for calculate. So in the orders, I'll go for new column. Only for this regions, I'm calculating sum sales region is central region. Okay, central region. Then I can go for calculate. See, this is the calculate function. Calculate expression filter. So how many filters? Many filters I can use. Calculate sum of sales. Okay, sum of sales. So this is what you have, sum of sales, comma, I can apply some filter conditions here. So regions, okay, regions equal to orders region equal to some regions, central regions, okay, central regions. So if you to look at here, sorry, here we have to use double quotes, not single quotes allowed, double quotes. Okay, sum of sales in central, if you look at here, this is not calculating. Why? Because here we have to create this new measure. Okay, so I'm just calculating. I'm going with this column. So I'll go with new measure, central region sales. Just I'm taking like this. See, these calculate functions are very much used. Look at here. This is what I can go with. If you look at here, then I can make, this is what the central regions sales value only for central regions. Okay, it will give you the central regions. We can take this particular column into the view. Same view it has to give, right? Same data. So I can go for one more functions here. I can take this measure values. So it should give the same value. So look at here, same value it's giving. So here, the same one, you can go for another column also, central regions, comma, something like we can go for one more filter. So something like category, right? Category we have. So category, the category we have orders dot category equal to something like technology. So we have the category column here. We can see here. So where is the category? Categories, subcategories, everything will be there. Okay, I think, okay, categories here, we have office supplies and technology. Okay, so technology, you can make technology here. Just you can make like this. You can go for n number of filter conditions like this. You can make this calculate function. You can make one expressions. In the expression, you can go for, so this is for now, it will calculate. So regions, so it will give you sum of sales value, central regions, but it will calculate only for technology. So I'm making that enter. Okay, measure, this is the measure we have calculated, right? See here, this is the measure. We can calculate the central region sales. So this one, now it will give you less than this. See 170, 172, so 175, 42. So if you remove this, comma up to comma here, so it will give you the same value. So look at here, it will give you the same value, right? So 501. But if you add that, it will add the filter conditions, comma, you can go for n number of filter conditions. Okay, so you can make some values. Say for an example here, segment equal to consumer. So you can make use of that segment. Okay, segment equal to consumer. So it's a case sensitive. So please make sure that you're making that correctly. Then if you double click on it or enter, so it will give you that consumer alone. It will give you central region sales for consumer segment. So that's what it will give you that value. So no need to put that filter condition here. So filter condition, if you are doing it, customer is asking what is the total sales. So out of which, what is the sales for central regions? Out of this, what is the central region and this one? They're asking us to show the value. They will not choose the filter condition here. If they're choosing the filter conditions, then all the data will change automatically, right? So all the data will change. If you want to do this, you can go for, so you filter condition for the particular view, filter condition for the particular page. In single page, we are making filter condition. They will get confused. This filter is for this one, this one, this one, or this one, right? That's why we are showing them the value. After that, they will filter out the values. Okay, this is what you can go for calculate function. So even in the calculate function, if you are using comma here, okay, if I use comma here, what it will do, it will make and condition. Remember this, in calculate, if you use comma here, it will make and condition. And can I write like this? So I'm going for one more column. Just I'm making that one more column, one more new measure. Okay, in the new measure, can I write like this? Regional wise sales. Okay, so central regions, comma, again I'm making region equal to west regions. Region equal to west regions. What will happen? It will make and condition, right? It it will make and condition. So is that any possibility of the same? So one record might be on the same, two conditions should be satisfied on same column. No, how the person will be on United States as well as UK. So any one, right? That's the way. If I'm going to make this way, it will not give you the correct result. I'm going to make this way. You should take regional wise sales. I'm going to take the regional wise sales alone. So that particular column. So both are like and condition, regional wise sales. So I'm taking here. If you look at here, it will not give you any data. So you look at here, it's not giving any data, right? So why? Because we are making and condition here. So if you put comma, it will make and condition. So either R I have to go with, then I have to go with R class. So R is nothing but the pipe symbol. Either it can be a central region or west regions. So I want to make sum. Okay, sum of west regions and central regions, both. Then if I make enter, it will calculate the values. See, both we have 1.23 million. Both. This is central region alone. 501K central region alone. Central and west regions we are having 1.23 million. So this is what you can calculate the R class. Okay, R class. So this is calculate functions. So just to go through this all the functions. So what I will do, I will give you one notes. Like this, I will give you one notes for all the functions like a text function, logical function, date functions, all the date functions, and filter functions. So next function in filter, we have all function, all. So all some other functions are there. We will see one by one. Okay. So this one I will continue tomorrow. So kindly practice it. First, we will see separate function. Then we will take some scenario. We will combine the function. We will take it. Okay. Say for an example, financial year. I have to find out. Financial year wise, I have to find out the month and everything. Then I have to go with some calculations. Filter functions. So I will give you one document. Please go through that. The document and video. Yeah. We will continue with the filter function tomorrow. That all function everything.